Madman of the Sword Chapter 3005 to Chapter 3089. After leaving the Antiquity Palace, a white cloud appeared beneath Lin Xian and the rest once again. The little boy in front of them was floating in the sky with the two of them. However, the little boy would turn back from time to time and sneak a glance at Lin Xian with a weird expression. Lin Xian felt uneasy. The dark red divine dragon at the side was also puzzled. "Kid, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid's face?" the little boy sighed. "Could it be that you don't recognize that blue-clothed woman? Is she famous?" "Why should I know her?" Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said. "Could that guy be an old monster that wants to attack us?" But that was impossible. Although the little girl's aura was strong and shocking, she was at most at the level of Xianxia. "People at this level can't beat us," the dark red divine dragon said proudly. The little boy looked at the two of them and said indifferently. "She can't beat you guys, but she has an elder brother who is an extremely strong monster in Ethereal Peak. Her elder brother is very strong and has been to other worlds. It is said that he has reached 70,000 archaic power. It is not difficult to beat up a genius with 50,000 archaic power. It can't be, right? Someone has gone to other worlds in advance." The dark red divine dragon was shocked after hearing this. Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. Who is her elder brother? He is so strong. He did not expect to hear such a strong genius the moment he entered the House of Prodigy. 70,000 archaic power was something that he could not even reach now. It was far beyond him. The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. "Are you talking about an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Is there someone so strong in the younger generation?" "Of course there is. There are many monsters who are hidden or active in other worlds." "Oh right, you guys might have heard of Qingwu's elder brother. Because he is very famous outside." "Very famous? 70,000 archaic power in the younger generation? Don't mess around. Even Huamuzhen and the others only had 50,000 archean power, and they were already famous throughout the world. And from the looks of it, the other party should be a human. Did a human have 70,000 archean power? Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Chen had all failed. Although Lin Xian's primordial energy had exceeded 50,000, he hadn't even reached 60,000. It was only around 55,000. Not to mention 70,000 archean powers. Who was this person? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As for him, everyone called him the Northern Demon. That's right, he has the myriad demon body. What? Northern Yao. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was no stranger to this title. Because this was a monster who was equally as famous as him. However, he had never met the other party. East Sage, West Buddha, South Emperor, North Demon, and Central Emperor were the names of these elite prodigies. Lin Xian had seen the others before. However, Lin Xian had never seen this Northern Demon before. Not only him, but almost no one had seen it before. The other party seemed to be very mysterious and never appeared in front of others. But who would have thought that he would hear news about him now? Moreover, the other party was too terrifying. 70,000 archean powers, and he had been to other planets. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark red dragon was shocked. He wasn't shocked by the Northern Demon's name, but by his physique. The myriad demon body, heavens, he actually had the myriad demon body. The dark red dragon almost jumped up. This legendary physique had also appeared. What was the myriad demon body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, your Nine Yang physique and Yi Wudao's Saint physique are both famous for their powerful physiques. In ancient times, the reputation of the myriad demon body was not inferior to yours. This was definitely a heaven-defying physique, the Nine Yang physique, the myriad demon body. And the Saint physique had all appeared. This was indeed a golden age. How terrifying were the princes and princesses of the primordial theocrats? Were those princes and princesses more powerful than the Northern Demon? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He had never seen those princes and princesses. The dark red dragon hadn't seen them either, but since he said so, it was definitely true. According to some rumors and the information in my inheritance, princes and princesses can become saints when they come down. Don't you think that's terrifying? What? They're born with a saint physique? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Sanctification of the physical body was such a terrifying existence, one had to know that his nine-yang physique was already very heaven-defying. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't hurt him. However, he was still very far away from becoming a saint, he didn't dare to imagine a saint physique. Perhaps only a saint's attack could break that kind of physique. These princes and princesses were really abnormal, it seemed that the road ahead of him was still very long. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He decided to see the legendary Moongazer stele. It would be best if he could comprehend some of the laws of heaven and earth from it. He felt the pressure, and it was a huge pressure. The little boy in front also said, "So, don't provoke that Qing Wu." In the extraordinary scholar mansion, she was basically a little princess-like existence. She could do whatever she wanted. This shocking news gave Lin Xian pressure and motivation. Their group set off again. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Not long after, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were surprised again. The mountain range in front of them was continuous. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Below is the territory of our full moon peak. The mountain in the center is the full moon peak. And the area encompassed by the crescent-shaped mountains is called the full moon valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy. The dark red dragon and other big dragon eyes were extremely amazed. What was below was a peerless formation. This kind of formation condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, for the martial artist to use. That is, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He saw that below, in the full moon valley, there was a terrifying energy surging. Is that a lake? He was extremely surprised. The little boy raised his chin and said proudly. That's right, that is our full moon lake. The lake water in the full moon lake was not simple. That was a liquid condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, its power and effect were comparable to supreme grade dragon Qi. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon gasped. In fact, even without the little boy's introduction, they were already shocked enough. Because the two of them could clearly sense how terrifying the energy emitted from the full moon lake below was. If they could enter the lake and cultivate for a while. Both of their eyes were red. When the little boy saw this scene, he hurriedly advised. Don't act recklessly. There is a peerless killing formation below. Without the permission of the peak master, you can't enter at all. Not to mention you, even a half-step saint would be killed if he went down. Damn it, he was really petty. The dark red dragon muttered a few words, but his dragon eyes kept rolling. After the warning, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed the little boy and continued to fly. At the same time, the little boy explained that the House of Prodigy had existed since ancient times. It had been tens of thousands of years and had nurtured countless geniuses. You are not the first batch to come. Before this, many geniuses had already entered. Although the full moon peak is temporarily ranked fourth, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Xian did not doubt this at all. After all, the saints and saintesses of the sacred lands outside did not even have the qualifications to enter the House of Prodigy. Moreover, the true spirit world was too big and too mysterious. Even the saints had not explored the secrets of the world, let alone them. In such a vast world, there must be some geniuses who had entered the House of Prodigy in advance. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. What he needed to do was to cultivate hard and surpass all the geniuses. Alright, we are here. I will take you down to rest first. When the time comes, the Great Elder will make arrangements for you. The little boy formed a seal with his palm, and white clouds floated down. Soon, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mountains below. Around evening, the white-robed elder from before walked over once more. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stood up. Lin Xian said. Greetings, elder. He had already learned from the little boy that the white-clothed elder in front of him was not simple. He was the great elder of the full moon peak. The white-clothed elder nodded. To be honest, I did not expect you to join the full moon peak. Don't worry, although the full moon peak is not the first peak, our resources and foundation are not inferior to the misty peak at all. However, if you want to obtain the resources of the full moon peak, you can only rely on yourself. Here, all the resources have to be fought for with your own strength. The full moon peak was the same, and so were the other peaks. This was the rule of the House of Prodigy. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. He was no stranger to this point. Because it was not only the House of Prodigy, but also the sacred lands outside, and even the immortal palace, were the same. The stronger your strength and the higher your talent, the more you will be valued. And the more resources they would obtain, the more resources they would obtain. The Peak Lord was also very surprised when he learned of your arrival. Furthermore, the Peak Lord instructed that you have successfully stopped the darkness calamity, which is a meritorious service to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master decided to give you a super big gift. A super big gift? What kind of super gift was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon's heart thumped wildly. Old man, you can't be asking us to enter the full moon lake, right? That's right, it was the full moon lake. Before coming here, you should have a certain understanding of the full moon lake. The white-cloaked first elder chuckled. However, he then looked at the dark red divine dragon. Not you, but him. The first elder pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was excited. The dark red dragon curled its lips. Tisk, stingy guy. Can't you give me one more slot? Could he really enter the full moon lake? Lin Xian was overjoyed. Before coming here, he was already greatly moved by the full moon lake. Furthermore, according to the child, entering the full moon lake was not easy. Ordinary geniuses couldn't enter at all. Even for those powerful freaks, only a few of them were able to enter. It was very difficult to enter the full moon lake to cultivate. It was a great benefit. He didn't expect to receive such a great treatment when he just came to the full moon peak. Looking at the excited Lin Xian, the white-cloaked first elder said, "Don't be too happy. Let me give you a reminder. There were already many geniuses who wanted to enter the full moon lake, but they never had the chance. Now that you've just arrived, you've got a chance. So, be careful." Old man, from what you're saying, could it be that he wants to snatch it? Don't you care about this place? The dark red divine dragon curled its lips and said. The first elder laughed. We won't care. Competition is the best training. Of course, it's better not to kill in the House of Prodigy. This was just the beginning. In the future, when he entered other stellar worlds, such battles would become more and more frequent. At that time, there would be no restrictions on killing, therefore, if he couldn't even withstand the competition in the House of Prodigy, there was no need to go to other stellar worlds. Elder, don't worry. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see who dared to snatch his things. Next, the white-cloaked first elder left. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't leave and stayed here. The place where they stayed was a manor. There were mountains and rivers, as well as pavilions and palaces. Under their feet, there was a spirit-gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi for them to cultivate. The scenery was beautiful and the array was powerful. It was even better than the stellar palace. No wonder all these monstrous geniuses wanted to squeeze their way in. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the House of Prodigy. Kid, I found that these arrays are connected to the full moon lake. It can be said that this is a branch of the full moon lake. I've taken a look. Our location is far from the full moon lake. There are many such manors in front. Presumably, there are also geniuses living there. But their distance is much closer than ours. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It's nothing. It's normal. The boy from before also said that we're not the first batch to enter. Before us, many geniuses have already entered. Some of them have even entered other stellar worlds. Naturally, they can have such a good place. But don't worry. When I'm here, they'll all have to wait. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with confidence. Of course. When the time comes, we'll settle down beside the full moon lake and make those guys jealous. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. He had this plan a long time ago. In fact, it wasn't just the full moon peak. The other 3 peaks all had such lakes. They were all formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth using supreme arrays. Ethereal Peak, The tall mountains were hidden in the clouds, looking strangely ethereal and illusory. With Ethereal Peak as the center, there was also a huge valley called Ethereal Valley. In Ethereal Valley, there was also a lake called Ethereal Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were clouds rolling and it was unusually dreamy. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be amazed. That was because the energy of Ethereal Lake was even more surging than the full moon lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were many mountain ranges of different heights. There were figures flashing on those mountain peaks. It was obvious that there were geniuses cultivating in there. Apart from the difference in height, the distance between those mountain peaks and Ethereal Lake was also different. This point was really similar to the full moon lake. The distance was based on one's strength. The figures in the mountains had strong auras and their breath shook heaven and earth. There were even some mountain peaks with a torrential blood light. That was a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed by the condensation of blood qi. In the midst of the rare phenomenon, a blue figure swept past like a meteor and transformed into a woman in a blue robe. The girl in blue stepped on a 5-colored cloud and flew at a high speed like a fairy. Her target was the ethereal pot in front of her. If anyone else had barged into the ethereal lake, the geniuses in the surrounding mountains would definitely have attacked them and sent them flying. However, the moment the girl appeared, the geniuses did not attack. Instead, they were all excited. Many people were so excited that the sky and earth started to tremble. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes and some even sounded excited. The number one beauty was here, but no one dared to act rashly despite their excitement. Their gazes were fixed on the blue figure. The blue figure pierced through the clouds and flew towards the misty lake at a rapid speed. At the front of the ethereal lake, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. The blue girl in the sky landed behind the figure and opened her mouth. "Brother." The figure in front of her opened his eyes. It was a handsome young man. He was wearing a purple robe and his black hair hung behind his back. Stars flickered in his eyes. At this moment, he stood up when he heard the shout. As he moved, a terrifying aura rose from under his feet and spread in all directions. The surroundings were filled with mysterious clouds and mist, and even the air was rippling. That young man in purple was the North Beast, an extremely powerful genius. "I heard that those guys are here?" The North Beast asked calmly. 2 titled battle pet warriors were here, Yan Nantian and that Lin Xian. At this point, the girl in blue snorted coldly. Yan Nantian was easy to deal with. He looked so arrogant that nothing could be seen. But that Lin Xian was really detestable. Our chief elder wanted him to join the ethereal peak. That was giving him face, but that guy did not know what was good for him and insisted on joining the full moon peak. He even said that he wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless stele. Do you think he can comprehend it? What a joke. Did he go to the full moon peak? The North Beast narrowed his eyes. What a surprising guy. But he might be able to create a miracle. Brother. Qinggu shouted in dissatisfaction. Do you think he can comprehend it? I don't believe it. According to the records of the House of Prodigy, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who managed to comprehend a sliver of it. If he was given enough time, he should be able to comprehend it completely. I've heard of this rumor before. Isn't he the descendant of the great dragon of that generation? I heard that he died unexpectedly in the end. This was the biggest regret of the full moon peak. However, even though this brat is also the successor of the dragon sword, I don't think that he can comprehend it. If we don't believe you, just wait and see. Qingwu coldly snorted. That's right, that fellow actually dared to look down on me. Brother, help me take action and teach that fellow a lesson. Let him know that Central Emperor was nothing in the house of outstanding scholars. The North Demon looked at Qingwu with a smile on his face. You little girl, he said calmly. I'm quite interested in this Lin Xian, so I don't want to touch him for the time being. I'll let him grow a bit first. I'll go meet that Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. Don't cause any more trouble, just stay here and cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern demon's body flickered and disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing figure of the northern demon, Qingwu was dissatisfied. Seriously, he didn't even help me. Her beautiful eyes turned, then a sly smile appeared on her face. Brother, if you don't help me, then don't blame me for using some tricks. She was the number one beauty of the House of Outstanding Scholars and the younger sister of the Northern Demon. What could she do? She reckoned that if she said a word, there would be countless geniuses who would not help her no matter what. Even if she didn't say anything, there would be people who would do it. As more and more new geniuses joined, the House of Outstanding Scholars became lively. There were some restless movements in the Four Peaks. After all, the people who came this time were all incredible figures. This was a golden age. The successors of the Great Dragon, the Great Emperor, and some of the 10,000 ancient races' bloodlines had all come. Therefore, it naturally attracted the attention of those powerful geniuses in the House of Outstanding Scholars. After all, these people's talents were not bad. They could even be said to be heaven-defying. In addition to the resources of the House of Outstanding Scholars, it wouldn't be long before they soared to the sky. The full moon peak was also incomparably lively. Those geniuses were all discussing because a successor of the Great Dragon had come. Moreover, it was the successor of the 9 suns, the Great Dragon Sword, 9 Yang Divine Body. These geniuses had heard of these before. They didn't expect that someone would actually gather these 2 great inheritances in one body. What was even more shocking was that they learned that this kid had actually obtained a chance to enter the full moon lake. This made their eyes turn red. Damn it, how could it be like this? Many people were angry. Soon, news came that this kid had once stopped the dark turmoil and had contributed to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master had specially rewarded him. Stop the dark turmoil? Humph, that's because I didn't go out. If I want to go out, I can also stop it. That's right, using the corpse of a great success divine body to stop it. What kind of ability is that? These geniuses were very unconvinced. Around the full moon lake, there were countless courtyards and manors. They were like stars that were scattered everywhere. In the area closer to the full moon lake, an angry roar came from a manor. Immediately, the void around him churned, forming a terrifying vision of heaven and earth that was about to tear the entire world apart. Inside the manor, a man in black stood there. His black hair danced wildly like a demon king, and his murderous aura was surging. Around him, there were 7 or 8 figures. Brother Situ, please calm down. This is the Peak Master's decision and we can't change it. Yes, it could only be said that this kid was extremely lucky. As soon as he entered the full moon peak, he was able to obtain such a great gift. Some people had faces full of envy. Of course, there were also people that coldly snorted. Who was this kid to think he was worthy of entering the full moon lake? That's right, the one who had the qualifications to enter the full moon lake was of course our brother Situ. Brother Situ, don't worry, I will help you teach that kid a lesson and make him obediently hand over his spot. There was no need. Situ Xiaotian turned his head. His icy cold eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. The void around him rapidly shattered. At this moment, he was like a demon king. His body emitted incomparably mysterious runes. As the surrounding 7 or 8 figures saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that this Situ Xiaotian was truly angry. Some people shook their heads. Some people sneered inwardly. Hee hee, let's see how this new kid dies. Situ Xiaotian's voice was icy cold. I will let this kid know that not just anyone can enter the full moon lake. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Behind him, 7 or 8 monstrous geniuses followed. They knew that there was going to be a good show. They feared that Situ Xiaotian would make a move. This Situ Xiaotian wasn't simple. His strength was formidable and he was extremely famous on the full moon peak. If he were to make a move, then that kid called Lin Xian would be in for some bad luck. Even if the other party was the descendant of the Great Dragon and the descendant of the 9 suns, so what? Seeing the group of people flying into the distance, the geniuses in the surrounding manors also raised their heads. Many people revealed a trace of surprise. It turned out to be Situ Xiaotian. Looking at the murderous look on his body, he should be ready to make a move. Naturally, these people also knew about the recent events. Situ Xiaotian had always been wild and wanted to enter the full moon lake. But now, the qualification was given to a newcomer who had just arrived. How could the other party be convinced? Hee hee, let's go and take a look. Many people rose into the air and followed. Firstly, they wanted to see how much Situ Xiaoyan's strength had grown recently. Secondly, they also wanted to see what was so magical about this descendant of the great dragon. When Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were about to cultivate, they suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He could sense countless powerful auras gushing towards them. Each and every one of them was extremely frightening. Many of them were not weaker than Huamuzhen, Fire Dragon King, and the others. They were definitely a group of geniuses. These people were actually coming towards him. What's going on? Are they trying to intimidate me? Thinking of this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dark red divine dragon also jumped up. Are they here so soon? Damn it, these people don't put us in their eyes. He was very angry. He could guess what this group of people was here for even if he used his feet. As soon as he finished speaking, countless figures appeared in the sky. Pairs of eyes looked down and pierced through the void. For a moment, the space around Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon fluctuated rapidly, and countless cracks appeared. Are you that Lin Xian? Someone asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and ignored those cold gazes. He also looked at those people. Soon, he stared at one of the figures. Because he found that the person's aura was the strongest, and the other party had killing intent. Although the surrounding people's aura was fierce, there was no killing intent. This meant that the other party was here to cause trouble. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded. Who are you? Hey, your attitude is quite arrogant. Kid, we came to the House of Prodigy earlier than you. Logically speaking, he should be your senior brother. Why aren't you greeting us when you see us? A black-cloaked youth laughed wildly. Since I came early, I should call you senior brother? Lin Xian shook his head and pointed to a tree in his manner. Looking at the age of this tree, it should be at least 3,000 to 4,000 years old. It came much earlier than you. Why don't you call this tree senior brother, Poochie? Hearing this, many people around them laughed. The dark red divine dragon was rolling on the ground laughing. Ha 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 ha, this emperor is going to die from laughter. He really didn't expect Lin Xian to counterattack like this. In the sky, the black-cloaked youth's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was courting death. The other party actually dared to provoke him. Let me go down and teach him a lesson, Situ Xiaotian nodded slightly. He wanted to see if the other party had the right to be so arrogant. Brat, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're the successor of the great dragon or the successor of the 9 sons. In this place, everything depended on one's strength. Today, I'll teach you what kind of attitude a newcomer should have. The black-cloaked youth descended from the sky like a god fiend. He carried a murderous aura that filled the sky as he pressed down. With a boom, the void below shattered. Countless runes turned into killing swords and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He shouted coldly, and the 9 sons' divine body emitted a light that blocked all the killing swords. At the same time, he raised his head, and his eyes emitted a biting cold light. Are you saying that we only rely on our fists here? Very well, I like such rules. At that point, he reached out a large hand and grabbed upward. Puff. Puff, the killing swords that filled the sky shattered. The large golden hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping that person. Damn it, get lost. The black-cloaked youth shouted coldly, and black patterns appeared on his brows. An incomparably terrifying power condensed and turned into a sharp divine light. It slashed out like a heavenly sword. It wanted to cut Lin Xian's hand in half. Boom, the sword chi that was like a divine light instantly shattered the void. This attack wasn't weaker than Zhang Wushuang's previous attack. Most of the top prodigies outside would probably be cut in half in an instant if they encountered such a sword light. However, Lin Xian was different. His opponent's combat power had almost reached 50,000, but it still wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, he still didn't dodge. Instead, he slapped forward with the golden hand. Your strength is only so. The golden hand shattered the sword chi that was like divine light and completely froze the black-robed young man in the void. The black-cloaked youth's expression was incomparably ugly. The air around him shattered as it was grabbed by the golden hand. The bones in his body creaked. With just a little bit of force, he would be crushed into a bloody mist. What? This kid is actually so powerful, is this the Nine Sons' divine body? The surrounding prodigies were shocked when they saw the scene. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such power. Situ Xiaotian also narrowed his eyes. 50,000 archaic power. No wonder you're so arrogant. The young man who had attacked Lin Xian had an ancient power level of 47,000, but he was still unable to defeat him. This made Situ Xiaotian speculate that Lin Xian's archaic power was at least 50,000. However, no matter how much it was, it couldn't be much. After all, the other party's age was still there. Therefore, Situ Xiaotian snorted coldly. Kid, let him go. I'll play with you. Lin Xian didn't stop. Instead, he turned and stared at the other party. You want to play with me? Who are you? How dare you? This is our senior brother Situ. Many people shouted coldly. Senior brother Situ? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. I've never heard of this name. The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Situ Xiaotian was such a terrifying existence. How dare he say he's never heard of him? Isn't this purely courting death? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't force me to make a move. Situ Xiaotian's face sank, and there was a hint of cold killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xian sneered. Don't force you to make a move? Didn't you come here to snatch a spot to enter the full moon lake? You're pretending to be innocent here. If you want to make a move, then come. I'll welcome it. With a wave of his golden hand, the black-clothed youth was thrown away. The black-clothed youth was thrown tens of thousands of miles away. It looks like you're not stupid. You know my intentions for coming here. Situ Xiaotian is superior. I'll give you a chance. Obediently give this spot to me. I can treat today's matter as if nothing happened. Otherwise. Although he didn't finish, the threat in his words was obvious. It looked like Situ Xiaotian wanted to make a move. The surrounding prodigies were all excited. One of them was the white-robed great elder. Beside him wasn't a person, but a pair of eyes. This pair of eyes carried with them law runes, seeming as if they could see through all. Under this pair of eyes, the first elder appeared to be extremely respectful. Peak Master, these two little fellows were just exchanging pointers. How did they disturb you? The great elder bowed. Those eyes shined with a starry sky light. A soul fluctuation spread out. This little fellow is quite interesting. His talent and potential are decent. I wonder what his combat strength is like, the great elder said. According to his estimations, his strength should be above 50,000. But as for how much, he didn't know. However, compared to Situ Xiaotian, he might be at a slight disadvantage. But as long as Lin Xian was given enough time, he would be able to surpass Situ Xiaotian in just a few years. After all, he was the descendant of the Great Dragon. The descendant of the Great Dragon had unparalleled potential. If he was properly nurtured, he would absolutely become the #1 person of Full Moon Peak in the future. At that time, it might even be possible for him to surpass the Northern Monster. It could be seen that the Great Elder attached great importance to Lin Xian. He wanted to raise him as the #1 person of his generation. However, listening to the Great Elder's words, it seemed he was looking forward to Lin Xian's future. But, he didn't believe that Lin Xian would be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. On the side, the pair of eyes that carried with them the laws emitted soul fluctuations. I don't think so. I feel that the one to lose this time might be Situ Xiaotian. Hearing this, the white-robed Great Elder was shocked. He knew just how strong Situ Xiaotian was. Although Lin Xian's potential was limitless, what about now? He didn't know. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Below, Lin Xian coldly said. Make your move. Let me see just what qualifications you have to snatch my spot. He stared at Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian sneered. Fine, let me teach you a lesson, you brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you need me to give you 3 moves? Give me 3 moves? I'm afraid that after 3 moves, you won't be able to fight. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although the other party was powerful, he was not invincible. In front of him, the other party did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. Moreover, Lin Xian did not intend to drag this out any longer. He raised his large golden hand and slammed it forward. The golden palm shone like the sun and was incomparably sharp. It turned into a golden mountain and shrouded the area below. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort and shatter. From this, one could see how powerful this power was, acting recklessly. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? Situ Xiaotian was enraged. He hadn't even made a move yet, but the other party had already impatiently attacked. What? Could it be that the other party really thought that he could compete with him? His hand clenched into a fist, releasing mysterious symbols, blasting forward. With a loud clang, it collided with the golden palm. Hundreds and thousands of cracks appeared in the sky. The terrifying power caused the hearts of the surrounding monstrous geniuses to shudder. However, in the next moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They discovered that although Situ Xiaotian's fist managed to block the golden palm, it was enveloped by countless golden flames and began to burn. Soon, it turned into ashes and disappeared into the sky. Situ Xiaotian's fist had been broken. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe it, although they knew that it was just a casual punch from Situ Xiaotian. However, it wasn't something that could be easily broken by just anyone. One could imagine that Lin Xian was stronger than they had imagined. Interesting. I wonder if you can handle my next attack? Lin Fan thought to himself. Milky Way meteor fist, buzz, Situ Xiaotian's fist bloomed with light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. Nothing could withstand it. As soon as the Milky Way meteor fist was unleashed, it brought about a phenomenon in the surroundings. The entire sky was completely covered by countless meteors. The golden palm buzzed and the light on it dimmed. Seeing this scene, the followers looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, this kid's 9-yang divine body is only SOSO, in front of senior brother Situ, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. 9 suns split the sky, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his arm, and terrifying balls of flames erupted from his palm. They turned into a huge flaming sword that soared into the sky. This aura caused the laughter of the surrounding people to instantly stop. Their hearts trembled, and their eyelids twitched wildly. A sense of fear arose in their hearts. They discovered that this aura was so sharp that it made their bodies tremble. This seemed to be the 9-yang sword technique. He could actually cultivate the 9-yang sword technique to such a level. The surrounding monstrous geniuses were also extremely shocked. Buzz. Buzz, the huge flaming sword danced in the sky like a fire dragon, covering the sky and the earth. The entire sky was completely covered by a sea of fire. Boom. Boom, the meteors that filled the sky were split apart by the sword. If this is all you have, then you can get lost. This spot isn't yours yet, Lin Xian's thunderous voice resounded throughout the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned. Situ Xiaotian's face completely sank. He realized that he had really underestimated his opponent. The strength that Situ Xiaotian displayed was definitely above 50,000 arcane power. And it seemed that Situ Xiaotian wasn't weaker than him. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. Crack! Crack! His entire right arm seemed to have turned into a bronze arm. A ferocious aura burst forth from the arm. Bloodline power. Seeing this scene, the surrounding monstrous geniuses' expressions changed. They didn't expect Situ Xiaotian to directly use his bloodline power. It seemed that Situ Xiaotian was really angry. Sure enough, with Situ Xiaotian's hand, the entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand this power. The surrounding monstrous geniuses also quickly retreated with incomparably solemn expressions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Bloodline power? He indeed felt a monstrous aura from Situ Xiaotian's right hand that could destroy everything. No wonder he dared to snatch his spot. Situ Xiaotian was indeed somewhat capable. His means were above Huamuxian's. Boom, the bronze hand reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. It was like a mountain, and rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire world was trembling. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He still activated 9 suns split the heavens and slashed forward. In the sky, the sea of fire surged, and a sword light descended from the sky. The bronze hand collided with 9 suns split the heavens, producing a deafening sound. When the two collided, 100,000 lightning bolts descended. The bronze hand was too strange. Bronze runes appeared one after another on it, and it blocked 9 suns split the heavens. It blocked it. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a terrifying bloodline power. The bronze hand was indeed extraordinary. That's right, the bronze hand wasn't just for show. It was an ancient technique. Coupled with Situ Xiaotian's bloodline power, it was absolutely heaven-defying. As he spoke, countless runes formed on the bronze hand and quickly formed a powerful force that sent 9 suns split the sky flying. Not only that, Situ Xiaotian shouted coldly and punched out 9 times in a row. The flaming sword chi trembled and eventually dimmed and cracks appeared on it. Was it broken? Hee hee, 9 suns split the sky was the ultimate move of the 9 suns sword technique. But now, it couldn't withstand the bronze hand. This kid was indeed no match for Situ Xiaotian. That was natural. As long as Situ Xiaotian was serious, he could definitely kill this kid easily. The surrounding geniuses sneered. Situ Xiaotian's eyes shone brightly. The bronze hand reached down and completely shattered 9 suns split the sky before grabbing at Lin Xian. It seemed that he wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, as the hand fell, a violent wind blew. The surrounding space shattered and black holes appeared one after another. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that Situ Xiaotian would have such an ultimate technique that could repel his 9 suns split the sky. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand, pulling out the fire Qilin sword. He stabbed out with his sword. Buzz, tens of thousands of sword chi slashed out in all directions. It's useless. You can't escape. The bronze hand was like a sky that pressed down and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, in the end, the bronze hand fell and covered Lin Xian's figure. The surrounding space shattered and formed a cage that completely suppressed Lin Xian. That brat had been sealed, ha 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 ha. I told you, he's no match for senior brother Situ. Someone like him wants to go to the full moon lake? Dream on, cold laughter sounded. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. It seemed that the successor of the great dragon sword soul couldn't do it either. Yes, although he was the successor of the great dragon sword soul, if he wanted to compete with Situ Xiaotian, he would have to cultivate for a few more years. Situ Xiaotian was equally pleased with himself. He waved his hand as if he wanted to lift Lin Xian up. However, in the next instant, his expression changed. An enormous pain came from his palm. Buzz buzz, countless sword lights flashed, and the bronze hand below let out cracking sounds. In an instant, it was chopped into pieces. A figure walked out from the shattered bronze palm. What? It was broken. Everyone's pupils shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually walk out. That was the bronze hand. How did he break it? The bronze hand contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It was comparable to a semi-sage tool. So, how had the other party done it? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling slightly. Situ Xiaotian's face was also ferocious. He retracted his palm, his complexion extremely ugly. What, do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked coldly. Although it had only been a few short moves, Situ Xiaotian had suffered a great loss. This undoubtedly showed that this newcomer was very strong. He was ridiculously strong. This fellow was not bad. He was actually able to break through the bronze hand. As expected of the descendant of the great dragon, that sword was too sharp. They didn't expect that Situ Xiaotian would suffer a loss at the other party's hands. If the other party was so strong now, who knew how heaven-defying he would be in the future? Could it be that this was another existence comparable to Misty Peak's northern monster? Everyone discussed spiritedly. They all felt the pressure. And it was an enormous pressure. If this person grew up in the future, he would definitely be a supreme overlord. He was strong, but compared to the northern monster, he was far too lacking. That's right, the northern monster cultivated near Misty Lake all year round. Moreover, it was said that he had already comprehended the misty heavenly steel. With that kind of strength, he was probably abnormally strong. Hearing Lin Xian's words and the surrounding discussions, Situ Xiaotian's face darkened. He revolved his bloodline power, causing the shattered bronze hand to recover once more. However, he didn't make a move. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to defeat this fellow in front of him. Perhaps he would win in the end, but he would also be seriously injured. Moreover, it wasn't certain whether he could completely suppress the other party. I didn't expect that I would misjudge you. I'll let you off this time, but in the future, I'll come back for you. Situ Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Everyone cried out in alarm. Although Situ Xiaotian had spoken ruthlessly, it seemed that he had given up on fighting for a spot this time. This was truly a surprise. It wasn't easy to make Situ Xiaotian give up. At this moment, Su Chen's strength was imprinted in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a light snort came from the sky. Following that, a figure tore through the void and descended. Seeing this figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Then, they respectfully shouted, greeting the First Elder. That's right, the person who came was the white-clothed First Elder. After the First Elder landed, he didn't say anything. The surrounding people were puzzled and looked up. In the next moment, they trembled and then their voices became even more respectful. Greetings, Peak Master, that's... Right, they saw a pair of eyes. A pair of godlike eyes looking down at them. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were equally shocked. They also saw the pair of godlike eyes. Especially Lin Xian, he was even more surprised. The other party's eyes contained a mysterious and unfathomable power that far surpassed them. This was the power of the laws. The dark red divine dragon was shocked. It didn't expect the full moon peak's peak master to be a sage. This little guy's strength was beyond its expectations. The godlike eyes emitted a soul fluctuation. Peak master, you flatter me. This is just a small trick. I've embarrassed myself. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. The godlike eyes continued to emit fluctuations. Alright, since no one has any objections, you can go to the full moon lake to cultivate. This time, you have half a day. Lin Xian clenched his fists and a touch of excitement appeared in his eyes. Finally, he could enter the full moon lake. Well, let's see how much the full moon lake can improve him. Under everyone's envious gaze, Lin Xian soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew toward the full moon lake in front of him. Throughout the process, he felt that the array formation around him was quickly dissipating. It was obvious that the peak master had removed the array formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the full moon lake. Splash. Lin Xian fell into the lake, causing countless splashes. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. They wondered how many waves this little guy could create. The First Elder was full of anticipation. Hearing this, the surrounding monstrous geniuses began to discuss. This guy is very talented. I think he should be able to create 5 waves. No, I think it should be at least 6 waves. Can't you guess more? 7 waves. The Crimson Dragon also understood what was going on. It turned out that after a substance entered the full moon lake, it would react with the energy within. Waves would form on the surface of the lake. The more waves one formed, the higher one's talent and the greater one's future achievements would be. From the looks of it, when the northern monster entered the misty lake, he had created 7 waves. This made the dark red divine dragon look forward to it. It wondered what kind of scene this kid could create. Lin Xian didn't know what everyone was talking about. At this moment, he had already entered the full moon lake. After entering, he exclaimed in a low voice. The energy inside was too pure. He didn't even need to deliberately absorb it. The energy would enter his body. Cultivating here for a day, no, 2 hours, was comparable to cultivating outside for 100 years. Lin Xian was wild with joy. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his palms and instantly summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul transformed into a dragon and circled around him, quickly absorbing the energy inside. At the same time, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art. At the same time, he circulated the 9 yang bodies cultivation technique and quickly cultivated. He didn't have much time. He only had half a day, so he couldn't waste any of it. Boom! Boom, boom. Just as Lin Xian was silently cultivating, outside, a violent wind blew on the surface of the lake. The void cracked open, and thunder fell. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 waves surged in the sky as if they could extinguish everything. Everyone gasped in surprise. The 5 waves appeared almost instantaneously. This kind of scene was truly astonishing. This kid was so powerful. He could instantly activate the 5 layered waves. I wonder if he can continue, perhaps that was his limit. Not necessarily. After waiting for a while, the 6th wave rose into the sky. Everyone exclaimed again. I wonder if the 7th wave will appear. They continued to wait. This time, the wait was longer. However, a large crack appeared in the sky as if the entire sky had been split into 2. The 7th wave rose into the sky again. It appeared. The 7th wave really appeared. Heavens, this guy is comparable to the northern monster. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. Those people were amazed. Situ Xiaotian's eyelids twitched. Their full moon peak actually had an existence comparable to the North Fey. In the next moment, these people were stunned. They noticed that after the 7th wave, an 8th wave had actually condensed, the 8th level. It actually appeared. These people screamed. The elders were also extremely shocked. His opponent had actually surpassed the North Demon. This was simply too unbelievable. The news spread quickly and soon spread to the full moon peak. The misty peak was shrouded in mist. At this moment, countless teleportation portals were activated, and news came one after another. Everyone in Misty Peak was shocked as well. What? Someone actually surpassed the North Yao. Misty Lake. Qingwu sat there cross-legged, her small face somewhat cold. She held a purple array disc in her hand. Runes flickered on its surface, and a message floated over. It was the news of Lin Xian triggering the 7-layered waves. This news caused Qingwu to be extremely shocked. Damn it, this guy is actually able to trigger the 7-layered waves. How was this possible? One had to know that the only person who could cause the 7-fold wave was her brother. However, the other party was also able to do this. It was really shocking. After pouting for a long time, Qingwu took a deep breath and waved her jade-like hand, sending the message into the array disk. Brother, let me tell you a piece of news. That despicable guy has entered the full moon lake. Moreover, he even triggered the 7-layered waves. He's actually the same as you. After the news was sent out, Qingwu waited patiently. After a while, the array disk flickered and countless runes floated out. Along with it was the voice of the North Demon. I didn't expect this guy to be so talented. I really didn't misjudge him. In the future, he will be the opponent that I'm most interested in. The North Demon's voice was a little excited. Qingwu was panting with anger. Don't worry, brother, that guy is definitely not your opponent. You've already left him far behind. Unless he cultivates for another 500 years, he won't have a chance to catch up to you. Just as she finished speaking, Qingwu was stunned. Because another array disk beside her sent a message. Not good, Miss Qingwu. That guy has triggered the 8-layered waves. With a clang, the array disk in Qingwu's hand fell to the ground. She stood up and screamed, What, the 8-layered waves, are you sure? Yes. The voice on the array disk was also filled with shock. For a moment, Qingwu threw it there. Not to mention her, the people of Full Moon Peak were also stunned. When the people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Strategy Peak heard the news, they were also in an uproar. They really didn't expect that Lin Xian would cause such a commotion not long after he entered Full Moon Peak. The 8-layered waves had already surpassed the North Demon. One had to know that the North Demon had also triggered the 7-layered waves back then. On Ethereal Lake's side, Qingwu gritted her teeth. She hurriedly picked up the array disk and quickly sent a voice transmission. Brother, this is bad. That guy actually triggered the 8-layered waves. After sending the voice transmission, Qingwu waited nervously. This time, it took even longer before the North Demon's voice came. The 8-layered waves. I didn't expect this guy's talent to be so good. To be able to trigger the 8-layered waves, the North Demon's voice was also incomparably solemn. It was obvious that the 8-layered waves had also shocked him. That was because it had already surpassed him. Don't worry, brother. So what if he's talented? He's still so weak now. Perhaps he'll be killed by others the moment he enters the stellar realm. The array rotated and countless runes formed an illusion. It looked exactly like the North Demon. The moment the illusion appeared, it stared at Qing Wu and shook its head slightly. You can't be careless. This guy isn't someone who will die so easily. According to what I know, he's not a flower in a greenhouse. He's experienced the harshest of storms and fought his way up from the bottom. Everything he has today was fought for by him bit by bit. You can obtain this if you go and collect some information, therefore, don't underestimate him. This guy might really become the second Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing, the name of the third-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. He was a peerless genius back then. He entered the House of Prodigies and comprehended the full moon wordless steel. He was so strong that he swept through the 8 desolates. No one was his match. However, he was surrounded and killed by countless powerful geniuses on the final ancient path of the stars. That battle was earth-shattering. Blood flowed. It was even rumored that in the end, even the saints took action. Even so, they couldn't do anything to Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing fought with a group of heaven-defying geniuses, including the saints. He killed a path of blood. In the end, a few saints joined forces and killed Yi Guqing. As for the result of that battle, other than Yi Guqing's death, all of the monstrous geniuses who attacked were basically killed. Even among the sages, 1 or 2 of them had perished. This was also the greatest pain of Full Moon Peak. If Yi Guqing had grown into a saint at that time, he probably wouldn't have fallen. Hearing this ancient legend again, Qing Wu's body trembled slightly. Brother, you can't be saying that this kid will really walk on the path of Senior Yi Guqing, right? He can't succeed. Senior Yi Guqing is not only the successor of the Great Dragon, but also has an extremely strong Azure Dragon bloodline. Although this kid is strong, he doesn't have the bloodline power. Moreover, Senior Yi Guqing condensed the 9 heavy waves back then. Moreover, he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If it wasn't for the short time he comprehended it, he wouldn't have fallen. Perhaps, he would have completely comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Qing Wu didn't believe that this hateful kid in front of him could be compared with the famous Yi Guqing. Not only him, but the entire extraordinary scholar mansion was talking about it, especially Full Moon Peak. Many old figures appeared, their bodies trembling. They stared at the full moon lake. There was a trace of expectation in their hearts. Lin Xian was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Could Lin Xian create a second miracle? Around the full moon lake, Situ Xiaotian and the others were stunned. The Great Elder's face was also full of shock. In the sky, the saint's eyes were also flickering. Inside the full moon lake, Lin Xian sat cross-legged at the bottom of the lake. The surrounding energy enveloped him. At the same time, opposite him, the Great Dragon Sword soul was also enveloped by countless energy and quickly absorbed. Time was almost up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He only had half a day here, and more than half had already passed. However, what made him happy was that the Great Dragon Sword soul opposite him was nourished by the energy and recovered again. At this moment, the Great Dragon Sword soul bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The fierce power on it made even Lin Xian, who had the 9-yang divine body, tremble slightly. This power could easily pierce through a powerhouse with 60,000 archaic power, right? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This kind of powerful attack power would be Lin Xian's greatest trump card. In addition, Lin Xian's divine body was also blooming with light. He had already reached the 4th level of the 9-yang divine body. At this moment, with so much energy, his 9-yang divine body had improved again. Although it hadn't broken through to the 5th level, it had reached an unbelievable level. He felt that there weren't many attacks that could hurt him now. Once he broke through to the 5th level, it would be a saint-level body. This was a qualitative leap. Saint level, his body meant his body's body. King's attacks his body. It could be said that the 4th level to the 5th level body. Therefore, breaking through from the 4th layer to the 5th layer was extremely difficult. Full moon lake, the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. At this moment, countless sizes right guching SSS TAVAS. At this moment, the full moon lake already became the center of the prodigy manor. Other than the full moon peak, many people from the other peaks also came. After all, this scene was too terrifying. One had to know that the North Demon, the most powerful monster in the Misty Peak, had only caused 7 waves back then. But now, Lin Xian, a newcomer who had just entered, had caused 8 waves. How could they not be shocked? The time was almost up. This kid should have reached his limit. Someone took a deep breath, and many people quietly wiped off their cold sweat. 8 waves was already very terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't cause 9 waves. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine how surprised they would be. Look, they're here. They were the top few people on the Wanyue list, someone exclaimed. A few figures appeared in the surroundings. They were abnormally powerful, like gods and demons. The full moon list was the ranking of the geniuses on Full Moon Peak. Those who could be on the full moon list were all earth-shattering figures. For example, Situ Xiaotian was on the full moon list. Of course, she couldn't even enter the top 10 of the full moon list. And this time, the ones who appeared were the top 5 on the full moon list. One of them was wearing a black robe. There was a black aura hanging down around him, turning into one shiny rune after another, enveloping him. No one dared to approach the place where he was. Hey Mo, he was ranked 2nd. His demonic skills were monstrous and his strength was terrifying. A newcomer who had just entered and caused such a big commotion. Sooner or later, he would be killed. The Hey Mo flame bloomed with a biting cold killing intent. In his opinion, such a newcomer was simply courting death by doing such a thing. The other party didn't have super strength now, but displayed super talent. He would definitely be targeted. No one would allow such a powerful genius to continue to grow. On the Great Earth path, everyone was an enemy. Maybe one day, this kid would be secretly assassinated. Hearing Heimo's words, everyone trembled. Even Situ Xiaotian's scalp went numb. Heimo not only had terrifying strength, but his character was also cruel. He would attack at the slightest disagreement. Although he wouldn't be killed, he would be seriously injured and his strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, no one dared to provoke Heimo. That was interesting. Not far from Heimo, countless blue frost circled around, forming an ice phoenix that carried a woman. This woman was called Xue Ling, ranked 3rd on the full moon peak. As she chuckled, the power of ice on her body bloomed, freezing the entire world. The bodies of the geniuses trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Damn it, Xue Ling's power of ice has become stronger again. Everyone frantically retreated again. Buzz, a beam of light illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, turning into a human figure that broke the ice that filled the sky. It was a man in green. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were bright and had a strange light. It's him, many people's pupils shrank. He was also a peerless genius called Jifei, ranked 4th. As soon as he appeared, Xue Ling, who was ranked 3rd, narrowed her eyes. The ice on her body became even colder. She knew that this was definitely a powerful enemy. Although the other party's ranking was lower than hers, she didn't dare to be careless. The other party's flying daggers never missed. A few years ago, the other party killed 13 invincible kings with one slash. That battle record was definitely enough to make people tremble. These people were the top geniuses of the full moon peak. Of course, the one ranked 1st didn't come. As for the one ranked 1st, no one was very clear. That was because the other party was too mysterious. He often appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Other than some necessary battles, he basically didn't appear. They only knew that the other party's surname was Huangfu, and his name was Baidian. Huangfu Baidian was in existence even more terrifying than Heimo. He was also the number 1 person on the full moon peak. It was almost time, but this kid still hadn't come out. Above, Heimo frowned, extremely dissatisfied. Hearing this, the others' mouths twitched, but no one dared to refute. In the distance, the eyes of the first elder and the god were fixed on the full moon lake. In fact, in the full moon lake, there were also some powerful geniuses from other mountains. Among them, there were 2 familiar figures. One was Yan Nantian. At this moment, Xianxia was still shrouded in a mysterious halo. He was the successor of the arch, so when he entered, he caused quite a commotion. As for Lin Xian, he was also very serious, so this time, when Lin Xian entered the full moon lake, he also came to watch. The other one was Qing Wu. At this moment, Qing Wu was holding a disc array in her hand, and on it was the North Devil Phantom formed by runes. Brother, that kid really condensed 8 waves. Qing Wu looked at the 8 waves in front of her and gritted her teeth. The North Devil Phantom's eyes were also shining. The North Devil was using an array to watch from afar. He is indeed very strong, and a difficult opponent. The North Devil laughed. Qing Wu snorted coldly. So what? Isn't it just 8 waves? He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Boom. Boom, in front of them, endless air currents rolled, and the 8 waves were even more terrifying. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian took a step forward and merged with the great dragon sword soul. Roar, a loud dragon roar sounded, and the entire full moon lake trembled as if it was about to split open. Not only him, but the entire space was shaking. With a boom, the 9th wave condensed and surged into the 9 heavens. At this moment, the god was shocked, and everyone was stunned. The 9th wave finally appeared, the moment the other party rushed out of the full moon lake, it appeared under his feet. How is this possible? Xianxia's face was full of shock. Yi Fei's expression was serious, and Xue Ling was also stunned. Black Demon's face sank, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. 9 waves, the other party actually condensed 9 waves. It was unbelievable. One had to know that the North Devil had only condensed 7 waves. In history, only one person was able to condense 9 waves. That person was Yi Guqing. He was a powerful existence who had comprehended the full moon wordless steel. If many sages hadn't joined forces to attack him back then, he wouldn't have died. Such a person was simply a mythical existence. But now, someone had actually accomplished the same feat. Not only that, he was also a descendant of the great dragon, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Would he become the second Yi Guqing? In the distance, Xianxia snorted coldly. 9 ancient emperor runes appeared on his body and circled around him, making him look like an emperor. His eyes were fixed on the figure that rushed out of the full moon valley. Lin Xian, his fist glowed with light. On the other side, Qing Wu cried out in alarm. How was this possible? Did he really manage to condense 9 waves? She was truly stunned. The North Demon in the illusion was the same. His eyes were filled with shock. 9 heavy waves, his opponent had really condensed 9 waves, this was simply inconceivable. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Young geniuses, monsters on the Moonwatch list, and geniuses from other valleys. The first elder also sucked in a breath of cold air. His godlike eyes flickered with an incomparably sharp light. It was clear that they had never expected this scene to unfold before their eyes. In their opinion, Lin Xian was famous. He was the descendant of the great dragon, the successor of the 9 sons, and his name shook the world. But those who could come to the house of prodigy, which one of them wasn't extremely talented, there was even a descendant of a great emperor, such an unparalleled genius, the Misty Peak even had the 10,000 demon body, such a peerless monster. It could be said that although Lin Xian's name was shocking, he still couldn't suppress everyone here. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's actions had indeed shocked everyone. 9 heavy waves. That was a realm that even the North Demon hadn't reached. Rumor had it that only the legendary Yi Guqing from tens of thousands of years ago had reached it. And now, Lin Xian had done it again. This was simply a legend, this guy was too powerful. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. Xianxia's hands trembled slightly, Yi Fei's eyes emitted a piercing cold light, and Xue Ling narrowed her eyes. I'm getting more and more interested in this guy. On the other side, the Black Demon, who was like a demon king, had a gloomy expression. Just condensing the 9 heavy waves, so what? His talent isn't bad, but his strength is too weak. In front of me, he can't arouse my interest at all. Although he said that, no matter how he listened, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his words. After all, he couldn't condense the 9 heavy waves either. Xianxia didn't say anything. His eyes flickered with strange runes as he stared at the figure in the distance. On the other side, Jingwu was stunned. Her cherry mouth was wide open. Heavens, what did I just see? This guy actually did it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Am I dreaming, brother? We aren't under an illusion, right? She hugged the disc array in her hand, and the illusory North Demon also took a deep breath. This guy's talent is beyond our imagination. He will definitely be a difficult opponent in the future. That's impossible, brother, you think too highly of him. Qingwu snorted. Isn't it just the 9 heavy waves? It just shows that he has some talent. Besides, the 9 heavy waves might not be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. If he can't comprehend it, he can't be compared to you. Qingwu was still stubborn. However, what she said was not wrong. In the distance, the Great Elder was also extremely excited. The eyes of a saint beside him also flickered with strange fluctuations. It was really a surprise. This kid might really become the second Yi Guqing, the Great Elder said excitedly. Beside him, the godlike eyes emitted fluctuations. It was possible. However, it might not be certain. All of this had to wait until he comprehended the full moon wordless steel. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves and shocked everyone, it was still hard to say whether he could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to it. They really wanted to know if Lin Xian could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. He still wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel? He was overestimating himself. Let's get a spot first. The black demon snorted coldly. The full moon wordless steel was the treasure of the full moon peak. Not everyone could comprehend it. One had to rush to the top 3 of the full moon peak to be qualified to comprehend it. This kid was just a newcomer now. Although he caused the 9 heavy waves, he wanted to rush to the top 3 in a short period of time. It was simply impossible. After all, there was not much time left until the next opening of the full moon wordless steel. This little bit of time was simply insignificant to them. It was not enough for their strength to undergo earth-shattering changes. Therefore, in their opinion, the other party had no hope at all. Lin Xian rushed out of the full moon lake. He let out a long roar and was very happy. This time, although he did not break through, his strength had become stronger. He was even stronger than before. The great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body had also been improved. He saw that there were many figures around him, and their gazes were all on him. Lin Xian frowned. He sensed some powerful energy fluctuations surging over. Among them, 3 figures were the most terrifying. Their strength was far above Situ Shaoyin's. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Mo, Xueling, and Yi Fei. The aura of those 3 people made his blood boil. So terrifying. Who were these 3 people? How was it, kid? The dark red dragon flew over from afar and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian nodded. He had broken through a little. His harvest this time was indeed not small. Then, he asked again, who are those 3 people? Oh, you mean those 3 guys? The dark red dragon glanced behind him, curled his lips, and began to explain to Lin Xian. Soon, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They were the top 5 people on the Moonview roll. In that case, those 3 should be the top few people on the full moon peak, right? The second-ranked Mo, the third-ranked Xueling, and the fourth-ranked Yi Fei. As if sensing Lin Xian's gaze, Yi Fei and Xueling also turned their heads to look at him. In the next moment, their gazes clashed in the sky. With a bang, the void in the middle instantly turned into a black hole. These guys were really perverted. Just the energy produced by their gazes was so terrifying. The surrounding monsters swallowed their saliva. However, Lin Xian was really reckless. He had just entered and dared to provoke Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei and Xueling were fine. Although they were powerful, they were just a little arrogant. However, Mo was very cruel. That kid had made such a big scene today. Mo would probably be unhappy. Sure enough, when Mo saw Lin Xian's gaze, he shouted coldly. A ball of black flames flew out from his eyes. It instantly floated towards Lin Xian. From the looks of it, he was trying to intimidate Lin Xian. F***ck, how shameless. Ambush. The dark red dragon cursed. He didn't try to take it head-on because he could see how terrifying the black flames were. Lin Xian also frowned and used the yin-yang steps to dodge the attack. In the next moment, he turned his head and looked forward. His gaze was fixed on the other party. Your speed is not bad. You actually managed to dodge my black flames. The corners of Black Demon's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, do you think you have the qualifications to taint the wordless steel just because of this, brat? Let's talk about it after a few hundred years. Right now, you don't have the qualifications. Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. It seemed that the Black Demon was indeed angry. This brat was going to be miserable. That was because the Black Demon was extremely powerful. On Moonful Peak, he was second only to Huangfu Beidian. Moreover, his personality was so cruel that he would severely injure people if things didn't go his way. This time, he had set his sights on this Lin brat. He reckoned that the brat would end up in a miserable state. This guy must have eaten gunpowder. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not know the other party. Furthermore, the other party was ruthless from the start. That black flame from before was extremely terrifying. Even a genius like Hua Muzhen would be injured if she was enveloped by that flame. As soon as this guy appeared, he was so ruthless. Could it be that no one cared? He looked in the direction of the Great Elder and found that the Great Elder and the sage were just silently watching the battle. They had no intention of stopping it. It seemed that the rules of the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion were very relaxed. They could fight at will. However, it made sense. After all, this was the entrance to the Great Emperor's Road. The battles on the Great Emperor's Road were extremely tragic. Perhaps the Extraordinary Warrior's Mansion was also based on this point. Therefore, they did not have too many restrictions. Since he knew this point, Lin Xian did not hold back. He frowned. What? Can I comprehend the wordless steel? You have the final say. Who do you think you are? F***ck. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely. This brat actually went against the Black Demon? Was his brain flooded with water? Did he know who he was facing? The ignorant were fearless. It was no wonder that he had just arrived and did not know the Black Demon's name. If he knew that he was facing the Black Demon, the second genius of Moonful Peak, he would probably immediately kneel on the ground in fear. In the distance, the Skyprides were discussing animatedly. The Black Demon's face darkened. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. Therefore, the Black Demon was stunned for a moment when he heard the other party's words. When he came back to his senses, his face was terrifyingly dark. Good, very good. Brat, you are the first one who dares to speak to me like this. What, am I wrong? Are you in charge of the wordless steel? Lin Xian still had his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Regardless of whether it was the Black Demon or the White Demon, since the other party wanted to hurt him, he would not be nice to them. Brat, you don't have to provoke me. To tell you the truth, if you want to comprehend the wordless steel, you have to get a spot. Only the top 3 geniuses of Moonful Peak are qualified to comprehend it. Do you think it's possible for you to do so? So that's how it is. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not know this before. Thank you for telling me the rules. You should be ranked second. If I defeat you, will I be the new second? In that case, I should be qualified. Lin Xian stared at the Black Demon in front of him again. A biting cold sword intent bloomed from his body. Oh my god, he's causing trouble. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people trembled and almost fainted from fright. What is this guy trying to do? Did I hear wrongly? Does he mean to fight the Black Demon? Oh my god, is this kid in the water? It's not just in the water. He's courting death. Who does he think he is? How dare he provoke the Black Demon? The Black Demon was ranked second on Moonful Peak, second only to Huangfu Beidian. He was definitely a supreme figure. He was an existence that could compete with the top geniuses of the other peaks. This kid was talented, but his current strength could not be compared to the Black Demon. He probably could not even block a palm strike from the Black Demon. Everyone guessed. After all, the Black Demon had been famous for a long time, and his strength was too terrifying. When Yi Fei and Xue Ling heard this, they frowned and revealed a trace of shock. They looked at Lin Xian with shock on their faces. They wanted to know where he got his confidence from. You want to attack me? The black demon was stunned, then he sneered. Kid, it seems that you don't know my strength. Do you think that my second ranking is for nothing? Well, I'll teach you a lesson today. The House of Prodigy is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Here, whether you're the descendant of the dragon or the 9 sons, you have to lie down. The black demon's body emitted a monstrous aura. Boundless black flames jumped and covered half of the sky. An extremely terrifying power spread out from it. Those geniuses retreated frantically. Damn it, this guy really angered the black demon. Don't say any more, hurry up and stay away. If the black demon attacked, those who were close would suffer. These people knew very well how terrifying the black demon was. Lin Xian felt this force and was also shocked. It was very strong, but so what? He took a step out. 10,000 rays of sword chi blossomed from his body, turning into a sword cloud, spiraling behind her. The two people's auras continued to rise. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this time, a bolt of lightning streaked across, slashing the void between the two people, forming a large spatial crack, engulfing the two people's auras. Alright, Head Elder spoke up. Lin Xian, for you to be able to condense the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake and recreate the legend, it's really something worthy of celebration. I think highly of you. These words were a kind of affirmation of Lin Xian's heaven and earth phenomenon that he caused previously. After all, for so many tens of thousands of years, only 2 people could do it. Lin Xian was one of them. How could they not be excited? However, Head Elder said again, you've only been at the extraordinary warrior mansion for a short time, why not cultivate for a while first? Want to fight? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When these words came out, everyone sighed. Looks like Head Elder made a move to stop this battle. Indeed, although Head Elder and the rest admired Lin Xian, they did not think that the current Lin Xian had the qualifications to compete with Hei Mo. After all, Hei Mo was an extremely terrifying existence. They did not want Hei Mo to make a move and seriously injure Lin Xian. Since Head Elder spoke, then I'll spare your life today. Kid, you're very lucky to be able to jump around for a few months. But don't worry, after a few months, there will be a competition at the full moon peak. At that time, I'll personally make a move and let you know the rules, is that so? At that time, I'll experience what kind of strength you, the person ranked second, have. If your strength is too weak, I don't mind teaching you how to trample. A cold light burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, their scalps tingling. Was this a challenge? A new kid actually dared to challenge Hei Mo. Although they were going to fight again in a few months, what could change in a few months? Most people shook their heads, thinking that this Lin Xian was really insolent and reckless. Of course, there was also a small group of people who were excited and curious. The dark red divine dragon was one of them. Haha, you bunch of idiots. Just you wait. A few months later, your jaws will definitely drop. He was looking forward to the battle in a few months. I'll be waiting for you. Hei Mo coldly glared at Lin Xian. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a mass of demonic clouds and disappeared into the void. Interesting. I'm looking forward to the competition in a few months. Xueling giggled and also turned into an ice sword, breaking through the void. In the end, Yifei also shot a glance at Lin Xian. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. Following this, the geniuses began to leave. In the sky, the godlike eye slowly disappeared. The Great Elder also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian brought the dark red divine dragon back to the manor. In the following days, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the manor to cultivate. He wanted to stabilize the strength he had gained. After about 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The strength in his body had completely stabilized. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure came into the manor. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately stood up. It was the Great Elder. Lin Xian cupped his fists and shouted. Lin Xian was also shocked by this Great Elder. He could not see through him at all. However, from his perception, he should not be an invincible king. Instead, he should have surpassed the invincible king. Whether he was a sage-to-be or a sage-to-be, he was not sure. Although he did not have any terrifying strength, the more he was like this, the more mysterious he seemed. The Great Elder said with a smile. Kid, have you not gone out for the past few days? No, you have been consolidating your cultivation. Lin Xian shook his head. I have to say, you are quite bold. I have stayed in the House of Prodigies for many years and have seen all kinds of geniuses. However, this is the first time I have seen someone like you who dared to provoke Hamo. It was not that I wanted to provoke him, but he was too much of a bully. I don't even know him. We haven't even met before. He actually used such an attack on me the moment he saw me. If that wisp of black flame fell, I estimate that even a prodigy with 50,000 arcane power would be injured. Tell me, how can I not be angry? Sigh, this Hamo is indeed arrogant and overbearing. The Great Elder sighed and then changed the topic. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I will take you to a place. Where to, you will know when you get there. The Great Elder waved his sleeve, and countless laws enveloped Lin Xian, bringing him away from the spot. Lin Xian followed the Great Elder. He did not bring the dark red dragon nor the snow-white monkey. These two guys had already run out and no one knew where they went to harm people. The Great Elder was very fast. It was so fast that Lin Xian could not believe it. He knew that this was the speed of laws. Soon, the two of them arrived at the back mountain. There was no one here, but there were many teleportation arrays. The Great Elder brought Lin Xian to a teleportation array. Buzz, the two of them disappeared from the teleportation array. When the two of them appeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes wide and looked in front of him in disbelief. In front of him, it was bright and full of light. Those who did not know would think that they had arrived at the immortal world. Countless jade palaces sat on the ground, emitting a holy light. There were strange flowers and herbs growing around, emitting a strong fragrance. Great Elder, you didn't bring me to the immortal world, right? Lin Xian was shocked. Hee hee. The Great Elder laughed. It would be great if it was really the immortal world. How could we have a place that even the Great Emperor had never been to? Don't think too much. This was a secret realm of the House of Prodigies. Lin Xian saw that there were figures entering the palaces in front of him. Lin Xian even met a few of them. He had seen them at the Full Moon Lake before. They were a little familiar. It seemed that this was not a paradise on earth, but a special place of the House of Prodigies. Let's go. Don't be in a daze here. The Great Elder brought Lin Xian forward. Lin Xian followed behind. Walking on the stairs, light flowed under his feet, emitting turbulent energy. Lin Xian felt a strong spiritual energy rushing towards him. He raised his head and saw a plaque on top of the huge palace. Two words were written in flamboyant calligraphy. Moon Palace. In front of the main hall of the Moon Palace, there was a Taoist sweeping the floor. The old man's hair was messy and his face was pale. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, as if he was an ordinary person. Even his sweeping movement was very slow. It was as if he had one foot in the grave and would die at any time. For such an ordinary old man to appear in this fairyland-like palace, it was particularly eye-catching. Lin Xian could not help but take a few more glances. However, he frowned. Even if he used the Tianji God eyes, he could not see what was special about this old man. It was as if he was really an ordinary person. Go in and see if there are any opportunities. The Great Elder waved his hand and said. Lin Xian nodded, turned around, and walked towards the Moon Palace. Soon, his figure disappeared from the Moon Palace. The Great Elder took a deep breath and looked at the Taoist priest in front of him. Then, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder. This time, the full moon peak might have a turning point. Someone might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless deal. Hearing this, the Taoist priest in front of him said indifferently without raising his head. Oh, are you talking about the little guy who just went in? His voice was also very light, without any energy fluctuations or the power of laws. This made people very suspicious. Who exactly was this old man? However, before the Great Elder could say anything, the old Taoist priest nodded. That little guy is not bad. I can feel at least 3 powerful energy fluctuations in his body. It seems that this little guy has a lot of secrets. 3? I don't know about that. I only know that he is the successor of the great dragon and the successor of the 9 sons. Is that so? No wonder. The great dragon's sword and the 9 sons' divine body are indeed worthy of their reputation. However, his eyes were also very strange. The old Taoist priest did not look at Lin Xian from the beginning to the end, but now, he seemed to have seen through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also have secrets? The great elder was surprised. He really did not know about this. However, he did not intend to delve into it. After all, he knew that these people were all geniuses. Who didn't have secrets? Lin Xian walked in. The interior was still colorful, like an immortal palace. Not long after, a black shadow suddenly charged towards him, giving Lin Xian a fright. He subconsciously raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boom, he struck out with his palm. The void trembled, and the impact was vast and mighty. This palm strike of his could instantly blow apart an invincible king. However, the thing in front of him did not shatter. It only took a step back, which surprised Lin Xian. So powerful. Who is this person? His physique is too strong. He was even stronger than the prodigies of the primeval theocrats. However, when Lin Xian saw the black figure in front of him, he was completely stunned. The black shadow in front of him was too strange. It had a mysterious aura flowing around its body and a pair of jade-like wings on its back. They didn't look like humans at all. 10,000 ancient races? Lin Xian frowned. Wang, at this moment, not far from him, another figure with a pair of white jade wings flew over. Its opponent was a woman. She held a red sword in her hand and slashed out 3 sword flashes. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forcing the figure to retreat. At the same time, she turned to look at Lin Xian with a face full of surprise. You're new? My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you? And what was this thing in front of him, Lin Xian? You're that Lin Xian. This time, the woman in red was surprised. She curiously sized up the young man in front of her. He looks handsome, but there's nothing special about him. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. What's special about me? The woman in red smiled and said, You don't know, but the news about you has spread on the full moon peak. Everyone is saying that you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian was speechless. Didn't he just create the 9 heavy waves at the full moon lake? Was there a need to spread such rumors, 3 heads and 6 arms? He wasn't from the 10,000 ancient races either. Looking at the speechless Lin Xian, the woman in red smiled and said, My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Yanan. Fairy Liu, can you tell me what kind of monster this is? As he spoke, Lin Xuani struck out with his palm again. The golden palm turned into a huge seal and blasted forward violently. The figure on top of it blasted him back again. They're called moon shadow beings. I don't know how they came about, but they contain mysterious power. We fight with them to increase our combat experience and hone ourselves. Moreover, speaking till here, Liu Yanan slashed out a few more times, causing that moon shadow person to tremble. A mysterious aura flickered on the moon shadow being's body and poured into Liu Yanan's body. This is the second benefit, absorbing their power to strengthen oneself. This is a very pure power, the essence of the moon. Don't worry. You just need to absorb it into your body and refine it. By the way, this should be your first time coming to the Moon Palace, right? You definitely haven't gone to the Moon Soul Stone. Go to the Moon Soul Stone first, condense the Moon Soul in your body, and then come back to absorb the essence of the moon. Lin Xian was surprised by all of this. As expected of the full moon peak, the things inside were too profound. He walked forward. Along the way, he saw many people fighting with these moon shadow beings. As long as they defeated these moon shadow beings, they could absorb the essence of the moon from these moon shadow beings. After walking for a while, Lin Xian frowned. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation in front of him. He couldn't help but speed up. Soon, he came to the front. In front of him was a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a crescent-shaped stone suspended in midair. It was as white as jade and emitted rays of light that hung down. It was very mysterious. This should be the Moon Soul Stone. Lin Xian's arrival attracted the attention of many people around. In the next moment, they were discussing animatedly. It's that kid. Who is he? He's that Lin Xian. What? That Lin Xian who has 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that he's going to condense the moon soul. There were many people sitting cross-legged around. They were facing the moon soul stone and seemed to be absorbing the power on it. However, this distance made the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitch a little. Damn, isn't it too far? Those who didn't know would think that these people were doing something. No one dared to get close to the moon soul stone and could only absorb it from afar. Even so, the monstrous geniuses were satisfied with what they had. Could it be that this moon soul stone was so powerful and terrifying? Lin Xian didn't believe it and prepared to walk forward. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the geniuses in the distance changed. This kid is really bold, heh? Does he think that he can be presumptuous here just because he can condense the 9 heavy waves? Let's see how he dies, many people gloated. In the distance, Lu Yanan also exclaimed when she saw this scene. Lin Xian, be careful, don't get too close. This moon soul is very strange. If you get too close, it can directly penetrate your soul. Directly penetrate the soul. After Lin Xian heard this, he also stopped in his tracks. His expression became serious as he looked at the moon soul stone in front of him. When the surrounding people heard this, they sighed. Damn it, who was the one who tipped them off? They originally wanted to watch a show, however, when they saw the woman in red in the distance, they immediately shrunk their necks in fear and didn't dare to speak anymore. Outside, the first elder waved his hands. In front of him, countless laws condensed and formed a small ball of light. What was displayed on the ball of light was Lin Xian's current state. At this moment, in addition to the first elder, the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor also raised his head. His turbid eyes were also looking at the ball of light in front of him. What was this kid trying to do? Was he really going to get close? What a joke! Who did he think he was? Even top prodigies like Yi Fei and Xue Ling did not dare to get too close. Not to mention him, but that might not be the case. This kid had set off the 9 waves and created a legend. Perhaps he would have a way. The surrounding prodigies discussed animatedly. However, most of them shook their heads. If you say he can do it in a few decades, I believe you. If you say he can do it now, I won't believe you. Lin Xian ignored the people around him. He only had eyes for the moon soul stone in front of him. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward again. Is this guy listening to me? Behind him, the woman in red frowned when she saw the scene. Forget it, I'll ignore him. It's good to let him suffer a little so that he won't be so arrogant again. Indeed, in the eyes of these prodigies, Lin Xian was indeed too arrogant. First, he provoked the black demon, and now he was trying to get close to the moon soul stone. Which one of those things did not scare these people out of their wits? No one else dared to do it, but this kid did it one after another. If that was not arrogance, then what was? Perhaps he would only be able to calm this fellow down after suffering a little. Lin Xian had only taken 2 steps when he felt an immense pressure surging towards him from the front, wanting to crush him to death. This pressure was not only on his body, but also his soul. No wonder that was the case. No wonder those top prodigies did not dare to get too close. Even a prodigy would not be able to withstand an injury to his soul. Moreover, if he was not careful, he might be killed on the spot. Now, he finally understood why the people around him were so far away and did not dare to get close. He also knew why the woman in red behind him reminded him. However, that was for others. These people might not be able to do it, but for Lin Xian, it might not be the case. He really didn't believe in this evil. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and walked forward. The dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a wave of sword chi surrounded his body as he slashed forward. The great dragon sword soul's attack was unparalleled. It could cut through everything. Even though the moon soul stone had terrifying power, it was still cut open by the great dragon sword soul. Although the speed of the slash was very slow, it was already very shocking. Golden light blossomed in Lin Xian's eyes. Sensing this scene, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he slowly walked forward. This brat really didn't know what was good for him. He had already warned him not to go over, but he refused to listen. Who did he think he was? He was too arrogant. Did he think that he could be arrogant anywhere just because he caused the 9 heavy waves? In the Moon Soul Stone, he wouldn't even know how he died. These people sneered. The woman in red behind him also shook her head. She didn't think that Lin Xian would succeed. Perhaps after 2 steps, the other party would vomit blood and fly back. But soon, these people were stunned. What's going on? He actually took 5 steps forward, damn it. How did this kid do it? Impossible, I don't believe it. The surrounding people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. At the rear, the woman in red was also stunned. How could this be? The other party actually took 5 steps, in Yu's opinion. The other party was strong and had the 9 yang divine body, but he could only take 2 steps at most. If he went any further, he would be injured. But now, the other party took 5 steps in one breath. What was even more strange was that the other party was not injured. Damn it, this was really strange. Could it be that the Moon Soul Stone didn't affect him? How was that possible? Who would go and test if the Moon Soul Stone's function had failed? These people were very confused. I'll do it. One of the gray-clothed young men turned into a ray of light and flew out. He had only taken a few steps when he vomited blood and flew back. His face was extremely pale. At the next moment, he got up and cursed crazily. Damn it, who told me to go? Who said that it was useless? I'm going to fight it out with him. This guy had rushed too fast and was severely injured. He hurriedly retreated far away and swallowed a pill to heal his injuries. When the others saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The Moon Soul Stone was still terrifying, but why was that kid fine? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Outside the main hall, the first elder and the Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor looked at the light ball in front of them in shock. The first elder gasped. The Taoist priest's turbid eyes shone with a strange light. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian walked forward. Gradually, his expression turned solemn because he felt an enormous pressure. At this moment, he was 30 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone in front of him, but there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands stopping him. The resistance in front of him became stronger. And it was very terrifying. It wanted to crush him. Although he had the great dragon sword soul to open the way, his speed was much slower than before. Moreover, the surrounding terrifying aura was surging toward him from all directions. Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the 9 yang divine body. At the same time, golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. Just like that, Lin Xian walked another 10 meters and stopped 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. He did not walk forward anymore. Instead, he stood still. This scene made all the geniuses in the main hall gulp. The woman in red behind him was also stunned. Her body was trembling slightly. Damn it, is this the guy from the legends? He really has 3 heads and 6 arms. She was not an ordinary person. She was also one of the top geniuses on the moon-gazing list. Her strength was above Situ Xiaoyan's. She did not see the incident at the moon-gazing lake with her own eyes, but the entire moon-gazing peak had spread. Naturally, she had also heard about it. It was rumored that the young man who had just entered had stirred up the 9 heavy waves and created a legend. He had shocked everyone. Moreover, it was said that the kid had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very magical. Lu Yanan was very curious about such a person. Finally, she saw him just now. However, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms like she had imagined. Instead, he was a handsome young man. Other than that, she did not see anything special about him. But now, she saw it. He was actually 20 meters away from the Moon Soul Stone. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that when she was in front of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed the Moon Soul, she could see up to 80 meters away. As far as she knew, Yi Fei and Xue Ling were only 60 to 70 meters away from her. Even He Mo, the famous and terrifying existence of the moon-gazing peak, had condensed the Moon Soul from 50 meters away. Who would condense the Moon Soul from 20 meters away like that? He was simply courting death. In Lu Yanan's opinion, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to do that. Even the number 1 Huangfu Badian could not do it. But now, she saw with her own eyes that someone had successfully done it. She wondered how long it would take for him to condense the Moon Soul. Back then, she took 3 months to condense it. She was ranked 9th on the full moon peak and was considered a super genius. Those who were ranked higher than her, such as Yi Fei and Xue Ling, took 1.5 months. The HMO seemed to have taken only 1 month to condense it. I wonder how long this kid will take. The surrounding geniuses were also shocked. Looking at his terrifying appearance, I think he should be able to condense it in a month. No way, 1 month? Wouldn't he be able to catch up with the HMO? At the mention of the HMO, these geniuses trembled. They had no choice. The HMO was too terrifying. He was like a shadow that pressed down on them until they couldn't breathe. It's impossible. He shouldn't be able to compete with the HMO in the sea. I think he should take about a month to condense it. These people discussed. Even if he condensed it in more than a month, it was still a shocking matter. After all, Yi Fei and the others were extremely terrifying existences in their eyes. Lin Xian stood in front of them with a serious expression. He could feel a mysterious power coming from the Moon Soul Stone. It wanted to enter his body and tear his body apart. Especially his soul, it was under great pressure. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. Golden runes appeared in his eyes, floating and spinning rapidly. Buzz, he absorbed the energy of the Moon Soul Stone and condensed it quickly in his body. However, he didn't know where the others condensed it. His power was rapidly condensing in his left eye. More and more of it formed a small light spot, and it was gradually growing bigger. What a strange and mysterious energy, Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the energy of the Moon Soul Stone to be produced in his heavenly secret divine eye. At the same time, the golden runes in his heavenly secret divine eye were spinning rapidly as if they were very happy. Lin Xian had never seen this scene before. This made his heart tremble. He took another step forward. No way, this kid wants to move forward. Does he want to die? This time, those people screamed again. Behind him, Lu Yanan also exclaimed. 20 meters was already a miracle, but the other party actually wanted to go 10 meters forward? This was something that even Huangpu Beidian, who was ranked first, couldn't do. As expected, after Lin Xian took a step forward, the bones in his body emitted cracking sounds. The Nine Suns' divine body also suffered a great impact. He coldly snorted, and his divine body bloomed with light, forcibly withstanding the pressure. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and formed a dragon-shaped sword shadow. It rushed forward and broke through the mysterious power. 1 step, 2 steps, Lin Xian once again walked forward. When he reached 10 meters, the power of the Nine Yang divine body and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit could no longer walk forward. However, at this moment, his heavenly fate divine eye started to emit a mysterious light as it rotated slowly. He seemed to have communicated with the Moon Soul in front of him. He felt that the pressure around him had suddenly lightened, as if it had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that the heavenly secret divine eyes were somehow related to the Moon Soul Stone? He didn't know, but he walked forward without hesitation. Finally, he arrived before the Moon Soul Stone. At this distance, he only needed to stretch out his hand to touch the Moon Soul Stone. My heavens, this scene caused everyone to be stupefied. He actually arrived in front of the Moon Soul Stone. Damn it, how did this kid do it? The people in the hall were about to go crazy. Behind them, Lu Yanan also opened her cherry mouth wide as if she had seen a ghost. Outside, the first elder's pupils shrank. The Taoist who was sweeping the floor also trembled, and a shocking light burst out from his turbid eyes. He could actually walk to the front, it was really surprising. Huangfu Beidian couldn't do it, and the North Demon couldn't do it, but he did it. The first elder was also shocked. How long would it take him to condense the Moon Soul? At this rate, he would probably be able to do it in a few days. The first elder muttered to himself. The Taoist who was sweeping the floor at the side also spoke. Back then, Yi Guqing only took a day to condense the Moon Soul. One day, this was really shocking news. One had to know that even a terrifying monster like the Black Demon had to spend a month, but Yi Guqing only took a day tens of thousands of years ago. The gap between them was simply too great. No wonder Yi Guqing could comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. How long would it take Lin Xian to condense the Moon Soul now? Lin Xian looked at the Moon Soul Stone in front of him, and his eyes flickered. He reached out his hand and gently touched it. He felt a shocking force that wanted to open his palm. With a cold shout, the golden hand emitted a light, and there was even a dragon-shaped sword chi surrounding it to block the aura. His palm landed on the moon soul stone. Buzz, a shocking force erupted, and the surrounding monsters in the distance fled frantically. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? Is he crazy? The light emitted by the moon soul stone was too sharp. At this moment, it was as if it had transformed into a full moon that stood above the 9 heavens. It pressed down on everyone. With a plop, the surrounding monsters were pressed to the ground, and their faces were pale. Lu Yanen's expression changed drastically. She shouted, and countless red sword shadows surrounded her body, forming a red lotus that wrapped around her. It resisted the pressure of the full moon in the sky. The great elder who was watching in the dark was shocked. The moon soul stone had been activated. The Taoist priest who was sweeping the floor did not say anything, and his eyes were fixed on the screen. The moon soul stone had indeed been activated, and Lin Xian did not expect it to be like this. Could it be that it was not a stone? What exactly was it? He did not know, but he felt a great pressure. Even with the strength of the 9 yang divine body, it was on the verge of cracking under the pressure. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian resisted with all his might, and the moon soul stone became more and more mysterious. It was as if it had really turned into a moon that wanted to crush everything mercilessly. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes spun crazily, and the golden runes quickly combined, emitting a mysterious aura. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled, and he saw a scene in front of him. Above the endless plains, there was a full moon. The moon hanging high in the sky was so big that it was unbelievable. It was like a star in front of him, and he could not see the end of it. What kind of scene was this? Lin Xian was stunned. Time passed slowly. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, and finally, 2 hours had passed. Lin Xian's body trembled, and all of the illusions disappeared. In his left eye, endless golden runes wrapped around the essence of the moon and quickly condensed, forming a crescent moon pattern that was reflected in his eye. Buzz, as soon as the crescent moon pattern appeared, endless moonlight rushed towards Lin Xian's left eye and wrapped around him. Boom, once again, the surrounding monsters were pushed back. The moon soul stone retracted its terrifying aura and floated in the air again. What's going on? What happened? Those people were stunned. Could it be that he condensed the moon soul? What a joke! Those prodigies screamed. Is this a joke? How can he condense the moon soul in 2 hours? I don't believe it. They really didn't believe it. The black demon took a month, but Lin Fan only took 2 hours. Lu Yanen didn't believe it either. However, outside, the first elder and the Taoist priest were stunned. The first elder's hands were trembling a little. 2 hours, he actually condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. How did he do it? To be honest, the first elder was indeed shocked because the previous Yi Guqing, a terrifying prodigy, also took a day to condense the moon soul. Lin Xian had only used 2 hours to do it. The Taoist priest took a deep breath and stared at the screen. His eyes were very mysterious. Perhaps he had some kind of bloodline or inheritance, but he still couldn't figure it out. His eyes? The first elder gasped. But no matter what, Lin Xian condensed the moon soul in 2 hours, which really shocked them. Not only did he scare them, but he also created another legend. Not to mention him, even the peak leader would be shocked when he knew about it. Inside the moon palace, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and returned to normal. He turned around and walked into the distance. The surrounding prodigies were puzzled. Did this kid condense the moon soul? I don't know. Did he give up, or did he succeed? What a joke. He can't possibly succeed in 2 hours. Even a god can't do it. Those people shook their heads. In their opinion, could it be that this guy had suffered some kind of injury before? Who asked this brat to act tough and get so close to me? He must have been injured. That must be it. Lu Yanen was also surprised. Just as she was about to ask what happened to Lin Xian, a figure walked over beside her. As soon as the figure entered, he scanned the surroundings. When he stared at Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, it's actually you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing this, Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look ahead. He frowned. Who are you? The other party was a stranger. He didn't recognize him. Moreover, he had just arrived at Full Moon Peak not long ago. Other than Situ Xiaotian and Black Devil, he had not offended anyone. Who was this person? Could he be a subordinate of the Black Demon? I've long heard that you've joined Full Moon Peak, but I've never had the chance to see you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. What's going on? Yuan Kuei was actually going to attack. Oh heavens, Yuan Kuei is attacking Lin Xian. The surrounding geniuses crawled up from the ground. Before they could recover from their shock, they were already screaming. Yuan Kuei, this kid didn't offend you, did he? Lu Yanan, who was at the side, also frowned. Yuan Kuei coldly snorted. This kid killed the #1 genius of the war race, Zhan Wushuang. My celestial race and the war race have always been on good terms. I naturally have to avenge Zhan Wushuang. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No wonder someone from the celestial race was like this. Yuan Kuei was also a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the war race. From the looks of it, he really wanted to stand up for Zhan Wushuang this time. Since you want to stand up for him, then cut the crap and attack. Lin Xian looked at Yuan Kuei, his body emitting a biting cold-killing intent. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid actually dared to attack Yuan Kuei. Lu Yanan was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't know how powerful Yuan Kuei was. Therefore, she explained, kid, think carefully. Yuan Kuei is ranked 15th on Full Moon Peak. His strength is above Situ Xiaotian. Situ Xiaotian is ranked 20th. Can you do it? If you can't, I'll help you stop him. Ranked 15th? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I want to see what's so special about a person ranked 15th. To be honest, he really wanted to see. He had seen Situ Xiaotian's strength. He wondered how Yuan Kuei would fare. However, no matter how strong Yuan Kuei was, he wasn't afraid. Previously at Full Moon Lake, his strength had already increased. Now, he had just condensed the Moon Soul. He could use this opportunity to feel what kind of mysterious power the Moon Soul had. You don't know the difference between life and death. Do you think you can contend against me just by condensing the 9 heavy waves? Kid, talent is talent. Strength is strength. Before you grow, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs, Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. A halberd appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it shattered the void. It seemed that he wanted to directly attack in the Moon Palace. There shouldn't be a problem to attack here, right? Lin Xian looked at Lu Yanan. Lu Yanan said, no problem. This Moon Palace is very mysterious. Even a half-step saint can't break it. There shouldn't be any problem if you two fight. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Lin Xian was afraid that the Moon Palace was too weak and he couldn't use his full strength. Since it could withstand the attack of a half-step saint, he could attack to his heart's content. You don't know the difference between life and death. Take my attack. Yuan Kuei shouted coldly. He stomped his foot, causing a loud bang. The entire Moon Palace shook. At the same time, a piercing light erupted from his body. The halberd in his hand swung like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. The entire void was instantly split in half. Clang, Lin Xian waved his golden fist and performed the 9 Suns' divine fist. He turned into a golden light and collided with the halberd. After the attack, Lin Xian withdrew his fist. Yuan Kuei withdrew his halberd. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely gloomy. Good kid, you're strong enough. No wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. However, it's not enough. Yuan Kuei attacked again. Lin Xian contended against him. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Fortunately, the lunar palace was mysterious enough that it was not broken. Even so, the surrounding skyprides were stunned. He could actually fight against Yuan Kuei. That's impossible, right? Yuan Kuei was a super existence ranked 15th. This kid is strong, but how can he be so strong? Damn it. Yuan Kuei roared angrily. After fighting for so long, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This made him lose face. Therefore, he was ready to use his trump card. Kid, I'll let you see the power of my moon spirit. A crescent moon appeared on his arm. Buzz, a vast amount of energy burst out from his body. The punch was like a god's fist, destroying everything. At this moment, the power of the moon essence filled the air as if it was going to split the world. Oh no, it seems that Yuan Kuei is really angry. He even used the power of the moon spirit. He's bullying me. Who asked this kid to show off? He had just arrived and hadn't condensed the moon spirit. Therefore, he was no match for Yuan Kuei. Lu Yanan frowned. She was ready to save Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a monster. She wanted to befriend him and make him a powerful friend in the future. Perhaps he would be able to help her once in the future. Before Lu Yanan could make a move, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Moon Soul, alright, I want to see it too. As he spoke, the golden runes in his left eye shone and turned into a full moon. Whoosh. A ray of light flew out. It's useless. You can't break the power of my moon soul. Yuan Kuei sneered, but soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. He even became terrified. Because he realized that the golden light from Lin Xian's eye also contained the power of the moon essence. Moon soul. How can you have it? That's impossible. He was going crazy. Lin Xian had just arrived. How many days has it been? He condensed the moon soul in such a short time? How is that possible? One had to know that Hei Mo had also condensed it for a month, so he couldn't figure it out. With a bang, the fist shattered. Not only that, half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Yuan Kuei's face was full of horror. Lu Yanan was stunned. Initially, he had wanted to make a move to save Lin Xian. But she didn't expect that to be the result. Not only her, but everyone around was stunned. The power of the moon soul. He actually used the power of the moon soul. How is that possible? Could it be that he condensed the moon soul in the 2 hours just now? These people are crazy. Previously, they saw Lin Xian standing in front of the moon soul stone for 2 hours and then he left. They didn't think that he could condense it. They thought that he was still injured. But now, he used the power of the moon soul, which made them realize that he had condensed the moon soul. He condensed it in 2 hours. What the F***ck, this was simply a legend. Thump, many people fainted. It was too shocking. Lu Yanan was also stunned. Her body was trembling. 2 hours? Is he human? Monster was no longer enough to describe him. Everyone in the hall was frightened by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Moon Soul's power to be so strong. It seemed that this was really an unexpected surprise. In the next moment, his eyes returned to normal, and he said indifferently. What, do you want to continue? Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to use the power of the moon spirit to suppress the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would know how to do it too. This really scared him. Without saying a word, he hurriedly fled. His speed was so fast that it was unexpected. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Lu Yanan and the people around her. He frowned. Hey, what's with that expression? Didn't he just defeat Yuan Kuei? Was it really that surprising? To be honest, he did not think that Yuan Kuei was a match for him. Even if he did not use the power of the moon spirit, he could still defeat Yuan Kuei. But now, these people were looking at him, trembling in fear. What was the meaning of this? Did he look down on him so much? However, he was wrong. The other party was not surprised by his strength, but by his moon soul. Lu Yanan swallowed her saliva and then braced herself. Did you really condense the moon soul? Lin Xian nodded. 2 hours. Yes, was it very difficult? Lin Xian was not particularly satisfied. In his opinion, 2 hours was too long. However, after hearing this, the surrounding elites immediately knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. The corners of Lu Yanan's mouth twitched. Brother, don't be so harsh. Lin Xian was even more confused, but he soon understood. Lu Yanan was almost crying as she said, "Did you know that Hamo, the second-ranked elite of the full moon peak, took an entire month to condense the moon soul? It took me 3 months to condense it. You condensed it in 2 hours. Are you still human?" Lin Xian was speechless. He was stunned. To be honest, he really did not expect that he would create another legend. In his opinion, it was not very difficult to condense the moon soul. 1 hour was a little long, but others should be able to do it in a few hours. He did not know that Hamo took a month to condense it. Oh my god, the difference is indeed a little big. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. Did I hurt you? Lu Yanan was speechless. The elites were speechless. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He heard the Great Elder's voice transmission. He ignored these people and walked out of the Moon Palace. "Great Elder, are you looking for me?" When he came in front of the Great Elder again, he realized that the Taoist priest was still there. However, the Taoist priest's aura seemed to have changed. "Lin Xian, you really surprised me. You only took 2 hours to condense the moon soul." The Great Elder was excited. Even the Taoist priest beside him was excited. Lin Xian also had an innocent look on his face. "I didn't do it on purpose. How could I have thought that 2 hours would cause such a commotion?" The Great Elder's mouth twitched. "Do you know that Yi Guqing took an entire day to condense the moon soul? What kind of commotion was that?" "You actually took 2 hours," Elder Zhang didn't want to say anything. Lin Xian was also surprised. Yi Guqing took an entire day. This time, he was really shocked. To be honest, he didn't care about the black demons at all. However, Yi Guqing was different. He didn't expect that the time he took to condense the moon soul was much shorter than Yi Guqing. However, he also knew that it should be because of the heavenly secret divine eyes. "Bring him to that place," the Taoist priest beside him said in a deep voice. The Great Elder was stunned. "Isn't it a little too early?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "A peerless genius can't be judged by common sense. Now, he's completely qualified to enter that place." "Alright, I understand." Elder Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian again. "Come with me." As he spoke, the laws on his body enveloped Lin Xian. "Great Elder, where are we going?" Lin Xian was very surprised. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the clouds. Gradually, they flew higher and higher. Lin Xian could no longer see below. His soul couldn't feel it either. He could only see the scenery below clearly by activating the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened. "This is?" He realized that the moon palace below was gradually becoming smaller. Soon, a shadow appeared. "This is? Is this the moon?" Lin Xian was stunned. "I actually came to the outer realm. And that mysterious moon palace is actually built on the moon." "That's right, this is indeed the moon. It's just a small moon. In the sky, there are many stars that are similar to the moon. This is one of the smaller ones. It has been transformed by our House of Wonders into a secret realm." The Great Elder's voice floated over. Lin Xian was excited. It was his first time coming to the outer realm. Because if one didn't become a sage, it was impossible to come to the outer realm. The reason why he could come was because he was surrounded by countless law runes. Except for the huge moon below, the other twinkling stars were very weak. The entire universe was dark. He saw a star in the distance. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. The light and aura emitted from it were too powerful, far surpassing the moon below. That was the true spirit world, which was also the origin star. It was impossible to see its original appearance from the sky. You couldn't see it clearly, not even a sage. The Great Elder said, "Let's go, I'll take you to another place." Countless Tao runes intertwined under his feet, forming a spirit boat, carrying the two of them and flying into the distance. In the dark universe, a ray of light streaked across. After flying for a long time, the Great Elder stopped. Lin Xian looked around curiously. This place was very unfamiliar. There were many stars around, and the power they emitted was too terrifying. "Do you see the 4 stars in the distance?" The great elder pointed to the distance and said. Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded his head and golden light circled his eyes. It was called the Four Soul Stars. On the 4 stars, there were places for cultivation. A star was equivalent to a world. Using a world as a cultivation ground, this extraordinary scholar manor was really generous. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, the extraordinary scholar manor was far beyond those sacred grounds. The first star was called the Red Refining Star, a world of fire. The second blue star was called the Ice Refining Star, a world of ice. The third was the Gold Refining Star. The fourth was called the Earth Refining Star. These 4 worlds represented different directions of cultivation. Which one would you like to enter? The great elder continued. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, He Mo, you have already met them. Among them, Xue Ling went to the Ice Refining Star, Yi Fei went to the Gold Refining Star, and He Mo went to the Fire Refining Star. There was no difference between these 4 stars. It was just a matter of which one was suitable for you. Lin Xian thought for a while and didn't choose immediately. Instead, he asked, I want to know, which star did Senior Yi Guqing choose? The great elder took a deep look at Lin Xian, then shook his head. He didn't choose any of these 4 stars. He didn't choose any of them? Lin Xian was stunned. The great elder pointed at the void in the middle of the 4 stars. He chose that one. Lin Xian was taken aback at first, then he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked into the void. The next moment, he was extremely shocked. There, he discovered another star. However, it was very dim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Xian even suspected that if he hadn't used his heavenly fate god eye, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a star there. Not only was this star well hidden, but more importantly, Lin Xian discovered that it was actually cracked. More than half of the entire planet had been split open. Only 1/3 of it was still intact. In that world, there should be an incomparably terrifying canyon. As if seeing the confusion in Lin Xian's eyes, the first elder explained that the canyon had been split open by someone's sword. What? It was split open by someone. Was there someone who could split open a world of stars with a single sword strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to do that. An image appeared in his mind. A peerless figure, like a sword god, waved his hand and opened up a world of stars with a single sword strike. How spectacular was that? He clenched his fists and even trembled with excitement. He really hoped that one day, he would also be able to reach such strength. In the blink of an eye, the world had been reduced to ashes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian took a deep breath. Alright, then I'll go to the star that was split open. That star was called the Dark Star. It was a wasted star and could basically be considered abandoned. The dangers in that place were much more dangerous than those in the other 4 planets. Therefore, he had to be careful. The great elder waved his hand and threw a token to Lin Xian. Take it. When you return, you can activate the array formation above the ruins and directly teleport back to the full moon peak. Don't work too hard. As for the rest, you can explore it yourself. After the great elder finished speaking, he waved his embroidered robe. Lin Xian was wrapped in countless runes and laws as he rushed forward. He turned into a torrent and landed below the ruins with a bang. When he entered the world of ruins, the law of runes on his body disappeared. Around him, endless astral winds blew. It was extremely terrifying. These astral winds could easily tear through the void. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they made earth-shaking sounds. Lin Xian immediately activated the 9-yang divine body to resist the terrifying astral winds. At the same time, he adjusted his body and flew in the air. He probed with his soul and sensed his surroundings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The spiritual energy here was very chaotic. Indeed, although he had not comprehended the laws, he could still sense the power of various attributes. It was too chaotic. It was not a suitable place for cultivation at all. However, since Yi Guqing had come, it meant that there was value in this place. Lin Xian decided to investigate. His body swayed, and countless sword lights surged out from his body, destroying the surrounding astral winds. His entire body turned into a meteor and rushed down. Whoosh, after landing, he looked around. The ground beneath his feet was grayish-brown. The surroundings were also gray. The mountains were gray, and the leaves were gray. The plants were also gray. It was as if the entire world had lost its vitality and luster. The surrounding space was filled with an oppressive and indescribable power. He did not doubt that if a weak person stayed here for a period of time, they would probably go crazy and collapse. Fortunately, his soul was strong and his willpower was firm, so the oppressive force around him did not affect him. Lin Xian looked around, but he did not find the great crack. It seemed that he was not at the place where the crack in the canyon bone was. However, he really wanted to see what the sword looked like. After flying for about 7 or 8 days, Lin Xian stopped. He saw a huge crack in front of him. He could not see the end of it. Moreover, it was bottomless. This should be the crack that was split open. Lin Xian walked forward and came to the cliff of the canyon. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. The energy around the canyon was even more chaotic. Moreover, as a swordsman, Lin Xian could acutely sense that there was still a trace of sword intent left in the canyon. Carefully sensing it, he could feel his heart palpitating. How frightening. Just what kind of person was able to do this? One sword split the stars. In the following days, Lin Xian did not leave the canyon. He stayed in the canyon to comprehend the sword intent. Although the remnant sword intent was already very weak. However, Lin Xian still carefully sensed it. Moreover, he found that the deeper he went into the canyon, the more terrifying the sword intent was. There were even some places that Lin Xian did not dare to casually step into. Buzz, suddenly, an unusually fierce energy wave came from under Lin Xian's feet, piercing the ground. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. Puff. Someone's here? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to be hiding under someone's feet. In the next moment, when he looked over, he was stunned. Because the person in front of him was different from what he had imagined. It couldn't even be called a human. The other party was translucent, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it had 4 limbs, its head was too ferocious. On its back, there were even a few sword chi that pierced the clouds as if it was going to tear the sky apart. What the hell is this? Lin Xian was stunned. He Tu's voice sounded in his ears. It was a sword soul beast. The black earth was usually painted as an earring and hung in Lin Xian's ear. Usually, it could be used as a spirit boat, and when there was nothing to do, it could be used as a storage space. Hearing He Tu's words, Lin Xian was stunned. Sword soul beast, it was formed from powerful sword chi, combined with sword intent, after various mutations. It was a mutated existence similar to a life form. Was it similar to the Moon Shadow Man in the Moon Palace? Lin Xian asked. Well, it could be understood that way, but the Moon Shadow Man should be created. And these sword soul beasts should be born naturally. This canyon was split open by a peerless expert, and there was an extremely strong sword intent left behind. After countless years of changes, coupled with the energy of this waste planet, the sword soul beast was born. Kid, be careful. This sword soul beast was not weak. Moreover, it contained a kind of self-strengthening sword chi that could not be underestimated. So that's how it was. Lin Xian understood. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the translucent monster in front of him, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Very good, sword soul beast. Let me feel just how strong your sword soul is, roar. In front, the sword soul beast let out a roar, shattering the void. It rushed over like a sword towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He stood there quietly. When the sword soul beast approached, he clenched his fist and punched out. Buzz, the sword soul beast emitted a biting cold sword light, forming a sword curtain that enveloped Lin Xian. This power was indeed shocking. Even the invincible kings would feel their scalps go numb. Soon, Lin Xian was engulfed by the endless sword light, but in the next moment, the sword light was torn apart. A golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist, shattering the sword screen and rushing out. Not only that, but the punch also landed on the sword soul beast, producing a loud clang. Wang, the sword spirit beast was sent flying and let out a miserable roar. Half of its body had been smashed into nothingness. There was no blood, but the sword spirit beast was injured. His shattered sword energy slowly healed and reformed. It was obvious that he was furious. With a roar, he soared into the sky. His body emitted a biting cold sword chi as he quickly charged over. It was unbearable for the sword soul beast to be injured. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped forward. As the Nine Suns' divine fist moved, the void cracked. Open. The sword spirit beast was shrouded in endless golden light. Its miserable cries resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword spirit beast was strong, but unfortunately, Lin Xian was stronger. The 9 Suns' divine fist directly blew up the sword spirit beast with 3 punches. After being blown up, the sword spirit beast turned into a wisp of sword chi that drifted between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. He waved his hand and caught the sword chi in his hand. What a biting cold sword chi. He wondered what would happen if the dragon sword spirit swallowed it. He summoned the dragon sword spirit and swallowed the wisp of sword chi. In the next moment, the dragon sword spirit let out a loud dragon roar as if it was very excited. This scene made Lin Xian's eyes light up. It seemed that the sword chi could provide the dragon sword spirit with power. That couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to hunt the sword spirit beasts. In the next few days, Lin Xian wandered around the Grand Canyon. As long as he found a sword spirit beast, he would not let it go. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper. And this time, 10 sword spirit beasts appeared at the same time. The 10 sword spirit beasts were of different sizes, but each of them exuded a biting cold sword intent. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian tightly and let out an uneasy roar. In an instant, the 10 sword spirit beasts attacked. They instantly appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. The sword chi on their bodies turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Clang, the fire Qilin sword was unsheathed and Lin Xian held it in his hand. The long sword swept across all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. Under the sword, all the sword spirit beasts were cut in half. At the same time, a dragon head appeared on Lin Xian's body and swallowed all the sword chi formed by the sword spirit beasts. 99 sword chi, Lin Xian exhaled. He could sense that the dragon sword spirit had recovered a little. This made him very happy. Not only that, in the process of killing these sword spirit beasts, Lin Xian began to gradually comprehend and create some sword moves. Although these sword moves were not as earth-shattering as the 9 young swordplay, they were the most suitable for him. Although they were just embryonic forms of sword moves, if others were here and heard it, they would be scared silly. How old was Lin Xian and he had already started to create his own martial arts? This was absolutely amazing. Lin Xian's sword was getting sharper and more straightforward. Simple and direct, this move was called one red dot by him. With a stab of the sword, the 7 sword spirit beasts in front of him split open between their eyebrows and their bodies turned into nothingness. If it was a human martial artist, a red dot would appear between their eyebrows and the person and soul would be instantly destroyed. This was a fatal blow, not giving the opponent's soul a chance to escape. After killing dozens of sword spirit beasts and swallowing their sword chi, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed a powerful aura in front of him. This aura was too strong, surpassing all the previous sword spirit beasts combined. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying sword spirit beast? He did not know. He decided to go down and investigate. After walking for an incense's time, Lin Xian finally came to a halt. In the next moment, a golden light burst out from his eyes as he stared at something not far away. It was a stalk of grass, half a meter tall. It was gray in color and was very similar to the surrounding scenery. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that this stalk of grass was too sharp, like a divine sword that was inserted into the ground. The aura it emitted made even Lin Xian's body tremble slightly. What kind of grass is this? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt a sharp, unyielding, and indestructible will from it. An ordinary stalk of grass grew on top of the sword chi, and together with the indestructible sword intent, it finally formed such a state. This was an incredible thing for a swordsman. He Tu said. After Lin Xian heard this, he swallowed his saliva and a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Indeed, it was an incredible thing. This thing would be of great help to his sword Dao. Therefore, he had to get this thing. Buzz, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. However, a biting cold sword chi in the sky slashed on the golden hand and shook his palm back. Buzz, he turned into nothingness, and the place where he was standing was mercilessly torn apart. A translucent claw slowly disappeared. Lin Xian appeared in the air far off in the distance, frowning as he looked ahead. How terrifying! A sword soul beast appeared in front of him, but this sword soul beast was too terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than the sword soul beasts from before. Not only that, the aura on its body was too terrifying. And it looked like a dragon. A sword dragon with 18 rays of sword chi on its back, flickering with a cold light like scales. The sword soul beast was simply too powerful. It had already surpassed a genius like the Fire Dragon King, Situ Xiaotian, and Yuan Kuei. This fellow already had 60,000 units of arcane power, right? Lin Xian sighed. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the canyon. If this sword soul beast was placed in the true spirit world, it could definitely sweep through the human race and arcane geniuses. Even if it was placed in the extraordinary warrior manner, ordinary monsters wouldn't be its opponent. It could be said that this was definitely a peerless beast. Below, the sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian, and a fiery red light appeared in its eyes. Had he developed emotions already? Kid, you have to be careful. Heitu reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Just nice, those sword soul beasts from before didn't interest me. This one shouldn't disappoint me. The fire Qilin sword in his hand bloomed. Roar, the sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, it didn't act rashly. Obviously, it should have sensed that the youth in front of it was very dangerous. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He also saw the other party's intention. This sword soul beast seemed to have its eyes on the grass. However, how could he give up? In the next moment, he looked at the huge monster in front of him and sneered. Use whatever means you have. If you don't, then obediently become my sword chi and provide energy for me. Lin Xian looked at him with a fiery gaze. If the great dragon sword soul were to devour this sword soul beast, it would probably be as powerful as all the other sword soul beasts combined. How could Lin Xian not be tempted? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the sword spirit beast roared angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword wave. The sword waves were so dense that they completely enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Boom, the space shattered as a destructive force tried to tear apart Lin Xian's body. He was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian's fire Qilin sword was far more powerful than the sword spirit beast from before. His body shone with dazzling light as the fire Qilin sword turned into an arc in the air. Like a fire Qilin, it rushed out. It shattered the surrounding destructive energy. At the same time, he struck out with his sword. The sword light shone as if it was splitting the world apart. He charged toward the sword soul beast. Ding ding dang dang. The two began to fight. Lin Xian was an expert in sword Dao, and the sword soul beast's sword chi was even sharper. He came from the sword intent that split the stars. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, it was still extremely terrifying. So when they fought, it was equivalent to two peerless swordsmen fighting. Sword chi versus sword chi. Each of them was like a real dragon. That could split the world apart and break everything. The two of them fought in the sky, and the battle was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian did not use anything else. He only used his sword chi to fight against the sword soul beast because he wanted to hone his sword Dao. Red dot. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. This was a sword light that he had figured out by himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sword chi stabbed toward the sword soul beast's glabella. Clang, the glabella of the sword soul beast cracked, and its body was almost split in half. However, his strength was incomparably strong. In the end, he still managed to forcefully endure it. With a roar, it turned into a demonic beast and roared to the 9 heavens. Its body was shrouded in sword chi, and the cracked glabella was restored again. Almost. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that he was still figuring out the red dot. It was not perfect. Otherwise, this sword would have been able to kill the sword soul beast. Buzz, the sword soul beast roared, and the 18 sword spirits behind it flew out and turned into a divine sword that fell from the sky. With a boom, it collided with the blazing Qilin sword, causing it to tremble. The second and third sword spirits came. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, countless sword chi rushed out of his body to fight against it. However, these 18 sword spirits were extremely terrifying. One of them hit Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was sent flying. Interesting. Lin Xian laughed. This sword had slightly injured him, but he did not care at all. Instead, he quickly attacked again. One sword, another sword. Lin Xian's sword technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, and there were mysterious runes when he attacked. Puff, finally, this sword stabbed into the Sword Soul Beast's body, creating a hole. The Sword Soul Beast cried out in pain, and wanted to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let go of such a good opportunity. He performed the 9-Sun sword technique, and all kinds of skills were used. A powerful force suppressed the surroundings. Finally, the Sword Soul Beast was shattered into pieces. Roar, the great dragon sword soul rushed out and absorbed the scattered sword chi. Lin Xian did not immediately take the sword-shaped grass. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and let the dragon sword spirit refine the sword chi. After about an hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes and stood up again. He looked at the sword-shaped grass. Next, it was time to collect the sword star grass. The sword chi on the sword-shaped grass was very powerful. It was even more terrifying than the Sword Soul Beast from before. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be more careful. He opened his palms and formed one ancient seal after another. It formed a cage and covered the area in front of him. However, when he was 10 meters away from the sword-shaped grass, the grass reacted. Its soft leaves fluttered in the wind. Tens of thousands of sword chi surged out in all directions, directly piercing through the few talismans that Lin Xian had sent out. So powerful. Lin Xian was surprised. He performed the Azure Dragon Hand, and countless sword chi intertwined and formed a dragon head, grabbing forward. In an instant, it covered the sword-shaped grass. He used his strength and pulled out the sword-shaped grass. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Not good, a powerful sword chi exploded from the sword-shaped grass. A gray sword chi pierced through the air and pushed back the Azure Dragon Hand. It then rushed into the clouds. Lin Xian's palm was bleeding. He was shocked. What a terrifying sword intent, Lin Xian was shocked. This gray sword chi was like a godly red color, piercing through the air. It went straight into the clouds. Lin Xian's expression looked terrible. It seemed that he would need to do something to suppress the sword-shaped grass. Just as Lin Xian was about to attack again, the clouds in the sky suddenly started to roll. The sound of air being pierced was heard. Streams of powerful auras gushed downwards. Someone was coming, Lin Xian frowned. He wanted to speed up, but the people above seemed to have sensed it. A piercingly cold ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the void as it slashed downwards. 3 terrifying green silhouettes shot towards Lin Xian, entangling him. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved his body to the side and dodged the 2 cold attacks. He raised his head and looked up. Above him, the void shattered, and a group of powerful people descended. They stood in the void, looking down at the ground. The sword intent of a blade of grass, what a horrifying sword chi, to have such a sword intent, this was definitely something good. The people who appeared all stared at the sword-shaped grass. Congratulations, young Master Yun. Congratulations, many of them shouted at the young man in white in front of them. The young man in white smiled and nodded. Hee hee, I'm so lucky. Looks like I can improve my sword Dao again. Hoodlum, go and bring me the sword-shaped grass. The young man in white said proudly. Beside him, there was a young man in a beast robe. After hearing the order, he flew downwards. When he was halfway, he was struck back by a sword. He screamed as his blood dyed the sky red. Ah, Hoodlum's crazed screams could be heard. The people above were stunned as well. The young man in white, young Master Yun's face darkened. The others roared. Damn it, who was it? Could it be that the power of the sword-shaped grass was so horrifying? No, someone did it, it was that guy, they stared at a young man in red at the side. "Kid, was it you who did it?" Their voices were cold. Many of them emitted a powerful aura. So unfamiliar. "Who is he? I don't know. Just cripple him. Since he dared to attack us, we will make him wish he was dead." These people's voices were cold and murderous. The young man in red was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know these people. From the pictures on their clothes, he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Were they from another mountain in the House of Prodigy? He didn't know either. However, they dared to rob him, and he couldn't accept it. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, "That sword strike just now was a warning to you. This thing is mine. Leave now. Don't force me to attack." Hearing this, the people above were stunned. "What? It's yours?" These people laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Whatever we want, it's ours. How dare you steal it from us? Obediently cripple your own hands, kneel on the ground, and await death." "Kid, it seems like you don't know your place. Which sect are you from?" What an arrogant tone. "Where are you guys from?" Lin Xian countered with a question. These people were very arrogant. This was already a blatant robbery. "Listen carefully, we are from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This is our young Master Yun. If you know what's good for you, kneel here obediently. Or you are." Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Never. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. "Like I said, I found this thing first. Furthermore, I was the one who killed his guardian beast. This is my trophy, and no one is allowed to touch it. I'll give you one last chance, get lost or die." Lin Xian's body emitted a cold killing intent. This answer stunned the people in the sky. "You don't know them? You don't know House of Prodigy? How is that possible? Since they could come here, it meant that they weren't trash. They must have some talent and strength. Then why haven't they heard of them?" The next moment, the eyes of the white-clothed young man in the center burst out with a cold light. "You are not from the Hero Star." "What Hero Star?" Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that these people were from other worlds? He didn't know before. Now, after entering the House of Prodigy, he knew that there were thousands of worlds in the universe. Their true spirit world was just one of them. In addition, there were many other worlds. It seemed that these people in front of him were not from their true spirit world. Lin Xian's answer once again stunned the people above. The white-clothed young man's face sank. "He is not from our Hero Star. He should be from other worlds. Kill him." As his voice fell, two figures in the sky cut through the void and rushed over. These two people were wearing battle armor that shone with a metallic luster and bloomed with mysterious runes. Two battle swords appeared in their hands, making a sonorous sound. The battle sword waved, and a terrifying sword chi enveloped Lin Xian. The other person's sword chi cut off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Obviously, these two were Heaven's Pride experts. Their first move was to kill. Moreover, they were very experienced and didn't give Lin Xian any chance to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the fire scale sword, turned into a fire qilin, and flew into the void. On the other side, he formed a seal with his palm, turning it into a golden pagoda that suppressed the surroundings. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two people were sent flying, vomiting blood. Their faces were full of shock. The people in the sky were also stunned. "What? This kid is so strong, oh, it's quite lively." At this moment, another mocking voice sounded. Then, on the other side of the sky, there was a fluctuation of energy, and a huge battleship flew over. On the battleship, there were a few figures with equally terrifying auras. "Silver Fox, why are you here?" Seeing the battleship and the people on it, young Master Yun also frowned. On the battleship stood a woman in a silver robe. Her hair was silver, and even her eyes were silver. Silver Fox heard this and chuckled. "What a joke. These ruins don't belong to your family. Why can't I come? There is a single sword star grass below. What a powerful sword intent." Silver Fox's eyes flickered as he stared below. "Damn it, I found it." Young Master Yun shouted coldly. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave quickly. Let me tell you, I brought a lot of people this time. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Silver Fox narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Humph, below, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Another one? Very well, I'll tell you the same thing. This sword is mine. Both of you, get out of here. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his body emitted a biting cold aura. A terrifying and monstrous force was about to erupt. In the sky, the people on the battleship were also stunned when they heard this. There's someone else? Who is this? Seeing that there was only one person, he must be from his previous life. This scene left them stunned. The people on the battleship looked at young Master Yun and the others. Young Master Yun snorted coldly. He's not from the hero planet. I wonder which planet he's from. Just kill him. Don't worry. Not from the hero planet? No wonder. Silver Fox nodded. In their world, no one dared to speak to them like this. However, even if you're not from the Heavenly Star, you'll still die if you go against Lord Silver Fox. Now, go to hell, the youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A large silver palm descended from the sky like a giant mountain. On his palm, there were many mysterious runes. When Lin Xian saw this, he exclaimed in surprise. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. His figure flickered as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he asked, Silver Clan, you know who we are? On the warship, Silver Fox was shocked. The youth who attacked was also surprised. The other party had actually dodged his attack and recognized their identities. Who was this person? Lin Xian was even more shocked. The other party should be from the hero planet. But why would the hero planet have people from the Silver Clan? Could it be that the Silver Clan didn't only exist in the true spirit world? But they existed in the myriad worlds. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered that Xiaojio seemed to have said that some of the 10,000 ancient races were natives of the true spirit world. Another group came from the outer realms. It was just that it was so long ago that not many people knew about it. Now that Lin Xian came to the outer realms and saw the Silver Clan of other planets, he finally knew. It turned out that this saying was true. The myriad worlds in the outer realms also had the 10,000 ancient races. How strong were they? Have you ever been in a deep sleep? The Silver Clan, huh? How nostalgic. Lin Xian smiled. It's been a long time since I killed someone from the Silver Clan. Why? Are you sure you want to do it today? Hearing this, the faces of the Silver Clan on the warship darkened. The other party dared to kill them, and from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have killed someone from the Silver Clan before. Kid, no matter which planet you're from, you dared to kill someone from the Silver Clan. You've committed a heinous crime. Now, no one in the world can save you. The youth who attacked before walked out. He was called Silver Gray. At this moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. He charged over like lightning. He brandished his silver spear, thrusting it towards Lin Xian's head. The first thing he did was to kill, and he showed no mercy. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he brandished his blazing Qilin sword and slashed at the silver spear, producing a thunderous sound. A large crack appeared in space. This sword strike had sent his opponent flying. You are no match for me. Lin Xian said indifferently, not taking the other party seriously at all. Damn it, Yin Hui was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. A single strike was enough to force him back. Again, I didn't use my full strength just now. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You can't do it. Don't let your master do it. He had his eyes on the woman called Silver Fox. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from Silver Fox. This kid was interesting. Although I don't know which star world you are from, you have piqued my interest. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll send out 3 palm strikes. If you can take 3 of my palms, I will turn around and leave. I don't want that stalk of grass anymore. If you can't, don't blame me for killing you. Speaking of this, Silver Fox's body exploded with a murderous aura that shot up into the sky. Silver runes appeared on her body one after another, spinning rapidly, making her look like an immortal. You think too highly of yourself. 3 palm strikes it is. Come on. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Young Master Yun, are we going to attack? On the other side, those people asked in a low voice. Young Master Yun shook his head slightly. There was no hurry. Let's take a look at Silver Fox first. Even though it was 3 palms, this kid might not even be able to block a single one of them. He might even be killed instantly. Don't forget that Silver Fox is the pride of the Silver Tribe. You should know how terrifying the Silver Tribe is. Hearing this, the Sky Prides behind him shuddered and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Kid, you are very arrogant. Many people have been arrogant in front of me, but they have all gone to hell. You are no exception. Silver Fox looked at the figure below and slowly raised her hand. Take the first palm strike. As she spoke, she pressed her hand downward. Countless silver runes jumped on her palm. It was as if the sky was pressing down. This palm strike was much more powerful than the one Silver Ash had used before. Boom, in an instant, Lin Xian was shrouded in it. With a loud boom, the place where he was completely destroyed. The void shattered and the ground sank. Countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the Silver Tribe on the battleship looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, I thought it was a powerful kid. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take one palm strike. Of course. How dare he attack our master Silver Fox? He must be tired of living. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were also discussing. Young Master Yun snorted coldly. I knew that kid was trash. Our real opponent is Silver Fox. Is he that weak? Silver Fox shook his head as well. He lifted his gaze and no longer paid attention to it. She looked at young Master Yun in the distance. Those people were her real opponents. However, in the next moment, her beautiful face froze and her expression became stunned. A voice came from the void of the black hole below. Is this the power of the Silver Tribe's prodigy? It's just SOSO. What? Hearing this, Silver Fox's eyelids twitched wildly. The people of the Silver Tribe felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the prodigies of the Silver Tribe were also stunned. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked down. From the black hole below, a figure walked out. He was as golden as a god, and his body emitted thousands of rays of light. He's not dead? These people looked at the other party with a stunned expression. Many people's pupils constricted and they screamed. He's not injured. How is that possible? If he's not dead, they can still take it, but he's not injured. What the hell? How can he not be injured? That was Silver Fox's attack. These prodigies knew how terrifying Silver Fox was. She could easily kill an invincible king with a single attack. However, the kid in front of them was not injured at all. What's going on? Damn it, his golden physique. What is this? Which world is he from? Silver Fox was also stunned. Soon, she sneered. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a physique tempering expert. No wonder you dared to make this bet with me. I was careless with the first attack, but what about the next two? You still can't take them. Silver Fox regained her confidence again. She was the prodigy of the Silver Tribe. What could be beyond her control? Although there was a small accident earlier, she still had 2 more attacks left. Buzz, she raised her palm again. This time, countless runes intertwined and turned into a huge fox. It accompanied the palm and attacked. Celestial Fox Palm? That's a powerful skill. I didn't expect Silver Fox to be able to use it. Looks like it's a sure kill attack. That's for sure. Silver Fox has lost face for not being able to kill Lin Xian with one palm. Silver Fox will definitely kill him. The Sky Prides in the distance discussed. The people of the Silver Clan sneered again. So what if he's still alive? He's just an ant. Even if he dodged the attack, he'll still die. Boom, this time, the destructive power was even more terrifying than before. Huge black holes and cracks filled the sky. Other than the Starsword grass, there was basically no place that was intact. He should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. How can that kid survive after using the Celestial Fox Palm? Unless he's not human? No matter how strong that kid is, he's just an invincible king. How can he turn the world upside down? This time everyone was confident. Not only Silver Fox's side, but young Master Yun's side was also confident. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. You've become stronger, but that's all. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed. Below, a provocative voice came from the black hole again. What? He's not dead yet. Their eyelids twitched wildly, and they almost fell from the sky. How is that possible? Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. He's not dead yet? That's the celestial fox palm. Impossible, I don't believe it. That kid must have used some secret technique to dodge it, right? The people of the Silver Clan roared crazily. They didn't believe that someone could withstand their celestial fox palm, not to mention that it was launched by Silver Fox herself. Silver Fox also frowned. 2 silver lightning bolts shot out from her beautiful eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, she saw the golden figure walk out again. The light on his body was still as bright as before. He's still not injured. These people are crazy. Which world is he from? How can he be so powerful? Could he be one of the super powerhouses from the ancient path of the stars? Thinking of that, their eyelids twitched wildly. If he's really one of those people, we're really dead this time. Impossible. Young Master Yun's side also shook his head. We all know that he's not one of those people from the ancient path of the stars. He's probably using some kind of secret technique to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the celestial fox palm. Lin Xian, to block the celestial fox palm's thought to fight to them to the Silver Clan. To them too. To them thought. Lord Silver Fox, I'll kill him. A few of the Silver Race's prodigies gritted their teeth. To kill sheet to kill TST in the next moment, her aura became sharp and fierce. Behind him, the shadow of a heavenly fox appeared. When its eyes opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying light. Silver. Silver hair fox silver fox to his silver hair fluttered in the wind. It was incomparably thick, and the void beneath his feet was bending. Can't withstand it at all. The skybrights in the distance trembled and shrunk their necks when they felt the power. It's too terrifying. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. This kid has completely angered Silver Fox. What kind of technique will Silver Fox use this time? Needless to say, it must be the celestial fox palm. The Silver Clan had many tricks up their sleeves. It wouldn't be difficult to kill this kid. However, Silver Fox wasn't serious before. Silver lightning palm, this time, countless lightning bolts appeared on Silver Fox's palm. This scene caused even young Master Yun to frown, and his expression became grave. He had heard of the silver lightning palm before. Moreover, it could pose a threat to him. This time I'll definitely kill him. This kid's soul will probably dissipate. He should be proud to die under the silver lightning palm. Serves him right for provoking Silver Fox. Everyone sneered. The silver lightning palm slammed down from the sky. The sky cracked and the earth trembled. Nothing could stop it. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. These people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They trembled, and many of them turned pale. Who is he? Who is he? He must be a monster on the ancient path of stars. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Which world is he from? Why is he unharmed? These people were so scared that they were about to cry. That was because they realized that under such a terrifying third palm, the other party was still unharmed. The people of the Silver Clan grabbed their hair. This time, apart from anger, there was also a strong sense of fear in their eyes. Even Silver Fox's expression was incomparably serious. She knew that she had been careless. She had underestimated the other party. The other party was either extremely powerful or had a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. Regardless of which one it was, he deserved to be treated with caution. I didn't expect that I would be wrong today. You're still an expert. Very well, after 3 moves, I'll keep my promise. I won't attack you again, and I won't snatch the sword traversal grass. Silver Fox turned around and waved her hand. Let's go. In the sky, the huge battleship rumbled and was about to fly into the distance. Is she leaving? The people on young Master Yan's side also frowned. They did not expect Silver Fox to give up just like that. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Well, one less competitor. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned and almost fell from the sky. That was because the red figure below said indifferently, "Wait, did I say you could leave?" What? The people on young Master Yan's side were stunned. Silver Fox's body stiffened, and the huge battleship stopped in the air. The people of the Silver Clan turned their heads frantically, and a piercing cold light burst out from their eyes. Kid, what are you trying to do? How dare you stop us? Don't think that you can stop us. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of us just because you took 3 of Master Silver Fox's palm strikes. The Silver Clan is the uncrowned king. You'd better think about the consequences of offending the Silver Clan. These people roared crazily. Silver Fox also turned her head and frowned. What? How dare you stop me? Lin Xian said with a smile. Since I took 3 of your palm strikes, why don't you take one of my punches? After saying that, he took a step forward, and the aura on his body changed instantly. It was dazzling before, but now it was piercingly cold. It was as if a peerless god of war was quickly awakening. His black hair was almost turning golden, and the red robe on his body was also shrouded in golden light. His golden fist was like the sun, flickering with dazzling light. A terrifying and ferocious force burst out from his body. How is this possible? How can this kid release such a powerful force? The expressions of the people around them changed instantly when they sensed the terror of the punch. In the sky, the people of the Silver Clan also felt their hearts beat wildly. Damn it! Silver Fox shouted coldly and struck out with her palm. At this moment, she did not dare to be careless. Her opponent's punch was too terrifying. Who the hell are you? She screamed crazily as she struck out with her palm. No one answered her. There was only a golden fist, carrying a golden holy light, rushing towards her. With a boom, the two collided in the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a great destruction had occurred. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Oh no, hurry up and defend! These people instantly rushed out of the King domain, and their armor shone brightly. More people retreated. After waiting for a very long time, the energy in the sky finally started to slowly dissipate. Lin Xian retracted his fist and stood with his hands behind his back. A silver light bloomed in the sky. This warship was also an ancient treasure. The prodigies of the Silver Tribe could not stand properly. Many of them directly fell to the ground. Although a few of them were standing, their faces were extremely pale. In front of them was Silver Fox. At this moment, Silver Fox's body was trembling, and her right hand hung limply. There wasn't a trace of color on her beautiful face. Who the hell are you? Her eyelashes were trembling. The palm strike just now had directly shattered her right arm. She could not use any strength at all. If she was not a prodigy of the Silver Tribe, she would have been beaten up by now. But how could his physique be so strong? Who the hell was he? How could he suppress the physique of the Silver Tribe? She was going crazy. Looking at the shocked faces of the people around him and Silver Fox's ugly smile, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You don't have the right to know who I am. Get lost, I don't want to kill you today. Although these words made the prodigies of the Silver Tribe angry, they did not dare to sit still and say anything. Silver Fox took a deep breath and tried to control her anger. But in the end, she did not make a move. Good boy, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I won't let you go so easily. Let's go. Silver Fox shouted coldly. The huge warship turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. Silver Fox actually left just like that. Young Master Yan's men were dumbfounded. Silver Fox was such a strong woman that even they had to be careful when facing her. He didn't dare to be impudent. But now? Silver Fox was actually provoked by the other party. After punching him, he didn't do anything and just left. This was simply inconceivable to them. There was only one possibility. Silver Fox was afraid of the kid in front of him. However, this result was even more unbelievable to them. One has already left. What about you guys? To die or to leave? Lin Xian looked at him. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the sky prides in the sky trembled. Previously, they had disdained such a person. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully received 3 of Silver Fox's palms and injured him with one punch. Such strength was enough to shock and even terrify them. Young Master Yun, many geniuses had ugly expressions on their faces as they asked the young man in white for his opinion. Young Master Yun's face darkened. Humph, a bunch of trash. I'll do it myself. Although Silver Fox had left, he would not leave. The star's-word grass below was very tempting to him. If he could obtain it, his swordsmanship would improve once again. So what if the other party injured Silver Fox? In his opinion, Silver Fox was an idiot. She was just careless. If Silver Fox had displayed all her strength from the beginning and fought seriously, she probably wouldn't have lost. He would never make such a mistake. Kid, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. You're very strong, but you're still no match for me. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You can be proud that you'll die under my white cloud sword. Young Master Yun walked out and drew a long sword. The long sword was incomparably white, as if it was condensed from the feathers of an angel. It emitted an ethereal aura. At this moment, young Master Yun's figure also changed. He seemed to have merged with the clouds and was ethereal. In an instant, tens of thousands of young Master Yun's figures appeared in the sky and on the ground in all directions. However, each of them was incomparably real. It was impossible to tell where the real one was. Kid, no one has been able to leave alive after entering my white cloud sword. You're very unlucky. Now, go to hell. The tens of thousands of ethereal figures spoke at the same time. Each of them seemed to be real. Hee, I didn't expect this kid to be so stupid. He entered young Master Yun's white cloud sword so easily. That's for sure. He probably didn't know how powerful young Master Yun was. No matter what, entering young Master Yun's white cloud sword formation was equivalent to having one foot in hell. It would be difficult for him to come out again. In the distance, those people sneered. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the countless illusory figures around him, he snorted coldly. White cloud sword formation, you're really courting death by competing with me in swordsmanship. Buzz, he clasped his 10 fingers together and sword waves flickered on his fingertips. Then, he flicked his finger. With him as the center, the sword wave swept out in all directions. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword waves that filled the sky cut through the void and hit the illusory figures. The illusory figures quickly shattered. Sword waves? Is he a sword cultivator? The skyprides in the distance exclaimed. Isn't this kid a body cultivator? They had seen Lin Xian's powerful physique before, so they thought that Lin Xian was a body cultivator. But now, Lin Xian actually released such a piercingly cold sword wave, it surprised them greatly. Who the hell was this kid? In the sky, the tens of thousands of illusory figures disappeared. At that moment, a voice descended from the sky. Kid, you guessed wrong. Go to hell. The person who descended from the sky was young Master Yun. Although he was also shocked by how his opponent could release such a piercingly cold sword wave, it didn't matter now. He could take Lin Xian's life with this sword. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. The golden hand rushed forward like a mountain. With a clang, the white cloud sword slashed at the golden hand, creating countless sparks. What? It didn't shatter? Young Master Yun's pupils constricted and he quickly retreated. He didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. He was actually able to block his sword. This was unbelievable. Is he still human? However, he was a top-notch expert. As he retreated, he had already performed his follow-up sword techniques. Densely packed, they pierced towards Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian's physique was so strong. He could defend against it. Buzz, Xianxia didn't take it head-on. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it, letting out a dragon's roar. Clang, the flaming sword swept out, transforming into tens of thousands of illusory figures and colliding with the white cloud sword. It's here, this kid is indeed a sword cultivator. The Skyprides exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Yan's pupils also constricted. He felt a piercingly cold and vast power from Lin Xian's sword. The white cloud sword that hit him was buzzing and trembling. Heaven and earth became ethereal. Young Master Yan's figure became even more illusory. His sword technique appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Buzz, golden light flickered on Lin Xian's body as mysterious runes bloomed one after another. The power of the nine yang divine body was fully manifested. The sword chi was completely blocked by him. Not only that, the blazing Qilin sword in his hand came to life like a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. What kind of sword technique was that? Young Master Yan's body trembled. He would have been injured if it weren't for his extraordinary strength and ethereal sword technique. Even so, when Lin Xian's sword collided with his long sword, it caused his blood to boil and he was almost injured. Not to mention attacking, he found it hard to believe that the other party was so powerful. Infinite Golden Cloud Strike. It was another sure kill move. The sword light tore through the golden light and pierced toward Lin Xian's heart. The void shattered. Lin Xian retreated, but the light on his body became even colder. It turned into wisps of golden sword light that shot into the sky. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand slashed in front of him. Boom, the two longswords intertwined in the sky. Lin Xian blocked the sure kill move. Not only that, he used the nine yang sword technique and sent Lin Xian's longsword flying. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? One of young Master Yan's arms was shattered. He was shocked and felt that his life was in danger. Who was Lin Xian? How could his sword technique be better than his? I said it before. Either get lost or die. Since you don't want to get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's eyes lit up like a god of war. A loud dragon roar came from his body. Red dot. He used his self-created sword technique and split Lin Xian's glabella. Ah, Lin Xian screamed miserably. Lin Xian's body was shattered, but a strange jade pendant split open between his eyebrows and protected his soul. Young Master Yun hurriedly retreated. Run, run, young Master Yun didn't dare to say anything else. That was his trump card. It was used to save his life. If it wasn't for that thing, he would be dead by now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed into the sky to escape. The elites around him were dumbfounded. What was going on? Young Master Yun escaped? Oh God, young Master Yun was defeated. This was impossible. These people were all crazy. Let's go too. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people felt their scalps go numb and left in terror. For a moment, there was no one left in the canyon. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a formation shot out, enveloping the surroundings. In the next moment, a sharp glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as he stared at the starsword grass in front of him, preparing to collect it. His eyelids twitched, and the golden runes in his eyes automatically spread out. Who was it? Get your ass out here, Lin Xian roared. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched to the left. With a boom, the void shattered, and a figure landed lightly. He did not receive any injuries at all. Good lad, your soul is quite sharp. You can actually discover my existence. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and turned to look behind him. Behind him was a gray-robed old man with a hunched nose and a cold smile on his face. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. Clearly, the other party was also eyeing the sword flow grass. Hiding the head and showing the tail, sneaking around. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian frowned. Previously, he did not sense the existence of this person. If the other party had not been agitated and leaked his aura, he would not have known that there was someone beside him. This old man was so sinister. Little guy, your strength is not bad. Your physique is strong, and your swordsmanship is high. I didn't expect someone like you to appear on the ancient path of stars. However, I'm a stranger to you. Which world are you from? Tell me and see if I know you. Perhaps, if I know your sect, I can spare your life. Spare my life? What arrogance! Lin Xian sneered. The gray-robed old man was not angry. I know that you can injure Silver Fox and almost kill young Master Yun. Unfortunately, against me, you will still die without a doubt. My strength is above that of those two little kids. So, tell me where you are from. Give me your physique cultivation method and Abhichna. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect that after defeating young Master Yun and Silver Fox, another mysterious old man would come. Moreover, this old man's strength was much stronger than the previous two geniuses. However, it was impossible for him to hand over the sword Flow Grass and the nine-yang divine body. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the gray-robed old man. It seemed that he had to make a move. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand shone again. You dare to make a move against me? Boy, I have to say that you are quite brave. However, those who have made a move against me are already wandering in hell. Are you sure you want to make a move? The gray-robed old man sneered. He did not think that the young man in front of him was his opponent. To be honest, I think you are quite talented. In a few thousand years, you might become a half-saint. However, you are courting death now. In that case, I can only ruthlessly kill the genius. A gray light emerged from the gray-robed old man's body, carrying an aura that could devour everything, shattering the void. The gray aura formed a gray flood dragon that circled around his body. The moment the gray flood dragon appeared, it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, causing one's body to tremble. Lin Xian's blood qi also quickly surged. He knew that this was a difficult opponent, so he did not dare to be careless. The blazing Qilin sword stabbed out, turning into an eternal light. You are courting death. The gray-robed old man waved his hand, and the gray flood dragon on his body charged out. The two collided, and the sound was deafening. Terrifying power surged like a vast ocean, surging. A radius of 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped. The two were too fast, and their attacks were so terrifying that only two shadows could be seen colliding in the sky. After dozens of moves, the gray-robed old man was furious. Get lost, the gray flood dragon on his body roared at the sky, and in an instant, it transformed into hundreds of thousands of miles long, suppressing the void. Wanting to completely shatter Lin Xian. This power was too strong. Invincible kings could not block it, but Lin Xian blocked it. The nine-yang divine body bloomed with light, like a golden god of war. He blocked it. The gray-robed old man's face turned ugly. What kind of body tempering technique was this? Why had he never heard of it? I must get this body tempering technique. The gray-robed old man's eyes blazed. He formed a seal with his palms, and the gray flood dragon above his head bloomed with divine might and rushed down. With a bang, it crashed into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was knocked back. The blood qi in his body churned, and the nine-yang divine body almost split open. Damn it, this old man is too strong. Nine-yang divine sword, he used the nine-yang sword technique to contend with it. The biting cold sword energy blocked the gray flood dragon once again, but the old man opened his mouth and spat out a palace. The palace grew larger and larger, standing in the void, and was in ruins. There were many mysterious runes on it. At this moment, they were emitting a dazzling light. When those runes appeared, heaven and earth trembled. The void within millions of miles started to boil. Oh no, these are the runes of a sage. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen these runes before, and now he saw them again. This time, the runes of a sage were much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. Obviously, it was left behind by an ancient sage. This was a very terrifying thing that had surpassed a half-sage artifact. In the sky, the runes on the broken palace flickered. There was even a hazy figure floating inside, as if it was the ruler of the heavens. Suppress, the gray-robed elder sneered and formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, countless sage runes fell and suppressed the nine-yang sword technique. In fact, there were even a few runes that caused cracks to appear on Lin Xian's body. However, the nine-yang divine body was so powerful that it instantly recovered. This scene shocked the gray-robed elder. Soon, he sneered again. Kid, so what if you have a powerful physical body? Watch me destroy your soul. He formed another seal with his palms. The gray flood dragon in the sky dragged the broken ancient palace and emitted an even more terrifying aura. In the ancient palace, a hazy figure appeared. The figure opened its eyes with a whoosh. Suddenly, divine light sprinkled down from the sky. This was a killing blow to the soul. As expected, Lin Xian felt a strong impact on his soul, as if it was about to be torn apart. Heavenly secret divine eyes, a golden eye appeared and blocked the mysterious figure in the ancient palace. He blocked it? The gray-robed elder was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying soul and eye technique. In his opinion, he should first use the soul attack in the ancient palace to severely injure Lin Xian's soul. Then, he would summon Lin Xian's soul and search it. That way, he would be able to obtain Lin Xian's secrets. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Soul attack? Have a taste of mine. Lin Xian snorted. A crescent moon appeared in his left eye. Buzz, as soon as the moon soul appeared, it emitted a terrifying light that streaked across the void. The hazy figure in the mysterious ancient palace trembled and cracks appeared. Not good, the gray-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He retreated continuously and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. What was that? Moon soul. Damn it. You're from the House of Prodigies. Who are you? The gray-robed elder was stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to use moon soul so quickly. This should be the power of the full moon peak, but who was it? The prodigies of full moon peak were no match for him. Unless it was the top few. Huangfu Beidian? Warhaymo, no, you are not the black demon. It is said that the black demon has a monstrous demonic aura, as if he is the demon king. Could it be that you're Huangfu Beidian? The gray-clothed old man gnashed his teeth in anger. Huangfu Beidian was the #1 disciple of the full moon peak. He was incomparably mysterious and would only appear in very few competitions. Who could have thought that the other party would actually make his way here? You actually know about the full moon peak. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect full moon peak to be so famous. He had only used moon soul, and the other party had already recognized it. But unfortunately, the other party was still wrong. He wasn't the black demon, nor was he Huangfu Beidian. Unfortunately, I'm not Huangfu Beidian. What, you're not Huangfu Beidian? Then who are you? This time, the gray-robed elder was even more shocked. When did such a terrifying prodigy come to the full moon peak? Why didn't he know? Since you're not Huangfu Beidian, then don't blame me for killing you mercilessly. The gray-robed elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Kill me? You don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his golden eyes became even brighter. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, and dragon-shaped sword chi appeared, enveloping all directions. Buzz, activating the God's Eye of Weather, Moon Soul and the Soul Ignition secret technique quickly rushed forward. Not good, sensing the terrifying soul attack, the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the broken ancient palace to block in front of him. At the same time, he ordered the gray-fled dragon beside him to attack. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and flames burst out from his body. Like a god, he rushed out with the killing sword in his hand. The nine-yang sword technique was powerful, and the terrifying sword chi was vast and mighty. The broken ancient palace trembled, and cracks appeared. Roar, the huge gray-fled dragon charged over like a demon, and it was like a real peerless beast with shocking power. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and raised his hand to slash out a dragon-shaped sword chi to contend with it. The two collided, and a shocking shockwave burst out. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and nothing could stop it. The gray-robed elder was shocked. How could his opponent have such powerful strength? First, it was his physique, then his soul eye technique, and now his sword technique was so strong, it could block his king's domain. Fortunately, he had a simple and dilapidated ancient palace. Otherwise, he would have been struck by those soul eye techniques. Damn it, who was this kid? Apart from Huangfu Beidian and the Black Demon, there was someone so powerful on the full moon peak. He thought of Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others. But Xue Ling was a woman, and Yi Fei specialized in flying daggers, while the other party specialized in sword techniques. Therefore, he thought about it, and the top few prodigies of the full moon peak didn't match the person in front of him at all. Boom, at this moment, an earth-shattering sound made the elder's eyelids twitch. He didn't want to know the other party's identity anymore, and his face became extremely ugly. The dilapidated ancient palace that he had summoned was split open. The sword was shattered, and a huge crack appeared, trying to tear the entire ancient palace apart. The terrifying demon-like phantom inside also slowly disappeared. Puff, the gray-robed elder suffered a backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he kept retreating. The broken ancient palace flew back into his body, and Lin Xian walked up with the killing sword again. Damned brat, you actually managed to break my ancient palace. The gray-robed elder's face was ugly. He flipped his hand, took out 2 red pills, and swallowed them. A surge of power burst out from his body, healing his injuries. At the same time, his eyes became even colder. It seems that you're a great enemy. I can't let you stay here today. As he spoke, the black dragon was also sent flying by the sword chi and returned to his side. The gray-robed elder opened his mouth again and spat out a black chariot. There was a ferocious ghost face painted on the chariot, and it was very terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it carried a destructive aura. Fuse, with a furious roar, the black chariot and the gray dragon fused, releasing light and turning into a dragon chariot. Go to hell, brat. The dragon chariot emitted streaks of black light, each of which was thousands of miles long. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. The gray flood dragon was the other party's king domain, and this black war chariot should also be a great Dharma treasure. The runes on it were also the work of a saint. The combination of the two was truly terrifying. Where did this old man come from? He didn't know. However, Lin Xian was still filled with killing intent. If they wanted to compete with their trump cards, then so be it. The moon soul was once again struck out by him, but this time, the black flood dragon war chariot was too powerful. Even the moon soul only blocked it for a moment and didn't completely repel it. This scene made the gray-robed elder laugh out loud. Kid, it seems that your moon soul isn't that powerful. It seems that you should be at the full moon peak not long ago. In that case, you can die now. The black war chariot charged over like a god of death, causing the entire world to boil. Bang, Lin Xian slapped out, and the golden palm exploded, sending the black war chariot flying. He had taken a fancy to this thing, so he didn't plan to break it. Buzz, he used his extreme speed, and the sword chi on his body soared into the sky as he charged towards the gray-robed elder. The sword chi surged and circled above Lin Xian's head, forming 10,000 dragons. After superimposing, they turned into the 10,000 dragons diagram. It pressed down from the sky. This scene was simply too realistic. The dragon's roar sounded, and the sword chi soared into the sky. When the gray-robed elder saw this, he screamed. 10,000 dragons diagram, damn it, this is the emperor weapon of the nest of 10,000 dragons, how could you, you're from the dragons, he was scared silly. With a boom, he was sent flying. His body was pierced by dozens of sword chi, and bloody holes appeared one after another, making the old man look miserable. No, it's not an extreme-grade weapon. He came back to his senses. If it was really an extreme-grade weapon, a wisp of its aura would be enough to completely kill him. But now, he was only seriously injured. Who exactly are you? You can actually evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth. The person who killed you. Lin Xian didn't answer at all. The sword chi on his body surged again, and the 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into a bronze cauldron that descended from the sky. The celestial emperor's cauldron. The gray-robed elder was scared out of his wits once again. He was almost scared silly. Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying great emperor who had swept through the universe. It was not just the people of the true spirit world who had heard of it. The other planets and realms all knew of his legend. They naturally recognized the celestial emperor cauldron. Who was that kid? Could it be that he was a descendant of the emperor clan? It could actually evolve into an extreme weapon. He was going crazy. That was because while he could simulate the appearance of an extreme Dao weapon, the power of the weapon was something that he could not see clearly. However, the celestial emperor cauldron in front of him was truly incomparably vast, suppressing all realms. that biting cold aura almost scared him out of his wits. He frantically drove the black dragon war chariot, wanting to rush back and rescue him. However, how could Lin Xian let him have his way? He reached out his left hand, which seemed to have turned into a golden crow, cutting off the void and blocking the flood dragon chariot. On the other side, Lin Xian frantically activated the Celestial Emperor's cauldron to suppress Shi Futian. In the end, the gray-robed elder was defeated by Lin Xian. His body was reduced to ashes, and his soul was also pierced by the sword qi. "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm from the Sirius Star, if you kill me, you're dead meat." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian killed him. He had never heard of the Sirius Star. So what if he had heard of it? He even dared to kill the geniuses of the ancient royal family, let alone the Sirius Star. Lin Xian did not care at all. After killing the old man, Lin Xian stared at the black war chariot in the sky. Since the gray-robed elder was dead, the flood dragon also disappeared. However, the war chariot still stayed in midair. The aura it emitted was very terrifying. The black war chariot was even more terrifying than a half-step sage artifact. It was indeed a treasure. Lin Xian was delighted. With it, it would be much more convenient for him to fly. Moreover, it could also attack. The black earth was now more of a storage ring, and it had the same function as cultivation. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to use the black war chariot as an offensive dharma treasure. The sole imprint of the gray-robed elder was left on the black war chariot. It was very terrifying. However, under the erosion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian successfully subdued the black war chariot a day later. Then, he looked at the gray-robed elder again. After the gray-robed elder died, all that was left was a storage ring. The dilapidated ancient palace in his body also shattered into pieces. This made Lin Xian feel a little regretful. He put away the old man's storage ring and turned to look at the sword traversal grass. This time, he could finally collect it. No one would be able to disturb him anymore. Lin Xian began to collect the sword traversal grass. On the other side, there was a huge uproar on Full Moon Peak. The top geniuses of the Moon Palace had returned. Yuan Kuei and Lu Yanan had also returned. The moment they returned, they brought a piece of shocking news. Lin Xian had comprehended the moon spirit, and he did so in 2 hours. When the news came out, the entire Full Moon Peak went crazy. Those monsters came out of seclusion one after another. What? Comprehending the moon spirit in 2 hours? Don't joke around, are you idiots? Even the HMO had comprehended it for a month. 2 hours, water must have entered your brain. Whoever believed this was an idiot. These people did not believe it. However, there were also some people who believed it. Because Lu Yanan was also there. Lu Yanan was a super genius ranked 9th on Full Moon Peak. How could her words be false? However, 2 hours was too shocking. These people still could not accept it. Not only Full Moon Peak, but the people on the other 3 peaks were also discussing this matter. Have you heard? That Lin Xian comprehended the moon spirit in 2 hours. 2 hours? You believe such a joke? That's right, HMO had comprehended it for a month. How could 2 hours be possible? It must be a rumor. Ignore it. These people also shook their heads. Lin Xian did not know that his comprehension of the moon spirit in 2 hours had caused a huge uproar in the House of Extraordinary Warriors. At this moment, he stood up with a smile on his face. Although his face was pale, his eyes were extremely bright. Because he had successfully subdued the sword-shaped grass. The great dragon sword spirit had swallowed the powerful sword qi on the grass, causing his strength to increase again. The grayish grass withered and turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Lin Xian was about to leave, but at the next moment, he exclaimed softly. He waved his hand and a strong storm blew away the dust. Around him. He found something under the grayish grass. He walked over carefully and pointed his finger like a sword. A few sword qi swept across and the ground cracked. This is, Lin Xian was shocked. He found a huge stone tablet under the grass. There were sword marks on the tablet. There were a total of 13 sword marks. This is? Lin Xian took a look and his body trembled slightly. It was as if his entire body was pierced by the sword qi. How terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the grass could condense such a powerful sword chi. It was growing on the stone tablet. The 13 sword scars seemed to be left behind by a set of sword techniques. Lin Xian began to comprehend and recreate the terrifying sword technique. He spent more than a month comprehending it. On the other side, the full moon peak was also bustling with noise and excitement. That was because the annual ranking was about to begin. These people were all monstrous geniuses, and the ranking was extremely important to them. Moreover, the ranking also determined whether they could comprehend the wordless mountain stele. Only the top 3 could comprehend it. Therefore, those top geniuses were all on steroids. Those who were ranked lower were also very excited. That was because there were rewards for every ranking. Wang Fengfeng's rewards made these geniuses jealous. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Needless to say, the top 3 rarely changed. You know how terrifying the number 1 Huangfu Badian is. You dare to challenge the second Hamo. As for the third place, Xue Ling and Yifei might not be certain. Xue Ling's ice and Yifei's saber were indeed full of surprises. Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th, was also not to be underestimated. His sword technique was very terrifying. Discussions broke out one after another. Right, I remember a few months ago, wasn't there a newcomer who wanted to challenge Hamo? Are you talking about Lin Xian? Yes, it's him. He's the kid who stirred up the 9 heavy waves. I wonder how strong he is. That kid is just showing off. Although he's talented, how did his strength change so drastically in the past few months? I'm afraid he won't even be in the top 10. Top 10? You think too highly of him. He might not even be in the top 20. Some people sneered. This kid still dares to come? If he dares to come, our Lord Hamo can kill him with a slap. There was no need for a slap. Lord Black Demon could kill him with just a glance. If the first elder didn't stop him last time, that kid would have been seriously injured and probably wouldn't be able to come down for 8 to 10 years. Where there were people, there would be martial arts, and there were even more factions. Hamo was powerful, and Full Moon Peak was second. In addition, Full Moon Peak's first place rarely appeared. It could be said that Hamo basically crushed all the young geniuses of Full Moon Peak. This caused many people to rely on him to survive. The geniuses who were sneering were all Hamo's underlings. There's no need for Lord Hamo to make a move. A genius walked out. He had a purple horn on his head. When this young man appeared, everyone. Unicorn King. It's actually him. He was ranked 20th. There were also people who retorted. That brat could even contend against Situ Xiaotian. You really don't have any chance of winning against him. As soon as these words came out, Situ Xiaotian was very displeased. Indeed, Fang Xingzhan's previous exchange with him had stunned him. Was He? This genius was extremely frightening. The blue wings on his back were filled with mysterious runes. Of full of He of A of full. How was that possible? The Skypride sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th. He was extremely powerful, even stronger than Blue Wing King. Impossible, Blue Wing King snorted. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? Did any of you see it? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. It was said that the battle took place in the Moon Palace, and only the people of the Moon Palace saw it. Damn it, why didn't I go to the Moon Palace that day? I actually missed such a battle. Some people regretted it very much. Hey, most people sneered. Stop bragging. It's impossible for that kid to defeat Yuan Kuei. Sure enough, when someone asked Yuan Kuei, he snorted and didn't say anything. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing. He wouldn't admit it. Yuan Kuei didn't say anything, which made this matter even more puzzling. Did you see that? Yuan Kuei didn't care at all. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? He can't even get into the top 20. Just wait. When he comes, I'll definitely kill him easily. The geniuses of Hamo were very arrogant. Days passed, and another half a month passed. There were still 3 days before the ranking competition began. However, Lin Xian hadn't come yet. Could it be that this brat had forgotten? He probably didn't know at all. What? That kid must be afraid. Let's see how he dies after offending Lord Hamo. They thought that he was a big shot, but they didn't expect him to be a coward who didn't even dare to come to the competition. Just a few months ago, he swore to provoke our Lord Black Demon. Does he even have the qualifications to do so? The geniuses under Hamo sneered. Hamo also came out of seclusion. After he heard the news, he snorted disdainfully. An ant wasn't worthy of his attention at all. He only had one opponent this time, and that was Huangfu Beidian. At his position, he was already qualified to comprehend the full moon wordless steel, but he wasn't satisfied. He was very ambitious. He wanted to obtain first place in the full moon peak and then comprehend the full moon wordless steel. After defeating the North Demon and becoming first place in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, he would enter the ancient starry sky path and kill in all directions. Hamo wasn't the only one who came out. Xue Ling, Yi Fei, Wang Ji, and the others all came out. It was the same for Lu Yanan. She took a deep breath as she looked at the powerful figures. She wondered how terrifying those monsters in front of her would be this time. The other monstrous geniuses were also excited. However, there were also people who sighed. It was difficult. If one wanted to participate in the ranking competition, 50,000 Archean power was a barrier. One's strength had to reach 50,000 Archean power before they were qualified to participate in the ranking competition. That was indeed the case. Only the top 49 people on the full moon peak ranking list. Apart from these people, the others had to pass the test and obtain the qualifications to participate in the ranking competition. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition. 50,000 Archean power was probably a top genius in the outside world. They could sweep through the human race. They were also extremely powerful existences among the 10,000 ancient races. However, in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, they were only in the upper echelons. For example, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others were definitely above 55,000 Archean power. Hamo should be even higher. There was also the first place, Huangfu Beidian, who was rumored to be above 60,000 Archean power. However, no one knew what level he had reached. Perhaps in this competition, only Hamo could make Huangfu Beidian take him seriously. Another day passed. On this day, many people had obtained the qualifications. Among them, there were some new geniuses who had also obtained the qualifications. There were geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons, as well as those from the Divine Emperor Spirit and the Fire Spirit Cave. Apart from them, there were also some ancient royal families. On the human side, there were relatively few. However, there were also some. There was a prodigy from the Daoi Holy Land and the Dian Holy Land. Although there were fewer people, the strength they displayed was also very strong. These people were extremely excited after receiving the challenge quota. However, when they learned that Lin Xian had stirred up a storm on the full moon peak, they fell silent. It seemed that no matter where the other party went, he was a dazzling figure that they looked up to. However, there was one thing that worried them. Because Lin Xian had yet to appear. There was still one more day, so that kid probably wouldn't appear. That was for sure. The successor of the 9 sons, the successor of the great dragon, turned out to be a coward. How can this kid be a match for our Lord Black Demon? This time, the first place will definitely be our Lord Black Demon. Of course, Lord Black Demon will definitely reach the peak and comprehend the full moon wordless steel. This kind of voice was getting stronger and stronger on the full moon peak. The snow-white monkey and the dark red dragon also returned. The two of them had run off somewhere. After returning to the full moon peak, they were immediately angry when they heard this. What? Someone is talking bad about us after not being here for a few days. Come, I'll fight you for 300 rounds. The dark red dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. It's you, the one with the purple horn on your head. Come, I'll slap you to death. And you, the one with the blue wings on your back, believe it or not, I'll barbecue you into skewers and eat you. Where did this snake come from? You're courting death. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were furious. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The dark red dragon sneered. You dare to scold me? Come, I'll spit dragon flames to death. He was also very powerful. His dragon blood was terrifying, so he wasn't afraid of the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King at all. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, someone stopped it. Why should he get angry with a snake that was afraid of him? That's right, whatever there is, wait until the competition tomorrow. All grudges will be settled in the competition. I'm afraid that kid won't dare to. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King did not make a move. They stared at the dark red dragon and said coldly, "Damn snake, if you have the ability, participate in the competition, also, tell that kid to participate too. When I see it, I'll slap him to death." With that, the two of them left. The Crimson Dragon God gritted its teeth in anger. Damn it, I'll definitely roast you and eat you. However, he was also wondering where little Xianxia had gone. Would he really not show up? He took out the jade disc and began to transmit his voice to Lin Xian. On the other side, a few figures also came from Linglong Peak. One of them was Xianxia. After he arrived, he spoke in a deep voice. Big brother Lin Xian would never lose. In addition to Xianxia, there was another beautiful woman. It was Qingwu from the Misty Peak. After Qingwu arrived, she gritted her teeth. This coward wouldn't really come out, right? I'll wait for this day. If he doesn't show up at the start of the competition tomorrow, I'll leave. If he doesn't come, he doesn't have the qualifications to compete with my brother. Everyone was looking forward to this ranking tournament. Everyone was also looking forward to Lin Xian's arrival. Dark Star, Ruins, Great Canyon. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The sword chi on his body was even more piercingly cold. It had been 2 months. He had almost restored the sword technique. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, he had been comprehending these 13 sword scars, trying to restore a set of sword technique. Now, he had already restored it to its initial state. When executed, the power of the 13 swords was truly terrifying. Looking from afar, the 13 sword scars on the stone tablet looked like a blooming lotus. Therefore, this restored sword technique was called the Green Lotus Sword Technique by Lin Xian. Kid, where are you? Come quickly. These bastards are all talking about you, saying that you're a coward and don't dare to participate in the competition. In the Black Earth, the sound transmission array vibrated, and a voice came through. After Lin Xian heard it, he slapped his head. I forgot that the ranking tournament was about to begin. Thinking of this, he put away the blazing Qilin sword and took a deep breath. Then, he rose into the air and left the ruins. Before he came, the first elder gave him a token, so with this token, he found the teleportation array. Using the teleportation array, he was teleported back to the House of Outstanding Scholars. House of Outstanding Scholars, Full Moon Peak. The sun had just risen, and the entire peak was bustling with noise and excitement. Because today was the day of the ranking tournament. In addition to the 49 people who were already on the ranking list, another 23 people successfully passed the assessment yesterday and obtained the opportunity to challenge. On a platform on the Full Moon Peak, there was a huge arena. It was extremely vast and made of dark night black gold, which could withstand the attack of a half-step saint. At this moment, all the geniuses on the Full Moon Peak were gathered here. In addition, some elders and even the first elder had come. The Peak Master did not come because he was cultivating. The first elder and other elders sat there with a smile on their faces, looking forward to the competition. He wondered to what extent the strength of this group of fellows would increase to this time. That Hamo is very powerful. It is said that he has recently practiced a set of terrifying divine power, which is specially used to deal with Huangfu Badian. I wonder if he can succeed this time. Hamo is indeed very powerful, and he should have a special bloodline power. I wonder what kind of cultivation method he is practicing this time. However, that Huangfu Badian is even more mysterious and rarely appears. Every time he appears, his strength will increase greatly. It is not easy to defeat him. Those elders discussed. Yes, Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others should not be underestimated. Especially Yi Fei's saber, which could pose a threat to Hamo. Those elders were looking forward to it. Among them, an elder in a black robe said doubtfully. I wonder how that Lin Xian is doing. He can set off the 9 heavy waves, which is comparable to Yiguqing in the past. I wonder how strong he is? If he can't get into the top 3, he won't have the chance to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. I heard that the kid hasn't come yet. Maybe he won't show up this time at all. He's too young. Even if he shows up, he won't get a good ranking. An elder shook his head. He's very talented. Give him a few decades, and he might become one of the top disciples of the full moon peak. But now, he's still a little short. It doesn't matter. He's still very young. He can afford to spend a few decades. Those elders nodded. The first elder didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He was surprised. He's not here yet. I wonder what that kid encountered in the ruins. After waiting for a while, it was about time. The 2 elders next to the first elder walked into the arena. The voices that were originally discussing also stopped. Many gazes were directed in their direction, filled with excitement. Those who were qualified to challenge couldn't wait to rush into the top 3. Those who weren't qualified to challenge were also very excited. After all, it was extremely precious for them to be able to see such a top genius fight. In fact, not only the full moon peak, but the other peaks also sent some geniuses. Among them, Xianxia and Qinggu were both there. The 2 elders who came to the arena were the judges. They looked around and frowned slightly. Let's wait a little longer. Huangfu Beidian is the strongest person on the full moon peak. How are we going to start without him? After waiting for about 30 minutes, Huangfu Beidian arrived. A saber light flashed between heaven and earth, and the void cracked. In the next moment, everyone noticed that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was a man in white. His face was handsome, and his eyes were like divine sabers. No one dared to look at him directly. He carried a black saber on his back. It was as black as ink. Huangfu Beidian is here. Everyone took a deep breath. What a powerful aura. Just his eyes alone are enough to make me tremble. Situ Xiaotian's body trembled. The sky prides around him were the same. The Unicorn King, Blue Wing King, and the others also felt their scalps go numb. Huangfu Beidian was too powerful. He was even more powerful than their Lord Black Demon. They did not dare to resist at all. They did not even dare to make eye contact with him. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others also took a deep breath. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Huangfu Beidian was their greatest enemy in the ranking competition. When He Mo saw Huangfu Beidian, he laughed loudly and stood up. You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come. This time, I must defeat you. At this point, demonic chi surged from his body and turned into demonic clouds that shrouded the sky. Buzz, the originally bright day instantly turned dark. Everyone was shivering. They felt a cold aura as if it was going to take away their lives. So powerful. He Mo had become even more terrifying than before. Heavens, does he really have the strength to defeat Huangfu Beidian? The surrounding sky prides trembled. The elders were also surprised. Huangfu Beidian looked at He Mo with a calm expression. He nodded slightly. You're no match for me. Humph, stop pretending. I'll show you how powerful I am in the arena later. He Mo sneered and retracted the demonic clouds in the sky. In the arena, the 2 elders looked at each other and took a deep breath. Then, let's begin. Both of them were half-step saints. With the 2 of them working together, they could ensure the fairness of the competition. At the same time, they could also guarantee that no skyprides would die. The 2 elders stood in the arena and looked in all directions. One of them took a deep breath and was about to speak. However, at this moment, a sword light lit up in the sky and flew towards them. This sword light was very fast and arrived above everyone's heads in an instant. In the next moment, it descended and transformed into a red-robed young man. I'm not late, am I? The red-robed young man said indifferently as soon as he landed. His words attracted countless gazes. It's him, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark red divine dragon grinned. Haha, kid, you're finally here. Xianxia revealed a smile. Yuanfang and Qinggu coldly snorted. This fellow was really good at acting, he actually came last. This brat actually came, he actually dared to come, great, I'll kill him with one slap. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King revealed sinister smiles. Yuan Kuei stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The elders in the distance were shocked as well. They had actually come? However, it didn't matter if he came over. This time, he would let this kid gain some experience. That's right, letting him teach these top prodigies would be very helpful to his growth. As for comprehending the full moon wordless steel, wait a few more years. The first elder narrowed his eyes. The other elders didn't think highly of Lin Xian, but he didn't think so. Lin Xian was someone who condensed the moon spirit in 2 hours. How could such a person be weak? Come on, kid, let me see your strength. How strong is it? The first elder was looking forward to it. Lin Xian had fought with Situ Xiaotian before and displayed decent strength. Therefore, he didn't need to participate in the test to obtain the qualifications to challenge. Seeing that no one else came, the 2 elders took a deep breath and said loudly, "Now, the full moon peak ranking challenge will begin." As the voice fell, the surrounding prodigies were in an uproar. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was finally about to begin. Yes, they could finally see a real battle. What kind of strength did Huangfu Badian reach? I wonder if I can see it this time. Can Hamo become number 1? Also, who can dodge Phase Blade? Hehe. Other than that, I'm also looking forward to seeing how Lin Xian dies. That's right, he openly provoked Hamo. I wonder how Hamo will deal with him this time. There's no need, Hamo's subordinates will be able to kill him. Many people looked at Lin Xian with schadenfreude. They thought that this kid might as well not come. If he didn't come, he would at most be called a coward. But if he came, his life would be in danger. Although he wouldn't be killed, with Hamo's methods, it wouldn't be a problem to make him lie in bed for decades or even centuries. Lin Xian's arrival attracted countless people's attention. The elders discussed animatedly. Most of them didn't think highly of Lin Xian. These young prodigies were all surprised. Among them, Lu Yanan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally came. Xue Ling and Yifei's eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know where Lin Xian got the confidence to challenge Hamo. Hamo snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was just an ant. He didn't have the qualifications to fight with him. He had already instructed his subordinates to teach Lin Xian a lesson during the competition. As for Huangfu Badian, he had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed since he arrived. He seemed to be cultivating. It was as if he wasn't interested in anything around him. The competition began. The 24 newcomers began their challenge. Each person had the qualifications to challenge twice. The rules were simple, but the process was very exciting. The first one, Wan Shan. He's here. As the referee elder's voice fell, the ground trembled. Then, a burly man walked over. This burly man was very tall, like a demon king. His hands were like dragons, and his entire person was like a demon god. He had the power to tear the sky and split the earth. When this person appeared, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too strong. Who was this person? His physique was so strong, he was a genius of the 4 symbols Holy Land. He was a prodigy from the previous generation. He was very strong. Sounds of discussion could be heard as many people were sizing up Wan Shan. The strength he displayed was indeed very strong. Wan Shan stomped his foot and leaped high into the air. He landed on the arena, causing the arena to shake non-stop. The surrounding space was bent from the pressure. This guy's strength was too strong. They couldn't fight him in close combat. Indeed, using a mystique to fight him from afar to exhaust his strength was the wisest choice. The surrounding prodigies were discussing and trying to find a way to fight Wan Shan. Among them, the green-robed referee elder asked in a deep voice. Wan Shan, who do you want to challenge? Wan Shan's bell-like eyes looked at the 49 figures in front of him. Of course, he didn't look at the ones in front. Because he knew that he wouldn't succeed. His gaze was flickering on the last few people in the 49th place. In the end, he grinned and pointed at the last person with his mountain-like palm. Wan Shan actually challenged the 49th place. Damn it, he looks like a tall and honest man, but he's actually so cunning. Yes, challenging the last place was the safest way. The newly joined Skyprides were in a heated discussion. They all felt that Wan Shan was too cunning. Is this guy stupid? The dark red divine dragon at the side muttered softly. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He was no stranger to the four symbol sacred grounds, as he had fought with the four symbol saints before. Of course, Wan Shan was also a saint, but not the current saint. The path of a great emperor was terrifying, but there was no age limit. Therefore, this was the cruelest path. Although Wan Shan was already a few hundred years old, he could still enter the extraordinary scholar's residence and walk the path of a great emperor. In the end, the one who could become a great emperor might not be one of the younger generation, but a saint who had lived for a few thousand years. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. Therefore, the path of a great emperor was the cruelest. Because it was not a competition between the same generation, but a competition with all the living beings in the universe. Only by defeating all living beings could one reach the peak. Challenge me? The 49th place Skypride was taken aback at first, but then his lips curled up into a smile. You're really courting death, alright, I'll play with you. This person was wearing a blue armor and was extraordinarily handsome. His long and narrow eyes were filled with disdain. With a slight sway, he tore through the void and arrived in the arena. The rules of the competition stated that no killing was allowed. Other than that, there were no restrictions. The judge elder's cold voice resounded. The two judge elders arrived in the void and looked down. They wanted to take control of the entire arena. With the start of the competition, Wan Shan let out a furious roar. His entire body exploded once again, and a terrifying force swept across the area. The entire area was trembling. The powerful force caused the surrounding Skyprides to feel their blood boil. Many of them turned pale. This Wan Shan was really terrifying. Yes, he should be cultivating the Dracophant force. That's right, in order to cultivate such a divine skill, one had to use the blood of demonic elephants and serpents every day. This Wan Shan was definitely terrifying. What a monster. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. However, in the face of such a terrifying fist, the 49th place Zhou Hai sneered in disdain. He stretched out a finger, and a blue rune flickered on it. He pointed his finger forward. With a bang, frost appeared on Wan Shan's fist and it quickly froze. Not only his fist, but Wan Shan's entire body was frozen. Heaven and earth, the entire space was completely frozen into a huge ice flower. It was over. Zhou Hai retracted his finger and said indifferently. What? The people around him widened their eyes. Especially those new prodigies. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. How was that possible? One move, just one move. Wan Shan was killed. Heavens, this is impossible. Wan Shan would definitely be able to rush out. However, after waiting for a long time, the mountains were still sealed in ice. There was no possibility of breaking out at all. Seeing this, despair filled the faces of those people. The two judges looked at each other. Then, they announced that Zhou Hai had won this battle. When Zhou Hai heard this, he walked down the arena. His expression was filled with disdain. One of the judges waved his hand and melted the ice, revealing Wan Shan's body. Wan Shan fell on the arena, trembling non-stop. There was no color on his face. His eyes were filled with horror. The others felt their scalps go numb. Defeated, Wan Shan was really defeated. Wan Shan was defeated in one move. How could the gap be so huge? These people were crazy. In their opinion, even if Wan Shan was defeated, he should have at least exchanged a few hundred moves. After all, the dragon elephant force that Wan Shan had displayed was terrifying. Many people were trembling. However, such a terrifying force could not stir up any waves in front of Zhou Hai. With just one move, he had ended the battle. And this was only the 49th rank. He really didn't know how terrifying those who were ranked higher would be. The new challengers were pale. They were originally full of confidence, but they did not expect reality to be like a basin of cold water, causing them to lose all hope. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed in shock. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. A battle of this level could not attract his interest. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard again. Another new prodigy walked out from the crowd. This time, it was a prodigy from the Dian sacred ground. He was a few hundred years old. He carried a huge heavy sword on his back and exuded a biting cold aura. As soon as he appeared, his expression was extremely solemn. After all, Wanshan's battle had left him with a lingering fear. When he came to the arena, the heaven stage prodigy from the Dian sacred ground thought for a while and pointed at Zhou Hai, who was ranked 49th. Zhou Hai looked helpless, but he still came to the arena. "Trash, hurry up and do it," he said impatiently. "You're courting death." The prodigy from the Dian sacred ground was furious. He was a prodigy after all. How dare Zhou Hai scold him? He was furious. "Take my strongest move." With a clang, the huge sword on his back soared into the sky and he held it in his hand. As he slashed out, countless rays of sword chi turned into dense light swords in the sky. These light swords flickered in the sky and combined to form the Dian sword formation. It was suppressed with extreme power. Dian sword formation? Zhou Hai raised his head and looked at the sky. He lifted a finger. On his fingertip, there was still a blue ancient rune that flickered. Buzz, he pressed towards the sky. Crack! 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 Endless ice power erupted and instantly froze all the light swords in the sky. The entire Dian sword formation was frozen into ice. Not only that, but the prodigy from the Dian sacred ground was also frozen into ice. What? Was he finished off with a single move again? Damn it, how is this possible? The Dian sword formation was even more terrifying than the dragon elephant fist, but it still couldn't block Zhou Hai's move. What kind of rune was that? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible, we also know runes. How can he be so powerful? The new prodigies roared as if they had gone mad. They couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, the prodigies who were ranked at the top also sneered. What a piece of trash. Do you think that the runes you cultivate are the same as ours? At most, you can refine your king's domain, but we have already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Although we can't condense the laws, our realms can't be compared. In front of us, all of you are just ants. Hearing this, the new prodigy's pupils constricted, and their expressions became extremely ugly. What, he has already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven? Is the gap between us that big? Their expressions were ugly. I don't believe it. Let me do it. Another figure walked out from the crowd. That's right. The person who walked out was covered in flames, and the fiery red wings on his back covered the sky. As soon as he appeared, he went to the arena and stared at Zhou Hai. I'll fight you. Zhou Hai was ice, and he was fire. He did not believe that Zhou Hai could freeze him. He was going to fight him with fire. Everyone was excited. In their opinion, the prodigy from the Red Wing tribe might be able to turn the tables. The Red Wing tribe was a primordial royal family. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe surpassed the prodigies from the two sacred grounds. This time, the Red Wing tribe prodigy would definitely be able to compete with Zhou Hai. Even if he lost, he would die after a few hundred moves. The surrounding people clenched their fists and said quickly. The dark red dragon narrowed his eyes. Kid, what do you think? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The rune that Zhou Hai used was very mysterious. It contained the powerful power of the moon soul. It would be difficult for the newcomers to resist it. He could feel the power emitted from the rune. No wonder so many people wanted to go to the moon palace to comprehend the moon soul. This power was very mysterious. In the next round, the Red Wing tribe prodigy spread his wings and spat out flames that covered the sky. Buzz, Zhou Hai pointed his finger, and the flames in the sky were frozen. The Red Wing tribe prodigy was also frozen in midair. Another victory in one move. Everyone was in despair. Their bodies trembled. How could this be? How could Zhou Hai be so powerful? He was only ranked 49th on the list. He was already so strong. Could it be that they could not defeat these veteran prodigies? Zhou Hai looked at the other party and said calmly, who else wants to come up? However, I advise you to give up. None of you can defeat us, let alone reach this stage. You're a bunch of trash. You want to compete with us? Cultivate for a few more decades. Don't worry. When we step on the ancient path to the stars and go to the other stars, you will be able to reach the top. The prodigies on the ranking laughed. They did not take Zhou Hai seriously at all. As expected, another human prodigy and a primordial race prodigy went up. However, they were still frozen by Zhou Hai's finger. This made the newcomers feel despair. More than 10 geniuses had already been defeated by a single move. Could it be that all of them were going to be defeated? These people were about to break down. At this moment, Lin Xian stood up. It was my turn. As he stood up, everyone's gaze turned to him. It was this brat. Was this brat going to make a move? I wonder how strong he is. Rumor had it that he was able to contend against Situ Xiaotian. It was definitely Situ Xiaotian's carelessness. Otherwise, this brat would have died long ago. Indeed, Situ Xiaotian hadn't used his full strength at that time. It seemed that he was giving face to the Great Elder and didn't use his full strength. I wonder what this kid's true strength is like. This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to challenge Hamo. He still wants to challenge Hamo. I think he can't even beat Zhou Hai. The people on the leaderboard sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think this Lin Xian will succeed? He didn't know. The gap was too big. Although this kid was the descendant of the great dragon, he might not be able to block Zhou Hai's ice. Zhou Hai looked at him and narrowed his eyes. You're the kid who caused the 9 heavy waves? Come on, let me see what's so magical about you. You'd better use the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to resist my finger. In Zhou Hai's opinion, even if his opponent was the descendant of the great dragon, he could still freeze him with a finger. Lin Xian ignored Zhou Hai. His gaze went past him and looked forward. He swept his gaze across the leaderboard and finally fixed his gaze on a man in a black robe. Come on, hey Mo, a few months ago, they had already agreed on a battle. Now, they could begin. What? The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Zhou Hai's body stiffened. His pupils dilated. His opponent actually ignored him. Moreover, he actually dared to challenge Hamo. Oh my god. What did I just hear? This kid actually dares to challenge Hamo? Damn it, does he know how to write the word death? This kid is too arrogant. He wants to challenge Hamo? Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death? Screams and exclamations rang out. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. It couldn't be helped because Lin Xian's actions were too shocking. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. The newcomers were also stunned. What was this kid doing? Yes, we thought he could defeat Zhou Hai, but he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and challenged Hamo. He might not even be able to defeat Zhou Hai. Previously, they were full of confidence. They thought that they could challenge the prodigies on the leaderboard. However, after Zhou Hai displayed his super powerful ice-sealing ability, these prodigies were in despair. In fact, they weren't even sure if any of the 24 people could make it to the leaderboard. Hamo's face darkened. His opponent actually dared to provoke him? He was courting death. If it wasn't for the first elder protecting him that day, he would have been a dead man by now. Now, he still dared to be arrogant in front of him. Seeing Hamo's gloomy face, the prodigies under Hamo were furious. Among them, the Unicorn King stood up. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you want to challenge Lord Hamo, you'll have to defeat me first. I can crush you to death with one hand. The blue-winged king also stood up. The blue wings on his back bloomed with a demonic light, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone below trembled. These 2 people were both ranked in the top 20. Even Zhou Juhai, who was ranked 49th, was so terrifying. How terrifying were these 2 people? They didn't dare to imagine. In the distance, the elders also frowned. What was this kid doing? They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They thought that after a few decades, he would be able to become the number 1 on Full Moon Peak, but now it seemed that he was still far from it. At least 100 years. Yes, he should first hone his character. If he entered the ancient starry sky path without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he would probably be killed by the prodigies of the other worlds. The first elder narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was waiting. In the arena, Zhou Hai trembled. His eyes were filled with anger. Ignored? His opponent dared to ignore him. This made him feel humiliated. The next moment, his body emitted a terrifying icy aura. Kid, you dare to ignore me? No one dares to ignore me. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hadn't come up yet, so he couldn't make a move. In the next moment, Zhou Hai screamed again. Because he realized that Lin Xian did not even look at him from the beginning to the end. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from the Black Demon to the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. Then, he shook his head slightly. Your rankings are too low. You're not my match. I'm not interested. He saw that the two of them were behind Yuan Kuei. Previously, when he was in the Moon Palace, he could already defeat Yuan Kuei, let alone now. You're courting death, the two of them roared. How dare the other party look down on them? This made the two Skyprides vomit blood. The surrounding people were about to go crazy. How many Skyprides had this kid provoked? It's over. I'm afraid he won't have a foothold in the Full Moon Peak in the future, hee. This kid relied on his status as the Dragon Emperor's descendant and stirred up the 9 heavy waves, thinking that the Grand Elder would back him up. Unfortunately, the extraordinary warrior manner was not comparable to the other sacred grounds. Here, no one would really back you up. At most, your life would be saved. Even if Lin Xian did not die in the Full Moon Peak in the future, he would probably have to live a hellish life every day, that was for sure. He had offended Zhou Hai and provoked the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. What was more terrifying was that he dared to challenge the Black Demon, no matter which one, they were all existences that he could not defeat. Let's see how he dies this time, many Skyprides sneered. Big brother Lin Xian. Xianxia was also worried. On the other side, Qingwu saw this scene and smiled contemptuously. Did this guy even have a brain? The Unicorn King and the others were still roaring. Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the referee elder. Senior, if I remember correctly, I can freely challenge anyone, right? Then, I still want to challenge the Black Demon. When these words came out, Zhou Hai, the Unicorn King, and Blue-Winged King were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, they had been shouting here for a long time, but the other party still ignored them. This feeling of being ignored drove them crazy. The other Skyprides also twitched the corners of their mouths. Is this brat done yet? Does he really want to challenge the Black Demon? I couldn't tell that these elders wanted to protect you. Sure enough, the two judges looked at each other and shook their heads. Although his words were correct, we still advise you to take one step at a time. To be honest, Lin Xian's attitude really made them unhappy. Could he challenge Hamo? What a joke. However, Lin Xian was the descendant of the Great Dragon after all. He was able to set off the 9 heavy waves, so his talent was not bad. If he was properly nurtured in the future, he would definitely become a super genius. Therefore, they didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. This was a kind reminder. Alright, since the referee elder had said so, Lin Xian could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed like it would be very difficult to challenge the Hamo if he didn't display some strength. Since that's the case? He stared at Lani Wang. Then I'll challenge you first. This was one of the higher-ranked ones. The corners of the two judges' mouths were still twitching. Heavens, what they meant was to let Lin Xian challenge Zhou Hai first, and then talk about it after he defeated Zhou Hai. But he did not expect that this brat would actually directly challenge the Blue Wing King. The Blue Wing King was ranked 17th, can you challenge him? One punch from him would probably severely injure you. Lani Wang was rather happy, but at this moment, the referee elder coughed lightly. Buzz, Lani Wang's body stiffened. Lin Xian also shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the referee elder still didn't quite agree. Alright then, he could only look at Zhou Hai first. Then it's you. As he spoke, he walked up to the arena. Brat, that's great. I've finally got a chance. Zhou Hai's entire body trembled. This time, it wasn't anger, but excitement. How dare his opponent underestimate him? He swore that he would ruthlessly torture his opponent to death. Zhou Hai stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, blue runes flickered. Brat, one finger. Just one move, and I'll be able to freeze you. I'll let you know the difference between us. That's right, Zhou Hai was angry. This time, he was going to teach his opponent a lesson. One move to insta-kill his opponent. Seeing this scene, the other rookies exclaimed. Could this Lin Xian do it? They didn't know. It was very likely that he would be sent flying in one move. Indeed, Zhou Hai was very casual before, but now, Zhou Hai was completely furious. He would definitely not go easy on his opponent. Boom! Before he could finish, Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Hai. Then, he waved his fist. With a bang, Zhou Hai was sent flying. Whoosh! Zhou Hai turned into a blue ray of light, shot into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's view. That punch sent him flying at least tens of thousands of miles. Noisy. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and said indifferently. The surrounding monstrous prodigies opened their mouths wide. Their jaws were about to drop. Heavens! What did they just see? Zhou Hai was sent flying with one punch. No way. Even the prodigies on the ranking list were twitching their eyelids. The rookies were even more crazy. Damn. He actually sent Zhou Hai flying with one punch. How was that possible? This scene was simply like a dream. Big brother Lin Xian was so powerful. Shen Jingqiu cheered. The dark red divine dragon was expressionless. He knew Lin Xian's strength. It was more than enough to deal with Zhou Hai. Everyone was stunned. The one-horned monarch was stunned. The blue-winged monarch was stunned. The elders were also stunned. In the distance, Qingwu's eyelids were twitching wildly. Isn't this guy too despicable? Old Zhang hadn't announced the start of the match yet. Indeed, the two elders were also speechless. Little guy, aren't you being too impatient? Buzz. In the sky, a blue light flashed. Zhou Hai had returned from tens of thousands of miles away. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Damn kid, how dare you sneak attack me? I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Hasn't it started yet? Sorry. Let's start again. Previously, he felt that the other party was too useless, so he didn't want to talk nonsense and attacked. He didn't expect that it didn't count. The two elders looked at each other. Now, the match began. With an order, Zhou Hai charged over. This time, he didn't use a finger. His palms formed a seal, and a blue ancient rune appeared beside him. It became bigger and bigger, surrounded by 4 ice mountains, and charged toward Lin Xian. There were countless ice swords in all directions. It seemed that Zhou Hai was really angry. Humph, this kid is dead meat. The one-horned monarch sneered. Previously, Zhou Hai was careless and was attacked by that kid. Now that Zhou Hai was using his full strength, that kid definitely couldn't block it. This was what everyone was thinking. Even the elders were thinking the same thing. Lin Xian looked at the ice swords in all directions and the ice mountains in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. His figure flashed again and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. With a bang, he punched out. Zhou Hai was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in a blue light and disappeared. What, he was sent flying again? F***ck. The young geniuses were trembling, and the elders were also shocked. How was that possible? This time, Zhou Hai was not careless. He used his full strength, but he was still sent flying with a single punch. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid's strength was so strong, he won. Lin Xian actually won. Moreover, it was an instant kill. That scene was too shocking. Previously, Zhou Hai had killed them in an instant, but now, someone else had appeared and killed Zhou Hai in an instant. How could they not be shocked? Unicorn King and Blue Wing King's faces also became gloomy. Black Demon looked at that scene and snorted coldly. In his opinion, whether it was Zhou Hai or Lin Xian, they were both ants that were not worthy of his attention. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. I told you, he's too weak. Let me challenge Black Demon in the next round. After saying that, he walked down the arena and sat cross-legged at the side. Tens of thousands of miles away, Zhou Hai flew over again. His entire body was trembling. How is that possible? How can I lose? I don't believe it. He was about to go crazy. This time, he was sent flying with a single punch from his opponent. However, this time, his opponent did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, he was sent flying with a single punch. Therefore, even if he was not convinced, there was nothing he could do. That kid is too strong. That's right, as expected of the successor of the great dragon. He's really powerful. Why do I feel that he can really fight against Black Demon? Stop joking. Black Demon is ranked second, and Zhou Hai is ranked last. Don't you know how big the gap between them is? Everyone discussed animatedly. Unicorn King and Blue Wing King revealed sinister smiles. Very good, this is interesting. It'll be interesting to fight like this. They decided that they would teach their opponent a lesson later. Lin Xian became the first person to enter the rankings. Next, everyone continued. Although Lin Xian had replaced Zhou Hai's position, no one dared to challenge Lin Xian. They all challenged the person who was ranked 48th. The person who was ranked 48th was a woman. She was a fire element prodigy and was equally terrifying. She could also kill her opponent with a single move. However, a few powerful figures walked out from among them. One was a genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was very strong and defeated the female genius who was ranked 48th. The other was a Skypride from the Fire Kylan cave who had defeated a Skypride ranked 47th. There was also a woman from the Daoi holy land of the human race. She had defeated a genius ranked 45th. Out of the 24 people, only 4 of them charged forward. Apart from them, all of them were defeated. Those who succeeded in their challenge would advance to the next round. Those who failed would have another chance. However, even if these people were given 10 more chances, they still wouldn't succeed. Zhou Hai and the others still wanted to kill their way back. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian and the others were too strong. These people also did not succeed in killing their way back. There were 4 more newcomers on the leaderboard. Next, it was time to rank these 49 people. Who would have thought that these people were actually so powerful? There's nothing we can do about it. We've only been here for a short period of time. I reckon that we'll be able to enter the rankings next time. They became excited again. Because those who were able to enter the rankings were all outstanding geniuses. The following battles would be even more exciting and intense. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how many people can Lin Xian and the other 3 make it to the top. I don't think they can make it to the top 30. I feel that Lin Xian and the others can make it to the top 20, but it's impossible for them to go any further. These people discussed animatedly. The old geniuses on the leaderboard also frowned. 4 of them actually made it to the top? It was really surprising. In their opinion, it would be good enough if one of the 24 could make it to the top. At most, there would be 2. They didn't expect 4 of them to come. However, so what if there were 4 of them? They wouldn't let these people make it to the top 40, these 4 people would stay in the last 4 positions. The next ranking was still a challenge. Lin Xian, who was ranked 49th, was the first to challenge. Lin Xian stood up and said loudly, "I want to challenge the Hamo." When these words came out, everyone vomited blood. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched. The Hamo's face darkened. It's not over yet, is it? No one had ever dared to challenge him again and again like this. However, the other party was really an ant. He couldn't raise his interest at all. This time, the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were also angry. They stood up again. "Kid, we'll let you know the consequences of provoking the Lord Hamo, is that so?" "Well, since I have 2 chances, I'll use one to challenge you." Lin Xian wasn't angry. He stared at the Blue-Winged King and the Unicorn King. He pointed at the Blue-Winged King. "Blue-Winged King, ranked 17th, damn kid, you actually dare to challenge the Blue-Winged King." The Unicorn King looked at the scream and was very unhappy. Was the other party ignoring him? The Blue-Winged King looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Finally, I have a chance." The surrounding people were going crazy. What did this kid do? He actually challenged the person ranked 17th. Does he want to die? Brother Lin, calm down. Don't be rash. The new geniuses quickly reminded him. Although many people weren't familiar with Lin Xian was from their group of newcomers after all. Naturally, they had to support Lin Xian and the others. "Big brother Lin Xian, you can do it." Shen Jingqiu cheered. She didn't believe that the other party could defeat the Blue-Winged King. This kid was really arrogant. Well, let the blue-winged king teach him a lesson. The old geniuses sneered. The other three newcomers who had killed their way up the rankings had different expressions. Among them, the woman from the Dao One Holy Ground was called Ning Lan. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. In addition, the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave and the Nest of 10,000 Dragons sneered. They didn't have any good impression of Lin Xian. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to be killed by the other party with a single slap. The elders in the distance also frowned. This kid's leap is so big. Won't he be crippled by others? These elders looked at the first elder. Why don't I talk to him? The first elder shook his head slightly. No need. Let the competition continue. Still, most people didn't think highly of Lin Xian. However, there were also a few people who snorted coldly. One of them was Lu Yanan. This group of idiots, just you wait, you'll regret it. She had seen with her own eyes how Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th and was even more powerful than the Blue-Winged King. Moreover, this was a few months ago. She didn't believe that Lin Xian hadn't improved at all in the past few months. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian had used 2 hours to condense the moon spirit. What a terrifying method, therefore, not to mention the Blue-Winged King, even she didn't dare to challenge him. Yuan Kuei's face was also gloomy. Although he was very unhappy about his previous defeat, he also knew that the kid in front of him was powerful. The Blue-Winged King would probably suffer if he fought against him. Kid, I will let you know the gap between us. The Blue-Winged Monarch charged over. 2 pairs of blue wings spread out, emitting a monstrous energy fluctuation that shook the entire world. This energy arrived in an instant and spread in all directions. The blue hurricane wanted to destroy everything. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by this terrifying energy. The surrounding people were terrified. Too strong, the young geniuses' faces were filled with despair. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, he was too powerful. This attack was far more powerful than Zhou Hai's. Most likely, no one would be able to withstand it. It's over. That Lin Xian is going to be unlucky, that's for sure. He definitely won't be able to block it, this kid is too arrogant. I would still believe him if he challenged someone in the 40th place. But now he challenged the Blue-Winged Monarch. Let's see how he dies. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders also looked helpless. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Xian to defeat the Blue-Winged Monarch. This time, not only would he waste a challenge, but he might also be seriously injured by the Blue-Winged Monarch and lose the chance to continue in the competition. Buzz, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. With a clang, a stunning sword light swayed. The clouds tumbled like boiling water. Ka ka ka, a terrifying sound rang out. A large crack appeared in the void. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading out in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would shatter. The 2 huge storms and the blue energy that filled the sky were also quickly shattered. This sword attack launched the Blue-Winged Monarch's attack and charged towards his opponent. What? Everyone was stunned. The Blue-Winged Monarch's pupils shrank. Impossible. He screamed and twisted his body, quickly dodging the sword. His face was incomparably pale. His opponent dodged. His opponent actually dodged. How was this possible? Could it be that his opponent's strength was really that strong? I don't believe it. The Blue-Winged Monarch let out a long roar and charged over from the sky. The wings on his back kept rolling, and the surrounding space continued to shatter. Streaks of blue runes fell from the sky, completely submerging the arena below. Endless brilliance surged. And it looked as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding crowd had yet to recover from Lin Xian's stunning sword strike when they were once again stunned by the violent energy. It was over. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. A dot of red. Between the heaven and earth, a sword light flashed as the void tore apart continuously. Lin Xian's sword did not pierce the Blue-Winged Monarch's glabella. Instead, it pierced the other party's heart. This was because killing was not allowed in this competition. If he were to stab his opponent between the eyebrows, his opponent's soul would probably be instantly destroyed. Therefore, Lin Xian settled for the next best thing. The sword pierced through his opponent's heart. His opponent's body exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Boom! Boom! Blood mist drifted, and miserable cries rang out. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They couldn't believe it. The blue-winged monarch's body had actually cracked open. He had been seriously injured. Oh God, Lin Xian had only used 2 sword strikes and had seriously injured the blue-winged monarch. Everyone was going crazy. Those who had sneered earlier were also trembling. They were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were full of shock. How was this possible? Only the first elder had a smile on his face. I knew that this little guy wouldn't be so simple. Damn it, how did he do it? The monstrous geniuses on the ranking list also had ugly expressions on their faces. The blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was extremely terrifying. And this time, he was also a hot favorite to enter the top 10. But now, he had been split apart by the other party's 2 sword strikes. The impact of this was simply too shocking. This guy had been hiding his strength all along. Many people had solemn expressions. Zhou Hai and the others had ashen faces. The other party was too strong, completely surpassing them. Especially Zhou Hai, when he thought of how he dared to fight with such a person before, he was simply courting death. Fortunately, the other party did not get angry before. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by now. Thinking of this, his body trembled, and his face was full of fear. The one-horned monarch's pupils constricted, and his body began to tremble. Previously, he and the blue-winged monarch were together, taunting the other party. However, his ranking was relatively low and he was ignored by the other party. At that time, he was extremely angry that the other party dared to ignore him. But now, he actually felt a trace of relief in his heart. Even the blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was not a match for the other party, let alone him, who was ranked 20th. If he went up, he would probably be seriously injured with 1 sword strike. This guy was indeed very strong. The last time he defeated Yuan Kuei was not by chance, but by true strength. Lu Yanan's eyes flickered. Did he have the strength to enter the top 10? That was interesting. Xue Ling's beautiful eyes turned. Yifei nodded slightly. Next to her, a short-haired young man had a cold expression, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He asked in a deep voice. Was this the kid who set off the 9 waves? Yes, it was him. He was also a swordsman. He had the dragon sword soul and was the successor of the dragon sword. Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes lit up. The successor of the dragon sword. He really wanted to fight with him. Buzz 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 as he spoke, there was also a biting cold sword intent flickering on his body. Obviously, he was also a terrifying sword expert. These people were discussing. As for the second-ranked black demon, his face was gloomy. What a bunch of trash, they couldn't even solve such a small matter. He was too angry. He felt that his subordinates were too useless. Could it be? Did they really need him to deal with the other party? He disdained to fight with such ants. Although Lin Xian had defeated the blue-winged monarch with 2 sword strikes, Black Demon did not take him seriously. If he wanted to kill the blue-winged monarch, it would be even easier. He could do it with just a look. Lord Black Demon, don't worry, I will personally deal with this kid later. Right at this moment, another icy cold voice resounded. This was the 12th-ranked genius who spoke. He was also one of Black Demon's subordinates. Yes. After Black Demon heard this, he nodded slightly. The 12th-ranked genius was much stronger than the blue-winged monarch. With him taking action, there should be no accidents. In the sky, the blue-winged monarch's body reassembled, and his face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with madness, shock, horror, and various emotions. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian, wanting to take revenge, but his body was trembling. In the end, he still did not dare to make a move. Because he realized that even if he continued to fight, he was no match for the other party. And it was very likely that his injuries would be more serious. The 2 referee elders took a deep breath and announced the result. The winner, Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and walked down the arena. The two challenge opportunities could not be used consecutively, so he had to wait for the next opportunity. As Lin Xian walked down the arena, the geniuses on both sides made way for him. Whether it was a new genius or a veteran powerhouse, no one dared to block Lin Xian. "Brother Lin Xian, I knew you were the best." Xianxia cheered. The dark red dragon sneered. "Now, you know how powerful little Xian is." In the distance, Qingwu also opened her mouth wide. "This guy is quite capable. I wonder if he can make it to the top 10, humph." "So what if he can make it to the top 10? He can't even defeat Hamo, and he wants to compete with my brother." Qingwu was very disdainful. Although Lin Xian's current strength was very strong. However, that was all. Her brother was the number one person in Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak was the strongest in elite manner, not to mention Hamo, even Huangfu Beidian was not her brother's match. In other words, in the entire Full Moon Peak, no one was her brother's match, not in the past, not in the future. This guy. He was actually so strong. The two geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave and Nest of 10,000 Dragons also made it to the rankings. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, when they saw the strength Lin Xian displayed, their faces turned ugly. The other party was very strong, surpassing them. With their strength, they were probably not his match at all. Only the stronger members of the royal family could make a move. However, those people had probably already entered the ancient path of the starry sky through other methods. They would let this kid be smug for a while and kill him on the real ancient path of the starry sky. The two of them sneered. Next, it was these people's turn to make a move. These two primordial geniuses were very cautious and only challenged existences one rank ahead of them. Therefore, although the battle was difficult, they won. Next, it was the last newcomer's turn. It was the woman from Daoi Holy Land. This woman had challenged a veteran prodigy who was ranked 30th. As soon as these words came out, someone exclaimed. This was another person besides Lin Xian who crossed many ranks to challenge. This challenger was also a newcomer and not a primordial genius. Instead, he was a genius from Daoi Holy Land. Although Daoi Holy Land was a holy land of the human race, it was also very famous. After all, daring to use the name Daoi was enough to show how terrifying the Holy Land was. This woman was dressed in purple. Her name was Xianxia. She was very beautiful and had a different kind of aura. The genius ranked 30th was surrounded by a 5-colored divine light. It was crystal clear and looked like the most exquisite jade. In his hand, there was also a 5-colored longsword that emitted an extremely powerful aura. It was him, the 5-color sword king. He was a very powerful person. Once the 5-colored divine sword was unleashed, very few people were his match. Many prodigies exclaimed. As expected, when the 5-colored sword king appeared, it displayed a powerful battle prowess. The terrifying 5-colored sword light covered the sky. He didn't waste any words and directly killed the people in front of him. It looked like he wanted to send Xianxia of the Daoi Holy Land flying with a single move. The sky was filled with 5-colored sword lights, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were densely packed and all of them charged towards Xianxia. Everyone started to get nervous. This Xianxia was too bold. Who does she think she is? Lin Xian. Yes, Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword and the successor of the 9-yang divine body. He was very powerful. Moreover, he set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. This Xianxia had never been heard of. She didn't have any special inheritance or physique. What did she do to dare to challenge the 5-colored sword king who was ranked 30th? They didn't know. She probably saw Lin Xian succeed and became hot-headed, so she challenged someone of a higher level. She really didn't know what was good for her. Didn't she see that the two primordial royal family prodigies were so cautious? They only dared to challenge someone who was 1 or 2 ranks higher, but she actually dared to challenge someone who was more than 10 ranks higher. Just wait, she'll definitely die. Everyone sneered again. Lin Xian didn't say anything and looked ahead. The Daoi Holy Land was a very special holy land. Although there had never been a battle between the top prodigies before. However, the foundation of this holy land was definitely not to be underestimated. It was definitely one of the few holy lands with the most ancient inheritance. Seeing the five-colored sword light that filled the sky, Xianxia's beautiful eyes turned. There was no fear at all. She waved her hand gently. A rune was waved out and hidden in the void. Buzz, the five-colored sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the entire void flew out like a tattered painting. In the next moment, all the five-colored sword light disappeared. What? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The prodigies on the rankings were also shocked. The pupils of a few elders shrank. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In the sky, the five-colored sword king was also stunned. Such a terrifying killing move was actually dealt with by the other party with a light wave of her sleeve. Who was this person? Before he could think further, the other party waved her jade-like hand, and another rune floated out and hit the five-colored sword king. Buzz, the five-colored sword king flew out, and all the bones in his body were shattered. The five-colored sword king directly fell outside the arena. His face was pale, and he couldn't even stand up. Damn, everyone went crazy. This scene was simply like a legend. At this moment, everyone looked at Xianxia, and their bodies trembled. They knew that they had misjudged her again. She was definitely a super genius, not weaker than Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian was taken aback by this. What a powerful move. Who was this woman? Why hadn't he heard of her before? To be able to display such a move, she would definitely be famous in the world. However, he had never heard of her name before. Could it be that she had been hiding and didn't appear before? Only after the ancient starry sky path opened did she reveal her talent. Thinking of this, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that the true spirit world was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had seen so many monsters before going to the outer realm. Who knew how many powerful enemies were waiting on the ancient starry sky path? Xianxia's appearance made Lin Xian more vigilant. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also shocked. Damn, it can't be, right? Why does this move look like that? But it's not very likely, but it's really suspicious. If that person appears, she'll probably be a peerless enemy. The dark red dragon muttered there. The others were also discussing. Xianxia's expression was calm as she turned around and walked down the arena. Suddenly, she glanced at Lin Xian, her gaze deep. This scene was seen by many prodigies. Immediately, these prodigies became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Oh my, Xianxia is looking at Lin Xian. These two are both new prodigies, moreover, they're the dark horses this time. The two of them won't have a battle, right? I think it's very likely. That glance earlier was very meaningful. Xianxia probably wants to challenge Lin Xian. I don't know, let's hurry up and fight. Who's stronger between the two? Lin Xian is currently in the limelight. This Xianxia seems to have many trump cards in her hands. Especially those two runes, they're actually even stronger than the runes formed by our moon soul. What kind of runes are those? Are they runes inscribed by the sage? Possible, otherwise, they wouldn't be so terrifying. Everyone discussed animatedly. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The other party looked at him. Was she trying to declare war on him? He looked back. However, when he looked, Xianxia retracted her gaze and sat at the side. Next, the challenges continued. Every battle was very exciting. The geniuses on the ranking list were extremely powerful. Everyone's blood boiled as they watched. Finally, it was Situ Xiaotian's turn. Situ Xiaotian first raised his head and glanced at Lin Xian, then shook his head slightly. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Xian at all. Therefore, he challenged the 20th ranked one-horned king. Situ Xiaotian, you're not my opponent. One-horned king stood up. Cut the crap. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know once we fight. Situ Xiaotian's voice was cold. The battle was very intense. Finally, on the 83rd move, Situ Xiaotian used his ultimate move and defeated One-Horned King. This scene made many people exclaim. Situ Xiaotian had become stronger again, he must have a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It seemed that his confidence this time wasn't small. He estimated that he could enter the top 15. The challenges continued. Soon, it was Yuan Kuei's turn. Yuan Kuei walked out with a cold expression. He looked at the people at the top of the ranking list and then stared at a figure. Yu Song. Come out and fight, Yuan Kuei said coldly. What, he wants to challenge the 12th ranked Yu Song. That's the sure spear, can he win? Since Yuan Kuei did this, he must be confident. That wasn't necessarily the case. After reaching the top 15, the gap between each rank was huge. It was even more than the gap between 30th and 40th, Yuan Kuei and Yu Song only had a gap of 3 ranks. This could be said to be a huge gap. I wonder if this kid can succeed. There was a rumor that Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei in the Moon Palace. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing Lin Xian and Blue Wing King's battle, I believe it. Lin Xian might really defeat Yuan Kuei. It can't be, right? Everyone discussed. After Yuan Kuei heard it, his face became gloomy. On the opposite side, the 12th ranked Shura Spear, Yu Song also walked out. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. You dare to challenge me? I heard that you can't even beat that Lin Xian. You still have the face to challenge me? Yu Song's eyes were filled with disdain. Cut the crap, take my ultimate move. Yuan Kuei roared. Losing to Lin Xian was a humiliation to him. Now that his scars were being exposed one after another, how could he endure this? Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily and charged forward. He wanted to prove himself with his own strength. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Song. His palm slammed out, bringing with it a monstrous light, as if it had turned into the sharpest blade, slamming forward with lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered, and light shone brightly. The entire world was shaking. Yu Song's body had already begun to move when the palm shot out. When this palm landed, Yu Song melted into the void. This palm did not hurt him at all. He appeared on the other side, harumphed coldly, and waved his hand. A dark red spear appeared in his hand. Killing intent surged, turning into a long rainbow that pierced through the clouds, shattering everything. The Azura Spear. Looks like Yu Song didn't plan on throwing the game either. Once the Azura Spear was used, no one could stop it. How was Yuan Kuei going to defend against it? Boom! The dark red spear waved, instantly piercing through the void and blasting the palm away. At the same time, the spear pierced towards Yuan Kuei's head. Yuan Kuei's pupil shrank. He knew that the Azura Spear was powerful, so he did not dare to resist it. With a roar, the light on his body circulated. Countless runes flickered, forming a light shield in front of him to block the spear. At the same time, a moon mark appeared on his right arm. The power of the moon soul was activated, instantly erupting, turning into a large hand of the moon and stars, slamming forward. Clang, boom, the power of the moon soul? Do you think you're the only one who has it? Yu Song sneered disdainfully when he felt the terror of this palm. In the next moment, a crescent moon mark appeared on his spear, and then burst out. The strong power of the moon's brilliance swept out. Boom! Bang, 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. After 3 spears, Yuan Kuei was sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and half of his body was numb. Yu Song sneered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he attacked again. Seeing this, Yuan Kuei's scalp went numb. I admit defeat. Admit defeat? It's too late, Yu Song smiled ferociously. The Azura Spear in his hand shone brightly again, as strong as a mountain. It connected with the stars in the sky, and destructive thunder fell. This spear could definitely kill Yuan Kuei. Not good. Is Yu Song crazy? Damn it. I knew I couldn't fight with Yu Song. He was known as the Azura Spear. This guy had no scruples when fighting, and he would really kill. Screams rang out, and the new Skyprides trembled. They knew that they could never provoke the Azura Spear in the future. Not good, Yuan Kuei's pupil shrank, and his body stiffened. This spear was a fatal blow, and he could not avoid it. He did not even have the strength to escape now. Was he going to be killed? At this critical moment, an elder in the arena moved. He waved his hand, and endless runes formed a giant palm that caught the spear. At the same time, another elder came in front of Yu Song, and a powerful aura shrouded him. Yu Song, Are you trying to break the rules? The two elders moved together to save Yuan Kuei. The bloodshot light in Yusong's eyes disappeared, and he slowly put away the Azura spear. I was too engrossed in the fight and forgot the rules. Please forgive me, elder. Yusong said indifferently. Humph, the two elders snorted and retreated. They then announced the result. Yusong stretched his neck and looked at Yuan Kuei. You're lucky. If you dare to challenge me again, you won't be so lucky. I'll send you straight to hell, damn it. Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He thought he was qualified to challenge Yusong after his strength increased. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. If it was not for the elders, he would have been killed. The others were also shocked. Yusong, who was ranked 12th, was already so terrifying. How terrifying were the people ranked in the top 10, they did not dare to imagine. Especially Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked 5th, 3rd, and even 1st. Would he be able to defy the heavens? Yuan Kuei bowed, and the people in front of him continued to challenge. Finally, it was Yusong's turn. Yusong stood up, and in a flash, he came to the arena and looked around. Those Skyprides who were glanced at by Yusong felt their scalps go numb, and they quickly lowered their heads. Damn it, this lunatic, he dared to kill someone in front of the elders. Whoever was targeted by such a person, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Those who were ranked lower heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine. With Yusong's arrogance, he would definitely not challenge those who were ranked lower than him. That's right, his target was definitely the top 10. It could be the 10th or the 9th. Sure enough, the 10th ranked genius and Lu Yanan, who was ranked 9th, had serious expressions. Yusong was also a powerful enemy. However, this Azura spear Yusong did not look at Lu Yanan and the others. Instead, he looked to the other side. When his gaze covered that area, the geniuses in that area felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Who is Yusong challenging? It can't be. Could it be him? That's right, it's really him. Why would this kid be targeted by Yusong? He's dead meat. Yusong was a member of the Black Demons. How could Yusong let this kid off if he dared to provoke the Black Demons? Moreover, this kid had defeated the Blue-Winged Monarch, which was equivalent to slapping the Black Demons in the face. No wonder, this kid is really dead meat. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders were also stunned. The people on the Black Demon's side revealed sinister smiles. Haha, let's see how arrogant this kid is. Let's see how he's going to die this time. That's right, Yusong was staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, but soon, he sneered. Is he challenging me? Lin Xian, get up here and die. Yusong's voice sounded like thunder, resounding in all directions. He was really going to challenge Lin Xian. Heavens, is Yusong going to challenge someone who's ranked lower? These people were stunned. Usually, this kind of ranking challenge would be a challenge from someone who's ranked lower. Basically, no one would challenge someone who's ranked lower. Because it was meaningless. Moreover, it would be embarrassing. After all, as a top genius, face was the most important thing. No one would disregard their face. But now, Yusong was disregarding everything and challenging Lin Xian, who was ranked lower than him. This was definitely something that only a mortal enemy would do. Yusong's choice shocked everyone. Even those elders were extremely shocked. Should they stop him? They were still discussing. Lin Xian frowned. I refuse. Everyone was stunned, including the elders. They originally wanted to stop him, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse directly. This made them sigh in relief. This kid wasn't stupid. That was because although he was arrogant, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew who he could defeat and who he could not. Yusong was definitely not someone he could defeat. A few elders discussed in low voices. The surrounding Skyprides were also stunned. However, in the next moment, they began to discuss fervently. This brat actually rejected it. I thought he would accept it, don't joke around. This kid wasn't a fool. He knew that it was impossible for him to beat Yusong. Who would have thought that this brat would actually cower? Everyone thought that Lin Xian refused because he was afraid. When Yusong heard this, he frowned and sneered. Why? Are you admitting defeat now? What were you doing earlier? didn't you vow to provoke our Lord Black Devil? Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Even if he admitted defeat, it wouldn't do. Yusong's eyes turned blood red. A dark red sea of blood appeared around him, surging to the heavens and shaking the surroundings. It made everyone tremble. It was over. Yusong was also angry. Yusong had gone crazy. He was known as the Spear of Azura. He probably wouldn't let Lin Xian off so easily. Lin Xian was really unlucky. He deserved it. Who asked him to be so arrogant and challenge the Black Devil? After Lin Xian heard that, he shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I refused not because I thought you were afraid. It's because you're too weak to pique my interest. What? When he said that, everyone was stunned. You're too weak to pique my interest? Heavens, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was afraid, but they didn't know that he wasn't interested at all. Even the elders' mouths were twitching. The skyprides on the other ranking snorted coldly. Impossible, this kid must be posturing. Yes, he's bragging. He's quibbling. These people would never believe that Lin Xian wasn't interested in Azura. Azura was very terrifying. He had the strength to enter the top 10. How could such a person not pique Lin Xian's interest? What a joke. If it was Huangfu Beidian who said that, they could still believe it. However, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words even if they were beaten to death. Kid, don't quibble. You're just afraid. However, I won't let you off. If you want me to let you off, get over here and kneel down. Kowtow 10 times to Lord Black Devil and admit your mistakes on the spot. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can imagine what will happen to you. At this point, the blood azure sea around Yusong emitted an even more terrifying light. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. Admit his mistake? What a joke. He stood up. This kid stood up. What? Is he really going to accept the challenge? No way, is this kid's brain flooded with water? It's fine if he's just bragging. Does he really want to fight Yusong? Does he think he can beat Yusong? Heavens, this kid is dead for sure. He's gone overboard with his bragging. That was everyone's opinion. Yusong was also stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Good kid, you actually dare to come up. The heavens are really helping me. He was really too excited. Originally, he thought that the other party would admit defeat and not dare to come up. That way, he couldn't make a move at all. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the bait so easily. He angered the other party, and the other party came up. He swore that when he came up, he wouldn't let the other party off so easily. Why did this kid go up? Is he really beaten half to death? Qinggu curled her lips at the side. Lu Yanan also frowned. Yuan Kuei was stunned. Damn it, this guy actually dares to challenge Yusong? Does he not know how to write the word death ? He was just defeated by Yusong. If not for the elders saving his life, he would already be a dead man. Although the other party defeated him, he did not think that the other party had the strength to challenge Yusong. The Unicorn King and Blue Wing King both had hideous expressions. Great, with Yusong making a move, this kid is definitely dead for sure. Even those elders had stunned expressions on their faces. Then, they shook their heads slightly. They were also not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Lin Xian walked up to the ring, looked at the other party, and said indifferently. I'll give you a chance to display your strongest strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid still dares to act tough at this point. Just you wait, Yusong's spear will definitely kill him in an instant. This kid must know that the referee elder is protecting his life, so he dares to be so arrogant. If there's no rule against killing, this kid would definitely not dare to go up. Kid, you've completely angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yusong pulled out the Azura spear. The dark red spear, together with the surrounding sea of blood, bloomed with a monstrous light. Azura's spear, Yusong used his ultimate move as soon as the battle began. The spear pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless seas of blood surged, and lightning flashed in the sky. Ah! The surrounding people screamed. They did not expect Yu Song to be so decisive. He did not give Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The two judges looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. That kid definitely won't be able to block that spear. Let's do it. The two of them moved and were about to make a move. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian looked at the incoming spear, stretched out his palm, and grabbed it. With a buzzing sound, the golden palm grabbed the azure spear and froze in midair. What? He caught it. The two judges were also stunned. Their bodies floated in midair. They were stunned. The surrounding people screamed. Heavens, how did he catch it? Did Azura go easy on him? Impossible, how could Azura go easy on that kid? But how did that kid catch it? Who knows how he did it? Damn, he can actually contend with the Azura spear. This is going to be interesting. Everyone screamed in fear and disbelief. Some people even slapped their faces to wake themselves up. In short, the scene was very chaotic. Yu Song's pupils constricted. Impossible. How did you catch it? He was too shocked. Yuan Kuei almost knelt on the ground. How is that possible? In his opinion, the other party would not be able to block Azura's spear at all. Even the elder's eyeballs almost popped out. The people on the leaderboard were also very surprised. He blocked it. Xue Ling and the others were also surprised. It seemed that Lin Xian was still holding back his strength. Can he defeat Yu Song? He should be able to exchange a few hundred moves. Maybe he can even turn the tables. Wang Qi nodded slightly. Black Demon's face was gloomy. What is Yu Song doing? Didn't he say that he would use a powerful killing move from the beginning? His subordinates had been targeted and defeated by Lin Xian several times. Black Demon was embarrassed. Therefore, he snorted coldly and was very unhappy. In the next moment, he said, Yu Song, why are you still dawdling? Kill him. Black Demon's words made everyone tremble. Yes, Lord Black Demon. Yu Song quickly agreed. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. Die, brat. Moon Soul erupted, and the azure spear stabbed out once more, trying to break free from Lin Xian's grasp. However, Lin Xian's palm firmly grasped the azure spear, as if he had grasped the snake's weak point, preventing it from escaping. A golden crescent moon appeared in his left eye. The power of the Moon Soul? Do you think you're the only one with it? Let me show you my Moon Soul. A piercingly cold light suddenly burst forth from his golden eyes, enveloping the entire sky. A shadow of a crescent moon flew out from his eyes. What? This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. He actually condensed a Moon Soul. How long had it been, and he had already condensed it? Could it be that he had been condensing the Moon Soul for the past few months? No wonder he came so late. Everyone was extremely surprised. Yu Song's pupils shrank. His opponent also had the power of the Moon Spirit. This was beyond his expectations. However, he quickly recovered. So what? His opponent had only been here for a few months. Even if he condensed the power of the Moon Soul, it would be very weak. However, he had already been at full moon peak for many years. The power of the Moon Soul that he had condensed was definitely not something that his opponent could compare to. Buzz, he activated the power of the Moon Soul with all his might. His entire being was like a god of war, sweeping across all directions. The power of the two Moon Souls collided in the sky. However, the golden crescent moon in Lin Xian's eyes was too terrifying. It was like a crescent moon blade, shattering all the spear lights. Then, it sent the azure spear flying. Pucci, Yu Song's body was also cut in half at the waist. Impossible, damn it, how could the power of his moon spirit be so strong? These people were all crazy. Yu Song actually couldn't beat Lin Xian in terms of the power of the Moon Soul. How was this possible? Lin Xian had only condensed it for a few months. Moreover, looking at his opponent's appearance, he should have just condensed it. Lu Yanan snorted coldly. Just condensed it? What do you know? That kid condensed the Moon Soul in 2 hours. Do you think this kid is simple? This kid is absolutely terrifying. He is even more terrifying than Mo and Huangfu Beidian. Because Lu Yanan saw it with her own eyes, she believed it without a doubt. The others didn't see it and didn't dare to believe it. Condensing the moon soul in 2 hours was simply a fantasy. That was because even the marvelous Yi Guqing from back then had taken an entire day to condense. Lin Xian's talent was better than Yi Guqing's? What a joke. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Kid, you have completely angered me. Yusong's body reassembled in the sky. His face was pale. Azura King, with a cold shout, blood-colored runes surrounded his body. In the sea of blood, an Azura King appeared. It was a few 100 feet long, and its body was filled with blood light. The Azura King had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each hand was holding a blood-colored weapon. There was a blood sword, a blood spear, a blood saber, and a blood shield. In short, it was very terrifying. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. Kill, with an angry shout, the 3 heads and 6 arms danced quickly, shattering the entire void. The terrifying energy wanted to kill Lin Xian. You are not qualified to compete with divine powers. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The divine fire on his body surged, and he also turned into a golden giant. He waved his palms and tore the 3 heads and 6 arms apart. Yusong's body was sent flying again and was torn into pieces. Ah, Yusong screamed, and his body tried to reassemble. However, the golden giant in the sky slashed down, and the newly reassembled body was split apart again. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his foot and controlled the golden giant to step on Yusong with 1 foot. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded, and the scalps of the others went numb. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched, and their faces were full of shock. How could they fight? From the beginning to the end, it was a one-sided beating. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was arrogant and pretentious, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lin Xian was not interested at all. That was because Lin Xian and Yusong were not on the same level. Lin Xian beat Yusong like a giant dragon beating an ant. It was very easy for him. Damn it, just what level has this kid's strength reached? Could it be that he could really challenge the Black Demon? The surrounding elites were terrified. Impossible. It was too difficult to challenge the Black Demon. They estimated that he had the strength to be in the top 10. This kid, as a newcomer, had the strength to be in the top 10. How heaven-defying, as expected of the descendant of the great dragon. This time, everyone acknowledged Lin Xian's strength and thought that he had the strength to be in the top 10. Yusong had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, his body would be crushed. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Escaping from under the golden foot, Yusong felt like he had survived a disaster. His expression was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was very arrogant and did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. But now, it seemed that he was the laughable one. The other party simply disdained to fight with him, and he was like a jumping clown, jumping up and down in front of everyone. Until he was trampled to the ground by the other party. This guy actually won? Wang Ji took a deep breath. Yi Fei and Xue Ling were also extremely surprised. Huangfu Beidian did not open his eyes all this time, cultivating with his eyes closed. Black Demon's face was gloomy, and the demonic chi on his body surged to the sky. This Yusong was actually a piece of trash too. Fine, I'll personally take care of this kid. So what if the other party has the strength of the top 10? He, Black Demon, was in existence ranked second only to Huangfu Beidian. Moreover, this time, he was confident that he could defeat Huangfu Beidian, let alone that kid. Big brother Lin Xian is too powerful. Shen Jingqiu clapped her hands, smiling like a flower. On the other side, Qingwu's small face was puffed up, extremely displeased. This Yusong is also a piece of trash? He can't even beat a newcomer. Full Moon Peak is really trash, no wonder it's at the bottom. She was too angry. She came here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself, but she did not see Lin Xian make a fool of himself at all. On the contrary, Lin Xian became more and more powerful. Every time he made a move, he would shock the entire audience. In fact, he even established a certain level of prestige and reputation. That was what she did not want to see the most. However, she was unwilling to leave just like that. I want to see how you fight Black Demon when the time comes. Qingwu huffed angrily and continued to watch the battle. Next, it was the turn of the prodigy ranked 11th. That prodigy challenged the one ranked 10th. In the end, he did not succeed. It could not be helped. Being ranked in the top 10 was a watershed. Those who entered the top 10 were all very powerful, far surpassing the others. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for others to break into this circle. More importantly, after entering the top 10, the gap between each rank would become even greater, like a chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders might not be able to make it to the top, but it would be extremely difficult for those in the inner circle to advance by a single rank. However, that might not be the case. After all, those who could enter the top 10 were all peerless geniuses. As long as these people were given an opportunity, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. So what was the ultimate strength of these people? If they did not fight, none of them would know. The one ranked 10th challenged the one ranked 7th, Tian, and failed. Next, it was Lu Yanan's turn. Lu Yanan was ranked 9th. She took a deep breath and prepared to challenge Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Lu Yanan actually wanted to challenge Wang Ji. From the looks of it, she wanted to make it to the top 5. It was very difficult. She was ranked 9th. It was impossible for her to reach the top 5. That might not be the case. Since she dared to challenge him, she had the qualifications to do so. Wang Ji was a short-haired young man with an ordinary face, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He carried a long sword on his back. He was a swordsman. Lu Yanan was also a swordsman. The red long sword hanging at her waist flickered with a dazzling light. The two of them walked into the arena. Before they fought, their king domains were displayed. They fought in the sky. Every strike tore through the void. The powerful force made everyone tremble. Other than those in the top 10 who could still hold on, the others were all suppressed. Yuan Kuei and the others were also trembling slightly. It was too terrifying. They could not resist this force at all. However, there were a few exceptions. One was Qingwu. Her body was glowing with a hazy light. It was obvious that she had used some kind of secret treasure. The other was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was safe and sound. The dark red divine dragon and Xianxia were standing beside him. They were also not affected. This scene was also shocking. As for the other person, even Lin Xian was surprised. It was Zhong Lingxiu. Beside Zhong Lingxiu, the illusory image of a green lotus stabilized the void and blocked all the energy attacks. It was not strange that Qingwu could block it. After all, her brother was the North Demon. She was strong and must have many treasures in her hands. However, Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu could block the energy attacks. This shocked them. They wanted to investigate Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu's secrets. However, at this time, the two of them fought in the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Yanan soared into the sky and turned into a red rainbow. Buzz, the red long sword slashed down like a divine rainbow, illuminating the entire sky. 7 red lights were slashed out in a row, enveloping Wang Ji. It was Lu Yanan's ultimate move, the surrounding skyprides exclaimed. The elders were also excited. Wang Ji looked up at the sky with a calm expression. Buzz, the long sword was unsheathed. The sword flashed and returned to the sheath. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did Wang Ji stop? Everyone was stunned. However, the eyes of Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Black Demon, and the others flickered. Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he was shocked. Then, he shook his head slightly. He could see that Lu Yanan had lost. Indeed, in the next moment, the sky full of light descended and shattered the void. Lu Yanan's expression was extremely ugly. On her neck, there was a sword mark on her snow-white skin. Blood flowed out. I lost. Lu Yanan's body trembled. She did not have any reaction to the sword just now. Wang Ji had already gone easy on her. Otherwise, she would have been killed by him in one strike. Damn, he defeated Lu Yanan in one strike. This Wang Ji was too terrifying. Oh heavens, was this the strength of the fifth place? The fifth place was already so terrifying, this Wang Ji's strength had increased too much. Everyone exclaimed. Xue Ling's expression was extremely solemn. She also felt threatened. However, Yifei smiled because he and Wang Ji were good friends. In the distance, the elders also smiled. Wang Ji was not bad. This move was very powerful. This kid's strength had become so strong. Not bad, not bad. He should be qualified to fight for the top 3. It seemed that Wang Ji had put in a lot of effort recently in order to comprehend the Moongazer steel. The elders were very satisfied. Wang Ji was too handsome, he would also be one of the terrifying Skype rides in the future. Previously, the crowd did not know Wang Ji, but after this battle, they knew him. Wang Ji was as terrifying as Xue Ling and Yifei. He was a young Skype ride that should not be provoked. Next, the person ranked 8th challenged Yifei. The 8th Skype ride opened his mouth and spat out a blue pagoda that enveloped his body. Facing Yifei, he took the initiative to use his strongest defense. The 2 layers of defense and the king's domain formed a triple defense. Seeing this scene, no one found it funny. They felt that this was how it should be. Because Yifei's knife was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had never seen someone so careful. What was so strange about this Yifei? Yifei walked up and flipped his palm. A flying knife appeared in his hand. Flying knife, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The Immortal Palace had a flying knife expert named Li Xianxia. Once the flying knife was thrown, it would instantly kill an invincible king. Even the primordial king back then couldn't block it. He wondered how Yifei's flying knife was. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The 8th-ranked genius took action after putting up 3 layers of defense. He took out a giant axe and swung it down with an indomitable aura. The sky was split in half. This axe could split heaven and earth. Whoosh, Yifei also made his move. A flying knife tore through the void, piercing through the blue pagoda and the bronze cauldron. It pierced through the other party's king's domain. It pierced the other party's body, causing him to vomit blood. With one strike, the 8th-ranked genius lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror. Yifei was indeed not to be provoked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Interesting. The other party's flying knife was somewhat similar to Li Xianxian's flying knife. Could it be that the two had some connection? Back then, there was a sword saint who was extremely terrifying. Once the flying knife was thrown out, it could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although the other party passed down his inheritance, the inheritance was scattered and incomplete. Regardless of whether it was Yifei or Li Xianxian, they must have obtained a portion of the other party's inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Perhaps that was the case. The competition continued. Later, the 6th-ranked genius challenged Xue Ling. In the end, Xue Ling waved her hand and directly froze the other party. Another move. Heavens, it was too terrifying. Although they were all ranked in the top 10, the gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5 was too great. The top 5 could directly kill the bottom 5. Everyone was amazed when they saw this scene. It was likely that the top 3 would come from these 5 people. That was for sure. However, it would be difficult for Dugu Jian and Black Demon to be defeated. The third person would be either Xue Ling, Yifei, or Wang Ji. The others had no chance at all. Not even the 2 prodigies of the far ancient royal family. Although Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were exceptionally talented, they were still a far cry from the top 5. Therefore, no one considered it at all. Those elders also became excited. I feel that Yifei might be able to make it into the top 3. His throwing knife had become stronger again, and his strength was not in vain. No one could dodge it. I think Wang Qi is not bad. His swordsmanship is very sharp, and he has the demeanor of a master. I'm looking forward to the battle between the Black Demon and Huangfu Badian. I wonder which one of them will be able to reach the top. The surrounding elders discussed animatedly, but no one was talking about Lin Xian. The great elder narrowed his eyes, but he didn't think so. He felt that Lin Xian might be able to compete with these people. However, he wasn't sure about the specific outcome. He couldn't see through Lin Xian now. I wonder if this kid had any fortuitous encounters in the wasteland. Look, Wang Qi is going up. I wonder who he's going to challenge, Yi Fei or Xue Ling. Yi Fei is his good friend. I guess he's going to challenge Xue Ling. As expected, Xue Ling's expression was a little serious. She was even prepared to come out. However, she was soon stunned. Because Wang Qi didn't challenge her. Wang Qi's gaze swept past him and landed on the Black Demon. Black Demon was stunned, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. You want to challenge me? Kid, think carefully. You're no match for me. How would you know if you don't try? Wang Qi clenched his fists. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Black Demon's body swayed, and he appeared in the arena. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. Black Demon said impatiently. What? 3 chances? Did that mean that Black Demon could defeat his opponent in 3 moves? As expected of Black Demon, he was too domineering. Perhaps only Huangfu Beidian could defeat Black Demon. It was impossible for others to do so. That Lin Xian wanted to challenge Black Demon? He was courting death. While they were talking, Wang Qi moved in the arena. Crack, the crowd only heard the sound, but they didn't see how the long sword appeared. In the next moment, Black Demon's body swayed, and a ray of sword light pierced through where he was standing. The sword didn't hit its target. However, after that strike, the long sword turned around again and charged toward the Black Demon. Black Demon roared. Get lost. With a roar, the stars in the sky trembled. The powerful force shattered the void and blocked the sword. Wang Qi's body appeared. He held a long sword in his hand, and his expression was cold. Sword Qi surrounded his body and shot into the sky. What happened? The surrounding elites exclaimed. It was too fast. They couldn't see it at all. Didn't Black Demon give him 3 moves? Why did he attack first? Could it be that Wang Qi's strength has reached such a terrifying level? Black Demon's face darkened, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. I admit that I underestimated you. I take back what I said just now. You're worthy of my attack. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qi was too strong. He was able to make Black Demon take him seriously. What kind of sword technique was that just now? A series of exclamations and discussions were heard. Xue Ling said in a deep voice. She heard that Wang Qi had been in Jinlian planet all this time and hadn't come out. That should be the sword technique he got from Jinlian planet. That's right. Wang Qi's strength has increased greatly this time. Just wait, he will shock everyone. Yi Fei said with a smile. Wang Qi's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Black Demon's face darkened. In the arena, a ray of light as bright as the sun lit up, and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Black Demon roared. You're courting death. Get lost. He stretched out his palm, and a terrifying demonic aura circulated. 5 black dragons appeared from his 5 fingers, and they circled around each other, covering the entire sky. Hong 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 hong, the black dragons collided with the sword Qi, and a terrifying force raged in all directions. Black Demon was Black Demon after all. He was too powerful. He only used 1 move, and it shattered the sword Qi in the sky. Even Wang Qi had to retreat. He retreated far away, and his expression became extremely solemn. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes again. He waved his long sword, and a destructive sword Qi surged out like ripples in the sky, spreading in all directions. Jade Water Sword Technique. The sword wave was like water, and it seemed soft. However, everyone's expression changed. Because it said that it contained a destructive force, and it was too terrifying. Even Lu Yanan and the rest were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. Black Demon roared. Kid, it's over, Black Dragon Fist. The Black Dragon roared, boom, the Black Dragon collided with the jade-like sword waves, stirring up huge waves in all directions. Even more so, a resplendent light burst out, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Wang Qi blocked it. The water sword technique was blocked in an instant. The Black Demon was too terrifying. It seemed that Wang Qi was in danger. Xue Ling's expression was solemn. Yi Fei was also extremely nervous. He clenched his fists because he and Wang Qi were good friends. Lin Xian was also watching nervously. On the other side, even Huangfu Beidian, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes. The Black Dragon Fist was the Black Demon's ultimate move. Although the Jade Water Sword technique was powerful, it was completely defeated by the Black Dragon Fist. It was torn apart in an instant. Wang Qi roared angrily when he saw that the Jade Water Sword technique was useless. His body shone brightly again. His longsword trembled and let out a loud roar. The phantom of a golden lion appeared on the longsword. Golden divine light soared into the sky, filling the surroundings with dazzling light. The golden lion had 3 heads and was completely formed by sword chi. It attacked with Wang Qi's sword technique. Ultimate move, Golden Lion Sword, Heavens. Wang Qi had used his ultimate move. This sword technique was even more terrifying than the Jade Water Sword technique. Last time, Wang Qi's Golden Lion Sword only had 1 head. Now, he could form a 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Wasn't this growth speed a little too fast? Xue Ling, Lu Yanan, and the others had solemn expressions. The elders were also excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Qi was indeed a genius in sword principle. The Golden Lion Sword? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed a powerful sword technique. Wang Qi's attainments in sword Dao were indeed not weak. He wondered what the Black Demon was going to do to resist it. Was he going to use his ultimate move? You're actually able to condense 3 heads. I have to say, your growth is really shocking. But as I said, this is the end of it. The battle was over. The Black Demon's voice was cold. He was not afraid because of the 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Instead, his expression darkened, and a monstrous demonic aura emanated from his body. He raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand as thousands of demonic auras soared into the sky. Ka, this divine halberd was simple and unadorned. There were cracks all over it, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. However, as soon as it appeared, it created an extremely powerful ripple that caused the surrounding space to collapse. Everyone felt their blood turn cold, as if a peerless killing intent was about to pierce through them. What is this? How terrifying. Oh no, I'm going to use my weapon. It seemed that the Black Demon was truly enraged. Everyone wildly swallowed their saliva. Even Yi Fei and Xue Ling's bodies began to tremble slightly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Huangfu Beidian stared at the scene in the sky with a sharp gaze. Wang Ji's expression was even more solemn. The black membrane at this moment was truly terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying demonic aura surged from his body. The moment he grabbed the divine halberd, the demonic chi around him trembled violently and turned into boundless hellfire that swept out in all directions. Destroy, with a furious roar, the black halberd in his hand swept out. Clang, clang. Clang, puff, the black halberd struck the old Golden Lion Sword, shattering the 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Puff, Wang Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He stared at the scene in disbelief. His expression was extremely ugly. Defeated, Wang Ji was actually defeated. Such a powerful Golden Lion Sword was actually shattered by a single move. The Black Demon was too terrifying. The black halberd in his hand was truly terrifying. It was a treasure passed down from ancient times. Although it was broken, it was even more terrifying than a half-saint artifact. Screams rang out one after another. The faces of the new skyprides were all trembling. Was this the power of the Black Demon? It was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that one look from the Black Demon could kill him. Even Lu Yanan, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others had grave expressions, let alone the new skyprides. Only Huangfu Beidian remained calm. This guy does have the right to be arrogant. The dark red dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Black Demon was very powerful. However, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. Was he defeated? Wang Ji stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled bitterly. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. During this period of time, he had been cultivating his sword skills crazily on Goldforge Planet. Finally, he had cultivated the Golden Lion Sword to 3 heads. Originally, he was full of confidence and thought that he could compete with the Black Demon. At least, he would not be defeated so quickly. However, when the black demon became serious and the black halberd appeared, he was unable to resist at all. The difference was too great. It was so great that it made him feel despair. If the black demon was already so powerful, how terrifying would Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked first, be? He did not dare to imagine. Shaking his head, Wang Ji took out 2 pills and swallowed them. Then, he walked to the side to recover. The black demon stood in the void like a peerless demon king. His cold eyes swept across the area. No one dared to look him in the eye. With a cold snort, the black demon put away his black halberd and left the void, landing outside the arena. Everyone was still in shock from the attack just now. There were discussions and screams everywhere. The elders in the distance were also moved. This Hamo is incredible. His strength has increased tremendously compared to before. It seemed that this time, he might really be able to defeat Huangfu Beidian, not necessarily. Huangfu Beidian had not shown his skills yet. But thinking about it, his strength should have greatly increased. They were really looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Yes, the two of them might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At that time, they would be able to compete with monsters like Hebei monster. There was finally hope for our full moon peak. These elders trembled with excitement. The first elder narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Was there hope, indeed? However, was it Huangfu Beidian and the black demon? His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at a figure in the distance. Perhaps, not necessarily. In the arena, the 2 elders took a deep breath and then pressed their hands together, causing the surroundings to quiet down. The next moment, one of the elders said loudly. The next one to go up was Yi Fei. Yi Fei, who are you going to challenge? Hearing this, everyone's gazes landed on Yi Fei, and they became excited once again. Yi Fei was going to fight too. He was a super powerhouse, his flying daggers never missed. Who was he going to challenge? It was very likely that he wanted to avenge Wang Ji, so he challenged the black demon. Amidst the discussion, Yi Fei walked up to the arena. He smiled slightly and looked at Xue Ling. Come up. Xue Ling. That was for sure. Only the top 3 could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Would Xue Ling be able to withstand it? Don't underestimate Xue Ling. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, she was ranked 3rd, second only to Hamo and Huangfu Beidian. Xue Ling didn't seem surprised by this choice. She snorted, and ice lotuses appeared under her feet, carrying her to the arena. You really chose me. Unfortunately, you have no chance of winning. Xue Ling's voice was cold. As she spoke, the surroundings were frozen. Facing Yi Fei, Xue Ling didn't dare to be careless. After all, his flying daggers were too terrifying. In an instant, she also set up several layers of defense. She even wore an ice armor on her body. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Immediately, the cold air in the sky surged and turned into countless ice shards. The murderous aura shot into the sky. The cold aura made the people in the distance tremble again. Frost even formed on many people's bodies, and the power in their bodies was frozen. Cold snowflakes floated between heaven and earth. Yi Fei's body swayed and he used his extreme speed. He turned into a stream of light and floated between heaven and earth, wandering among the ice swords. He didn't attack immediately. Seeing this scene, many of the new prodigies were puzzled. Why didn't he use his flying daggers? Yeah, didn't they say that his flying daggers are very powerful? Hearing this, the old prodigy snorted. What do you know? Yi Fei only uses his daggers at the critical moment. Do you think he'll use his flying daggers right away? Just watch. Apart from his flying daggers, Yi Fei also has other powerful divine powers. Otherwise, why do you think he's ranked 4th? As expected, the new prodigies stopped talking and even began to tremble. Because they realized that even if Yi Fei didn't use his flying daggers, he was still very terrifying. As Yi Fei opened and closed his palms, beams of divine light shot into the sky and shattered all the ice swords around him. Ice dimensional slash. On the other side, Xue Ling formed another seal. The space rippled, and a blue light of death drew out and directly enveloped Yi Fei. Seeing this scene, even Wang Ji's body trembled and his face was full of fear. The icy dimensional slash was an extremely powerful and terrifying ability. In the entire full moon peak, not many people could withstand it. Unexpectedly, Xueling executed it so quickly. It looked like she wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Yifei a chance to draw his saber. Seeing this, Yifei did not dare to be careless. Strange runes appeared under his feet one after another. With a whoosh, his speed increased again, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. 9 rotation body steps, heavens, he had actually mastered the 9 rotation body steps, Yu Song screamed. Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanan, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Even Xueling's beautiful eyes were tightly wrinkled. 9 revolving body steps, the other party had actually succeeded, that was interesting. Black Demon also narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This was an extremely frightening speed. Most of the geniuses in the area could not even see where the other party was. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He caught sight of a figure moving rapidly in the sky. What incredible speed, this Yifei was truly amazing. However, from the looks of it, he should be drawing his flying saber soon. Indeed, Xueling repeatedly used her ultimate move, causing Yifei to move quickly in the sky. Wherever he passed, huge blue cracks were torn open and devoured everything. Finally, Yifei seized an opportunity. With a flip of his palm, a flying saber appeared. After the flying saber appeared, Yifei's aura changed. A dazzling saber light shot into the sky, and a vast amount of energy shook the void. Everyone's expression changed. They now realized that Yifei, who possessed the flying dagger, was simply incomparable to the person he used to be. He was too powerful. At this moment, even Black Demon's expression was solemn. Yifei's saber was indeed worthy of its reputation. Huangfu Badian opened his eyes again, as if he could see through everything. Xueling's expression was incomparably solemn. She shouted coldly and waved her hand. Dozens of ice curtains condensed around her. They were densely packed and spread in all directions. At this moment, Xueling had used her strongest defense. Buzz, under everyone's attention, Yifei drew his saber. A divine light streaked across, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was too fast, everyone only saw a flash of light. Then, they couldn't see anything. They could only hear a violent sound. The ground cracked, the sky rolled, and the terrifying power seemed to be destroying the world. There were even ghostly wails and wolf howls that made one's scalp tingle. The ice curtains that Xueling cast were like pieces of paper. They couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were penetrated. Xueling's body was cold. She felt a peerless killing intent enveloping her. Damn it, she changed positions, but it was too late. The saber was too fast. It was even faster than Yifei's 9 rotation steps. At the critical moment, Xueling opened her mouth and spat out a blue shield. This blue shield was overflowing with light. It was obviously a powerful Dharma treasure. As soon as the shield appeared, it kept expanding and protecting Xueling. Phew, Xueling heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she heard an earth-shattering sound. It was Yifei's saber that collided with her blue shield. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the blue shield. Crack! Crack! How was this possible? Xueling's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could she block her opponent's saber? She clearly couldn't block it last time. With a puff, in her surprise, the blue shield shattered and a saber light pierced her shoulder. This made her keep retreating. The ice that filled the sky disappeared. Blood dripped and pierced through the void. What happened? What was the result? It seemed to be a long time, but it was only a moment. Everyone only saw a flash of light and blood feathers floating down from the sky. His flying saber had become stronger again. Hey Mo snorted. Huangfu Baitian's eyes were bright. On the other side, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. What a powerful flying saber, indeed, it deserved its reputation. Xueling's defeat was not unjustified. What? You said Xueling lost? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people screamed. They didn't quite believe it. But in the next moment, when they saw Xueling holding her shoulder in the arena, her face pale, they immediately screamed. Xueling was defeated. She was really defeated. She was pierced through by a saber, she lost. Yifei landed below the arena, looking confident and calm. He still put away the flying saber. I don't understand, how did your flying saber become so powerful? Last time, you clearly couldn't break my shield. Xueling's face was pale. She still couldn't understand. Because she and Yifei had fought more than once. Previously, her opponent was unable to break through her Dharma treasure shield. But this time, her opponent penetrated it. Yifei smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded throughout the world. It was the power of the moon soul. This voice made one's blood boil as if they were about to faint. Xueling's expression changed. What? The power of the moon soul. You actually integrated the power of the moon soul into the flying dagger? Yifei's expression also changed. He did not expect his secret to be seen through in an instant. However, he did not dare to be angry because he knew who made that voice. It was Huangfu Beidian. In front of such a person, his secret could not be hidden at all. I did not expect your control of the moon soul's power to reach such a level. Xueling took a deep breath. Next time, I won't lose to you again. As she said that, she also channeled ice to seal her wound. Then, she turned around and walked down the stage. This battle did not last long. Especially after Yifei displayed his flying knife skill, the outcome of the battle was decided almost instantly. The surrounding prodigies seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Many of the young rookies saw Yifei's dagger for the first time. Too strong, was that Yifei's flying dagger? As expected, no one could block it. Would Mo be able to block it? It was hard to say. Mo was too strong, and Yifei's dagger was too sharp. If the two of them collided, what would the situation be? Don't worry, the two of them will definitely fight in the next round. In the distance, the elders were also excited. Yifei's dagger had indeed become stronger. This kid's talent was terrifying. He could actually integrate the moon's soul into his flying dagger technique. Did he engrave it on the blade or directly integrate it into the technique? But no matter what, his strength had become stronger again. He could even challenge Mo and Huangfu Beidian. Next should be Xueling, right? Who was she going to challenge? Xueling had just been injured. It would probably take some time for her to recover. Sure enough, the next round did not start immediately. Instead, they waited for Xueling to recover from her injuries. The surrounding people were too excited because Wang Qi, Yifei, Xueling, Mo, and the other powerhouses appeared one by one. The power they displayed was too terrifying. These were the top 5? Too strong, no one could defeat them. The top 3 would definitely come from these people. 2 hours later, Xueling opened her eyes. Although she hadn't fully recovered, she had recovered 80 to 90%. She was ready to fight. Xueling walked out, her gaze moved between the Black Devil and Huangfu Beidian, and she seemed to be deciding who she wanted to challenge. In the end, she still stared at the Black Demon because she truly did not have the courage to challenge Huangfu Beidian. Mo had appeared again. Although Xueling lost to Yifei, it didn't mean that she was weak. On the contrary, her strength was extremely strong. Even the Black Devil had to take it seriously. After more than 100 moves, Mo used his black halberd, and Xueling was actually able to exchange 3 moves with him. When Mo was fighting Wang Qi, he had used his black halberd to send Wang Qi flying with a single move. But now, it took him 3 moves to defeat Xueling. One could imagine just how powerful Xueling was. Mo won again. He didn't leave the arena, and he looked directly at Huangfu Beidian instead. Come and fight me. Today, I'll defeat you. I'll let everyone know who's number 1 on Full Moon Peak. Huangfu Beidian opened his eyes and looked at Mo in the arena with a calm expression. He said, "You've just gone through a battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to recover." In less than 15 minutes, Mo snorted coldly, and the black halberd in his hand shook. Suddenly, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the sky. Boundless demonic chi rolled and crazily absorbed the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. It formed beams of black light, a total of 49 beams, and connected to Mo's body. Spiritual chi poured into his body, forcibly recovering. Oh heavens, he dared to use such a method. How terrifying was Mo. Wasn't he afraid of his body exploding? Those people exclaimed. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others also turned pale. Hei Mo was too powerful. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and Hei Mo's aura became tyrannical again. I've recovered, come and fight me. As you wish. Huangfu Beidian walked up. When he took a step forward, the crowd couldn't see his figure at all, and they realized that he had already arrived in the arena. Shrinking the ground into an inch? That's too fast, you're not my opponent. Take out your strongest martial arts. Huangfu Beidian said indifferently. Don't look down on me. The current me definitely has the strength to defeat you. Hei Mo snorted coldly. He didn't put away the black halberd in his hand. Instead, it bloomed with an even more terrifying light. The surrounding experts and skyprides felt their scalps go numb. Huangfu Beidian actually said such words to Hei Mo. It was too shocking. One had to know that such words were usually said by Hei Mo to others. They never thought that someone would dare to say such words to Hei Mo. However, Huangfu Beidian definitely had the strength to do so. He was the number one of the full moon peak. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen him fight because no one dared to challenge him. Even top skyprides like Yi Fei and Xue Ling didn't dare to challenge him. Only Hei Mo dared to challenge him, right? Buzz, boom, Hei Mo snorted. His hair danced wildly, and the demonic qi on his body erupted again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a primordial demon king, unstoppable. What a powerful aura, those people were all blown away. Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others' pupils shrank. He became stronger again, Hei Mo's aura became stronger again. Could it be that Hei Mo didn't use his full strength in the previous battle? Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Wasn't this too shocking? Hei Mo was still hiding his strength. Those elders were also extremely shocked. Everyone's expression was ugly. In the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze was solemn as he stared at the fiend-like figure. There were still countless sword qi around him, blocking the terrifying storm. On the other side, the green lotus beside Zhong Linxiu swayed gently, blocking all the storm. At the same time, two mysterious runes flickered in her eyes. It seemed to want to see through everything. Kill, Hei Mo roared and waved his black divine halberd like a demon. Suddenly, a dazzling killing intent soared into the sky. The terrifying black light turned into a long rainbow and slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Huangfu Beidian. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They wondered what kind of peerless ability Huangfu Beidian was going to use. After all, the black divine halberd was too terrifying. It defeated Wan Qi in one move and Xue Ling in 3 moves. It was definitely a heaven-defying weapon. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this kind of power. Huangfu Beidian would probably have to use a peerless ability. Perhaps he would have to pull out the blade on his back. Everyone was looking forward to an intense battle. Looking at the incoming divine rainbow, Huangfu Beidian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not dodge or make any movements. When these divine rainbows arrived beside him, he opened his mouth. Destroy, with a light shout, heaven and earth collapsed. The dozens of black mist-like attacks instantly collapsed and turned into fragments. The void in all directions of the world was also cracking apart continuously. With just one word, the black demon's powerful attack was neutralized. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heavens, am I dreaming? What did I just see? Huangfu Beidian neutralized the black demon's peerless attack by opening his mouth. That was not an ordinary attack. The attack that defeated Wan Qi in 1 move and Xue Ling in 3 moves was actually nothing in front of Huangfu Beidian. How terrifying and heaven-defying was Huangfu Bai? These people were all crazy. To be honest, this was completely different from what they had imagined. In their view, the black demon was already so terrifying. No matter how strong Huangfu Beidian was, he should not be much stronger than the black demon. Between the two of them, it was definitely a fierce battle. Perhaps all kinds of divine abilities would emerge one after another. But the truth was not so. Facing the black demon's powerful attack, Huangfu Beidian only said one word and neutralized this peerless killing intent. This was simply a crushing defeat. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Baitian's strength far surpassed the black demon's. Even Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were shocked. The two of them also did not expect that it would be such a scene. This Huangfu Beidian was not ordinary. Is this all you've got? I've said it before, use your strongest trump card. Huangfu Beidian shook his head slightly with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Damn guy, don't be so arrogant. The black demon's face was gloomy and somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Huangfu Beidian did not even make a move. With just one word, he destroyed his attack. In addition to the surprise of the surrounding people, it made him lose face. He decided to show Huangfu Beidian his strength. Those few attacks just now were not his full strength. Next, he would let Huangfu Beidian know the price of underestimating him. Demonic dragon monstrous sky, Hey Mo roared furiously. Devil chi surged out from his body. 18 devil dragons surged out and coiled around Huangfu Beidian at a rapid speed. At the same time, he waved the halberd in his hand again, creating a few terrifying spatial rifts as if he wanted to swallow Huangfu Beidian whole. It was too terrifying. The attack this time was even more terrifying than before. It seemed like the Hmo was truly enraged. Huangfu Beidian harumphed coldly as he waved his hand, firing a shocking saber glow that shattered the 18 black dragons. At the same time, he stomped his foot, shattering all the spatial rifts around him. Your attack is not good enough. Huangfu Beidian said coldly. Was the gap between them that big? Everyone was stupefied. Even the black demon had an ugly expression on his face. Damn it. Draw your blade for me, he was mad with anger. Unexpectedly, the other party still hadn't drawn his saber. Just a wave of his arm was enough to break his attack. This infuriated black demon so much that he vomited blood. He didn't believe that the other party would be so powerful. Kill, with a furious roar, the black demon quickly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Huangfu Beidian as the black halberd in his hand flickered continuously. Countless terrifying attacks were launched at Huangfu Beidian. At this moment, Huangfu Beidian made his move. His figure was extremely fast as if he could escape into the void, easily dodging hundreds of attacks. Then, he appeared in another void. You're not good enough. You're not qualified for me to draw my blade. Huangfu Beidian's cold voice sounded again, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The elders in the distance also frowned. Their eyelids were twitching wildly. Heavens, has Huangfu Beidian become so terrifying? Could it be that the gap between them was so big? This was something that he had never thought of before. Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were equally shocked. The strength that Huangfu Beidian displayed at this moment had truly shocked everyone. The black demon was going crazy with anger. His entire face was distorted. How could the other party still not draw his blade? Was he looking down on him? He roared at the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Black demonic aura shot up into the sky like thousands of demonic dragons. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. This time, he did not wave his black halberd, but his fist. The terrifying fist blossomed with a jet black light, accompanied by strange runes one after another. They were like stars, tumbling in the sky. The powerful force tore everything apart. It was too terrifying. Many skyprides were already pressed to the ground, trembling. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. It was actually that kind of fist technique that the black demon had mastered. This black demon was too terrifying. He wondered if Huangfu Beidian should draw his saber. If Huangfu Beidian did not draw his blade, then he would be too heaven-defying. Armageddon Black Dragon Fist? You're not trash after all. You can actually master such a fist technique. Very well, you're worthy of me drawing my blade. Huangfu Beidian's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless blade god, holding the long blade on his back. With a clang, the blade flashed, and a huge crack of hundreds of thousands of miles shot up into the sky. The entire sky seemed to have been split in half. Buzz, with a slash of the blade, the demonic aura that filled the sky disappeared, and the countless black dragon fist shadows were completely shattered. This saber strike destroyed everything. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was broken. Boom boom boom, with a slash of the blade, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The skyprides and experts below fainted from fear. Was this Huangfu Beidian's strength? Shui Ling trembled, Yi Fei's face turned pale, and Wang Ji clenched his fists with his eyes wide open. As for Yuan Kuei, Yu Song, and the others, their blood and chi froze, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying, no one could block this saber strike. Buzz, in the distance, the elders also stood up with their eyes wide open. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void. This saber light, this saber technique, this Huangfu Badian was incredible. The first elder's eyes emitted a piercing cold light. He clapped his hands and laughed. What a surprise, that's right, everyone knew that Huangfu Badian was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. It seemed that he was ridiculously strong. With Huangfu Badian here, the full moon peak would definitely not be last in the competition between the four peaks, even though they might not be able to defeat the North Beast, they should be able to compete for second place. Not necessarily, the woman from the Nimble Valley was also very terrifying. It did not matter, even if they were not second, they would at least be third. This time, they would definitely not be last. The elders were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Boom boom boom, the terrifying crack in the sky continued to expand. Black Demon, on the other hand, kept retreating. His face was also filled with shock. He had drawn his blade, he had really drawn his blade. His peerless fist technique was shattered by his opponent's blade. There was no way for him to defend himself. You finally unsheathed your blade. Although the apocalyptic black dragon fist was broken, the Hamo was extremely excited. He still had a trump card that he could use. Buzz, countless demonic runes appeared on the Hamo's body. The entire sky darkened, and the terrifying aura made everyone faint. At this moment, the Hamo was like a peerless demon king that could shatter heaven and earth. A black moon seemed to have appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying as it spun rapidly. Moon Soul. Is this the Hamo's Moon Soul? He has refined it to such a level, it's not a simple Moon Soul. The Hamo has activated his bloodline power. The demonic runes on his body are definitely the power of his bloodline. Exclamations could be heard as the crowd trembled. With the power of his bloodline combined with the Moon Soul, the Hamo was going all out. He was not holding back at all. After all, his opponent was Dugu Badian. Buzz, he held the black halberd again and swung it. The sky was overturned and turned into a terrifying black hole that could devour everything. It wanted to devour Huangfu Badian. Take my strongest attack, apocalyptic black dragon wave. The halberd in his hand seemed to have come alive and turned into a black dragon that he held in his hand. At the same time, the Hamo's entire right arm emitted a black light as demonic runes spun rapidly. A powerful energy burst out. This energy was too strong, it could destroy everything. The expressions of the two judges changed. At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted coldly and activated the array formation. Immediately, many elders around the mountain moved. They formed seals with their palms and countless runes lit up on the mountain peak, forming a defensive formation that protected the full moon peak. Otherwise, this attack would have created a hole in the full moon peak. After the array was activated, old Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. The other skyprides also calmed down. Their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with stars as he stared at the two figures in the sky. Apocalyptic black dragon wave. The Hamo's right arm suddenly erupted with energy. The halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and a black wave was shot out. It swept forward and enveloped Huangfu Badian. Chop, Huangfu Badian snorted coldly as the saber in his hand slashed down. It was as if it could destroy everything in its path. The saber slashed down. Boom, this was a terrifying confrontation. The world-destroying black dragon wave was the Black Devil's strongest attack. Huangfu Baitian's slash was even more terrifying. The two collided, emitting a thunderous sound. The void continued to collapse as energy surged madly. Endless runes formed a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Ka, the black runes in the sky shattered, and the black dragon held as it was cut in half by the saber. The black demon also retreated. His bones were broken, and he fell to the ground. Bang, the entire land began to shake, and dust rose into the air within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Injured, Hamo was actually injured. Everyone exclaimed. The hearts of those elders also rose to their throats. After Black Demon landed on the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. His strongest attack was actually countered by someone. However, he refused to accept it. He still wanted to soar into the sky, but Huangfu Badian snorted coldly in the sky. He waved his hand, and a saber light slashed down. It grew bigger and bigger like a mountain, completely suppressing the black demon. Under the saber light, He Mo's body trembled. "You've lost." In the sky, He Mo's voice was cold. He did not attack again and withdrew his saber. He stepped into the air and walked into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! He Mo was so angry that he went crazy. The clouds within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were all shattered by him. However, he still could not change the outcome. Everyone in the surroundings was also shocked and silent. They were completely stunned. This battle was really too terrifying. He Mo had used all his means, but there was nothing he could do. Huangfu Baitian's saber was too amazing. Was that Huangfu Baitian's ultimate move? Not necessarily. Why do I feel like it's a casual attack from Huangfu Badian? Don't scare me. Has Huangfu Badian become so terrifying? At this moment, countless geniuses trembled with excitement as they looked at Huangfu Badian with admiration. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Huangfu Badian is so strong. He's ridiculously strong. He could not see through his opponent's strength. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. The others, such as Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and Wang Ji, were also shocked. They swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, they did not challenge Huangfu Badian previously. Otherwise, they did not dare to imagine. They did not expect the gap to be so big. He Mo's admiration was not undeserved. Huangfu Badian was really too strong, ridiculously strong. Those elders also sighed one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, He Mo was defeated, but that did not mean that he was weak. On the contrary, He Mo was very strong. However, Huangfu Badian was unbelievably strong. It could be said that He Mo could be proud that he could make Huangfu Badian use his saber. Although many elders around praised, He Mo's face was gloomy. He came to the side. The demonic chi on his body was still emitting a terrifying light, causing no one to dare to approach. Angry, he was too angry. He was still second, and he had lost to Huangfu Badian. He did not even know how much power Huangfu Badian had used. Second, in everyone's eyes, was an incomparably dazzling existence. However, He Mo was furious. One had to know that he had mastered the apocalyptic black dragon wave and was full of confidence. He thought that he could use this great ability to defeat Huangfu Badian. However, he had lost this battle completely. Damn it, next time, I won't lose the next time the four peaks compete. He Mo gritted his teeth. He swore that this was his last defeat. From now on, he would not be defeated again. Following He Mo's defeat against Huangfu Badian, the first round of the challenges came to an end. Everyone had 6 hours to rest. After 6 hours, the second round of the competition began. Therefore, those injured and monstrous geniuses who had finished participating in the competition began to crazily swallow pills to recover and improve themselves so that they could face the next round. 6 hours passed very quickly. The monstrous geniuses had many fortuitous encounters and were rich, so they did not hesitate to use their treasures at this moment. Finally, many people recovered. Some people even reached the peak. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they were even more excited. That was because this was their last chance. If they failed, no one knew how many years they would have to wait. Although they were all young geniuses and had a lot of time, in the Battle of Emperor Road, if they fell one step behind, they might fall behind for life. No one would give up this last chance. This round of the competition would be even more intense, sure enough. Everyone used all their trump cards without holding anything back. Among them, Situ Haoyan made it to the 15th place and succeeded. Zhong Lingxiu was even more shocking. She made it to the 10th place. A green lotus appeared beside Zhong Lingxiu. It swayed gently, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. As a result, Huangfu Badian opened his eyes in surprise. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the rest were even more surprised. For a moment, countless gazes and discussions surrounded the surroundings. Those elders were also shocked. What was that green lotus? Could it be something? It was impossible. when did such a terrifying person come out of the Daoi Holy Land? These elders also seem to have been injected with chicken blood. This jump in ranking was too strong. She had already entered the top 10, even Lin Xian didn't enter. Who would have thought that Zhong Lingxiu would actually enter? The first elder was also very surprised. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. Zhong Lingxiu, Daoi Holy Land. His body was slightly excited. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that apart from him, there was actually such a powerful dark horse on the human side. The other party wasn't the successor of a great emperor like Yan Nantian, nor was she the descendant of an emperor clan like Yi Wudao, but a genius from the Daoi Holy Land. Previously, she didn't reveal her strength. Before entering the House of Prodigy, he hadn't even heard of her name. But now, the other party soared into the sky and entered the top 10 of Full Moon Peak. One had to know that if placed outside, it was enough to sweep away the vast majority of the human race's geniuses. Even those 10,000 ancient races were no match for her. Previously, geniuses like Hua Muzhen and Fire Dragon King might not even be able to enter the rankings in the House of Prodigy. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the demon-level geniuses inside were. However, among so many monstrous geniuses, Zhong Lingxiu was actually able to enter the top 10. This sister is so powerful. The 1-pound Xianxia was also surprised. Qinggu, who was far away, also exclaimed softly. She didn't expect another dark horse to appear. The dark red divine dragon stared at Zhong Lingxiu nonstop. Oh my, it's amazing, he seemed to have made a major discovery. What did he discover? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said. Do you know that the Daoi Holy Land has a legendary terrifying physique? Dao physique, just by hearing this name, one knew that it was terrifying. Those that were related to Dao were definitely not simple. What kind of physique was this? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said. A super terrifying physique. It is not weaker than your 9-yang divine body, nor is it weaker than the saint body. It was one of the most powerful and terrifying physiques in the world. In fact, it was even more terrifying. However, he rarely appeared. Because as soon as they appeared, they would sweep through the 8 wastelands. Very few people were their match. Among the great emperors, there were some who had such a constitution. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Xianxia was shocked. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. Was there such a constitution among the great emperors? Too strong, of course, I'm just guessing. I'm not completely sure. This was because once the Taoist body was formed, even if one had not reached the saint realm, they could still use the laws of heaven and earth. If she really had the Tao flesh, even the first-ranked Huangfu Beidian would not stand a chance against her, let alone being ranked 10th. Even the 10,000 demon body might not be able to defeat her. What? This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. Even if one wasn't a saint, they would still be able to use the laws. This was definitely an incredible matter. One had to know that only saints possessed laws and Tao patterns. But now, there was actually someone below the saint stage who could use it. They could indeed control the power of heaven and earth now, but this power was not laws. The difference between the two was too great. There was even a difference in essence. A person who used laws could easily annihilate them. If this Zhong Lingxiu really had the Tao flesh, then she would definitely be one of the most powerful enemies on the path to becoming a great emperor. However, Lin Xian was also suspicious. Zhong Lingxiu was powerful, but she was not powerful to the point of defying the heavens. Therefore, he was very suspicious whether the other party had the Tao flesh or not. However, now was not the time for him to think too much. Because he was about to enter the arena. Lin Xian stood up and walked towards the arena ahead. As he stood up, everyone stopped discussing and looked at him. The next moment, exclamations erupted again. Lin Xian was about to make his move. Yes, Lin Xian was one of the big dark horses. The power that he displayed previously was not weaker than Zhong Lingxiu at all. Who knew what rank he would be able to reach this time? He had already defeated Yu Song and was absolutely qualified to reach the top 10. Wonder if he would make a move against Zhong Lingxiu. Really hoped to see the appearance of the two big dark horses exchanging blows. Screams sounded out one after another. Those elders were also looking forward to it. Because previously, they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. But the strength that Lin Xian displayed let these people know that this was absolutely a terrifying heavens chosen. This time, what kind of performance the other party would have, they were also very much looking forward to it. This guy should have the strength to charge into the top 10. Indeed, if it was not the 10th place, it would be the 9th place. All in all, he could enter. Wonder if he would exchange blows with Zhong Lingxiu, hard to say. If these two people were to fight, it was really not certain who would win and who would lose. These elders were discussing in the distance. First elder's gaze became fiery. Could he finally see the other party's true strength clearly? This was the final round. He knew that Lin Xian absolutely had to display powerful strength. After all, Lin Xian's ambition was not small. He wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel, then let me see just how much your true strength is. First elder was looking forward to it in his heart. Countless gazes all looked over. Yu Song, Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanan, Wang Ji, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, everyone's gaze all looked at Lin Xian. Even Zhong Lingxiu also looked over with a trace of strange energy in her eyes. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these experts and did not stop. It did not even linger on Zhong Lingxiu. This made everyone curious. Who was the other party going to attack? Not Zhong Lingxiu, then it should be the 9th place. This kid's strength was too strong. It should be the standard between the 10th and 9th place. Any higher would be impossible. Yes, the top 5 was basically hopeless. The top 5 were too strong. They were not on the same level at all. These people were fiercely discussing. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Even their bodies trembled and they almost wet themselves. Lin Xian stood up and said again, I want to challenge the Onyx Demon. As soon as these words came out, many people directly vomited blood. The corners of those elders' mouths also twitched. There was no end to this, the Onyx Demon was also angry. He suddenly stood up. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He was really too angry. This kid had said more than once that he wanted to challenge him. He did not expect that this time, he actually dared to challenge him again. Previously, the other party might not know his strength. Now that he displayed supreme strength that could instantly kill Wang Ji and the other party actually dared to challenge him. Where did the confidence in the square come from? The others were also dumbfounded. What the F***ck? What did this kid say? He still wants to challenge the Onyx Demon. Does he know what he's saying? Didn't he watch the previous matches? The Onyx Demon is so strong. Other than Huangfu Baidian, no one is a match for the Onyx Demon. This kid thinks he can? Just because he defeated Yu Song, he's qualified to challenge the Onyx Demon? Not to mention the Onyx Demon, he can't even defeat Wang Ji. Lin Xian was not angry. He said calmly, what? You lost to Huangfu Baidian once. Are you afraid of losing to me a second time? If that's the case, admit defeat and I can spare you this time. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Black Demon walked up with a murderous aura. He was extremely furious, as he was already feeling extremely displeased when he lost to Huangfu Baidian. There was a murderous intent in his heart that he had yet to vent. Now that Lin Xian had provoked him, he decided to vent his anger on Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a fate worse than death. What? The Black Demon is going to fight. Everyone was shocked. The two referee elders were also extremely shocked. They looked at the first elder and asked for his opinion. The first elder shook his head slightly. Don't worry about it. Let the competition proceed naturally. Hearing that, the two elders sighed. Since the first elder had said so, they could not stop him. They merged into the void, but they had already decided to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. They definitely could not let this kid be crippled. The judges didn't stop him. The Black Demon is really going to fight. This is going to be interesting. How many moves can this kid block? How many moves can he block? He can't even block one move. The Black Demon could probably kill him with a single glance. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The judges also wanted to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Wang Qi, and the others had solemn expressions. They did not know where Lin Xian's courage came from. The black demon walked up with a terrifying aura. "Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me, I'll torture you to death." After he came up, he did not move at all. Black light burst out from his eyes and pierced through the space in front of him. Suddenly, it turned into two black holes that destroyed everything. It seemed that Lin Xian was about to be swallowed up. The black demon was going to kill him with his gaze. "Haha, this kid is going to be unlucky." Many people below sneered. Being killed by a gaze was definitely the most humiliating defeat. It seems that this kid is going to be humiliated today. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. The next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. He punched out. Boom, a terrifying light flashed, and the entire void trembled before it was completely shattered. The two black holes in the sky also ceased to exist. Not only that, a terrifying fist smashed towards Black Demon, causing Black Demon to be stunned. Black Demon was taken aback. He quickly retreated, but he had been too careless. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Xian with a single glance. But who would have thought that the other party's punch would be so terrifying? He couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. His left hand turned into a black firmament and slammed forward. It was as if countless mountains were crashing down, producing rumbling sounds. However, under Lin Xian's punch, the black sky shattered, and thousands of mountains collapsed. The black demon was pushed back. He retreated quite a distance before stopping. His armor was in tatters. Everyone was stunned. Even the judges and elders were dumbfounded. They widened their eyes and even rubbed their eyes with their hands. They realized that it was true. Lin Xian actually pushed Black Demon back with a single punch. Moreover, Black Demon was injured. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Black Demon was the second strongest existence in Huangyue Feng. He was second only to Huangfu Beidian. Other than losing to Huangfu Beidian, he had never been defeated. Even an expert like Wang Qi was killed in a single move. But now, he was actually pushed back by Lin Xian with a single punch. That was too unbelievable, that was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian was just a newcomer pushed Black Demon back with a single punch. What kind of concept was that? That was even more terrifying than Zhongling Shou. This was simply a freak, a monster, the Unicorn King and the Blue Wing King screamed. Damn it, that was impossible. How could he push Lord Black Demon back? Yuan Kui's body trembled. He was actually so strong. Lu Yanan's eyes widened. He did it. He really did it. Wang Qi, Yi Fei, and Xue Ling were all stunned. At that moment, the entire competition arena was eerily silent. Countless geniuses and elders were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. The first elder took a deep breath. A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He did it. That kid really did it. He knew that Lin Xian was not that simple. However, he was also shocked because he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. How was that possible? I was pushed back. In the arena, Black Demon's body trembled. His eyes were bloodshot. He did not dare to believe it at all. However, the broken armor on his body and the injuries in his body told him that he was really pushed back. Moreover, he was injured. How could his opponent have such terrifying strength? Damn it. That kid had been hiding his strength. I'm going to kill you, Black Demon roared. Regardless of whether his opponent was hiding his strength or not, he was going crazy. He had never been pushed back by anyone other than Huangfu Beidian. He could not accept that. Kid, I'll kill you. Black Demon charged over again. An incomparable light burst out from his body like a black sun that was burning fiercely, illuminating the entire sky. Boundless demonic chi surged like waves that hung upside down in the sky. At that moment, the aura that Black Demon displayed was too shocking. It was extremely dangerous. Even the elders' faces were filled with fear. It's over. Black Demon is angry. Black Demon was really angry. He did not have such an aura when he fought Wang Qi and Xue Ling previously. That's right. He only displayed such a terrifying aura when he fought Huangfu Badian. The Black Devil was actually going to use his true strength to fight. Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian was not weak either. He was able to push Black Demon back with one punch. His strength was definitely in the top 5. That kid's sneak attack was nothing. Everyone was discussing and quarreling intensely. The scene was very chaotic. Of course, they were retreating as they discussed. That was because the aura that Black Demon displayed was too terrifying. They did not dare to get close at all. In the arena, Lin Xian felt the powerful aura of his opponent, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Is he finally going to use his true strength? That's good. I can fight with my full strength. The sword light in his eyes was piercingly cold, and his voice was sonorous. What? Fight with his full strength? Everyone gasped. How dare he say that in the face of such a terrifying Black Demon? Could it be that this kid did not use his full strength before? That's really shocking. Fight with his full strength? You have no chance. Kid, I don't care what trump cards you have or what talent you have. You won't be able to escape death today. With a flip of his palm, Black Demon took out his black divine halberd. With a clang, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Boundless black aura rolled and turned into hell. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Boom, the attack fell, and the entire sky was filled with it. It was like a huge dragon descending. The boundless divine power surged endlessly, causing the spectators' hair to stand on end. At this moment, Yi Fei and the others trembled. Huangfu Badian opened his eyes. Lin Xian's body glowed as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it. Terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Boom, the sword chi collided with the black demonic aura, producing an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying demonic aura was completely destroyed. It was destroyed. The surrounding geniuses and geniuses were shocked. The elders swallowed their saliva frantically. Die for me. Black Demon's face turned ugly when he saw this. The black halberd in his hand slashed down again. The world was collapsing rapidly as the boundless demonic aura transformed into a terrifying divine ability. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian let out a long roar as a sharp sword light burst out from his eyes. The nine-yang sword technique slashed all the demonic aura. He was like a god of war as he charged over quickly. It was destroyed. It was all destroyed, the surrounding geniuses went crazy. Even Black Demon's face changed. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could you destroy it so easily? Who are you? Who are you? Black Demon screamed crazily at this moment. It was too unbelievable. With his great ability, he could easily defeat people like Yi Fei and Shui Ling. But now, his divine ability was easily destroyed by the other party. Was the other party a newcomer? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Who was this person? Lin Xian actually blocked Black Demon's attack. Oh heavens, he was too terrifying. Not only that, he wasn't injured at all. This kid's strength was definitely not weaker than Black Demon's. What kind of divine being was this? Ha 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 ha, kid, well done. The dark red divine dragon laughed in the crowd. Shen Jingqiu also clapped and cheered. In the distance, the corners of Qing Wu's mouth twitched. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This kid was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Furthermore, he was the successor of the Nine-Yang Divine Body. How could he be weak? He set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. How could he be weak? Rumor had it that he condensed the power of the moon spirit in 2 hours. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. At this moment, all kinds of legends about Lin Xian were dug up again. Everyone was originally mocking and disdainful. But now, they were terrified and trembling. That was because Lin Xian was too strong. How could such a person's legends be false? The surrounding geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Yi Fei, Shui Ling, and the rest were no exception. Not only them, but the elders were also dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. The great elder clenched his fists, his expression agitated. Ah, Only one person was incomparably furious, and that was the black demon. He roared crazily, and the sky split open. He was mad. He had never imagined that apart from Huangfu Beidian, there was actually someone who could contend against him. Lin Xian was Lin Xian's strength. On the other side, Lin Xian was unusually powerful. Golden blood qi surged into the sky and the sword qi in his hand shone brightly. Lin Xian's Lin was and Lin Xian's was Lin. Lin Xian was very excited because his opponent was an elite that was worthy of him taking seriously. Boom, Lin Xian's sword qi streaked across the sky. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was strange and terrifying. Lin Xian's sword qi tore through the void. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's bodies froze. They felt like they were about to be destroyed. What sword technique is that? It doesn't seem to be the Nine-Yang sword technique. No, what sword technique is that? Even the elders were shocked. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. That brat's sword technique and sword qi have become stronger, especially his sword qi. It's much stronger than before. Where has that brat been for the past few days? Lin Xian had devoured many sword spirit beasts in the wasteland. That was why his sword qi had increased. Moreover, this sword technique was restored from the 13 sword scars. He called it the Green Lotus sword technique. He used the first sword technique of the Green Lotus sword technique and slashed forward. Heaven-shattering 8 styles. On the other side, the black demon roared. His black halberd stirred the void like a mountain. The two collided. Terrifying sword qi flashed and boundless demonic qi shook. The entire world was shattered. However, after the first sword, the second sword followed. Lin Xian's sword technique broke through the void and hit the black halberd. The black demon's arm went numb and he kept retreating. Damn it. He's so strong. The black demon was shocked. It was the first time he experienced the power of the Nine-Yang divine body. This power caused his expression to change. He snorted coldly. He was unwilling to fight. He used his ultimate movement technique and walked quickly like a stream of light. He instantly charged forward. Buzz, above his head, boundless demonic qi surged and turned into a black moon. It kept spinning. The black moon was like a millstone that could destroy the world, fixed in the void. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out, pressing down on the prodigy below. This is the power of the moon spirit. It has been trained to such a terrifying level by the black demon. Brat, let's see how you'll die. The black demon shouted coldly. At this moment, he displayed his powerful combat strength. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The power of the moon spirit? A golden light appeared in his eyes. However, he did not immediately use the power of the moon spirit. Instead, he used the third and fourth sword of the Green Lotus sword technique. 2 piercingly cold sword techniques streaked across the sky, appearing mysterious and unfathomable, causing the entire sky to tremble. It's useless. You can't beat the power of my moon spirit. The black demon shouted. The black moon quickly pressed down. The third and fourth sword qi kept shaking and rolling. Then, they cracked. Seeing this, the black demon laughed. I've said it before. From now on, I won't be defeated again. Indeed, he had sworn before that he would not be defeated again. Lin Xian snorted coldly after hearing this. Won't be defeated again? You're too naive. There are so many experts in the world. How dare you say that you won't be defeated again? What a joke. As he spoke, the 5th and 6th sword flew out. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that Lin Xian's sword techniques could already form a lotus flower if they were to be combined. However, it was not a blooming lotus flower. Even so, it was still very terrifying. As expected, under the power of the 5th and 6th sword, the black moon kept rolling. The boundless demonic energy shattered the void. The black demon's expression changed. He roared angrily and activated the moon spirit again. The black moon fell crazily. Humph. Lin Xian sneered. Whoosh. 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 He used the first 6 sword techniques again. They formed a green lotus in the sky. With a clang, the green lotus blocked the black moon. Not only that, when the seventh sword chi was released, the green lotus bloomed and the black moon collapsed. The surrounding people all screamed. What kind of sword technique is this? It actually shattered the black moon. Heavens, how did he do it? The great elder's eyes flashed. This kid's strength has increased. As a sage, he could naturally see the changes in Lin Xian's strength. Thinking about it, it made sense. The ruins were split open by a peerless powerhouse, so there must be shocking sword intent and sword Dao secrets left on it. Lin Xian was also a swordsman, so he must have had a fortuitous encounter on it. Thinking of this, the first elder became even more excited. I wonder if this kid can defeat Mo. Black Dragon Sky Diagram. Mo roared again, his hair dancing wildly like a peerless demon king. The black halberd in his hand rose into the air and merged into the void. Not only that, Mo opened his mouth and spat out a broken scroll. It merged with the black halberd and turned into a sky. A terrifying aura filled the air, and endless runes fell. It was too terrifying. What kind of ability was this? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Mo to have such a terrifying ability other than the apocalyptic black dragon wave. This ability was not used in the battle with Huangfu Badian previously. It seemed that Mo was indeed terrifying and had many trump cards. Seeing this, the first elder also shouted coldly and activated the defensive formation. Boom boom boom, defensive formations appeared in the surroundings again. Obviously, the combat level had surpassed before and reached the level of Mo and Huangfu Badian. Huangfu Tian's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared at the two figures in the sky. There was also a trace of surprise in his eyes. Because he did not expect Lin Xian to be able to display such strength. To be honest, he had never paid attention to Lin Xian before. Even Zhong Lingxiu, he did not take a second look. Because in his opinion, although these two dark horses were powerful, they could only make it to the top 10. If they could not even make it to the top 5, let alone fight him. In the entire Full Moon Peak, he had no opponent at all. If there was an opponent, it would be the first place of the other 3 peaks. That was his true opponent. But now, the strength Lin Xian displayed surprised him. He could actually force Mo to such a state. He could even activate the defensive formation of the Full Moon Peak. This surprised him greatly. Therefore, he could not help but start to pay attention to Lin Xian. Black Dragon Sky Diagram? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Endless runes fell from the sky and were split apart by his green lotus sword technique. At the same time, he waved his hand and a black war chariot appeared in front of him. This black war chariot was very simple and unadorned. The black lines on its surface were incomparably dark, as if they were made up of demonic runes. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. What was that? A war chariot? Was it a magic treasure? He didn't know. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian struck out a spell, and instantly, a fiery dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out and coiled around the black chariot, forming a fiery dragon chariot. Wang, the fiery dragon chariot was activated. Countless runes flickered as it fought against the black dragon diagram in the sky. Then, it defied the heavens and clashed with the black dragon diagram. When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire sky was blasted apart. Boundless energy surged, causing the surroundings to tremble. Fortunately, First Elder had activated the defensive array formation in advance. Otherwise, Full Moon Peak would have been smashed into pieces. It's useless, you can't block the black dragon transforming heavenly diagram. This was a saint's rune, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to block it. Black Demon was extremely confident. But soon, his face darkened and even became ferocious. That was because he realized that the other party had blocked it. Not only that, but the other party had even almost shattered his black dragon diagram. How was that possible? What was that black war chariot? Could it be that it also had a saint's rune? He was too shocked that the other party had such a thing in his hands. In his opinion, that was just an ordinary half-step sacred artifact. It could not be compared to his black dragon diagram at all. But now, it was out of his expectations. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He naturally saw Black Demon's expression clearly. Immediately, he sneered. Why? Are you very surprised? To be honest, I really didn't take you seriously. Hearing that, Black Demon was so angry that he vomited blood. Didn't take him seriously? What a joke, even Huangfu Badian might not dare to say such a thing, but the other party dared to be so arrogant. Kid, I'll let you see my strongest attack. Speaking of that, the black halberd flew down from the black dragon diagram again and was caught by Black Demon. In the next moment, Black Demon's right arm suddenly expanded. Countless black runes emitted a terrifying aura. Apocalyptic black dragon wave, Black Demon was going to unleash his strongest attack. At this moment, countless experts looked up at the sky because they knew that the outcome would be decided soon. Lin Xian frowned. World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave? It was indeed very strong. He had seen it before. Its power surpassed the majority of divine abilities and could pose a threat to him. However, he had a way to break the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. He had seen it once before. Although the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave was powerful, it also had flaws. Buzz, golden runes flickered in his eyes. A golden moon floated up and down as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Useless kid, don't even think about breaking my World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. The aura on Black Demon's body became more and more terrifying. The black halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its head and a terrifying energy rushed out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying energy completely enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, forming a huge black hole in the sky. Lin Xian felt a powerful force coming towards him. Buzz, he activated the 9-yang divine body and a powerful force bloomed. The energy of the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave hit the 9-yang divine body and made an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian faced the attack like a fiend god. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Clang. He was under great pressure. There were even many places that became dim. However, the 9-yang divine body was very powerful. It forcibly resisted the pressure, allowing Lin Xian's speed to reach the extreme. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand continued to bloom. The green lotus 13 swords were displayed by him, forming huge green lotuses that bloomed in the sky. They destroyed the terrifying World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. Lin Xian arrived in front of Black Demon. How was this possible? Black Demon was stunned. In the distance, the elders were also stunned. Huangfu Baitian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine blade that pierced through the void. They were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could even face the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. The others were stunned. They couldn't see. The sky was pitch black and could even devour souls. What had happened? Xueling, Yi Fei, and the others also shook their heads. They couldn't see clearly. Perhaps Huangfu Badian could see clearly. They looked at Huangfu Badian. They saw Huangfu Badian stand up from his cultivation posture with his hands behind his back. His gaze was like a rainbow that could pierce through the front. It was even more so for the two judging elders. The first elder's gaze was like a divine lamp. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the outcome was about to be decided. So what if his opponent attacked him? He waved the halberd in his hand and stabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His divine body glowed. With a clang, he blocked the halberd. However, the power of the Black Demon bloodline exploded, increasing the power of the halberd. With a puchi, it pierced through Lin Xian's body. In the sky, there was blood that scattered down, mixing with golden light as it scattered down. Someone was injured. Although the people below could not see the battle clearly, they could see the blood. It was golden blood. It was not the Black Demon's, but Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was injured. Seeing this scene, Du Jiao, Lani, and the other prodigies laughed. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Lord Black Demon would not be injured. Of course, Lord Black Demon was so powerful that no one could defeat him except for Huangfu Badian, brother Lin Xian. Xianxia was extremely nervous, and the dark red dragon was shocked. In the distance, Qingwu snorted. That kid lost in the end. The others felt their scalps go numb. Even someone as strong as Lin Xian was defeated by the black demon. Could it be that only Huangfu Beidian could suppress the black demon? The elders also had the same expression. They sighed. Although he was defeated, it was glorious. Yes, that kid's strength was beyond their expectations. It seemed that he would become a member of the Full Moon Peak in less than 10 years, they were too excited. In the sky, in the endless flow of darkness, the black demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. Kid, you're injured. He was so excited that he finally injured his opponent. So what if his opponent had the 9 yang divine body? It was not a greater success divine body, he could shatter it. Lin Xian smiled as well. You've lost. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, and the long sword in his hand stabbed out crazily. Red. Not good, the black demon felt a powerful threat. His glabella split open, and his soul was distorted as if it was about to be torn apart. He screamed crazily. His soul instantly soared into the sky, abandoning his physical body. There was no other way. That sword was too fatal. If he didn't run, his body and soul would probably be destroyed. In midair, the two judges were also stunned. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would have such a killer move? They wanted to attack quickly, but when they saw Black Demon's soul escape, they heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! Black Demon's glabella split open, and half of his body shattered. Black demonic blood dripped down and fell to the ground along with his body. Below, those people were still discussing. The single-horned king, blue-winged king, and the others were laughing madly. They believed that their great black devil was unparalleled in this world. In the next moment, these people were all stunned. A black shadow fell down and landed on the arena, causing the arena to tremble non-stop. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead. Was the outcome already decided? It seemed that Lin Xian had been beaten down. He must have been seriously injured. Even if this kid didn't die, he would be half dead. No, it wasn't Lin Xian. It was black blood, it was Black Demon, someone screamed. The next moment, everyone was stunned. What? Black Demon, they widened their eyes and looked carefully. His glabella was about to split open. It was really Black Demon. Black Demon's body fell on the arena. Black blood dyed the entire arena red. The surrounding void could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the bloodline. How was this possible? Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others were dumbfounded. Huangfu Beidian retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. He also had a face of surprise. He did not expect Black Demon to be defeated. The other elders were also shocked. The first elder was extremely excited. He won, that kid actually won, his potential was simply too great. Whoosh, the clouds broke open, and the darkness was torn apart. Endless golden light scattered down. Lin Xian landed powerfully. He held the fire Qilin sword in one hand and the black halberd in the other. Like a god of war, he arrived on the arena. Although his body was injured and his 9-yang divine body was pierced, he still won this battle. Even the piercing wound did not pose a fatal threat to him. At this moment, everyone's mind was still in a daze. Especially the single-horned king, blue-winged king, and the others, their faces were pale and terrified. That's not right. Why didn't Black Demon move? Could it be that he was killed? Someone screamed. Indeed, they saw Black Demon's body split open. It was very terrifying. However, he did not move at all. In fact, he did not even have any aura. That shocked them. No way, Lin Xian killed Black Demon in front of the judges? They were about to pee their pants. No, look above, Yi Fei's eyes were like a rainbow. He finally saw the state of both sides. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black shadow floating above, as if it did not dare to come down. Was that Black Demon's soul? Heavens, his soul was forced out of his body and did not dare to come down. What did Lin Xian do? No one knew. Just now, it was wrapped in endless darkness. No one saw it clearly. Probably apart from those elders, only Huangfu Beidian could see it clearly. Everyone looked at Huangfu Beidian. Huangfu Beidian did not say anything. He did see it clearly. That sword move made him a little moved. What kind of sword move was that? If Black Demon did not run fast enough, his soul would have been destroyed by now. This kid was really a sword Dao genius. Huangfu Badian felt pressure for the first time, and it was a heavy pressure. Black Demon could not give him this kind of pressure. Only the number one of the other peaks could give him this kind of pressure. But now, a newcomer of Full Moon Peak actually gave him such pressure. This made him feel incredulous. Winner, Lin Xian. The judge hurriedly announced the victory. Lin Xian threw the black halberd on the ground, put away the flaming war chariot, and turned to leave the arena. After Lin Xian completely left, Black Demon's soul in the sky dared to descend. He merged into his body and instantly erupted with endless demonic energy. Black Demon's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Lin Xian, but he did not dare to step forward. Because he was really afraid. This battle ended with Lin Xian's victory. Everyone went crazy. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He actually defeated Black Demon. Everyone trembled. Blue Wing King, One Horn King, Yu Song, and the others did not dare to speak. They were even about to kneel down. From now on, they would never dare to provoke Lin Xian again. They were even afraid of Lin Xian's revenge. There was no other way. Even their boss, Black Demon, was not a match for him, let alone them. When they thought of how they provoked him so recklessly, they almost fainted from fright. Bang, bang. Bang, One Horn King and Blue Wing King even knelt down and kowtowed to apologize. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. This was Lin Xian's power. Big brother Lin Xian, are you okay? Shen Jingqiu saw the blood on Lin Xian's body and was very nervous. Lin Xian shook his head and swallowed 2 heaven and earth treasures. The 9 yang divine body bloomed with light and began to repair. Lin Xian said with a smile, I went to a good place, I'll bring you along next time. While they were discussing, countless gazes were cast over. There was a mysterious aura in Zhong Lingxiu's eyes as if she wanted to see through Lin Xian. The others had a look of horror and awe. In the distance, Qingwu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. That guy actually won? She really couldn't believe it. Damn it, I have to tell my brother. This kid is a great enemy. Qingwu didn't see any more matches and turned around to soar into the sky. Not only her, but the other 3 peaks also had prodigies who came to watch the battle. They had heard of Lin Xian before. However, they never thought that Lin Xian would be so powerful. This battle had already caused them to be terrified. They had to hurry back to report that in addition to Huangfu Badian, Lin Xian also came from Full Moon Peak. Next, the competition continued. Although it was also exciting, it was much worse than the battle between Lin Xian and Hamo. It was the 5th Wang Qi's turn. Wang Qi challenged Xue Ling, but he lost to Xue Ling in the end. Xue Ling also failed to challenge Yifei. Yifei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian and Huangfu Badian. He didn't challenge Lin Xian, but Huangfu Badian. That was because he wanted to see how strong Huangfu Badian was. Previously, he had used his flying dagger technique, but he was directly sent flying by Huangfu Baitian's blade. He didn't dare to take that sharp blade light head-on at all. Just the overflowing aura alone left dozens of blade marks on his body. Therefore, Yifei decisively admitted defeat. However, that was also very shocking. Because they realized that Huangfu Badian didn't dodge because he couldn't dodge Yifei's blade. Thinking of that possibility, their hearts beat wildly. Even the elders were breathing rapidly. If this Yifei was a bit stronger, perhaps even Huangfu Badian would not dare to take his flying daggers head-on. Next, it was Hamo's turn. Hamo first stared at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he really didn't dare to believe that he would lose to Yifei. He wanted revenge. However, he soon gave up. He realized that Lin Xian's recovery was even faster than his. Although he had recovered from most of his injuries, there was still some sword intent left in his body. He was unable to unleash 100% of his strength. And from the looks of it, the other party had already fully recovered. No, he couldn't take the risk. He had to get one of the top 3 spots. How pitiful was the moon-gazing wordless monument. Black Devil didn't challenge Lin Xian or Huangfu Badian. He challenged Yifei instead. In the end, he defeated Yifei. Yifei sighed. Originally, he had occupied 3rd place and was able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. However, because of Lin Xian's strong entrance, he was only able to occupy 4th place. Finally, all the matches were arranged. First, Huangfu Beidian. Second, Lin Xian. Third, Black Devil. Fourth, Yi Fei. Fifth, Xueling. Sixth, Wang Qi. Seventh, Lu Yanan. At this point, the top 3 were out. Everyone was shocked. Huangfu Beidian was still the champion, and he was number 1. The Black Devil was now number 3. The second place was Lin Xian. He was a newcomer who had just joined the moon-gazing peak a few months ago. Everyone was astounded, feeling that it was unreal. At the same time, some became excited. I wonder how this Lin Xian would fare against Huangfu Beidian. Do you think he could defeat Huangfu Beidian? No idea? It was hard to say, but it might be possible. The crowd discussed among themselves as Lin Xian and Huangfu Beidian had yet to fight. Huangfu Beidian was not required to challenge anyone as the champion. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already used up his 2 chances to challenge someone. He could not challenge anyone again. Thus, the 2 of them did not fight. As such, no one knew about it. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Huangfu Beidian beside him. Huangfu Beidian also turned his head toward him. Their gazes clashed in the air. Suddenly, a saber glow and a sword intent soared into the sky, intertwining and tearing the clouds apart. How powerful, the crowd was shocked. Even the Black Devil took a step back. The auras of these 2 were too powerful, to the point that even he was shocked. Damn it, the Black Devil clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He swore that he would not be defeated again. However, he did not expect to be slapped in the face so soon. He was defeated by Lin Xian. Now, it seemed like these 2 had completely surpassed him. No, I must comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. I must surpass these 2, I am the strongest. The Black Devil let out a furious roar. On the other side, Lin Xian was shocked. This Huangfu Beidian was very powerful, he was far stronger than the Black Devil. I wonder what the outcome would be if I were to fight him. He could not deduce the outcome now. He would only know if he were to fight him. On the other side, Huangfu Beidian was equally shocked. He did not expect Wang Yefeng to have someone who could threaten him. He could not see through Lin Xian's strength. The first elder walked over with a smile. He was very satisfied with the outcome of the battle. Lin Xian's performance gave him a pleasant surprise. He announced the result of the competition and then gave out rewards to everyone. Everyone had a reward. However, there were many rewards for the top 10 and even more for the top 3. Each of the top 3 received a chance to go to the moon-gazing lake again. At the same time, the most important reward was that the top 3 had a chance to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel. This was a great opportunity. If they could comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel, they would soar into the sky. At that time, they might be able to defeat the Northern Demon and become the number 1 person in the House of Prodigy. Next, everyone dispersed and received their rewards. The moon-gazing wordless steel would open in 10 days. Lin Xian, Huangfu Beidian, and the Black Devil would take advantage of this period to enter the moon-gazing lake and cultivate for half a day. Entering the moon-gazing lake again, Lin Xian felt a powerful force enveloping him. This force made him feel very comfortable. Of course, he was not careless and absorbed it with all his might. Outside, everyone was watching. Heavens! Lin Xian had condensed the 9 heavy waves. Everyone exclaimed. It could not be helped. Although Lin Xian was only ranked 2nd on the moon-gazing peak, the scene of him entering the moon-gazing lake was even more shocking than Huangfu Beidian. Not to mention Huangfu Beidian, even the number 1 person in the House of Prodigy, the Northern Demon, could not be compared to him. The 9 heavy waves surged between the heavens and earth, leaving everyone stunned. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Half a day of cultivation had greatly improved his strength, which was equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation in the outside world. His strength had improved to the mid-9-star realm, and the force in his body was much stronger. After coming out, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He spent the remaining 9 days to consolidate his strength. Huangfu Beidian and the Black Devil also came out. They had both improved and went into seclusion to consolidate their strength. The other geniuses were also nervous and waited patiently. In a few days, the moon-gazing wordless stele would open again. But they knew that the chances this time would probably be much greater than before. After all, there was an additional Lin Xian. And Lin Xian was the same as Yi Guqing back then, stirring up the 9 heavy waves. In fact, Lu Yanan and a few others knew that the other party condensed the moon soul in 2 hours. This kind of talent could be rated as heaven-defying. Even more terrifying than Yi Guqing, back then, Yi Guqing successfully comprehended the moon-gazing wordless stele. Wonder if Lin Xian could successfully comprehend it this time. Everyone, including Head Elder and the rest, carried a feeling of anticipation and nervousness. 9 days passed. Finally, the 10th day arrived. The blazing sun rose, sunlight sprinkling all over Moon-Gazing Peak. On this day, everyone woke up early, everyone was excited. They knew that today was the day the moon-gazing wordless stele opened. Yi Fei came, Xueling came, Wang Ji came, those people all came. Black Fiend came out. The aura on his body was even more terrifying than 10 days ago. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy and cold. Very clearly, the defeat previously made him very unhappy. Huangfu Beidian also appeared, carrying a long saber on his back, like a saber god. His gaze looked around. When he saw Black Fiend, he only gave him a glance and ignored him. Because Black Fiend was not his match. He was looking for someone who could give him pressure. That person was naturally Lin Xian. Not just him, Black Fiend was also looking for the other party. Head Elder, Yi Fei, and the rest were also looking. Very soon, their brows raised. They discovered that the other party had arrived. Lin Xian was still dressed in red robes, his face handsome. He was abnormally calm as he walked over. Everyone's gaze fell on him. Black Fiend snorted coldly, his eyes erupting with piercing cold-killing intent. Huangfu Baitian's gaze was deep, Zhong Lingxiu had a mysterious look. However, everyone was stunned. They could not see through Lin Xian's actual situation. Those elders were also surprised. Head Elder sighed. This kid was very mysterious. Indeed, if he did not execute law, he could not see clearly. Lin Xian's arrival undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. One after another, discussions and exclamations fell on him. The void cracked open, and in the sky, there were nomological laws floating. The sage had arrived. Had the Peak Lord come out of seclusion, everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe descending from the sky. It was the Peak Lord of the Full Moon Peak. The Peak Master of the Full Moon Peak looked to be in his 30s, but everyone knew that he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Everyone cupped their fists and bowed, greeting the Peak Lord. The Full Moon Peak Master nodded slightly. The First Elder and the other elders also walked over. At the same time, the Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. Huangfu Beidian, Lin Xian, He Mo, the 3 of you step forward. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 walked forward while the others watched nervously from behind. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others' eyes were filled with envy. Because they were not qualified. Only the 3 people in front of him were qualified to comprehend it. Stars flickered in the Peak Master's eyes as he scanned Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian with the power of the laws. He nodded slightly. Although he already knew the results of the competition, he was still surprised when he saw Lin Xian again. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to make it to the top 3 and even defeat He Mo to obtain a spot to comprehend the full moon wordless stele. It was a pleasant surprise. Let's go. The Peak Master turned around and walked forward. The laws under his feet flickered, forming a path that carried him into the sky. The First Elder and the others also followed. Lin Xian and the others rose into the sky, and behind them, the geniuses of the Full Moon Peak also followed behind. They were very excited. Although the Full Moon Peak was named after a mountain, its territory was very large. This time, their target was the mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. That was the main peak of the Full Moon Peak. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the main peak. Lin Xian and the others raised their heads and looked forward, exclaiming in their hearts. It was also his first time observing the Full Moon Peak at such a close distance. The dark red dragon beside him muttered, "What a mysterious aura." The Full Moon Peak was not simple. As a formation master, he could naturally feel the terrifying and mysterious power coming from the full moon peak. Buzz, at this moment, there were laws waving between heaven and earth, piercing through the void and complementing each other. The people of the full moon peak raised their heads. Those disciples exclaimed, "Another sage is here." Yi Fei and the others were shocked, and they explained in a low voice that the peak masters of the other three peaks were here. Indeed, the peak masters of the ethereal peak, exquisite peak, and divine strategy peak were all here. After all, opening the full moon wordless steel was an earth-shattering event in the extraordinary warrior manner. How could they not be here? The three peak masters stood in the void like god-fiends. In addition to the peak masters of the three peaks, the top geniuses and elders were also here. It could be said that the entire extraordinary warrior manor was in turmoil. In the air, a woman in a green robe with a beautiful face attracted everyone's attention. "Fairy Qing Wu!" everyone exclaimed. Beside Qing Wu, there was a demonic man with a slender figure and a handsome face. His eyes even carried a mysterious power. He was the top person of the ethereal peak, the North Demon. On the other side, at Exquisite Peak, there was a woman in a red robe with a veil on her face, and her aura was exquisite. She was the top person of the Exquisite Peak, named Yu Linglong. There was another person who was wearing a battle armor with runes flowing on his body, shining brightly like a god of war. He was the top person of Divine Strategy Peak. Han Fei, in addition to the top people of the three peaks, the top geniuses of the other top geniuses were also here. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Badian, and Mo. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Xian, because they were already very familiar with Huangfu Badian and Mo, but Lin Xian was very unfamiliar to them. They knew that he was a newcomer. At the same time, they were surprised that a newcomer could obtain the second place. It was really shocking. In the distance, Qing Wu was fuming. She was very unhappy. This guy really succeeded. I'm so angry. He definitely won't be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Seeing Qing Wu's angry look, the North Demon rubbed her hair and said, "Why do you have to be angry with yourself? He didn't provoke you." "Who said that?" "I can't stand his smug look." Qing Wu pouted. The North Demon's eyes flickered as he looked at the young man in red. "This kid is very strong and will definitely be a great enemy in the future. I just didn't expect him to grow so quickly. I wonder if he can comprehend the full moon wordless steel?" Not only him, but Yu Linglong and Han Fei also had the same thought. It couldn't be helped. The full moon wordless steel was too famous. It was rumored that it was the top divine steel of the extraordinary warrior residence. Whoever could comprehend it would be the top person of the extraordinary warrior residence. Back then, Yi Guqing had already comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel. Even though he hadn't fully comprehended it, he had already displayed such powerful strength. In the end, he died because of an accident. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great sage, or even a great emperor. Therefore, because of Yi Guqing's legend, the moon-gazing wordless steel became even more mysterious. After all, other than Yi Guqing, no one had been able to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel for tens of thousands of years. The peak masters of the three peaks also had solemn expressions, because they knew how special the moon-gazing wordless steel was. The three peaks also had mysterious inscriptions, but that was the holy grail left behind by the sage. But the moon-gazing wordless steel was different. Its origin was more spiritual, far surpassing the holy steel. That was why it was so difficult to cultivate. And once cultivated, its power was extremely terrifying. Seeing that the other three peak masters, elders, and prodigies had all arrived, the peak master of the moon-gazing peak was not surprised. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Endless laws enveloped him. In the next moment, he struck out one ancient Tao pattern after another, which appeared in the sky, then floated towards the moon-gazing peak. Buzz buzz buzz, as one Tao pattern after another floated into the moon-gazing peak, the entire peak also changed. The sky was shrouded in light, illuminating the entire world. Not only that, but it also trembled violently. A crack appeared in the middle of the moon-gazing peak, and it quickly spread to both sides. Seeing this scene, the surrounding prodigies widened their eyes. The moon-gazing peak was split open. Lin Xian was also surprised. This scene was too shocking. It was as if an invisible divine sword had split the moon-gazing peak from the middle. Dark Red Xianxia was even more shocked. He discovered that there was actually another world inside the split moon-gazing peak. Inside, ancient trees and mountains towered into the clouds. The vines were as thick as pythons. They were like huge dragons, carrying with them boundless strength. A powerful vitality was emitted from inside. The inside of the moon-gazing peak was actually like this. Lin Xian and the others were extremely shocked. It was too mysterious. That should be the moon-gazing wordless stele. They discovered that there was a stone stele inside. It was abnormally large. It stood tall on the earth. The stone monument was surrounded by vines and ancient trees, but the surface of the stone monument was as smooth as a mirror. There was nothing on it. The entire stone tablet was completely black. It was 100 feet tall, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. There were no marks on it. Was this the Moongazer wordless stele? Everyone began to tremble when they sensed the prehistoric aura in front of them. Even the peak masters of the 4 great peaks wore stern expressions. Huangfu Baitian's eyes lit up. He Mo was so excited that he started trembling. Yi Fei, Wang Qi, Xue Ling, and the others' eyes turned red. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered with a mysterious light as she stared at the wordless mountain-gazing stele in front of her. Not only those from the full moon peak, but the geniuses from the exquisite peak, the divine strategy peak, and the misty peak also had fiery gazes. Even the North Yao's eyes shone with a shocking light. Previously, as the #1 person in the outstanding scholar mansion, he had also wanted to comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele. However, he had failed in the end. This made him realize that he was not fated to comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, he could only try to comprehend the misty sacred stele of the misty peak. Lin Xian was equally shocked. Not only that, but there was also a strange movement in his body. This strange movement gave Lin Xian a fright. There were no marks on the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes to see if there were any secrets hidden within. Golden runes flickered. Lin Xian looked in front of him. However, he realized that the Moongazer wordless stele was too mysterious. It was as if there was a wisp of heavenly secret blocking everything. It was indeed mysterious. Was this the Moongazer wordless stele? Even the heavenly secret god eyes could not see through it. Lin Xian was shocked. However, at this moment, the mysterious small sword in his body vibrated. Not only that, the great dragon sword soul was also operating rapidly, trying to soar into the sky. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked as he suppressed the great dragon sword soul. It seemed like the great dragon sword soul was targeting the Moongazer wordless stele. How could this be? And this mysterious small sword actually caused the Moongazer wordless stele to vibrate again. It even produced a sense of hostility. What was going on, Lin Xian did not know. He guessed that it might be because Yi Guqing had once comprehended the Moongazer wordless stele. Hence, when the great dragon sword soul came before the Moongazer wordless stele again, there would be a strange change. However, he did not know if this was the reason. Other than Lin Xian, no one else knew about this change in his body. Not even the 4 peak masters knew about it. The full moon peak master turned to Lin Xian and the other 2 and said in a deep voice. The 3 of you, go ahead and comprehend it. Huangfu Badian nodded solemnly. He Mo's eyes were red as he trembled with excitement. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. At this moment, the full moon peak master reminded them again. The Moongazer wordless stele had a mysterious origin and contained heavenly secrets. Whether they could comprehend it or not depended on their luck. Just do your best and don't force it. Lin Xian and the other 2 nodded. They also understood this principle. Then, the peak master did not say anything else. The entire place fell silent. All eyes fell on Lin Xian, Huangfu Badian, and He Mo. Huangfu Badian soared into the sky while He Mo roared and turned into a black lightning bolt, rushing forward. Both of them were very fast and arrived in front of the Moongazer wordless stele in an instant. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and strode forward. Soon, he arrived. He realized that the great dragon sword soul in his body was trembling more violently. Fortunately, he had merged with the great dragon sword soul and could suppress it. Lin Xian stood in front of the Moongazer wordless stele. he did not immediately sit down to comprehend it. Instead, he reached out his hand and gently touched the black surface of the steel. The surface was shiny and smooth. However, when he touched the black steel, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. The mysterious little sword shuddered slightly. A peerless aura spread out. However, it soon disappeared. The great dragon sword soul's roar sounded in Lin Xian's body, but it was blocked by Lin Xian and did not spread out. However, he could not block the aura emitted by the mysterious small sword. Buzz, he turned his head slightly and looked behind him. Previously, those people behind him did not seem to notice anything unusual, as if they did not notice this peerless killing intent. Only the peak masters of the 4 peaks raised their brows. What's going on? Why do I feel a mysterious aura flowing out? When they checked again, they found that the mysterious aura had disappeared without a trace. No one noticed it. Lin Xian was stunned. At the same time, he was even more puzzled. Why would the great dragon sword soul and the mysterious small sword in his body change like this after encountering the moongazer wordless steel? After all, whether it was the dragon sword soul or the mysterious small sword, their origins were too mysterious. Perhaps he had encountered the moongazing wordless steel before. Seeing Lin Xian standing in front of the moongazing wordless steel, the elders and geniuses behind him were also discussing. What was this kid doing? Why wasn't he comprehending? He couldn't have been scared silly, right? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he had discovered something special? Everyone was puzzled. Because at this moment, Huangfu Beidian and He Mo had already sat down cross-legged, found a place, and began to comprehend. Brother Lin Xian should be fine, right? Xianxia was a little worried. The dark rainbow dragon nodded and said, "Don't worry, this kid will definitely be fine." Although he said that, he was still a little worried in his heart. After all, the aura from the moongazing wordless steel was too mysterious. In front, Lin Xian retracted his palm, found a place, and slowly sat down. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly, but no one left. Instead, more and more people gathered here. Everyone was waiting silently. They knew that comprehending was a long process. "Brother, how magical is the moon-gazing wordless steel? Why can't you comprehend it?" In the distance, Qingwu asked softly. The North Demon shook his head. "I once tried to comprehend it. At that time, I closed my eyes and seemed to have entered a strange world. Everything around was gray, as if there was nothing at the beginning of the chaos. I tried to search inside, and I kept walking in one direction. After walking for a month, I found nothing. That kind of despair had already filled my heart. So, I was forced to retreat." "What? There was nothing at the beginning of the chaos? Then how can I comprehend it?" After hearing that, Qingwu's eyes widened. "I don't know. Maybe they have a way. Maybe they can't comprehend it." Indeed, Huangfu Beidian and He Mo also encountered a similar situation. They seemed to be in a strange world, and their surroundings were like the beginning of the chaos. They couldn't see anything. The two of them seemed to have been exiled in the universe and began to search. On the other side, Lin Xian was the same. He felt that his surroundings were gray, and there was no sound or light. There was no one, not to mention any runes or secrets. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Was this the moongazer wordless steel? Lin Xian frowned. He carefully tried to sense it, but he couldn't sense anything. How was he supposed to comprehend it? Previously, Xiaoqian had already learned about the heaven steels of the other 3 peaks. The Tao patterns of the saints were engraved on it, so it could be comprehended directly. This moongazer wordless steel was much more mysterious and strange compared to the others. Lin Xian took a deep breath and decided to take a risk and try using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. After all, the Great Dragon Sword Soul had already tried to rush out to attack him before he had even comprehended the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Now that he had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was very likely that it would cause unexpected consequences. However, he had no other choice. He could only give it a try. Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to destroy the surrounding chaotic nothingness. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint technique that could destroy everything. As expected, the surrounding chaotic void was slashed apart. Lin Xian felt that his vision around him had become clearer. He decided on a direction and moved forward. His body and sword merged into a ray of sword light and rushed forward. He would destroy all the chaotic nothingness along the way. He didn't believe that there was no end to this world. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Everyone was still waiting silently. Suddenly, the peak master of the Moongazer Peak's eyes lit up and became sharp. The peak masters of the other 3 peaks also turned their heads and stared down. Under the Moongazer wordless steel, Black Demon's body trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his tightly shut eyes were tightly furrowed. It was as if he had encountered something painful. Not good. Black Demon was about to fail. The North Monster was no stranger to this situation. He knew that Black Demon's will was about to collapse. He couldn't withstand the chaotic nothingness at all. Because there was only one person in the world. There was no hope, nothing, and he would definitely despair. It was already very difficult for Black Demon to hold on for 10 days. Moreover, the North Monster had comprehended at once. He knew that the flow of time inside was different from outside. 10 days outside might be 100 or 200 years inside. No matter how strong a person was, they would collapse. As expected, Black Demon suddenly opened his eyes and roared at the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. Seeing this, the surrounding prodigies and elders were in an uproar. The first elder sighed, his face full of disappointment. Did he fail? The peak master of the Moongazer Peak also shook his head slightly. With a flip of his hand, the wind and clouds in front of him tumbled and wrapped around Black Demon, then sent him out. Treat his injuries. The Moongazer Peak's peak master said in a low voice. The surrounding elders went forward to treat Heimo's injuries. As for the others, they shifted their gazes away from Heimo and looked to the front. Now, only Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian were left. They wondered if the 2 of them could comprehend it. Another 5 days passed. Huangfu Baitian's body also trembled slightly. Large beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. Seeing this, the first elder and the others became nervous again. The elders and prodigies of the other peaks were also paying close attention. Could it be that Huangfu Beidian couldn't hold on anymore? It seemed like that was the case. Huangfu Baitian's talent and strength both surpassed Black Demon's, but he only lasted 5 days longer than Black Demon. As expected, an hour later, Huangfu Beidian suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was completely pale. It was obvious that he was on the verge of collapsing. The elders and the prodigies of the Moongazer Peak let out sighs. Failed, even Huangfu Beidian had failed. Could it be that there was really no one left with money? In their hearts, Huangfu Beidian was a godlike existence. No one dared to challenge him due to his outstanding strength. Even against Black Demon, Huangfu Beidian could easily defeat him. Such a person was definitely a lot-defying genius. However, even Huangfu Beidian had failed. It was a great blow to the Moongazer Peak. The peak master of the Moongazer Peak shook his head and waved his hand. The clouds encapsulated Huangfu Beidian and sent him out too. Huangfu Beidian wore a wry smile as he glanced at Black Demon, who was sent out in advance. Black Demon had failed too? He had failed too. Wait, where's Lin Xian? He scanned his surroundings. Only he and Black Demon were resting. Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the kid had not failed yet? Huangfu Baitian's eyes widened as he thought of the possibility. He glanced at Black Demon. Black Demon wore an unpleasant expression as he realized that Lin Xian had not failed yet. He had failed, and so had Huangfu Beidian, but Lin Xian was still holding on. Meanwhile, his figure began to tremble slightly. Could it be that Qin Nan's talent had surpassed Huangfu Baitian's? He could not help but feel extremely jealous. Huangfu Beidian was astounded too. In his opinion, Lin Xian had already lost the battle, but that was not the case. This guy was still holding on. Huangfu Baitian's figure began to tremble too. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was focused on the red-shirted young man. The first elder's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. He had no idea how this kid would react. Would he succeed? The peak leader of the full moon peak had a hint of anticipation too. The peak leaders of the other peaks discussed in whispers as their eyes flickered. This kid was holding on even longer than Huangfu Beidian. He must be the successor of the Dragon King, as expected of the rumors. That's right, Yi Guqun was also the successor of the Dragon King. Perhaps this kid could really create a miracle. Not necessarily, as Yi Guqun was only able to comprehend it by coincidence. Even though this kid was the successor of the Dragon King, it would still be extremely difficult for him to comprehend it. The peak leaders discussed in whispers. Meanwhile, the geniuses and elders of the four peaks were dumbfounded too. Lin Xian had no idea what was happening outside. He was still one with the sword, maintaining the same posture as he pierced through the void. Anyone else would have lost their mind by now. However, as a swordsman, Lin Xian had a firm will. On top of that, it had been extremely difficult for him to reach this point. Thus, even now, when faced with the primal chaos void, a scene that could cause one to despair and collapse, he was still able to forcibly endure it. After flying for an unknown period of time, perhaps hundreds or even thousands of years, Lin Xian's brows suddenly twitched as he realized that there was finally a change in front of him. That's great, Lin Xian was overjoyed as he increased his speed. Buzz. He arrived at the front. Although his surroundings were still filled with chaos, something black could be seen ahead. A black lotus emitted an eerie glow. What was that? Lin Xian's eyes widened as he saw the black lotus, causing his expression to turn unpleasant. He couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Previously, there was a black lotus in his body that sealed off his spiritual vein, preventing him from cultivating. If it weren't for the sword-shaped pendant, Lin Xian might not have been able to cultivate for the rest of his life. Therefore, how could he forget about the black lotus? However, he had never imagined that he would encounter the black lotus that sealed his spirit meridians here. What was going on? Why was it like this? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. As a matter of fact, he had no idea why there was a black lotus in his body. Why it was sealing off his spiritual vein, no one had ever told him that. Lord Alcohol hadn't, and neither had his father, Lin Zhan. Furthermore, Lin Xian had gradually forgotten about this matter. After all, ever since he had obtained the mysterious little sword, the black lotus had been destroyed. From then on, such a thing never happened to her body again. Furthermore, he had never seen the black lotus again. But now, he actually saw it again in the moongazer wordless steel. Could it be that the black lotus existed in the moongazing wordless steel? Was it the moongazing wordless steel that sealed him? But why? The moongazing wordless steel was the most mysterious inscription on the moongazing peak. At that time, he was just a weak creature in the dust. Why would the moongazing wordless steel seal him? Lin Xian could not figure it out. It did not make sense. Could it be because of his father? Lin Xian had always thought that his father was very mysterious. He was already a super saint like Xiao. One had to know that super saints were extremely rare. There were not many of them in the world. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to cultivate them. His father was one of them. He did not know if his father had obtained a great opportunity after coming to the True Spirit continent, or if his father had been hiding his strength when he was in the Sword Pool Mansion. It was all a mystery. Could it be an illusion? Is it a test for me? Suddenly, Lin Xian had such a thought. After all, the moongazing wordless steel was incomparably mysterious. Perhaps it had created an illusion to make Lin Xian face his greatest fear. For Lin Xian, the most frightening thing was to be sealed up once more. However, just as Lin Xian thought that it was an illusion, the black lotus in front of him suddenly moved. Countless lotuses surged toward him, densely packed and shrouding him. Lin Xian could feel a sealing power surging toward him, as if it was trying to seal him once again. Not good, Lin Xian was shocked, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Get lost. At this moment, he used the great dragon sword soul again. A dragon shadow rushed out, turning into a divine sword and sweeping in all directions. These black lotuses were simply too bizarre. The great dragon sword soul's powerful attack had only managed to push them back. It hadn't managed to cut them into pieces. What was this thing? Lin Xian now suspected that all of this was a dream. More and more black lotuses kept spewing out, but fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and could still resist. But it was only for self-defense. However, at this critical moment, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. A sword light illuminated the surroundings. Buzz, many black lotuses were completely destroyed, and a bloody path was opened between heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz, the surrounding black lotuses quickly retreated and returned to their original places. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. What was this lotus? Even the great dragon sword soul could not do anything to it. Fortunately, he still had the mysterious small sword in his body. Otherwise, this time it would be really dangerous. Lin Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked ahead carefully. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He finally saw the black lotuses and the surrounding scene clearly. In front of him, there was also a black stone tablet. There were no words, and it was as smooth as a mirror. This scene was like the moon-gazing wordless stele in the outside world, it was just that its appearance and shape were much smaller. But the aura on it was even more terrifying. However, on this moon-gazing wordless stele, there were black lotuses crawling all over. Could it be that this moon-gazing wordless stele was sealed by the lotuses? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Lin Xian's mind. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Damn it, what was going on? This lotus did not belong to the moon-gazing wordless stele. But it grew here. It was specially used to seal the moon-gazing wordless stele, but why did it seal the moon-gazing wordless stele? Moreover, this black lotus had sealed him before. Was there any connection or similarity between it and the moon-gazing wordless stele? Lin Xian did not know. Buzz buzz buzz, in front of him, on the moon-gazing wordless stele, there was a primitive aura that emitted a wave. You are here. Although it wasn't a sound and was merely a ripple, Lin Xian was able to clearly sense the meaning behind it. You are conscious. Suddenly, he thought of something. Perhaps this was some kind of weapon spirit because some powerful weapons would have spiritual wisdom. For example, an extreme weapon contained a terrifying weapon spirit that was usually asleep, but once it woke up, the power of an extreme weapon would be fully unleashed. In addition to extreme weapons, sacred weapons also had weapon spirits, but it had to be an extremely terrifying sacred weapon. In other words, the more terrifying the weapon was, the more likely it was to have a weapon spirit. He didn't expect that the plenilune wordless stele would also have a weapon spirit. And it seemed that the weapon spirit had been sealed by the black lotus for a long time. What was going on? What was this black lotus? Why was it sealed? What else did it seal? In an instant, Lin Xian asked countless questions because he was too puzzled. However, the plenilune wordless stele didn't answer. Instead, it emitted a weak fluctuation again. You, leave quickly. You are no match for him. Who is he? Is it the Black Lotus, or is there someone behind the Black Lotus? Lin Xian asked again. Don't you remember? That's right, you aren't him. The steel shadow in front of him fluctuated again. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. How could I remember it in the past? And who was that him, successor of the great dragon? Leave. I can't let you comprehend it now. The fluctuation in front of him came. Senior, what do I have to do to save you? Lin Xian asked quickly. He had a feeling that this Black Lotus wasn't a good thing. To be precise, the other party wasn't a good thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sealed him before. It's useless. You are too weak now. You will know everything when you become stronger. Now that you know, it will only add to your troubles. The steel spirit didn't answer, but urged Lin Xian to leave. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He wanted to mobilize the mysterious small sword in his body to rush out and destroy the lotus, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. There was no other way. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. In the next moment, he rushed forward as if he wanted to crash into those Black Lotus. Buzz, this scene naturally caused the Black Lotus to counterattack. On the moon-gazing wordless stele, many lotus flowers rushed out, wanting to entangle Lin Xian. The mysterious little sword in Lin Xian's body trembled once again. A sword light rushed out and destroyed many of the lotuses that approached. Just like that, Lin Xian used his own body as a guide to mobilize the mysterious little sword in his body and finally cut off a small half of the lotus flower. But soon, his little face turned cold. Because he realized that it was useless. What was cut off now was just a drop in the ocean. The spirit of the wordless mountain-gazing steel was still shrouded by the black lotus. You were actually able to kill it. The boulder spirit of the wordless mountain-gazing boulder shuddered. It did not expect Lin Xian to have such an ability. Senior, don't worry. Give me some time and I'll be able to completely exterminate these lotuses. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. It's useless. Although you have a great treasure, your strength is too weak. You can't destroy it now, let alone save me. Unexpectedly, there was still hope. Senior, what exactly is this thing? Lin Xian continued to ask. The boulder spirit did not answer. Instead, it muttered to itself. Last time, I placed my hopes on someone, thinking that he could save me from the abyss of suffering. But now that you're here, I know that he failed. Last time, Lin Xian's heart thumped wildly. Could it be that it was talking about Yi Guqing, because only Yi Guqing had comprehended the wordless mountain-gazing boulder? In the past tens of thousands of years, no one else had been able to comprehend it. It was definitely talking about Yi Guqing. Indeed, the boulder spirit sent out a fluctuation. His name was indeed Yi Guqing and he was also the successor of the great dragon. It was indeed so, Lin Xian sighed. Senior Yi Guqing had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. He was besieged by several powerful sages on the ancient path of stars. Countless monstrous geniuses attacked and in the end, Senior Yi Guqing fell in that battle. He was the one who attacked. They were the ones who attacked. They didn't want me to break out, the boulder spirit continued to send out fluctuations. This time, it seemed to be a little angry. However, it had been sealed for countless years, so its fluctuations were extremely weak. Leave and don't have anything to do with me. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll end up like Yi Guqing. They won't let you off. Lin Xian didn't know who the boulder spirit was referring to. However, Lin Xian wouldn't give up. He had to comprehend the wordless mountain-gazing boulder. He quickly said, Senior, even if I leave now, I'm afraid that the day you mentioned won't let me off in the future. Because before this, I already had this mysterious black lotus in my body that sealed my spirit meridians. If I didn't obtain a treasure, I'm afraid that I would still be a cripple and unable to cultivate at all. What? You actually have such a thing in your body too? This time, it was the boulder spirit's turn to be shocked. It really didn't expect that Lin Xian would be in the same situation as it. However, the other party broke free in the end. Could it be that it was fate? The boulder spirit sent out a violent fluctuation. I was originally in despair, but I didn't expect you to appear. Alright, I'll bet again. I bet that you can succeed. Lin Xian knew that the boulder spirit didn't mean that he would succeed in comprehending the wordless mountain-gazing boulder. It meant that in the future, he would fight his way to the top on the ancient path of stars. He would avoid ending up like Yi Guqing. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Senior, don't worry, I won't die. Since you're also their target, they won't let you off even if I don't impart something to you. Since that's the case, I naturally have to impart something to you. The boulder spirit's fluctuation also became excited. Obviously, it saw hope. However, upon hearing this fluctuation, the surrounding black lotus suddenly bloomed with a demonic light. Demonic aura filled the sky and covered the entire chaotic void. It completely engulfed Lin Xian and the boulder spirit. In the outside world, a month had passed and everyone was still waiting patiently. The first elder and the peak master of the full moon peak had a trace of excitement in their eyes. After such a long time, Lin Xian still hadn't failed. Could it be that he really could succeed? The other elders of the heavenly sect. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Huangfu Badian let out a sigh. As a matter of fact, he had never placed anyone in his eyes at the full moon peak. However, Lin Xian had now given him a great shock and a great blow. He did not expect Qin Nan to be able to persist for so long. Qin Nan had completely surpassed him. He could not help but be impressed. On the other side, the black demon clenched his teeth and trembled. His eyes were bloodshot. He was going crazy from jealousy. Damn it, how could this kid persist for so long? He should have failed long ago. That's right, he failed in 10 days. Huangfu Badian failed in 15 days, but now, a month had passed and Qin Nan was still able to persist. As expected of the successor of the Great Dragon. He can hold on for so long. The other three peak leaders discussed in low voices. Qingwu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. That guy is really holding on. The North Beast's eyes shone with a cold light. Holding on doesn't mean that he can successfully comprehend it. However, it seems that the kid has a high chance of succeeding. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were also watching silently. If Lin Xian succeeded in comprehending it, then he would be a great enemy to them, therefore, they had to witness his success with their own eyes. Just like that, another day passed. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and his face became abnormally pale. There was no trace of blood. Oh no, that kid is in danger. Many people exclaimed. The first elder's heart instantly jumped. The Full Moon Peak's peak leader took a deep breath. There were endless laws in his eyes. The great Tao surged under his feet. It was obvious that he was feeling extremely uneasy. Big brother Lin Xian. Xianxia was extremely nervous. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon also screamed. Impossible, that kid can't fail. This doesn't make sense. Is the result going to be out? In the distance, the North Beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were watching nervously. Huangfu Badian sighed when he saw this scene. He was very familiar with this scene. The last time he failed, it was the same situation that happened. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to fail too? Ha ha ha, I knew that kid wouldn't succeed. The Black Demon's lips curled into a cold smile. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. If the peak leader wasn't still here, he would have thrown his head back and laughed. Great, is he finally going to fail too? Humph, no one else can get what I can't get. Everyone watched nervously. Lin Xian's body trembled. His face was pale, and he could lose at any time. However, he didn't open his eyes or vomit blood. Just like that, his body trembled and he persisted for another 3 days. During these 3 days, the elders of the Full Moon Peak spent their days on tenterhooks. The others were also extremely nervous. The Black Demon was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, why is it like this? How could this brat still persist? The way he saw it, the other party was trembling and his face was pale. He was already on the verge of collapse and would soon be defeated. However, the other party had persisted for 3 days. He hadn't come out yet. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. This guy's willpower was really formidable. Huangfu Badian exclaimed. The North Beast, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei were also shocked. What they did not know was that Lin was currently experiencing a great battle, a battle of life and death. Amidst the chaotic nothingness, the Black Lotus blossomed with a demonic light that covered the sky and the earth. It completely enveloped Lin Xian and the tablet spirit. The monument spirit resisted with all its might. It had been sealed all these years, but it was still able to survive. At this moment, Black Lotus was exerting its power, and he could not exert much power. At the same time, it was very worried that Lin Xian was sealed here. If that was really the case, then his last hope would be gone. Fortunately, although Lin Xian was surrounded by layers of black lotuses, he was not sealed. There was an aura in the other party's body that blocked the Black Lotus. It could even destroy these Black Lotuses. The monument spirit knew that there was no time to lose. It had to impart its inheritance to the other party. Finally, it gathered all its power and shot out a ray of black light that entered Lin Xian's glabella. What I can give you is not a peerless cultivation technique or a powerful bloodline, but an opportunity. An opportunity to comprehend heaven and earth. It is like a seed that has taken root and sprouted in your body. Now, you can leave. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely comprehend it as soon as possible and become a sage. When the time comes, I will come back and destroy these black lotuses. No, come back after becoming the arch. At least a boundary the arch. Otherwise, don't come here again. They will definitely be vigilant after letting you escape this time. In the future, you must be more careful on the ancient starry sky path. A boundary the arch? I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Then, he felt a huge force pushing him out. Outside, everyone was waiting anxiously. The Full Moon Peak's Peak Master, the Grand Elder, and many prodigies were all looking at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been trembling for 3 days. Would he succeed? Or would he fail? It was the last moment. Buzz, suddenly, Lin Xian's body stopped trembling. There was even a layer of hazy black light emitting from his body, carrying a primordial aura that shocked everyone. Could it be? Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Many people held their breaths. Could it be that this kid succeeded? Impossible, damn it, he can't succeed. The black demon roared in his heart. The Grand Elder, the Full Moon Peak's Peak Master, and the others were extremely excited. It seemed that this kid was about to wake up. Did he succeed? It was unlikely. After all, no one had been able to comprehend it for tens of thousands of years. Even if he was the successor of the Great Dragon, there was probably only a 10% chance. It was just that he would not be injured like Huangfu Badian and the Black Demon. It seemed that was indeed the case. The Full Moon Peak was really unlucky this time. No one could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. It was impossible for them to make a comeback. They would always be at the bottom of the 4 peaks, the people from the other 3 peaks sneered. Although they had failed, they were incomparably happy. Hearing this, the elders, prodigies, and powerhouses of the Full Moon Peak were disappointed. Even Lin Xian was going to fail. Then, was there really no hope for them? After all, Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon of this generation. More importantly, as soon as he came to the Full Moon Lake, he caused the 9 heavy waves, exactly the same as Yi Guqing back then. Furthermore, he had only been in the Moon Palace for 2 hours, and he had already condensed the Moon Soul. He had already surpassed Yi Guqing. Even so, he could not comprehend the full moon wordless steel? They could not believe it. The Full Moon Peak's Peak Master had a solemn expression. The other 3 Peak Masters also sighed. They had also guessed why the full moon wordless steel was so difficult to comprehend. Although it was difficult in the past, there were also peerless geniuses who could comprehend it. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, no one could comprehend it. At that time, they had used all their means, and even the old mansion master had come. However, in the end, they were unable to completely discover the secret of the full moon wordless steel. However, the old mansion master said that there seemed to be some problems with the full moon wordless steel. What exactly was the problem? Until now, these people did not know. If Lin Xian was really defeated, it meant that the problem with the full moon wordless steel was getting worse and worse. From now on, no one would be able to comprehend it. As for the Moongazer wordless steel, it would become a useless steel and would no longer have any use. However, it only existed for a moment before disappearing. But in the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The aura on his body erupted and shot into the sky. In his left eye, a golden moon appeared. It was extremely terrifying, and an incomparably terrifying moon soul power emerged. As soon as this power appeared, everyone in the surroundings trembled. What a pure moon soul power, damn it, how could this kid's moon soul be so powerful? He had only been here for a few months. Everyone went crazy, and those elders were also discussing. The first elder was stunned, and in the next moment, he became excited. The Full Moon Peak's Peak Master's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Around him, endless laws danced, turning into the image of dragons and phoenixes. Could it be that the other party succeeded? Such a thought appeared in their minds. Because previously, when Huangfu Badian and Heimo failed, their faces were pale and they vomited blood. But now, although Lin Xian opened his eyes, he was not injured at all. Not only that, but a mysterious aura and terrifying runes appeared on his body. As well as this powerful moon soul, this was definitely the scene of success. According to the records of the House of Prodigy, when Yi Guqing succeeded, it seemed to be the same scene. Could it be that this kid really succeeded? What? How was this possible? Exclamations and screams sounded one after another. This kid was going to defy the heavens, he was going to poke a hole in the sky. How many tens of thousands of years had he finally comprehended something that no one had comprehended? Was he still human? This kid could no longer be described with words. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, the first elder was excited, and the Peak Master laughed loudly. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Wang Ji, and the others exclaimed. Huang Fubadian was also stunned. Did he succeed? He did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. Mo, who was at the side, directly spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. He fainted from anger because he had never expected that the other party would succeed. Did this guy really succeed? After tens of thousands of years, someone had comprehended the full moon wordless stele. The other three peak masters were also extremely shocked. Although they were already sages, this matter still shocked them. Their hearts that had been calm for thousands of years were also surging. Ha 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 ha, great. There's finally hope for my full moon peak. The peak master of full moon peak also laughed heartily. The first elder and the other elders were trembling with excitement. Yi Fei, Xueling, Luya, and the others gathered around. Did you really comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele? What kind of miraculous cultivation technique was that? Can you describe it? Can you use it now? These people were chattering. The black demon had woken up and was also watching anxiously. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damned kid, I don't believe that you've really comprehended it." Lin Xian glanced at the black demon and said indifferently. "Of course, I comprehended it." "You don't say, it's really magical." "As for using it? Not now, this place is too small. When I have the chance, I will show it to you personally." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Xueling, Yi Fei, and the rest were stunned. The corner of Huang Fubaitian's mouth twitched as he sighed. Black Demon was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. In the end, he felt like he was going crazy. Who would have thought that this little fellow would actually be able to comprehend it? Congratulations. The other three peak masters came to congratulate the full moon peak master. The full moon peak master laughed. This was an unexpected surprise. Speaking of this, his eyes shone brightly. You guys have been living too comfortably for the past few years. This time, I will show you the strength of the full moon peak. Hearing this, the ethereal peak master laughed. Don't be too proud. Although this little fellow has obtained the qualifications, it won't be easy for him to comprehend it completely. As for the competition between the four peaks, it wouldn't be long before it began. It won't be easy for them to make a comeback then. Indeed, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to comprehend it in such a short period of time. Even Yi Guqing didn't manage to comprehend it completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. However, while the ethereal peak didn't care, the divine strategy peak felt the pressure. Lin Xian was too much of a freak and too strong. He might really be able to make it to the top in the competition between the four peaks. Although he might not be able to get first place, it wasn't impossible for him to get third place. This way, the divine strategy peak would be at the bottom. The divine strategy peak would never allow such a thing to happen. The divine strategy peak master's eyes flickered. The elders and skyprides clenched their fists. They had to go into seclusion during this period of time so that they could prepare for the upcoming battles and competitions. Hearing the words of the peak masters, the other skypride's eyes lit up. Lin Xian raised his head and clenched his fists. The competition between the four peaks? That's good too. I can see how the geniuses of the other peaks are like. At the same time, his gaze pierced through the clouds and looked into the distance. At this moment, the full moon peak was slowly closing and the full moon wordless monument was gradually disappearing into the shadows of the mountain. Don't worry, senior. I will come back to save you one day. Lin Xian said in his heart. This was the agreement between him and the monument spirit. In the sky, the laws danced and the four peak masters disappeared. The Grand Elder and the other elders also left. This was because they had to make preparations for the upcoming competition between the four peaks. Only the young skyprides and monsters were left in this world. Instantly, countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. There was envy and jealousy, it couldn't be helped. No one had managed to comprehend the full moon wordless monument for tens of thousands of years and this guy had managed to do it. It really made people jealous to death. The black demon had already fainted a few times. Huang Fubadian was also extremely envious. Even the northern monster, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei had strange gazes. Had the other party's talent surpassed theirs? As peerless skyprides, they were unwilling to admit such a thing. Qingwu was even more furious. She came in front of Lin Xian and said in a sweet voice. You are so lucky to be able to comprehend the full moon wordless monument. Hurry up and show it to me. Let me see how powerful this legendary thing is. Hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. That's right. The full moon wordless monument was so legendary. How powerful was it? None of them knew. The people from the other 3 peaks were the same. They also wanted to know how different the full moon wordless monument was compared to the sky monument of their peaks. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the fuming little girl. He said indifferently. This is a peerless superpower. How can I let you see it so easily? This is my trump card. Moreover, this place is too small. Wait until the competition between the 4 peaks. At that time you will see it in the competition arena. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. Qingwu was furious. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. What are you so proud of? Even if you comprehend the full moon wordless monument, you can't beat my brother this time. Is that so? Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from Qingwu and looked into the distance at the tall and slender man with a demonic appearance. Is that the northern beast? It was his first time meeting him. The northern beast looked down from the sky and met Lin Xian's gaze. Boom. Boom, the whole place began to shake vigorously. Above the 9 heavens, endless energy surged and the void cracked. Everyone felt suffocated. How powerful. Their gazes collided, and such power was actually released. Even Huangfu Badian was shocked. Yu Linglong and Han Fei also stared at Lin Xian. Northern Beast, we finally meet. Lin Xian said with a smile. I've heard of your reputation, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Indeed, the Northern Beast was as famous as Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others a long time ago. He was known as one of the 5 heroes. However, he was too mysterious and had never appeared. Lin Xian didn't expect him to have joined the House of Prodigy. I've also heard of your reputation. You stopped the Dark Chaos and killed many Archean paragons. You're also known as the Central Emperor. The Northern Beast said loudly. Lin Xian looked at the other 2 figures in the sky. One of them was a woman and the other was a young man. Their auras were very strong and they seemed to be the strongest of Linglong Peak and Divine Strategy Peak. However, he frowned slightly. Why was there one person missing? He looked at the Northern Beast again and asked curiously. Where was Yan Nantian? Yan Nantian, the male emperor, was as famous as him. How could he not come? Yan Nantian had already left Ethereal Peak and stepped on the ancient path of the starry sky. He had left in advance. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to leave. However, it made sense. Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and must know some secrets of the ancient path of the starry sky. He would be a peerless enemy on the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. At the same time, Lin Xian wondered how Qingqing was doing. There was also Yi Wudao and a few other top paragons. There were many top paragons among the human race who didn't join the House of Prodigy. They took other paths to reach the ancient path of the starry sky. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian didn't want to think about it anymore. He started preparing for the competition between the 4 peaks. It had always been his dream to reach the peak of the great emperor. Moreover, he felt pressured. He once again saw the mysterious Black Lotus. Back then, Yi Guqing had also comprehended the Moongazer wordless steel. However, he was still killed on the ancient path of the starry sky. Lin Xian was afraid that those mysterious enemies. Therefore, he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, let alone becoming a great emperor, it was very likely that he would be killed on the ancient path. Then, everyone left. There were only a few months left until the competition between the 4 peaks. These people wanted to make the final breakthrough. The House of the Prodigy's House of the Prodigy. The reward was even more generous than the reward given to each mountain. Everyone was tempted. Even the North Demon and the others were preparing for it. This time, the participants of the competition were the top 10 from each mountain. Lin Xian had obtained 2nd place last time. Naturally, he was qualified. The North Demon, Huangfu Badian, and other top paragons had already entered seclusion. Lin Xian didn't enter seclusion. He had just obtained the enlightenment seed from the plenilun wordless steel. Naturally, he wanted to comprehend heaven and earth. Lin Xian could already use the power of heaven and earth. With a raise of his hand, Lin Xian could mobilize endless spiritual energy and transform it into various divine abilities. This power seemed very powerful. However, Lin Xian knew that it was only on the surface. He hadn't comprehended the most fundamental power yet. Lin Xianlin knew that the fundamental power was the laws. It was the Tao. Once one comprehended it, they would surpass kings and become saints. As for the laws, there were many. Wind laws, cloud laws, water laws, fire laws, and all kinds of power contained the laws. The more laws one comprehended, the stronger one would be. Of course, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't be able to comprehend a single law in their current state. They wouldn't be able to comprehend a single law, let alone one that was exclusive to saints. Why were the runes carved by saints more powerful than the runes they obtained? That was because the runes carved by saints all contained the comprehension of heaven and earth. That was the Tao. It was naturally incomparably powerful. Lin Xian now had the enlightenment seed, so he knew more. Of course, he knew that even if he had the seed, he couldn't instantly comprehend the laws. Unless he had the legendary Tao physique, although he was powerful, he didn't have such a physique. Therefore, he had to take his time to comprehend. First, he had to condense a few runes that belonged to him according to his comprehension of heaven and earth. Then, he would slowly improve. He believed that even so, his speed was much faster than most of the top paragons and monsters. After all, the seeds left behind by the plenilun wordless steel were very useful. Lin Xian now felt that there were many differences between heaven and earth. More importantly, because his moon spirit was condensed in his left eye, Lin Xian might as well plant the plenilun seed in his left eye. At this moment, he used the heavenly secret god eyes, coupled with the effect of the plenilun seed. Lin Xian felt that the entire world had changed. Between heaven and earth, there were even mysterious runes that appeared. This was something that he couldn't see at all before. This was a Tao pattern? Lin Xian exclaimed. Lin Xian had been sitting cross-legged in his courtyard, motionless like a rock. Just like that, 2 months passed. During this period, Xianxia came by once and got a fright. She thought that Lin Xian had some problems with his cultivation. However, after the dark red dragon explained, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and left the courtyard. She was also going into seclusion. This little girl was also very extraordinary. With her spirit body, she fought her way into the top 10 of the Linglong Valley and was going to participate in the next competition. Not long after Xianxia left, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with a cold light. With a wave of his arm, he drew a line on the ground. Although there was only one mark, which looked like a sword mark, the dark red divine dragon was startled. Because he felt an inexplicable aura from it. This kid was really comprehending heaven and earth. No, I have to comprehend the great power of the dragons. In the dark red dragon's memory, there was the inheritance of the dragons. So he also began to cultivate in seclusion. Just as Lin Xian and others were cultivating in seclusion, something happened in the Extraordinary Scholar's Mansion. The Extraordinary Scholar's Mansion was a place that led to the ancient starry sky path in the true spirit world. In the myriad worlds, there were many existences like Qiao Huifu, but there were differences in strength. And the closest star to the true spirit world, the heavenly cloud mansion on the hero planet, came. Especially the hero star, because it was relatively close to the true spirit world, it had been here more than once. Of course, the other party didn't come as a guest, but as a provocation. Whether it was the extraordinary warrior mansion or the heavenly cloud mansion, they would eventually embark on the ancient star road to compete for the title of Great Emperor. Therefore, between the two sides, there was naturally competition. When there was competition, there would naturally be fighting. Logically speaking, the true spirit world was called the Source Star, which was a very special star in the starry sky universe. It should be famous in all the worlds, and those worlds should be in awe. However, this wasn't the case. Because the true spirit world hadn't had a great emperor for many years. Moreover, its strength and influence had gradually weakened. It was far inferior to the legendary buried emperor star. In the end, because too many powerhouses had left, the strength of the true spirit world had become ordinary. Therefore, even an existence like the hero star could come and challenge. Of course, under normal circumstances, the hero star couldn't beat the extraordinary warrior mansion. However, this time, the hero star had a few new geniuses, so it couldn't wait to come and show off. For this kind of provocation, these geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion were used to it. Therefore, not many people paid attention to it. However, a few days later, the results of the battle made these people's faces change drastically. What? Our house of prodigy actually lost, damn it, how could it be? Although the heavenly cloud mansion has always been arrogant, it is still no match for our extraordinary warrior mansion. This time, how could the other party possibly win? You don't know. Nonsense, I didn't watch that kind of battle at all. How could I know? Hurry up and tell us, what happened? Many people were anxious. Some of the geniuses who went to watch the battle said, you don't know how lucky the heavenly cloud mansion is this time. Several geniuses have come. Moreover, what's more abominable is that they are all newcomers. They are very strong, and we didn't guard against them. Therefore, we were defeated one after another. Now, the people of the heavenly cloud mansion are arrogant there. What? How dare they be arrogant in our territory? How hateful. Let's go and meet them. Many people gritted their teeth in anger. However, after half a day, these people came back with their tails between their legs. Even more shocking news came. The extraordinary warrior mansion lost again, and it was a series of crushing defeats. Apart from Qing Wu's victory and Zhong Lingxiu's victory on the full moon peak, they had lost all the other battles. The people of the heavenly clouds mansion mocked him. Were there only women left in the extraordinary warrior mansion? Where did all those men go? Damn it! Why are these people from the heavenly clouds mansion so arrogant? If it weren't for the fact that the northern Yao, Yu Linglong, and Han Fei were in seclusion, would these people have the right to be so arrogant? That's right, Huangfu Beidian, the Black Demon, and the others are also in seclusion. Even Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Wang Qi, and the others went into seclusion. This was because they had to prepare for the upcoming competition. If these Skyprides were not in seclusion, any one of them would be able to defeat them. Why do I feel like they're doing this on purpose? They know that most of us are in seclusion at this time, so they're here to provoke us? Damn it! The heavenly clouds mansion is too despicable. Many people gritted their teeth. Fortunately, Qing Wu and Zhong Lingxiu were here. The two of them were enough to withstand this situation. That won't do. Didn't they say that we only have women left? We must find a few men to suppress them. Otherwise, if this news spreads to the ancient path of the starry sky, how can our extraordinary warrior mansion's disciples go out in the future? Many people gritted their teeth and contacted the Skyprides of their respective peaks. Although the competition between the four peaks was very fierce, it was also an internal matter of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Although they were from different peaks, they were all geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Now that the people of the heavenly clouds mansion were here, they naturally had to unite against them. Oh, no, they're all in seclusion. Moreover, we can't send any messages at all. Yes, those who are strong are in seclusion, and those who are not in seclusion can't defeat those people. What should we do? How many people haven't been found? Lin Xian hasn't been found yet. Let's go and have a look. Everyone went to the manor where Lin Xian was. They didn't have much hope because in their opinion, Lin Xian might have been in seclusion, and they couldn't even send any messages. However, when they arrived nearby, they were all stunned. Was the person sitting cross-legged below Lin Xian? Yes, it's him. Is he in seclusion? No, why would he be in seclusion in such a place? Is it easy to be disturbed? That was indeed the case. Although there was a formation around, it was still too dangerous, so everyone was very puzzled. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon flew out. What do you want? His face was filled with hostility. After all, Lin Xian was now cultivating and no one was allowed to disturb him. Seeing the dark red divine dragon come out, these people were startled. However, they still recounted what had happened outside to him. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon frowned. You mean, people from other stars have come to provoke us? Damn it, they're really arrogant. I really want to roast them and eat them. We're here to find Lin Xian and see if he can help us. I don't think he can do it. How about I do it for you? I don't charge much. Give me a half-step sacred artifact each and I'll help you. What? These skyprides were so angry that they vomited blood. A half-step sacred artifact each? You're too greedy. This dragon is too unreliable. That's right, we'd better find Lin Xian. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads and looked down again. Damn it, I've already given you a discount. If others ask me to do it, I'll ask for a sacred artifact. Hearing this, the skypride's faces turned even darker. This is definitely a greedy dragon. Below, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes flashing. His seclusion was very different. He had been using the heavenly secret divine eyes and the plenilune seed to observe the whole world. Therefore, when those people came, he knew immediately. When he heard the reason for these people's arrival, he frowned slightly. Originally, he didn't want to do it. After all, he was comprehending heaven and earth. However, when he heard the words Heavenly Cloud's Mansion, his eyebrows twitched. When he was in the ruins, Lin Xian had a conflict with a group of people. At that time, that group of people seemed to be from the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion. Therefore, Lin Xian was a little tempted. Well, let me see what kind of existence the Heavenly Cloud's Mansion is. Lin Xian decided to do it. He stood up, waved his hand, and removed the array around him. Needless to say, I can do it. Boy, do you want to go? The dark red divine dragon was surprised. After hearing this, those people in the distance were stunned at first, then they cheered. Oh God, he's really going to make a move, great, with Lin Xian's help, those people from Heavenly Cloud Mansion would definitely die. These people were really overjoyed. In the past few days, they had been defeated, which made them feel very sullen. Now, they could finally turn the tables around and hold their heads high. Lead the way. Lin Xian said lightly. After hearing this, the skyprides in the distance were extremely excited and quickly led the way. Dark Red Divine Dragon sighed when he saw this scene, but then, he also became excited. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. He also followed behind Lin Xian, and the group set off into the distance. Many people gathered on the huge and magnificent square of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Most of these people were skyprides from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. At this moment, their expressions were abnormally gloomy, and many of them even had a ferocious and murderous look on their faces. In a corner of the square, there was also a group of people standing there. These people were also outstanding and had a strong aura. However, the runes and markings on their clothes were obviously different from those of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. They should be from Heavenly Cloud Mansion. In the arena, two figures were fighting. One of the skyprides from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was from Full Moon Peak. It was Yusong. Yusong danced with a long spear, emitting a biting cold light, and charged forward. His opponent was a young man in a white robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. The folding fan was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing on it, which was unusually realistic. At this moment, when he saw the purple long spear coming at him, he sneered and waved the folding fan in his hand lightly in front of him. A shocking scene appeared. This time, it directly hit the purple long spear, and a beam of dazzling light burst out. It was extremely terrifying. The purple long spear was directly shaken off. Then, Yusong was kicked and his body flew out upside down. Lost again, even Yusong lost? The people from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion looked extremely ugly. Damn it, I don't believe it, who the hell is that guy? What's so magical about the fan in his hand? Yusong was an expert from Full Moon Peak. Although he wasn't ranked in the top 10, he was still extremely terrifying. They didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. The faces of the people from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were extremely ugly. On the other side, the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people burst into laughter. Haha. Another one of them had been defeated. How many had it been? Brother Xianyun is truly amazing. Of course, Brother Xianyun was a peerless genius. How could a mere extraordinary scholar manner possibly have anyone who could defeat him? Let the two women come out. But unfortunately, they were no match for Brother Xianyun. The House of Prodigy was truly pitiful. They had actually fallen to the point where a woman had to stand up for herself. What origin planet? I reckon that this is only a legend. If you truly take yourself seriously, you simply are not our hero star's opponent. The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were extremely arrogant. Hearing this, the extraordinary warrior manor was so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Many people went crazy. Damn it, let's fight, F***ck, don't be impulsive. We've already lost more than 10 rounds. If we continue to lose, we'll be completely disgraced. Indeed, he could not be impulsive. Let's wait a little longer and see if anyone else is coming. Io, what's wrong? You don't dare to come up? No way, he doesn't even have the courage to make a move? Not only are you weak in strength, but your courage is also lacking. I advise you to obediently go home and farm. Don't go to the Starry Sky Road. You'll only be cannon fodder if you go there. The Heavenly Clouds mansion became even more arrogant. In front of them, the man called Xianxia was waving a folding fan in his hand. His face was cold and arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Damn it, I'll go. Qingwu was furious when she saw this scene. Previously, she had won 2 rounds. But after she stepped down, the extraordinary warrior manor's side lost one after another. Especially when Xianxia came up, no one could defeat him. Now, the other party was being so arrogant in the territory of the extraordinary warrior manor. She really couldn't stand it anymore. The surrounding people also couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Qingwu was going to come out again, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion immediately sneered. What? Are you really going to let a woman stand up for you? Are all the men in the extraordinary warrior manor dead? It seems that the extraordinary warrior manor of your generation is really trash. Those people sneered. Xianxia looked forward. When he saw Qingwu, his eyes suddenly lit up and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. What a beautiful girl. You want to fight me? Sure. But I wonder if you can make a bet with me. What do you want to fight? Qingwu snorted coldly. Xianxia waved his folding fan and said with a smile. If I win, how about you be my woman? As soon as these words came out, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion burst into laughter. Yes, 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 brother Xianxia is good. Little girl, our brother Xianxia is a peerless genius, the future hope of the Heavenly Clouds mansion. It's not a loss for you to be his woman, not only is it not a loss, but it's also a great fortune for you. Hurry up and agree. This extraordinary scholar manor really suffered a double loss after trying to lure the bride. Damn it, what did he say? How dare he have designs on Qingwu? The eyes of the sky prides from the extraordinary warrior manor turned red. Xianxia had defeated them and humiliated them. Now, he wanted to snatch their number 1 beauty. Damn it, let's fight it out, Yu Song, Situ Xiaotian, and the others gritted their teeth with a ferocious expression. The sky prides from the other peaks also had their eyes turned red. Qingwu's face was cold as she trembled in anger. This despicable fellow actually dared to have designs on her. Who does he think he is? How dare he have designs on her? Sure enough, the sky prides from the ethereal peak snorted coldly. Do you want to die? Qingwu is the northern demon's sister. If you dare to talk nonsense again, the northern demon will kill all of you when he comes out. Hearing this, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. They had heard of the northern demon's name before. He was De from the extraordinary warrior manor. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Northern demon's sister? That's even better, be my woman and I can spare your brother's life in the future. Otherwise, I will kill your brother on my path to becoming a great emperor. Speaking of this, a terrifying light bloomed from his body and shot up into the sky. Damn it. I'll tear your mouth apart. Qingwu was furious. How dare he look down on her brother? She couldn't bear it. In the next moment, she came to the front. Her delicate little face was filled with coldness. With a shout, her body emitted resplendent multicolored light, illuminating the entire world. Qingwu was going to make her move. The people from the extraordinary warrior manor held their breath. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were also watching nervously. Although they were talking nonsense, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, Qingwu had easily defeated their geniuses in the previous few battles. Not only was she a peerless beauty, but she was also a powerful sky pride. Buzz, with a shout, she waved her hand and the light in the sky turned into a giant dragon. It roared and tore forward. Humph, when Xianxia saw this scene, he snorted coldly. The aura on his body also became fierce, and his entire body erupted with an earth-shattering power. Buzz, he waved the folding fan in his hand and fiercely smashed it on the giant dragon phantom in the sky. With a loud bang, the sound shook the sky, and the entire world shook. The giant dragon phantom was sent flying, turning into countless spirit chi and dissipating in the sky. You're not bad, but you're still not my match. So, obediently become my woman. Xianxia sneered. What? He blocked it. He actually managed to block this attack, damn it, how can he be so strong? The people from the House of Prodigy felt their hearts rise again. Previously, when Qingwu attacked, she could easily defeat her opponent, but now it seemed that Qingwu had encountered a difficult opponent. This guy's fan is so strange, Qingwu also frowned. She could naturally see that the folding fan in the other party's hand was very unusual and had a mysterious power. Don't be arrogant, I didn't use my full strength just now. Qingwu snorted coldly, and the aura on her body erupted again. On the opposite side, Xianxia's face darkened. Little girl, it seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. Fine, I'll let you experience it. The folding fan in his hand emitted a mysterious light. Runes revolved around it, and a violent energy erupted from it. As the fan waved, a violent wind blew between heaven and earth, as if it was an astral wind outside the realm. The geniuses in the distance all changed, and their faces turned ugly. What kind of fan is this? This storm is too strong, invincible kings can't block it at all. Sure enough, Qingwu also suffered the impact of this violent wind. She snorted and spat out a shield, which circled around her and turned into 18 light shadows. In just an instant, the shield and 18 light shadows were blown away, and Qingwu's body was also attacked by strong wind blades. What kind of storm is this? Qingwu didn't dare to be careless at all. She maintained her king's domain and kept retreating. The king's domain fought against the storm that filled the sky, and a deafening sound rang out. Qingwu's blood boiled as she retreated far away. Ha 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 ha, little beauty, did you see that? I only used a trace of my true strength, and you can't take it. So, you're not my match at all. Be obedient and become my woman. I will let you enjoy endless glory. After following me, you will be the happiest woman in the world. Xianxia said proudly. Bah! Qingwu was so angry that her face turned black and her whole body trembled. How could there be such a shameless person? Why was he even more despicable than that Lin brat? Damned guy, don't underestimate me. I'll let you taste my ultimate move. Mysterious bloodlines appeared on her body. Clearly, he had activated his bloodline power. His palms formed a seal, and a resonant sound rang out from all directions. Light flickered below, and blood-red runes soared into the air, turning into 81 saber shadows that instantly enveloped the entire square. 81 giant beasts soared into the sky. Each of them was like a primordial beast. Although they were phantoms, they emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. The northern demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Qingwu was the north demon's little sister. Although she did not have the 10,000 demon body, her bloodline power was still extremely terrifying. Now that he had erupted, he was truly ridiculously strong. Bloodline power? If you are your brother, then I will turn around and leave. But is it you? You are still far from it, Xianxia sneered. The fan in his hand also erupted with terrifying fluctuations, and a ball of resplendent light shone from above. That aura made all the surrounding monstrous geniuses tremble. It was too terrifying. There was definitely something wrong with that fan, damn it, could it be a sacred artifact? Impossible. No matter how strong he was, he could not move a sacred artifact, then it must be a half-sacred artifact. Moreover, it was very likely to be a half-sacred artifact personally refined by a sage. Otherwise, it would not be so terrifying. Boom. Boom, boom. The 81 phantoms in the surroundings emitted terrifying light, blocking the strange fan. A bloodline mystic technique versus a super powerful half-sacred artifact. The moment these two attacks erupted, the entire world was instantly annihilated. Not good, retreat quickly, everyone screamed in fright and retreated frantically. On the square of the extraordinary warrior's residence, array formations also erupted, enveloping heaven and earth. This place was not simple. No matter how powerful these people's abilities were, they could not destroy it. Everyone retreated to the area enveloped by the array formations and watched in horror. There was a patch of light in front of them, and they could not see clearly at all. They could only hear earth-shattering collisions. Would Qingwu win? They did not know. That guy's fan was too terrifying. They did not know if Qingwu's bloodline power could withstand it. Yes, Qingwu was still too young. If it was her brother, the North Demon, he would be able to defeat him easily without using his bloodline power. On the other side, the eyes of the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion flickered. Many of them were worried. Because the power that Qingwu displayed was indeed very powerful. However, at this time a blue-clothed man said coldly, "Don't worry, the swan fan in Xianxia's hand is not simple. He will not be defeated. Unless the top geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion take action." Hearing this, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion laughed because they knew that the top geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were all in seclusion. It was impossible for them to come out now. In front of them, the fierce collisions did not last long. The phantoms of demonic beasts roared crazily, and then a dozen of them collapsed. A figure was also sent flying out. Qingwu's face was extremely pale, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Not good, Qingwu was injured. The people of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion screamed crazily, while the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion laughed. It was just as they had expected. "As I said, you're no match for me." Xianyan walked out and stretched out his big hand, locking onto Qingwu. Qingwu's face became extremely pale. If she was caught by him, she would lose for sure. Buzz, her eyes were bloodshot. She formed a seal with her palms and was about to cast a powerful secret technique. Although it was difficult for her to cast it with her current strength, and it was even very dangerous, she could no longer hold back. However, as soon as she moved, a terrifying aura spread out in the sky. It instantly turned into a dazzling light and fell from the sky. With a clang, it pierced through Xianyan's big hand. The spiritual energy palm that was formed by Xianyan was instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, but the light also charged towards Xianyan. Xianyan's face changed. He waved the swan fan in his hand, creating a terrifying storm to block the light. At the same time, he retreated. His face was gloomy, and his eyes shone with a cold light. "Who is it? How dare you stop me?" On the other side, Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. She was saved. She was surprised. Who was it? Who could force Xianyan to retreat? She had experienced how terrifying the other party was. Now, there was someone who could force Xianyan to retreat with a light. This was absolutely incredible. Could it be that her brother had come out? No, she was familiar with her brother's aura. It was not her brother. Then who was it? Yu Linglong? Han Fei? Or Huangfu Beidian? Not only her, but the people of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were also shocked. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were also shocked. For a moment, countless eyes looked towards the sky. They saw a red-robed young man standing in the sky like an immortal. "It's him. Who is this kid?" both sides exclaimed. The people of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion exclaimed in excitement. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion had a strange look on their faces. "It's not the Northern Demon, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, or Huangfu Beidian. Who is he?" They had never seen him before. They knew the strongest person of the Four Peaks. But now, the kid in front of them was unfamiliar. "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" Xianyan also looked at the sky, his voice was filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for the sneak attack, he would have defeated Qingwu and even made Qingwu his woman. He didn't expect that someone would disturb such a good thing. It was unforgivable. "Who are you?" The red-robed young man was naturally Lin Xian. He rushed here from the courtyard and saw Qingwu injured, and the other party attacked him so fiercely. Therefore, he struck out a sword qi and forced the other party to retreat. "How dare you talk to brother Xianyan like that?" Behind him, the sky prides of the heavenly cloud mansion also walked up and glared at him. One of them said coldly, "Let me tell you, this is the peerless genius of the heavenly cloud mansion. When you see him, you have to call him Lord Xianxia." These people of the heavenly cloud mansion were very arrogant. Xianxia? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. I've never heard of him. How talented is he? Humph, kid, what do you know? Let me tell you, brother Xianxia is less than 100 years old, but his strength has reached more than 60,000 archaic power. It's not a problem for him to defeat all of you. Isn't such a person considered a genius? That's right, the extraordinary warrior mansion is no match for brother Xianxia now. It's the same no matter how many of you come. Kid, you're dead for interfering in brother Xianxia's business. Hearing that, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion fell silent. Indeed, Xianxia was a genius and powerful enough to defeat them. Lin Xian heard that and looked at Xianxia. So, you're quite talented. But have you ever heard of the phrase dying young? You dare to behave atrociously in the territory of the House of Prodigy? Do you believe that I will slaughter you? As soon as these words were spoken, the geniuses from the outstanding scholar manor could feel their lips twitching as their eyes widened. In the next moment, they became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. They couldn't believe that he had died young. The other party dared to threaten them. Xianxia's face sank, and his body trembled with rage. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this. Brat, who the hell are you? Me? I'm just a newbie. I just joined the House of Prodigy not long ago. Why don't I exchange a few moves with you? What? A newbie? The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were even more dumbfounded. Since when were newcomers so arrogant? A mere newbie also dares to exchange blows with our brother Xianxia. He really didn't know what death was. Brat, you are too arrogant. Dying young? Do you have the qualifications? Unless you're Northern Beast, you Ling Long, and the others come out, no one can beat our brother Xianxia. These people once again became arrogant. They knew that the Northern Beast and the others couldn't come out for the time being, so they were so arrogant. On the other hand, the people from the House of Prodigy had a strange look on their faces. Lin Xian was indeed a newbie. However, Lin Xian was not an ordinary newbie. As soon as he arrived, he caused the 9 heavy waves, defeated the Hmo, and won the second place of the Full Moon Peak. Not long ago, he had successfully comprehended the full moon wordless stele. This was something that the geniuses of tens of thousands of years couldn't do. However, Lin Xian did it one by one. Was such a person an ordinary newbie? Damn, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were still so arrogant. Thinking of this, the people from the House of Prodigy became excited. This Lin Xian was too evil. Yes, he was so strong, but he didn't say anything. Xianxia also sounded like a genius, but compared to Lin Xian, he was far behind, there was no comparison at all. Lin Xian's talent was simply heaven-defying. Did you think that anyone could comprehend the full moon wordless stele? For tens of thousands of years, how many geniuses had failed? This kid was definitely a monster. Ha ha ha, why do I feel that the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion are going to be unlucky? That's for sure. Offending Lin Xian, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Especially that Xianxia. Just wait, he will definitely regret it. Haha, I'm really looking forward to Lin Xian's fight. I wonder how much his strength has improved in the past few months. This guy is really insidious. Qingwu also curled her lips. However, he had just saved her, so she didn't want to argue with him. On the opposite side, the people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered and continued to clamor. Newbie? Get lost, your geniuses can't even beat him, and you want to fight with our brother Xianxia? Xianxia's face also darkened. You ignorant ant, get lost. Someone like you is not worthy of my fight. Is that so? Lin Xian descended from the sky and said slowly. How about this, let's make a bet. What do you want to bet? Xianxia frowned and asked. He wasn't very interested. Lin Xian smiled and said, let's fight. If you win, this woman will become your woman. While speaking, Lin Xian pointed at Qingwu. Qingwu's eyes widened, and her body trembled with anger. This guy dared to use her as a wager? He's really too hateful. Originally, she had a good impression of Lin Xian because he saved her, but now it was all gone. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to pounce over and bite this guy to death. The people from the extraordinary warrior mansion were also stunned. Is Lin Xian going to make such a big bet? Won't it be a little dangerous? It seems that Lin Xian is very confident. Don't worry, we just need to watch the show. However, why do I see that Qing Wu's complexion is not very good? The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion were even more stunned. Xianyan's mouth raised into a smile. Are you serious? He looked at Lin Xian, and at the same time stared at Qing Wu. Qing Wu's eyes were cold, and she was about to explode. But she was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. Of course, the extraordinary warrior mansion has always been a man of his words. Okay, I'll compete with you. Killing an ant is very easy. Xianyan revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, killing the other party was just a matter of raising his hand. At the same time, he didn't think that the light just now was shot out by the other party. Maybe it was a hidden elder of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Damn it. This group of old guys really don't follow the rules. They agreed so quickly? Lin Xian was surprised. Don't you know what will happen if you lose? Great. Lin Xian smiled. Before he could speak, Qing Wu, who was next to him, stood out and said angrily. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. At the same time, apologize to everyone in the House of Outstanding Scholars. This girl, Lin Xian, shook his head. He hadn't said the conditions yet, but the other party had already said it. But it was good, the conditions sounded good. Kowtow and apologize. For a genius, this was worse than killing him. However, the people of the House of Outstanding Scholars were extremely excited. Because the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were too arrogant. Not only did they come to humiliate them, saying that there were no men in the House of Outstanding Scholars, they even wanted to take Qing Wu as their concubine. Every single one of these things made them gnash their teeth in anger. Now that Qing Wu proposed such a condition, they were naturally happy. Yes, they wanted the other party to kowtow and apologize. Hearing this bet, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion frowned. It would be fine if they won, but what if they lost? What were they thinking? How could Brother Xianyan lose? The other party was just a newcomer, not a peerless expert like the North Demon or Yu Linglong. Indeed, if the North Demon made such a bet, Xianyan would have left immediately. But how could a newcomer who had just entered the House of Outstanding Scholars have any strength? He probably hadn't even seen a big scene. Did he think that he was still a genius outside? Did he think that he could be arrogant in front of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion? The difference was too big, therefore, Xianyan agreed without hesitation. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion didn't stop him. In their opinion, this was a battle without any suspense. They estimated that Xianyan could defeat the other party in one move. They didn't know why the people of the House of Outstanding Scholars agreed to it. Why did they let this kid stand out? Could it be that these people of the House of Outstanding Scholars had lost their minds because of too many failures? Who cares? Anyway, Qing Wu will be Brother Xianyan's woman in the future. Kid, in that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Xianyan sneered. With a wave of his fan, a terrible storm suddenly rushed in front of Lin Xian as if it had crossed time and space. With a bang, a terrifying force erupted and engulfed Lin Xian in an instant. Boundless turbulence swept in all directions, obliterating everything. Not good. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the experts from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion twitched violently. Damn it, this Xianyan was really cautious, to actually execute that strange fan right from the start. From their point of view, Xianyan might have been careless and allowed Lin Xian to launch a sneak attack. That's better. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so cautious. He wondered if Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. It shouldn't be a problem. His strength was super strong. After all, he could even defeat Mo. The people from the House of Prodigy also calmed down a little. However, the horrifying scene in front of them still made their eyelids twitch wildly. Qing Wu was the most nervous. Her small hands were white, and she was gnashing her teeth. Damned guy, you have to hold on for me. He wanted to defeat his opponent. Otherwise, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. Indeed, Lin Xian had used her as collateral to bet with the other party. If he lost, Lin Xian would not lose anything, but she would be different. Alright, this battle is over. Little girl, become my woman and come with me. After that blow, Xianxia no longer paid attention to Lin Xian. In his opinion, the other party would definitely not be able to withstand this blow. Perhaps he would be directly blasted into pieces. He walked towards Jingwu. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Originally, I thought that this kid dared to stand out because he was a powerful character. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. That's natural. What kind of power could a newcomer have? I guess he's used to being called a genius outside. How dare he stand out in front of the House of Prodigy and our Heavenly Clouds mansion? He's really courting death. The people from Heavenly Clouds mansion disdained him. The people from the House of Prodigy were also nervous. What's going on? After such a long time, Lin Xian still hasn't come out. Could it be that there was an accident? No way, Lin Xian was injured? Or was there something special about that blow just now? So that Lin Xian couldn't come out. For a moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Qingwu's little face turned even uglier. Damn it, hurry up and come out. Seeing Xianyan walking over, she snorted coldly, and a touch of blood appeared in her eyes again. Since the damn Lin Xian was unreliable, then she would do it herself. In short, she would not give in. I say, aren't you being too impatient? Do you think you can defeat me with a wave of your stupid fan? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? A disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone to be stunned. Xianyan even stopped in his tracks, and his body was a little stiff. What's going on? He suddenly turned his head, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he screamed. It's you! How is that possible? He found that behind him stood a young man in a red robe, who was his opponent. Wasn't his opponent enveloped by his attack? How could he appear behind him, who was the one he hit just now? The other party was unharmed. For a moment, Xianyan was a little confused. Not only him, but the people from Heavenly Clouds Mansion were also stunned. This kid, damn it, how could he be so fast? Could it be that he dodged? No way. These people were also going crazy. The people from Extraordinary Warrior Mansion all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I knew Lin Xian wouldn't be defeated. That's right, who is Lin Xian? Just wait and see, Xianyan is definitely going to be unlucky. At this moment, they became excited again. Qingwu also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was always so thrilling. She retreated to the side. She knew that with Lin Xian making a move, there should be no suspense in this battle. Xianyan was strong and talented, but unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian. I didn't expect you to be able to escape my attack. Kid, it seems that your speed is beyond my expectations. But do you think you can defeat me just because you're fast? You've angered me, so next, you'll have a taste of hell. Xianyan walked up again. He decided that this time, he would only stop when he saw his opponent being killed with his own eyes. Buzz, he waved the fan, emitting a vast aura, and struck out a terrifying storm that surged forward. The power this time was more violent than before. Moreover, it was very fast. Heaven and earth were completely sealed off. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xianyan revealed a sinister smile. Escape? Who said I'm going to escape? Lin Xian sneered and took a step forward. The flames on his body surged into the sky, turning into a giant flame dragon that soared into the sky and resounded through the 9 heavens. Wherever the giant flame dragon passed, all the storms were swept away. The surrounding space was burning fiercely. For a moment, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Boom! What? This kid is so strong. Those from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion narrowed their eyes, and the blood in their bodies kept rolling. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. Damn it, this kid is a ruthless person. It's over, we've been fooled. Those from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion looked extremely ugly. They knew that they had underestimated the other party. The fact that he dared to come out and those from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion did not stop him meant that the other party was not simple. They might have been deceived by the other party's reputation as a newcomer. Maybe he was also a super newcomer like Xianyan. Xianyan's pupils also shrank. He did not expect the other party to have such strength. Damn it, he was too careless, but so what, even if the other party was a super newcomer, so what, other than Bei Yao and the others, he did not put the other skyprides in his eyes. So in the next moment, he roared, "Kid, you have completely angered me." Mysterious runes were emitted from his fan as it rushed up and collided with the terrifying golden crow's fist. With a bang, the entire void turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. A peerless formation instantly appeared on the ground under his feet. It blocked the terrifying aura. This energy soared into the sky, leading to the outer realm and exploding in the outer realm. After the attack, the energy disappeared and the light receded. The two figures appeared in front of them again. Those from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion and the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were watching nervously. Those from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were extremely excited. "Lin Xian, good job. Beat him up. Beat him up hard, beat him up." Those from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion looked gloomy. "Damn it, can this guy really compete with Xianxia? This is not good news. Who is he? When did such a super newcomer appear in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion? Why didn't we get the news before? Could it be him?" At this time, the man in blue also frowned. "Who is Senior Brother Chen?" Those around looked at the man in blue and asked carefully. They were in awe of the man in blue, and their respect was even higher than Xianxia. It was said that a peerless genius had recently appeared in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion, who comprehended the plenilune wordless stele and created a legend that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it was this kid in front of him. What? Someone comprehended the plenilune wordless stele? Heavens, impossible. Wasn't that something that no one had comprehended for tens of thousands of years? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How did he do it? These people were all stunned. They had naturally heard of the full moon wordless stele. Furthermore, they also knew that other than Yi Guqing who had comprehended it back then, Yi Guqing had also comprehended it. For tens of thousands of years, no one had succeeded. Even people like the Northern Demon and Yu Linglong had attempted to do so, but they had all failed. In their eyes, the Moongazer wordless stele was only a legend. No one had ever been able to comprehend it. Perhaps it was just an ordinary stone tablet that had become a legend. But now, someone else had comprehended it. This was definitely a heaven-defying feat. Damn it, if it was really this brat, Xianxia would most likely be in danger. That was indeed the case. The House of Prodigy is too despicable. How could such a terrifying genius not say a word? Instead, he had disguised himself as an ordinary newcomer. He was trying to stir up trouble. Damn it, I've been tricked by them. The faces of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion's people darkened. No, I have to quickly tell Xianxia. I can't let him be careless anymore. Soon, someone transmitted their voice. After Xianxia heard the news, his body trembled and his eyes widened. He looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. The other party had comprehended the Moongazer wordless stele. Impossible. It couldn't be a brat. Even if someone could comprehend the Moongazer wordless stele, they would be in seclusion now. Who would be in the mood to care about such a thing? Didn't you see that the Northern Demon and the others were in seclusion? Therefore, he did not believe that the person who participated in the Moongazer wordless stele was Lin Xian. Brat, no matter who you are, you've angered me now, so, go to hell. Buzz, 6 runes appeared on the surface of the swan fan and floated in the air. The sky darkened, the wind blew, and thunder filled the sky. A terrifying power spread out, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even Qing Wu and Zhong Lingxiu were facing it with their full strength. A mysterious bloodline power appeared on Qing Wu's body, and a green lotus appeared beside Zhong Lingxiu, suppressing heaven and earth. The surrounding formation flickered and shrouded everything. Kill! Xianxia waved the fan in his hand, and the 6 ancient runes turned into rays of light that charged towards Lin Xian. From afar, it looked like a star in the sky, piercing through the sky and crashing into the earth. This attack was truly incomparably terrifying. Damn it, what kind of runes are these? They're definitely runes set up by a saint. It's too terrifying. Lin Xian, you have to dodge quickly. You can't take it head on. Indeed, the swan fan was very powerful, and the runes were even more terrifying. If he took it head on, he would be at a disadvantage. The best way to deal with it was to dodge it with speed. However, Lin Xian did not move. He just looked at the 6 runes rushing towards him. What's going on? Is Lin Shui going to take it head on? These people exclaimed. When the people of Heavenly Cloud Mansion saw this, they sneered again. This shouldn't be the brat who comprehended the Moongazer wordless steel. Look at how scared he is when he's facing the 6 runes. How could he be such a peerless genius? I guess that peerless genius should be in seclusion. These people sneered disdainfully, but in the next moment, they were stunned, and even their bodies trembled. Many people directly knelt on the ground in fear. Even the blue-robed man's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. When the 6 runes arrived in front of him, he slowly raised his finger. It moved forward. This time, the movement was very slow. It was as if he was drawing a picture. Moreover, there was no terrifying power, nor was there any bright light. It was just an ordinary stroke. However, this time, the whole world trembled as if it was about to split open. Endless energy surged, and the 6 ancient runes were destroyed in an instant. All the terrifying scenes and terrifying cracks between the heavens and the earth had completely disappeared. It was as if everything that had happened before was a dream. The people of Heavenly Cloud Mansion were stunned, not to mention them, the people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were also stunned. In their opinion, Lin Xian should have used the 9 Yang Divine Body to resist the 6 terrifying attacks. However, they guessed wrong. Lin Xian didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he drew a strange arc in the air. Under this strange arc, the 6 runes were turned into ashes. What kind of arc was this? They were all stunned. Damn it. It's impossible. What did he do? With a gentle wave of his arm, he broke 6 runes. This is impossible. What did he use? Could it be a super powerful sage-level artifact? These people had gone crazy. Xianxia looked even more adorable. What's going on? His super powerful attack was easily neutralized by the other party. Understatement. Damn it, how could the other party have such a mysterious divine ability? What the hell is that? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Qingwu was stunned. In the distance, Xianxia was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the elders of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion who were watching the battle in the dark were also shocked. What was going on just now? How could they not watch when the Heavenly Cloud Mansion came knocking on their door? However, they were all juniors, so these elders couldn't make a move. Therefore, they could only watch in the dark to prevent any deaths. After all, they were all geniuses, and it would be a pity if they died. Previously, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was very arrogant, which made these elders very unhappy. However, there was nothing they could do. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian came and turned the situation around, which made these elders excited. In their opinion, Lin Xian should be able to defeat the other party with the Great Dragon Sword Soul and 9 Yang Divine Body. However, Lin Xian did make a move, but it was different from what they had imagined. He didn't seem to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul, nor did he use the 9 Yang Divine Body. With just a casual attack, he destroyed such a terrifying sage-level rune. How did he do it? His attack just now seemed ordinary, but it was very strange and close to Dao. What? Close to Dao? How is this possible? Did this kid comprehend it so quickly? These elders were dumbfounded and their bodies trembled. The next moment, they were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. How long has it been since he got the Plenilun Wordless Steel? Heavens, he was definitely going to win. Previously, these elders were still a little worried. After all, Xianyan's Dharma treasure was very powerful. But now, after Lin Xian used this move, these elders were all relieved. They continued to watch the battle with excitement. These people from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion were so arrogant. Now, they were going to suffer. Hehe, Xianyan will probably be defeated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Go to hell. Xianyan roared madly. This time, the fan in his hand emitted a terrifying glow, causing rare phenomena to take place. Swan fan, 10 cardinals purgatory, a sinister wind blew, and the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The entire world turned dark, as if it had turned into hell. Black runes jumped about, emitting a cold and terrifying aura, wanting to take Lin Xian's life. Within the formation, the geniuses of the elite manor who were being protected were shivering in fear. Damn it, what kind of treasure is this? To be able to unleash such a divine ability, this was the work of a saint. This Xianxia's treasure was seriously too powerful. He wondered how Lin Xian was going to fight this time. Don't worry, this kid has the great dragon sword soul and can destroy everything. This cold aura is not a threat to him. These words made the people of the House of Prodigy let out a sigh of relief. The members of the Heavenly Clouds mansion became nervous once again. Lad, let's see how you will die this time, Xianxia laughed complacently. He did not believe that the other party would be able to break it this time around. Even if he could break it, he would be seriously injured. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was still expressionless. He did not even try to dodge. He raised his arm again and drew the same strange arc as before. Crack! 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 The hellish scene in the surroundings quickly collapsed. In an instant, the world regained its clarity. All of the hellish scenes were shattered. How was this possible? The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were dumbfounded. They trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. Xianxia's scalp went numb. His eyes were wide open. What was going on? When Lin Xian made his move, Xianxia used his eye technique to check if it was an elder of the House of Prodigy. However, he realized that it was not the case. It was only this kid. Moreover, the other party did not use any treasured weapon. He had used his finger to draw a line in the air, and the divine ability he had unleashed had collapsed. This caused Xianxia to start doubting his life. Was his attack so trash? No, this was impossible. He was very clear about the power of the swan fan. No one could easily block it. What the hell was this kid doing? At this moment, Xianxia began to doubt his life. The people of the House of Prodigy were also stunned. The elders who were secretly watching the battle were excited. That's right, it was close to Dao. Although it was not a Dao pattern, it was far beyond ordinary runes. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable aura. This Lin Xian was really amazing. He could comprehend it so quickly. Yes, even if he was talented, he couldn't be so fast. Back then, even Ye Guqing was not so fast, right? Indeed, Lin Xian's speed of comprehension was beyond the expectations of these elders. To be honest, Lin Xian was also shocked when he used it. The power was so terrifying. Was this the power of Dao? No wonder sages were invincible and unsurpassable. This was not a Dao pattern or a law. It was just him imitating a Dao pattern. It was so terrifying. How terrifying was a real Dao pattern? If a Dao pattern flew out, Xianxia and the geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion would be instantly turned into ashes. Of course, Lin Xian was able to achieve it so quickly. In addition to his abnormal talent, the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye also played a big role. The Heavenly Secret Divine Eye was originally a mysterious eye that could see through everything. At this moment, with the Plenilun Seed, Lin Xian could see the Dao patterns and laws between heaven and earth clearly. Therefore, his speed of progress was so shocking. Of course, in these 2 months, he had only comprehended 2 curves. Now, he was using the first one. Lin Xian looked ahead, stunned and even doubting Xianxia's life. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. I've said it before, you're no match for me. I've asked you before, do you know what it means to die young? In the end, you didn't listen to my advice at all. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. If you admit defeat obediently, you can avoid some torture. Make your choice. With these 2 incomparably mysterious curves in his hands, Lin Xian did not place Xianxia in his eyes at all. Moreover, he also had the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body. Xianxia was trembling with anger. Admit defeat? What a joke! If he lost, he would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. That would be worse than killing him. Previously, Xianxia had agreed to such conditions without even thinking about it. Because in his opinion, he would not lose. But now? He might very well lose. No, he could not accept it. As a peerless genius, he could not kneel and apologize to these people. Damn it, I don't believe it, Xianxia roared and quickly charged over. The folding fan in his hand danced non-stop, and streaks of killing intent flew out from the fan. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge bolt of lightning that shattered the entire world. This Xianxia was really terrifying. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, no one would be able to defeat him. Only the northern beasts would be able to defeat him. That was indeed the case. The terrifying murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens, causing even Qing Wu's body to tremble. It was too strong, so strong that she couldn't contend with it. In the face of such a terrifying murderous aura, Lin Xian was like a phantom, moving quickly in the endless murderous aura. At the same time, a sharp sword qi burst out from his body. He waved his hands, and the sword qi rushed forward, destroying the monstrous murderous aura. How was this possible? How could his strength be so strong? The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were stunned. Lin Xian was beyond their imagination. Xianyun was even more shocked. The other party was very relaxed in his murderous aura, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. This scene almost caused him to break down. Especially the sword qi from the other party, it was even more terrifying than his murderous aura. He couldn't bear it. Damn kid, I want you dead. The moment the other party destroyed the murderous aura, Xianyun quickly rushed forward. He spat out a blood light from his mouth, spraying it on the fan in his hand. Suddenly, the simple fan trembled, emitting an incomparable blood light. The blood light filled the sky, and the 6 ancient runes jumped out again, surrounded by endless blood, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Kid, go to hell. Blood fiend 6 runes. The 6 blood runes were like the sun, filled with a monstrous blood aura, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Great, Xianyun had used this attack, the kid was definitely dead. An invincible king couldn't resist at all. This was a sure kill attack. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion regained their confidence. The people of the Extraordinary Warrior mansion were indeed worried. Even the elders who were watching in the dark felt their hearts beating wildly. Damn it, the murderous aura of these 6 blood runes was too shocking, it could destroy everything. They wondered how this Lin Xian would deal with it. His 9-yang divine body should be fine. The 9-yang divine body of a sage should be fine. They wondered how far this kid had cultivated it. Everyone couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally felt a great sense of danger as well. These 6 blood runes were not simple at all. There was no need to look at them to know that they were the work of a saint. It was too powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and waved his arm again. But this time, the arc was different from the last time. However, it was still very slow. It didn't seem to have any power, nor did it explode with light. But as soon as it appeared in the void, the surrounding blood runes, as if they couldn't withstand it. Damn it, how? When Xianyun caught sight of this, he shrieked out. The 6 blood malevolent runes should have been able to suppress everything. But to think that they would be shaken by the other party so easily, what was he using to do it? Xianyun was about. Whoosh, this time, as Lin Xian waved his arm, an arc appeared in the sky. Once the arc appeared, it seemed as if a gap had been opened. Flames that filled the sky flew out. Flames? It's useless. Extinguish. Xianyun roared. How could a mere flame break his 6 runes? How naive, but soon, he realized that he was the naive one. After the flame came out, it directly enveloped the 6 blood runes. The 6 runes twisted, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. But they were quickly incinerated, and nothing remained. What kind of flame was that? How could it be so powerful? Xianyun was stunned. The people of Heavenly Clouds mansion behind him were also stunned. They couldn't believe it. The people of Extraordinary Warrior mansion were also shocked. Was it the 9-yang divine fire? But was the 9-yang divine fire so terrifying? Did Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body become stronger again? It wasn't that they hadn't seen the 9-yang divine fire before. Lin Xian had used it when he fought with Mo. But although the 9-yang divine fire was powerful, it wasn't terrifying to this extent. This kid really had a lot of trump cards. The elders in the dark exclaimed. It wasn't the 9-yang divine fire. This kid had comprehended another power. These elders were too excited. Because this curve was obviously different from the previous one. The previous one could dissolve and shatter everything. It was very violent and had a destructive aura. But this one was the law of fire. These were 2 completely different powers. This kid could comprehend two powers in 2 months and unleash a power that was close to Tao. This was simply too shocking for the elders to comprehend. Buzz buzz buzz, in the sky, terrifying flames surged and flew forward, enveloping Xianxia. Impossible, you can't hurt me. Get lost. Xianxia roared crazily. He soared into the sky and charged forward. He wanted to extinguish the flames. He waved the fan in his hand and waves rushed out, trying to extinguish the flames. However, very quickly, he retreated because the waves he created were instantly evaporated into white mist that drifted in all directions. When he approached the flames, he felt that his body was about to melt. This flame was too powerful. It wasn't something he could resist. Even if he had the swan fan, it wouldn't be enough. Go around the flames and attack from other places. Xianxia's idea was good. However, he still underestimated this power that was close to Tao. When he moved, those flames also moved. The speed was quick to the extreme. In an instant, it formed a cage, enveloping him. The frightening power of the flames continued to crush down. Damn it, block for me, Xianxia roared angrily, casting the swan fan to block. The power that was close to Tao was too terrifying. Even Xianxia could only protect himself. While at this time, Lin Xian cast Annihilation again. He comprehended a total of two powers that were close to Tao. One could destroy everything, which he called Annihilation. The second was this kind of flame, which he called Smoke Fire. The moment the power of Annihilation was released, it shattered everything, directly sending the swan fan flying. Xianxia completely despaired. Without the swan fan, he could not resist the surrounding flames at all. In an instant, the battle armor on his body melted, shattering into pieces. His body was also ignited, screaming miserably. Still not admitting defeat? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it! Xianxia screamed. In the next moment, half of his body turned into a sea of blood. His miserable appearance made the scalps of the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion tingle. Stop, how dare you, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion screamed crazily. Many of them rushed over. However, they were soon blasted back by the flames. It's too terrifying, this flame is not something we can stop. Damn it, if you dare to kill him, you're dead meat, humph. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Then, a ray of light lit up and turned into a monstrous water that extinguished all of Lin Xian's flames. Then, the monstrous water wrapped around Xianxia and saved him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be able to break the power that was close to Tao, it was very likely that it was a saint or a half-step saint. It should be an elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion. Indeed, an old man appeared in the sky. His face was extremely ugly. Previously, he was hiding in the dark like the elders of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. After all, it was not suitable for the elders to intervene in the battle between the younger generation. However, although he was hiding in the dark, he was very happy. The people they sent this time were too strong. Especially Xianxia, he directly beat up the Extraordinary Scholar Manor until it was dead silent, suffering repeated defeats. This naturally made them very happy. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would appear and defeat Xianxia with two simple moves. Even now, half of Xianxia's body was ignited and he was almost killed. This scene forced the elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion to take action. If he took action a little later, Xianxia's body and soul would have been destroyed. Great, it was the elder who took action. The geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion also heaved a sigh of relief. You've won this battle. The elder of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion said coldly. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion looked ugly, but the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion cheered. This is great, he won, he finally won, and he defeated Xianxia in a strong manner, as expected of Lin Xian. He's really powerful, a peerless genius. This kid will definitely defy the heavens in the future. Yes, those two moves were too terrifying. Even the Northern Demon and Yu Linglong would have a headache if they encountered them. They were overjoyed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Since he had lost, it was time to fulfill the bet. What? As soon as these words came out, the people of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion were stunned. Yes, there was still a bet. The faces of the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion darkened. Xianxia was trembling with anger. What a joke, You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Impossible, he screamed like a madman. The elder of the heavenly cloud mansion also darkened his face. Junior, don't go too far, go too far? Suchin smiled. When he used his magical weapon to suppress the geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion, did you think he went too far? When he humiliated the geniuses of our house of prodigies, did you think it was too much? When he wanted to lay his hands on the number one beauty of our house of prodigy, did you think it was too much? You didn't even step out when he did something so outrageous before. Now that he's asked to kowtow and admit his mistake, you're jumping out instead. What, do you think there's no one in my house of prodigy? At this point, Lin Xian glanced at the void. In the dark, a few elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion laughed. This little guy seems to have discovered our existence. Humph. These people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion are too hateful. Do they really think this is their territory? Let's go out and let them know whose territory this is. In the sky, several figures appeared, bringing with them great power. Suppress an area. The elder had appeared. The geniuses of the outstanding scholar mansion cheered. On the other hand, the faces of the Heavenly Clouds mansion's people turned even gloomier. Fellow Taoist, it's best that we don't interfere in the battles of the younger generation. That's right, I have 6,000 years old spirit tea here. Why don't you go and have a taste? Several elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion surrounded and stared at the elder of the Heavenly Clouds mansion. The face of the elder of the Heavenly Clouds mansion was terrifyingly dark. He didn't expect the elder of the extraordinary warrior mansion to be so direct. If he left, Xianxia's fate would be very miserable. However, at this time, the blue-cloaked youth below said in a deep voice, Elder, don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems. Well, then I'll leave this place to you. I'll go and have a taste of the 6,000 years old spirit tea. After saying that, the elder of the Heavenly Clouds mansion coldly snorted and put away the 3,000 spirit water. He then placed Xianxia on the ground. Then, he turned around and disappeared in the sky with the elders of the extraordinary warrior mansion. Left, the other party left just like that? The geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion were stunned. It shouldn't be. Isn't he afraid that Xianxia will kowtow and admit his mistake? No, there's something wrong with that blue-clothed youth. His words made the elder of the Heavenly Clouds mansion so relieved. Who is this person? I don't know. He's not one of the top geniuses of the Heavenly Clouds mansion. Who is he? Damn, is he a newcomer of the Heavenly Clouds mansion? How many geniuses did the Heavenly Clouds mansion send this time? Qingwu sneered. No matter who came, the bet couldn't be changed. Kneel. Kowtow. Admit your mistake. Apologize. She was really angry. Previously, this group of people provoked and even humiliated her. They even wanted to take advantage of her. How could she not return the favor now? Yes, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion also shouted crazily. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. Kneel. Apologize. The geniuses of the extraordinary warrior mansion were very excited. This matter wasn't over yet. They would definitely spread the news to the ancient Star Road. They were really too excited. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. If this news spread to the ancient Star Road, they would really lose face. Damn it, they were too careless. They didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful person. They originally thought that the northern monster, Yu Linglong, and other top geniuses were in seclusion. Coupled with the swan fan in Xianxia's hand, they could definitely sweep the place. When the time came, they would spread the news to the ancient Star Road and humiliate the extraordinary warrior mansion. However, they didn't expect that a red-robed kid would appear halfway. He was so terrifying that he defeated Xianxia with just a few moves. In fact, even their elders had been taken away by them. Now, they were faced with a difficult choice. To kneel or not to kneel? Damn kid, don't even think about it. Kill me if you have the guts. Xianxia roared, his face ferocious. Humph, it's not up to you. Lin Xian strode forward. Today, you have to kneel even if you don't want to. In the sky, a big hand bloomed with the power of flames and grabbed at Xianxia. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted to force Xianxia to kneel down. No, damn it, don't you dare. Xianyan roared, but now that he was seriously injured, he was no match for Lin Xian at all. He was about to be enveloped by the flaming hand. However, at this moment, a bolt of thunder pierced through the void and pierced through the flaming hand. Who made the move? It was the blue-robed man, the people from the extraordinary warrior mansion exclaimed. Qing Wu, Zhong Lingxiu, and the other top geniuses were also shocked. The other party actually had an expert. And it seemed that he was even more powerful than Xian Yun. Damn it, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was too despicable. They actually sent so many experts while the other experts were in seclusion. Fortunately, Lin Xian came, otherwise, they would really be in danger this time. Lin Xian was also surprised. He raised his head and looked at the other party. The other party could easily destroy his palm, which was beyond his expectations. It seemed that he should be a strong enemy. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Why? Do you want to break the contract? You want to walk the ancient path of the stars? Don't worry, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion is a man of his word. The blue-robed man walked forward and said coldly. However, I want to make another bet with you. Fight with me. If you win, I'll make Xianyan apologize and chop off his arms. Moreover, I'll give you 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. If you lose, then the previous bet will be written off. Hearing this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were in an uproar. They did not expect that the young man in blue would still fight. After witnessing Lin Xian's strength, he still wanted to fight. Where did this person get his confidence from? Who was he? How dare he fight with him? Yes, we won't lose anything from this bet. If we win, we can make Xianyan apologize. We can also get 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. This was an extremely precious metal, a material used to forge a half-saint artifact, and it was very rare. 50 kilograms was a lot, it was enough to forge a half-saint artifact. Yes, it was nothing even if he lost. There was no loss. Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The young man was so confident that he wanted to fight with him. Well, he would like to see where his confidence came from. Okay, I agree to fight with you. As soon as he said this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion cheered, while the people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered. He dared to fight with senior brother Chen. He was courting death. Senior brother Chen would never lose. Senior brother Chen's strength was far above Xian Yun. The young man definitely did not know senior brother Chen. Otherwise, he would not dare to fight with him. Young man, you are definitely no match for senior brother Chen. Xian Yun, who was at the side, also recovered and snorted coldly. He retreated to the side, his expression incomparably cold. Only the young man in blue and Lin Xian were left in the field. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He held the blazing Qilin sword in his hand and slashed down. He did not use the two forces that were close to Dao. Although the two forces were terrifying, it was very exhausting to use them. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only use a few moves. He could only use it as a trump card. Previously, Xian Yun was too arrogant. He wanted to suppress him with thunder, so he used the force that was close to Dao. Moreover, he also wanted to see how terrifying this force was. Now he had seen it. However, the young man in blue in front of him was a great threat to him. He was even stronger than Xian Yun. Moreover, he did not know what his opponent's trump card was. Therefore, he didn't use anything close to the power of the Dao. However, even without using these two powers, Lin Xian's strength was still very strong. At this moment, the sword light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What? He was a swordsman. The people of the Heavenly Clouds mansion behind him screamed. This sword was too terrifying. Who would have thought that Lin Xian did not display his terrifying strength, but instead used a sword technique? Xian Yun's eyelids twitched violently. Even if his opponent did not possess such strength, just this sword technique alone was not something that he could contend against. This made him even more terrified. Who exactly was this person? Could he really be the peerless genius who comprehended the moon-gazing wordless steel? The blue-clothed man was also shocked. Lin Xian's sword technique was a threat to him. The space around him collapsed rapidly, as if there was a sharp force that wanted to cut him in half. Swordsman, the man in blue sneered. He raised his hand and pressed forward. Blue runes floated out from his palm, emitting a hazy glow that grew larger and larger. Xiaochen threw a palm strike, and the sharp sword light in the sky quickly melted away. Was it broken? Zhong Lingxiu frowned. Qing Wu also exclaimed in surprise. Xiaochen had broken Lin Xian's sword qi so easily. Lin Xian was also stunned. Xiaochen was indeed a difficult opponent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dozens of swords flew out, sweeping across heaven and earth. However, with a wave of the blue palm, Lin Xian's sword qi was completely annihilated. What was going on? Lin Xian was surprised. This force was a bit like his annihilation. Indeed, the sword qi did not collapse, but gradually became smaller, like a flame that quickly disappeared and finally disappeared. What kind of force was this? Could it be that Xiaochen had also mastered a force that was close to Dao? She shouldn't have missed that terrifying heartbeat. Ha ha ha, kid, are you an idiot? Let me tell you, our senior brother Chen is a super expert. His strength is not something that you can contend with. Senior brother Chen's poisonous palm can melt and corrode everything in the world. No matter how strong your sword qi is, you can't block it. A poison expert. The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion behind him were stunned. Could it be him? Someone screamed. Chen Ku, known as the Poison King, had terrifying strength. The poison all over his body was extremely strange. When fighting with him, one could be poisoned without knowing it. Hearing this, the people of the extraordinary warrior mansion were terrified. They were no strangers to the Poison King, but few people had seen him before. Everyone only knew his name, but they did not expect him to be the blue-robed man in front of them. No wonder the elders of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were so relieved before. The Poison King was a veteran expert. Moreover, he was very famous in the Heavenly Cloud Mansion and was one of the top powerhouses. Damn it, they did not expect that a dark horse like Xianxia would appear this time, and a veteran expert like the Poison King would also appear. The Heavenly Cloud Mansion was too hateful. Lin Xian, be careful of his poison, you will be in danger if you are contaminated. It was said that almost no one among the invincible kings could neutralize his poison. A poison expert? Lin Xian frowned. No wonder he could melt his sword qi before. It turned out that he used poison to melt it. He really hadn't seen many poison experts like this. Generally speaking, he could kill those who were weak with one sword strike. There were very few people who were strong enough to use poison. Moreover, Lin Xian had no experience in fighting with poison experts. But so what? A cold light burst out from his eyes, and the sword in his hand fell again. This time, the power was stronger. It was useless. Chen Ke shook his head and waved his cold poison palm. In the palm, strange blue runes floated, and the corrosive power made the void collapse. Nothing could withstand his poison, and his opponent's sword qi would be instantly corroded. Buzz, it was not corroded? The next moment, Chen Ke's eyelids twitched. He found that although the sword qi was affected by his poison gas, it suddenly burst out with a cold light. It slashed down with an extremely terrifying power. Swoosh! Chen Ke's figure flickered, turned into a blue smoke, and disappeared. What was going on? That kid was not affected by the corrosion. How could his sword qi be so fierce? Impossible, even the attack of a quasi-saint artifact would be affected. What was the grade of the sword in the kid's hand? The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion screamed. No, it was just a quasi-saint artifact. How could its power be so terrifying? The people of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion also breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that it was not the blazing Qilin sword that was too terrifying, but Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. That biting cold sword qi would not be so easily destroyed. Sure enough, one sword strike, two sword strikes, three sword strikes, the poison gas in the sky was all cut open. The sky was clear again, and the corroded black hole slowly disappeared. Chen Ku was suppressed, they could not believe it. Chen Ku's face was extremely cold. How could this biting cold sword qi break my frost poison palm? His face was also a little gloomy, and the blue runes in his hand slowly disappeared. Interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. I wonder how you're going to fight next. Chen Ku flipped his palm, and a palm-sized black box was taken out by him. Then, with a wave of his finger, the lid of the box opened, and a 7-colored centipede appeared inside. A 7-colored centipede, damn it, this guy actually has this thing. Don't let it bite you, otherwise, even a half-step saint will die. Behind him, Qingwu also screamed. She didn't expect Chen Ke to have such a terrifying 7-colored centipede. Whoosh, as she spoke, the 7-colored centipede turned into a ray of light and flew out. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. It disappeared, damn it, where is it? The people of the extraordinary warrior mansion exclaimed. Qingwu's face was pale, and Zhong Linshou's eyes were mysterious. Lin Xian stopped and frowned. A 7-colored centipede? He knew that it was an extremely terrifying poisonous insect. If bitten by it, an invincible king would instantly be poisoned to death. This 7-colored centipede was also an extremely terrifying monster in ancient times. He didn't expect Chen Ke to have one. He didn't know how old it was. But even if it was a larva, the poison was probably not something an invincible king could withstand. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. He saw a blurry 7-colored light in the void, moving quickly. In an instant, it came behind him and pounced fiercely. Get lost, he waved the blazing Qilin sword and slashed out a ray of sword light, directly slashing behind him. With a clang, the 7-colored centipede was shaken out and flew backward. What? He found the 7-colored centipede, that's impossible, the people of the heavenly cloud mansion screamed, and Chen Ke's eyelids twitched. The 7-colored centipede could escape into the void without leaving a trace. Ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Even powerful geniuses couldn't find it without special secret methods. How did Chen Ke find it? And it was so accurate. After sending the 7-colored centipede flying, Lin Xian turned into a ray of divine light and rushed forward. The blazing Qilin sword continued to slash at the 7-colored centipede. Damn it! Get lost, Chen Ke roared madly and controlled the 7-colored centipede to counterattack. However, the 7-colored centipede had nowhere to hide under the heavenly fortune divine eyes. With the support of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. It forced the 7-colored centipede to retreat. Poochie, the 7-colored centipede opened its mouth and spat out a 7-colored poisonous mist toward Lin Xian's face. If he breathed it in, Lin Xian would immediately die from the poison. Qingwu, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others were extremely nervous. Poochie, Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. The power of the great dragon sword spirit erupted, causing the sword chi to be incomparably sharp. This sword cleaved the 7-colored poison mist apart. The remaining poison tried to enter Lin Xian's body, but the 9-yang divine body emitted a divine light and blocked the 7-colored poison mist. Lin Xian continued to chase after the 7-colored centipede in the poisonous fog. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he block it? What kind of body does he have? Xianyan screamed like a madman. Chen Ke's eyelids were also twitching. Damn it, who the hell is this person? Why do I feel that he's ridiculously strong? Clang, clang. Clang, clang. Clang. The blazing Qilin sword struck the 7-colored centipede, creating a sound like thunder and shattering the surrounding space. Finally, a crack appeared on the 7-colored centipede's body. Although it was small, it was still injured. Seeing this, Chen Ke screamed like a madman and wanted to recall the 7-colored centipede. Stay here, Lin Xian snorted and drew a strange arc with the blazing Qilin sword. Annihilation, a destructive force burst out and slammed into the crack. With a poochie, the crack became bigger and the 7-colored centipede's body was directly torn apart. Roar, the 7-colored centipede was an invincible monster king. It was very powerful and its body was even tougher. However, it was still broken by someone. The 7-colored centipede let out a crazy roar. In addition, Chen Ke was controlling it from afar. It turned into a stream of light and fled far away. However, the 7-colored poisonous blood that remained in the air turned into poisonous arrows and pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword moved again. Smoke and fire, a terrifying and mysterious power surged from the sword and gradually destroyed all the poisonous swords. The next moment, he turned his head and stared into the distance. Damn it, how dare you hurt my baby? I won't let you off. Chen Ke put away the 7-colored centipede and put it into the brocade box. He had a pained look on his face. The seven-colored centipede was seriously injured. It would probably take a few decades for it to fully recover. This made his heart bleed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're still worried about the seven-colored centipede? I'll worry about you first. As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and strode forward. However, halfway through, he stopped. His body swayed and he almost fell from the sky. What's going on? Behind him, the people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion exclaimed. Qing Wu and Zhong Linqiu also screamed. Was Li Xian injured? It shouldn't be. Previously, the seven-colored centipede did not hurt Lin Xian. Chen Ke looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're still poisoned. You want to fight with me? You're still far from it. What, poisoned? That's impossible, Qing Wu screamed. Zhong Linqiu also frowned. Xianyan sneered. I've said it before. You're no match for senior brother Chen. The experts of Heavenly Cloud's mansion also laughed. Ha ha ha, this kid, is he stupid? You want to fight with senior brother Chen? Can you fight? After being poisoned, you're useless. Let's see how our senior brother Chen cripples you. Poisoned? Lin Xian also frowned. His face was gloomy and cold. It shouldn't be. How could he be poisoned? The cold poison palm was broken by him and the seven-colored centipede was also crippled by him. During the whole process, he was not injured. How could he be poisoned? No, wait. Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel that he was indeed poisoned in his body. A cold light burst out from his golden eyes and a crescent moon floated in his eyes. This is? Poison gas. Colorless and odorless. An undetectable poison gas. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect that his opponent would use such a colorless and odorless poison gas. He did not notice it at all. If it wasn't for the poison in his body, he would not have noticed it at all. Bang! A big blue palm with poison gas slapped over, enveloping Lin Xian and sending him flying. Lin Xian flew out and landed on the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. Lin Xian, the people of Extraordinary Warrior Mansion screamed crazily. Qing Wu and the others were also nervous to the extreme. Chen Ku, on the other hand, frowned. Li Xian was not injured. He found that although he sent Li Xian flying, Li Xian's body was not injured. His poison gas did not even enter Li Xian's body. It only circulated on the surface of his body. So what if the other party's physique was strong? He was now poisoned by the devil flower. He was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. He did not have any strength to resist at all. He could torture and kill the other party at will. He would let these people from the House of Prodigy know who was the real powerhouse. It's over, Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, he was actually poisoned. The Poison King's poison was definitely not that easy to detoxify. He probably could not unleash his strength at all right now. Careless, Lin Xian should have directly displayed those two incomparably mysterious powers and defeated the Poison King. Those two incomparably mysterious powers definitely could not be easily released. Moreover, it looked like Lin Xian wanted to test the Poison King's strength previously. This strategy was not wrong. It was just that he did not expect the Poison King to release the Devil Flower's poison at an unknown time. Damn it, luckily we have a peerless array protecting us. Otherwise, we would all be dead now. These people from the House of Prodigy felt their heads and feet go cold. It was indeed so. If they encountered the Poison King outside, they probably would not even know how they died. Hee, let's see how senior apprentice brother Chen will torture him to death. Xianyan revealed a sinister smile. Chen Ke walked up in large strides. On his palm, countless poisonous insects flew out, turning into a poisonous blade, incomparably sinister. Slashing out, the void was instantly corroded. This blade slashed onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying again. However, how powerful was the Nine-Yang divine body? Lin Xian had already cultivated it to the 5th level now. In other words, his current physique had already surpassed that of an invincible king. Ordinary attacks really couldn't hurt him. Unless it was something like using poison, or a power close to Tao. Damn it, this kid's physique was actually so strange. Chen Ku also frowned. He waved his hand, and that poisonous sword flew forward, turning into countless poisonous lights, completely enveloping Lin Xian. I don't believe that I can't poison you to death. The poisonous insects covered the sky covered Lin Xian's body, constantly biting and releasing poisonous gas, making sonorous sounds. The 9-yang divine body was swallowed up. This scene was very terrifying. Qing Wu and the others were on tenterhooks. Looking at this scene, they wanted to help, but the battle was still not over. If they made a move, it would mean that Lin Xian was done for. They could not accept this result. Lin Xian was also affected by being surrounded by so many poisonous insects. Although the 9-yang divine body is powerful, it still hasn't reached the sage realm. And now, he was poisoned, causing him to suffer from internal and external impacts, causing his qi and blood to roil. Poison, do you really think you can poison me? Great Dragon Sword Spirit, attack! The dragon's soul within Lin Xian's body roared and turned into countless sword lights that pierced through every inch of his flesh and blood, completely obliterating the poisonous gas. Up ahead, Chen Ke walked over once more. He looked at Lin Xian, who was lying on the ground and surrounded by a myriad of poisons, and a savage smile appeared on his face. He took out the 7-colored centipede again and spat out a drop of blood essence to envelop the 7-colored centipede. Go, you can take your revenge now. Chen Ke said to the rainbow centipede in her hand. The 7-colored centipede's eyes emitted a blood-red light. It let out a savage roar, shattering the heavens and the earth as it rushed forward quickly. It wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. The 7-colored centipede flew forward and the poisonous insects quickly spread out, forming a vacuum zone. It couldn't be helped. The 7-colored centipede was the supreme king of the poisonous insect world. It was Chen Ke's credit that those poisonous insects didn't collapse from fright. It was Chen Ke who controlled the 7-colored centipede. Otherwise, these poisonous insects would have all been killed by the 7-colored centipede. The 7-colored centipede turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian's head, wanting to eat his brain. Not good. Seeing this scene, Qing Wu, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others screamed. The faces of those from the outstanding scholar manor changed drastically. Ordinary poisonous insects couldn't break through Lin Xian's body, but the 7-colored centipede was different. It could even poison a half-saint to death. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would probably die from the poison after being bitten by the 7-colored centipede. The people from the Heavenly Clouds mansion sneered. Xianyan even revealed a savage smile. The 7-colored centipede had already arrived in front of Lin Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a large golden hand grabbed the 7-colored centipede. What? Chen Ke was stunned. Did he attack? How could he still attack? It shouldn't be. He had been poisoned by his demon flower poison and was already a cripple. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the shocked Chen Ke in front of him. He looked at the struggling 7-colored centipede in his hand. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Demon flower poison? It's powerful, but it can't do anything to me. Puff, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and directly crushed the 7-colored centipede, turning it into countless poisonous blood that scattered in all directions. No. Damn it, Chen Ke screamed crazily, and so did the 7-colored centipede. Its body reformed in the distance, but the light on its body dimmed a lot. Obviously, although this attack didn't kill it, it was severely injured. Come back, Chen Ke recalled the 7-colored centipede and put it back into his body. His heart was bleeding. The 7-colored centipede had been injured before, and it would have taken decades to recover. This time, it probably wouldn't be able to recover for at least 100 years. Damn kid, I'm going to kill you, he went crazy. 2 poisonous knives appeared in his hands, and he slashed forward crazily. Buzz, Lin Xian stood up and waved the fire Qilin sword, knocking away the 2 poisonous knives. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched Chen Ke like a golden crow, sending him flying. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? Have you recovered your strength? Chen Ke vomited blood, and his face was full of horror. Had the demon flower poison been neutralized, he couldn't believe it. No invincible king could neutralize the demon flower poison. Even a half-saint's strength would be greatly reduced if he accidentally inhaled it. But now, Chen Ke was completely fine. Could it be that Chen Ke had forcibly suppressed it? No, no one could forcibly suppress the demon flower poison. Buzz, Lin Xian struck out with annihilation, and Chen Ke's body shattered, causing him to scream in fear. Stop. You've won this battle. He didn't dare to continue fighting. The seven-colored centipede was injured, and Shen Ke still had those two mysterious and terrifying powers. If he continued fighting, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Therefore, he quickly admitted defeat. We've lost. The people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were stunned. That was Chen Ke, the Poison King. How terrifying was his strength. But now, he had admitted defeat, they couldn't believe it. Xianxia screamed crazily. No. Senior brother Chen can't lose. You still have the strength to fight, he was going crazy. If Chen Ke admitted defeat, he would be the unluckiest one. He had to apologize to Chen Ke. Shut up. Chen Ke's face darkened, and he turned his head to stare at Xianxia. He waved his hand, and countless poisonous insects turned into a huge hand and grabbed Xianxia. I've said that I'll punish Xianxia after you've won. Then, two rays of light burst out from his eyes and cut off Xianxia's arms. Xianxia screamed and rolled on the ground. His body was dyed red with blood, but he didn't dare to resist. Although he was a young genius, he was far inferior to Chen Ke. Moreover, he couldn't resist Chen Ke's poison at all. Xianxia was unwilling to do so, but when he saw Chen Ke's cold and twisted face, his heart raced. He did not dare to resist as Chen Ke's poison would be enough to kill him. Xianxia's eyes turned red and his body trembled as he gritted his teeth and roared. Sorry, I apologize for my previous provocation and arrogance. Hearing Xianxia's apology, Qingwu opened her mouth wide. Those from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion were also shocked. Whoosh, they screamed excitedly. He apologized. Haha, he actually apologized, that's great. These people from the Heavenly Cloud Mansion can be so arrogant. Get out, this is the territory of the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. In the future, if you see anyone from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion on the Ancient Star Path, you'll have to take a detour, do you understand? Otherwise, I'll beat you until you piss your pants. They were overjoyed. Initially, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion was so arrogant that they couldn't do anything about it. However, Lin Xian's appearance had turned the tables around. He had even defeated the terrifying Poison King and made the arrogant Xianxia apologize in front of the crowd. Xianxia even had his arms chopped off. This was definitely a great victory. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He stared at Xianxia and sneered. All right, get out. With your strength, it's impossible for you to do anything in the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. Go back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. Kid, what's your name? Chen Ke asked coldly. My name is Lin Xian. If you have any tricks, feel free to come at me in the future. Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't care at all. All right, Lin Xian, right? I'll remember you. Let's go. Chen Ke's face was gloomy as he led the crowd away. Xianxia stopped the bleeding and his body was twisted. Kid, I'll never let you off on the Ancient Star Path. He took his broken arms and left quickly. Get out of here. Get out of the Outstanding Warrior Mansion. The Skyprides from the Outstanding Warrior Mansion laughed proudly. Then, they quickly came to Lin Xian's side and they were all excited. Young Master Lin, you're too cool. That's right, Brother Lin. That move of yours just now was too powerful. How did you cure the Devil Flower's poison? These people looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Previously, their idol was only the number one of the 4 peaks. But now, there was one more, and that was Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian could be said to have saved them and redeemed the reputation of the Prodigy Manor. Thank you so much for what you did. Qingwu also had a rare blush on her small face as she thanked Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at her and said with a smile, a verbal thank you? Damn it, what else do you want? Qingwu lightly snorted. Soon after, she remembered. Wait, don't go. Where's the promised 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone? In the distance, those who were leaving were stunned. Chen Ke's body stiffened, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he tossed out a storage ring with an unsightly expression on his face. Qingwu grabbed it in her hand. All right, I'll give you this cold iron nebula stone. This is a good thing. You're quite good at presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This should have been given to him in the first place. Humph, who said so? I used myself as a bet. Of course, the things I won are mine. Now, I'm giving it to you to return the favor. Qingwu said angrily. Thinking of this, she was angry. This despicable guy actually dared to use me as a bet without my consent. If it wasn't for the other party being too powerful, she would have beaten him up. However, Qingwu was also very reluctant to give away 50 kilograms of cold iron starry cloud stone. Her beautiful big eyes stared straight at it. The others also swallowed their saliva. This is cold iron starry cloud stone. Not to mention 50 kilograms, even 500 kilograms would be enough to make an invincible king excited. After all, this is a material for refining a half-step saint tool. Lin Xian saw Qingwu's reluctant look and found it funny. He said, I have no use for this thing. Why don't I trade with you? Take out whatever you have and I'll trade it with you. Really? You're willing to trade it with me? After hearing this, Qingwu exclaimed. This Sister Han's lucky stone was not only precious but also rare. Even if someone had it, they wouldn't take it out easily. If it wasn't for the Poison King's overconfidence, he wouldn't have used it as a bet. She didn't expect that it would benefit Lin Xian in the end. And now, Lin Xian actually took it out for a trade. Damn it, does this guy know how precious this thing is? Qingwu rolled her eyes. The surrounding people also let out cries of surprise. Young Master Lin, can we also trade some? A few geniuses in the surroundings whispered, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xian nodded. Sure, as long as you can take out something that satisfies me. Indeed, Lin Xian didn't really need it, although it was very precious. He had the blazing Qilin sword, which was enough for him. As for armor, he didn't need it at all. His 9-yang divine body was better than any armor, unless it was a saint weapon. However, he couldn't use that kind of thing now. As for half-step saint weapons, Lin Xian had 2 or 3 of them in his hands, which were enough. Moreover, he could use the great dragon sword soul to evolve all kinds of divine abilities. In addition, with the Plenilin seed, he could observe the great Tao of heaven and earth. When the time came, the power he could display would definitely surpass that of a half-step saint weapon. It would be better to trade for some natural treasures or elixirs, which would be more effective for him. Let me say this first. You don't have to give me weapons, cultivation techniques, or secret manuals. I don't need them at the moment. It would be best if you could give me some king herbs or special divine crystals. Of course, natural treasures for recovery and cultivation are even better. I won't refuse any of them. I have 2 king herbs here. How many can you give me? Qingwu took out 2 king herbs in an instant. As soon as the 2 king herbs appeared, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth instantly became rich. The eyes of the geniuses turned red. King herbs, these are good things. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this girl to be so rich. She took out 2 king herbs at once. He nodded. Okay, 1 king herb can be exchanged for 10 kilograms. 2 king herbs can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of frost iron starry cloud stone. Qingwu thought for a moment and felt that the value was about the same. She said, I'll trade. Wait, I have something else. This is a kilogram of mutated fire-type divine crystal. My brother got it from the outer realm. It's called the Starry Sky Flame Divine Crystal. I'll give you 10 kilograms of frost iron starry cloud stone. How about it? Mutated fire-type divine crystal. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This thing would be of great help to him cultivating the 9-yang divine flame and comprehending the fire-type techniques. He immediately nodded. Okay, what else do you have? He was looking forward to it. Qingwu searched again and then took out a jade bottle about half the size of a palm. Inside the jade bottle was bright red blood. A single drop of the blood essence of an invincible peak golden flame beast king far surpassed all the blood of other invincible kings. Lin Xian thought for a while and then said, 10 caddies. Damn it, you're lucky. Qingwu snorted. In the end, Qingwu exchanged for 25 caddies, while Lin Xian put away 2 king herbs, a caddy of mutant fire elemental divine crystals, and half a bottle of invincible perfect beast king blood essence. This girl knew him quite well, giving him all these things to make him angry. Seeing that Qingwu had finished exchanging, the others were tempted. They also began to take out treasures, preparing to exchange. However, at this moment, Zhong Linxiu's red lips opened slightly. A great way scripture of the sage's enlightenment. It was left behind by the ancient sage of the Daoi Holy Land, recording the process of how he became a sage from an invincible king. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. This was good stuff, but how could she bear to take it out? As if sensing the fiery eyes of the people around and Lin Lingshuan's shock, Zhong Linxiu said lightly. It's not a complete book. It's an incomplete book, only up to the half-saint level. I'll give you the remaining 25 caddies, how about that? It turned out that it was only at the half-saint level. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian also came to a realization. No wonder she dared to take it out. However, even at the half-saint level, it was already very impressive. The Daoi Holy Land was already very terrifying and mysterious. They were born with a special connection with the Tao. In such a holy land, the notes left behind by an ancient sage would definitely be of great benefit. It was too important for him to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth, although it was only at the half-saint level, it was still extremely precious. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate to give the remaining 25 caddies to Zhong Linxiu. Zhong Linxiu took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian carefully put it away. The others around sighed. They did not expect the last 25 caddies to be taken by Zhong Linxiu. However, there was no other way. The things she took out were good. The great way scripture of the sage's enlightenment was definitely priceless. Some people in the union were drooling. Lin Xian said to the crowd with a smile, the things have been distributed, so I'll take my leave now. Let's work together next time. After saying that, his figure flashed and left. Qingwu and Zhong Linxiu accepted the cold iron meteorite with great satisfaction and left. The others looked regretful. However, when they thought of the previous battle, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They hurriedly spread the news. Yes, let everyone know that we won. In an instant, the crowd quickly spread out. Soon, all the sky prides in the outstanding warrior manor knew about this battle. Not only that, some of them even spread the news to the outer space. It could be said that it had caused quite a stir. This was also the first time Ling Xian's name had been heard on the ancient road of the stars. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He raised his hand and set up the array formation. Then, he took out the Great Path Enlightenment Sutra excitedly. The dark red divine dragon also came out. It looked at the Great Tao Insight Sutra and drooled. This was really good stuff. He did not expect Zhong Linxiu, this girl, to be willing to take it out. Let me see if the Tao One Holy Ground is as mysterious as the rumors say. Lin Xian opened the scroll and studied it with the dark red dragon. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 5 days later, Lin Xian sighed. He had to admit that this was an incomparably precious enlightenment. Many things that he did not understand before were now enlightened. Indeed, this great Tao Insight Sutra recorded the growth experience and enlightenment of a saint. It was incomparably precious to a cultivator. Lin Xian was very lucky to be able to obtain it. In his opinion, Zhong Linxiu should be in great need of that metal to refine a kind of treasure. Otherwise, she would not take it out. The Great Tao Insight Sutra was not a cultivation technique or a secret manual. It was a record of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment could allow Lin Xian to better understand the great path of heaven and earth. When Lin Xian used the Tianji Divine Eye and Plenilune Seed to observe the great path of heaven and earth again, he was even more enlightened than before. Of course, he knew that observing the great path of heaven and earth was a very long and lifelong thing. Lin Xian did not intend to achieve it overnight. The competition between the 4 great winds was getting closer and closer. Lin Xian decided to comprehend and improve the 2 types of Tao-like powers he had just comprehended. Next, Lin Xian began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, even if the outside world spread rumors, he would not hear it. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Under his feet was a spirit-gathering array, which was arranged by the dark red Shenong. Around the spirit gathering array were treasures of heaven and earth, king herbs, and mutated fire elemental divine crystals. These things were placed in the spirit gathering array. Through the changes of the spirit gathering array, they provided Lin Xian with energy. Lin Xian cultivated. Lin Xian was comprehending the Great Tao Insight Sutra while cultivating his two newly obtained powers. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. There was still a month before the final competition. In the past 2 months, the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion could be said to be quite excited. The news that Lin Xian had defeated the Heavenly Clouds Mansion and defeated the Poison King had completely spread. At first, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it, thinking that it was fake news. Later, they were sure, surprised, and excited. It could be said that they experienced a very complicated mood. Everyone knew that Lin Xian was incredible. He was definitely a prodigy and a dark horse, his strength had improved compared to before. It seemed that he would definitely be able to shine in this competition. What do you think his ranking would be in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion? It was hard to say. He probably wouldn't be able to enter the top 5. Yes, he was ranked second in the Full Moon Peak, while Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked first, was only ranked 5th in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Indeed, the Full Moon Peak was at the bottom. Even Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked first, couldn't enter the top 4. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still a little worse than Huangfu Beidian. He probably could be ranked in the top 10. That's right. Last time, He Mo seemed to be ranked 9th. He defeated He Mo, so his strength should be ranked 6th or 7th. But it would be difficult for him to be ranked higher. The people of the Full Moon Peak sighed. That's right. He Mo was so strong, but he was only ranked 9th in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. Huangfu Beidian, who was ranked first, was only ranked 5th. Therefore, although Lin Xian had shown great strength and talent, he even obtained the Full Moon Wordless Steel, but it was only a few months after all. It was not enough for Lin Xian's strength to undergo earth-shaking changes. So this time, in everyone's opinion, Lin Xian could only enter the top 10. It was basically impossible for him to enter the top 5. With the appearance of those geniuses who were in seclusion, a new round of storms came. What? Jun Wuya had another breakthrough after comprehending the ethereal steel, many people exclaimed. Jun Wuya was ranked 2nd in the Misty Peak and 4th in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. His strength was above Huangfu Beidian. Shui Jiyu had returned from the blood refining planet? Damn it, this woman was a lunatic. She definitely had the strength to compete for the top 5 this time. Shui Jiyu, Ling Longfeng, ranked 2nd. She was a terrifying woman who cultivated in the blood refining mountain all year round. The blood refining planet was not under the jurisdiction of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. It was an ownerless planet not far from the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. This planet was too dangerous. It was a place where no one cared about. There were battles every day and geniuses fell every day. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary geniuses like the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion and the Heavenly Clouds Mansion would not go to such a place. Only those ambitious and ruthless people, perverts, lunatics, and those who had offended others from other planets could survive there. Shui Jiyu had been there all year round and could be said to be a terrifying lunatic. Mo Tian was also incredible. It was said that he had found the remains of a half-step saint and obtained a lot of good things. Mo Tian, ranked 2nd on the Divine Tactics Mountain and 7th on the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. It seemed that this time, he was also a popular candidate for the top 5. These were all top figures. Their fortuitous encounters and the changes in their strength were enough to cause a change in the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. The Full Moon Peak was also not calm because He Mo had also returned. He Mo did not choose the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion to cultivate in seclusion, but another planet. It was called the Fallen Abyss Star. It was said that the planet was ruled by a demonic sect. The entire planet was filled with terrifying demons. However, later on, a peerless expert passed by and killed all the demons on the planet. That place became a purgatory on Earth. It could be said that it was a place with monstrous demonic chi. Those half-step saints were not willing to go there. And that place was the place where He Mo cultivated in seclusion. Mo had made up his mind this time because he'd suffered 2 consecutive blows during the ranking competition on Full Moon Peak. First, he'd lost to Huangfu Beidian, and then he'd lost to Lin Xian. This was something he couldn't endure. In particular, Lin Xian had successfully comprehended the full moon wordless stele, which stimulated Mo even more. Therefore, Mo disregarded everything and even risked his life to go to the fallen abyss. It was all for the sake of improving himself. After a few months of inhuman torture and some fortuitous encounters, his strength had finally undergone earth-shaking changes. He even obtained a broken treasure of the demonic sect, the demonic flag. Once he used the demonic chess set and added the power of his bloodline, he could reach 65,000 Archean power, although it couldn't compare to the North Yao. It should be enough to deal with Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian. Damn brat, just you wait. This time I will defeat you in front of everyone. I will let everyone know that I, Mo, am the strongest. Black Demon grinned hideously. Demonic chi surged from his body as he returned to the full moon peak. The aura he brought with him alarmed the prodigies on the plenilune. Mo was back. His aura was so powerful. Damn it, what had he gone through? How could his strength increase so quickly? I heard that he fell into the abyss. It couldn't be. That place had a high chance of survival. Even a half-saint wouldn't want to go there. Who would have thought that the Black Demon would dare to go? No wonder his strength had increased so quickly. Everyone was shocked. Black Demon returned. He shouted confidently and arrogantly, "Where are Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian? Tell them to come out. I will let them know who is the strongest person on the full moon peak." Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. They didn't expect that the first thing the Black Demon did after returning was to fight Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian. However, it was understandable. After all, the Black Demon was such a proud person, but he had been defeated by the 2 of them. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Huangfu Beidian hadn't come out of seclusion yet, right? How much had his strength increased? Lin Xian should also be in seclusion. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Black Demon to defeat Lin Xian. Yes, Lin Xian had defeated the Poison King a few months ago. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Even if the Black Demon's strength had increased greatly, he might not be a match for him. After the Black Demon returned, he found that Huangfu Beidian and Lin Xian were both in seclusion. This made him very unhappy. Could it be that he had to wait until the competition to deal with these 2 people? Thinking about it, he revealed a trace of malevolence. Fine, he would defeat these 2 people in front of everyone in the competition. The Black Demon had already imagined that scene in his mind. He would step on Huangfu Beidian and punch Lin Xian, showing off his strength. Thinking of this, he laughed complacently. This kind of scene was really exciting. However, half a day later, his face was gloomy, and his demonic aura overflowed. Because he heard a rumor. This rumor was spread from the mouths of several martial artists. They said that he challenged Lin Xian and was in danger? There was almost no chance of winning. Damn it, how was this possible? Even if that kid was talented, his strength definitely didn't increase as fast as his. He entered the falling abyss this time and narrowly escaped death. That was why his strength increased greatly. It was really for revenge. That kid was only in seclusion and comprehending some things. How could he be stronger than him? What a joke, he didn't believe it at all. A bunch of idiots, what did they know? How could my strength increase be imagined by you? If you talk nonsense again, be careful that I don't kill you. The Black Demon walked between the full moon peak and roared coldly at the geniuses who were discussing. Those geniuses felt their scalps go numb. Just the aura emitted by the Black Demon was enough to make them collapse. However, since Lin Xian represented the extraordinary warrior mansion and defeated the genius of the Heavenly Clouds mansion, Xianyun, and the Poison King, he had won a group of followers. Many of them were afraid of the Black Demon, but they still supported Lin Xian. One of the female geniuses was extremely beautiful. Even though her face was pale, she could not help but mutter softly, "That's right." "What's wrong?" "Although you are powerful, young Master Lin also defeated the Poison King." "That's right, young Master Lin's strength is super strong. He might not lose." Another female martial artist also discussed in a low voice. What did you say?" He defeated the Poison King? The black demon's hearing was very strong. Although the two female geniuses whispered, he still heard them clearly. Hearing this news, the black demon's first reaction was that it was impossible. What a joke. How could that kid defeat the Poison King? He knew that the Poison King was a genius of the Heavenly Clouds Mansion, and he was an expert in using poison. The Poison King's divine ability was strange and impossible to guard against. If a King Realm cultivator was careless, there was no way to cure his poison. Especially when the Poison King had the seven-colored centipede. Even a half-step saint would be seriously injured if they were bitten by it. His scalp went numb when he saw such a person. In the past, he couldn't defeat the Poison King at all. Now, even if his strength had increased greatly, he didn't dare to fight the Poison King easily. After all, he was cultivating outside and had not seen the previous battles. Now, he only heard about it from these people. How could he believe it? He knew that these people would exaggerate when they talked about it. Therefore, he would not take this kind of rumor seriously. Damn kid, I didn't expect that in the months I was away, he would swindle people here again. Well, when he comes out, I'll teach him a lesson in public during the competition. I'll trample this kid under my feet in front of all the elders of the heavenly sect. Hayamo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Hamo's powerful return not only caused quite a commotion at Full Moon Peak, but it also caused quite a commotion at the other peaks. After all, his return from the fallen abyss was really eye-catching. As the day of the competition approached, the skyprides of the 4 peaks came out of seclusion, especially the top 3. When they heard that Hayamo had returned from the fallen abyss, they were very surprised. Hayamo really doesn't care about his life. In order to improve his strength, he went to such a place. It seems that his strength has increased greatly this time. He's a strong enemy. Many people's eyes flickered, and they clenched their fists. After all, Hayamo was ranked 9th last time. This time, his strength had increased again. They were afraid that he wanted to reach the top 5. I wonder how Huangfu Beidian is doing. There's also Lin Xian. Huangfu Beidian was ranked 1st in the Full Moon Peak and 5th in the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. He was very powerful and could not be underestimated. He was very likely to reach the top 3 this time. As for Lin Xian, he was even more amazing. They had seen with their own eyes that he had successfully comprehended the full moon wordless stele. He was a genius that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. However, although he was talented, these skyprides did not take him seriously for the time being. It was not easy to successfully comprehend the full moon wordless stele. Although Lin Xian had the opportunity to comprehend it, it would be impossible for him to succeed without a few hundred years. In just a few months, it would be difficult for his strength to change dramatically. Even if he did, he would not surpass them. However, they were soon stunned. Because they learned that when they were in seclusion, the Heavenly Cloud Mansion sent skyprides to challenge them. One of them was called Xianxia. He was very powerful and defeated the geniuses of the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion. If it were not for Qinggu and Zhong Linxiu, the Extraordinary Scholar Mansion would not have won. What happened next? The geniuses of the 4 peaks had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, these guys actually dared to attack us while we were in seclusion. When the time comes, we'll definitely pay them back. In their opinion, this time, their Extraordinary Warriors Mansion had definitely lost their face and returned with a great defeat. However, the result was once again beyond their expectations. From the mouths of the surrounding martial artists, they found out that their outstanding scholar manner didn't lose this time, but won instead. Not only did he get back at Xianxia in the end, he even made the arrogant Xianxia apologize and cripple his own arms. What was going on? The geniuses who were in seclusion asked quickly. Soon, they heard a name. Lin Xian. At the critical moment, it was Lin Xian who made a forceful move, defeating Xianxia. Damn it, this brat's strength is actually so strong? These people were surprised, but even more shocking things were yet to come. What did you say? Not only did that brat defeat Xianxia, he even defeated the Poison King. Which Poison King? Chen Ku from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Impossible. Chen Ku's strength was extremely terrifying, especially with the 7-colored centipede in his hands. Ordinary people would not be willing to fight with him at all. Even invincible kings would be killed. he would be injured for half of his life. What? You saw it with your own eyes? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. It's impossible for Lin Xian to defeat such a person. Unless I saw it with my own eyes, these geniuses who were in seclusion all shook their heads in disbelief. This news was too shocking, and they couldn't accept it for a while. The North Demon also received this news and frowned. He directly summoned Qinggu to his side. Sister, what's going on? Are the rumors outside true? Qingwu immediately told the North Demon everything that had happened a few months ago. After the North Demon heard this, his expression was incomparably solemn. The joy that he originally felt from increasing his strength from his seclusion also vanished like smoke. In that case, the Poison King was really defeated by Lin Xian. This Lin Xian even comprehended two extremely terrifying powers. The North Demon took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the shocking news outside was actually true. But how was this possible? How could Lin Xian possibly defeat the Poison King? What were those two mysterious powers? Could it be that kind of power? The North Demon thought of a possibility, and then his pupils constricted. Impossible, it was impossible for him to comprehend that kind of power so quickly. He was too shocked. He had the 10,000 monster body, and his talent was extremely terrifying, but he still spent more than 100 years to comprehend that kind of power. How could Lin Xian comprehend it in just a few months? However, no matter what, Lin Xian was a peerless enemy. This time, he definitely had the strength to enter the top 5, or even the top 3. Others might not believe it, but the North Demon had to treat it seriously. Descendant of the Great Dragon, let me see just how strong you really are. The North Demon took a deep breath and waited for the final battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei also came out of seclusion. When they heard the news, they didn't quite believe it. In their opinion, the rumors were exaggerated. Therefore, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still not a match for them. It was still uncertain whether or not he could defeat Huangfu Badian. After Huangfu Badian came out of seclusion, he was also shocked when he heard the news. When he heard the news about the Black Demon, he also took a deep breath, and a biting cold light burst out of his eyes. Black Demon? He was courting death. His goal this time was not the Black Demon, but to enter the top 3. He had to enter the top 3, the day of the competition was getting closer and closer. There were only 10 days left, and everyone was making their final preparations. In the mountains, there was a courtyard that occupied a large area. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and it was like a paradise. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a peerless array formation. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the array formation. The spirit-gathering array beside him, the king herbs, divine crystals, and natural treasures had all dimmed. He had absorbed all the energy in the array formation. Lin Xian had a scroll beside him. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying power surged from his body. Kid, you're awake? When the dark red dragon saw Lin Xian stand up, it also flew over from the other side of the courtyard. Lin Xian stood up and stretched his body. His body made crackling sounds, and his body shone with boundless light that shot into the sky. What time is it? He asked. There were still 10 days before the competition. 10 days? It's not too late. Lin Xian nodded. How's it going outside? Those guys outside have all come out of seclusion, and so has the Black Demon. As soon as he came out, he clamored to challenge you. But at that time, you were in seclusion, so he kept quiet after 2 days. The Black Demon? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't take it seriously. Indeed, he didn't take it seriously because no matter what changes the Black Demon had made, he was no longer a match for him. In the past few months, his understanding of Tao had deepened. As for his strength, it was also rapidly increasing. This thing might not be of much use in the hands of other invincible kings, because they had not reached that level and could not comprehend it. But to Lin Xian, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Lin Xian needed this kind of enlightenment right now. It could be said that this great Tao enlightenment scripture had saved Lin Xian a few hundred years of detours. Because of this great Tao enlightenment scripture, Lin Xian comprehended something that would have taken hundreds of years to comprehend in a few months. Perhaps even Zhong Lingxiu would not have thought of this. The two powers that were close to Tao had increased again. His understanding and application of these two powers had become more thorough. Of course, their power had also increased exponentially. If he were to fight with the Poison King now, he could defeat him in one move. Because he could make his opponent collapse with just one move, annihilation. This was the power that was close to Tao. Not only that, Lin Xian also combined this power with his sword techniques, and even combined it with the heavenly secret god Eye and the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul was magical. Not only could it increase the power of sword chi, but it could also increase the power of all mystiques. The power that was close to Tao was already very strong. If it was combined with the great dragon sword soul, its power would be even more terrifying. By using two powers that were close to Tao, Lin Xian could reach 70,000 arcane power. Once combined with the great dragon sword soul, it would be even more terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying battle strength, probably surpassing the North Demon. Of course, Lin Xian was only guessing because he had not seen the North Demon in action. It was just his speculation. Other than the North Demon, Lin Xian really did not care about anyone else, let alone the HMO. What would be the reward from the House of Prodigy this time? It would be best if it was related to comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Now, he was more and more delighted with the laws. He felt that this was true power. Only by mastering this power would he be a true expert. He had to comprehend the laws as soon as possible and reach the Sage Realm. Next, Lin Xian adjusted his state, keeping himself in peak condition at all times so that he could deal with the upcoming competition. Finally, the day had arrived, and the extraordinary warrior manor was in an uproar. Countless elders of the Heaven sect cheered because this was a golden age for them. They were about to witness the rise of a prodigy. This time, the outstanding Scholar Manor had opened the ancient battle platform, using the grandest scale to hold this competition. The geniuses of the House of Prodigy had arrived early and were waiting anxiously. Those elders also chuckled as they came to the clouds, sat down cross-legged, and looked down. He wondered how many amazing fellows would soar to the heavens this time. Did you hear that Jun Wuya had a breakthrough again? That's right. This guy's talent was also terrifying. He was second only to the Northern Demon. The first place of each of the 4 peaks was terrifying. Apart from that, the second and third place of each of the 4 peaks were terrifying too. Apart from Jun Wuya, there was also that monstrous genius, who was also an incredible figure. Yes, there was also that black demon. It was said that he went to the fallen abyss and came back successfully. After returning, his strength had increased greatly. It seemed that he would be able to shine this time as well. These elders discussed spiritedly, but 2 of them shook their heads. What I'm looking forward to the most is not these people, but that little fellow called Lin Xian. This little guy was really something. A few months ago, he had defeated the Poison King and displayed a power that was close to the Tao. He wondered what kind of improvement he would get this time. A power that was close to the Tao? 6th Elder, 7th Elder, the 2 of you, don't talk nonsense. Although that little kid had started to comprehend the moon-gazing wordless steel, how long had it been? How could he have comprehended it completely? He probably couldn't even grasp the slightest bit of it. That's right. We might not even be able to control the great Tao of heaven and earth. How could that kid do it? The other elders shook their heads in disbelief. The 7th Elder and the 6th Elder, who were the 2 elders who secretly watched Lin Xian's competition, were so angry that their beards were sticking up. I say, are you guys doubting our words? Why? Could it be that the old man was lying? The 2 elders were extremely agitated. The other elders said. They didn't know if he was lying, but it was possible that he was bragging. You said that the kid had a power that was close to the Tao. That was clearly a joke. How dare you doubt me? Do you dare to make a bet with me? These 2 elders are very angry at you. What did they mean? Did they not believe them? Or did they not believe Lin Xian? What a joke. They had seen it with their own eyes. Could it be fake? They didn't see it with their own eyes. I won't believe it. The other elders shook their heads. After all, the matter was too shocking. They didn't dare to believe it at all. The 2 sides gradually quarreled, and at this time, the 1st elder walked over and said in a deep voice, "All right, you guys are already a few thousand years old. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the people below? Hearing this, the sixth elder and the seventh elder snorted coldly, and the other elders' faces were also ashen. The first elder said with a smile, "We will soon know whether that little guy can comprehend the power that is close to the Tao. Why are you quarreling here? Let me see what that kid is capable of. I'll bet with you." Sixth elder, seventh elder, when the two of you lose, don't deny it. Many elders sneered. The two elders shouted coldly, "Let's bet with poison, who's afraid of who?" When the first elder saw the elders behind him quarreling again, he shook his head and ignored them. His gaze scanned the surroundings. He wondered to what extent that little fellow's strength had grown to. He had heard about the previous incident, but he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't believe it completely. Below, the ancient arena was emitting an unparalleled light, and there were countless formations around the arena, which were divided into 5 areas. Each area had clouds formed by formations, floating in the clouds for the elders and disciples to observe. The 4 peaks occupied 4 areas, and the last area was reserved for the main hall of the House of Prodigies. Apart from the 4 peaks, there were other elders and experts in the House of Prodigies. They didn't interfere with the matters of the 4 peaks, but were above the 4 peaks, leading the entire House of Prodigies. It was said that even the House of Prodigies would participate in this event. The geniuses participating in the competition were extremely excited. If they were chosen by the House of Prodigies and were accepted as a disciple, they would soar to the sky. Therefore, everyone wanted to perform well. The elders and genius spectators of the 4 peaks had arrived. The geniuses participating in the competition also came, a total of 40 people. They were the top 10 of the 4 peaks. Yifei, Xueling, and the others from the full moon peak had arrived, each of them emitting a sharp aura. Buzz, a monstrous demonic aura rolled in, turning into a peerless demon king that descended from the sky. A black demonic figure walked out from it. Such a terrifying demonic aura, it's the black demon. This Hayamo was incredible. He was able to come out of the abyss, which meant that he had become extremely powerful. Everyone looked down at the demon-like figure and exclaimed in surprise. After Hayamo arrived, he glanced at Yifei and the others and snorted coldly. Xueling snorted and Yifei looked solemn. However, when they sensed Hayamo's aura, they sighed helplessly. The difference was too great. Hayamo's aura made their hair stand on end. This was only the aura that Hayamo had released. If he hadn't used his trump card yet, they wouldn't have been able to resist him. Hayamo was already so terrifying. They wondered how strong Huangfu Badian and Lin Xian had become. Yifei, Xueling, and the others were looking forward to it. "Look, Mo Tian is here." Another exclamation was heard. On the horizon, a man in silver armor flew over. He looked extraordinary and his aura wasn't any weaker than Hayamo's. In fact, he was even stronger. Mo Tian, ranked second in the Divine Strategies peak. The moment he appeared, the martial artists on the Divine Strategies peak screamed and cheered. Hayamo turned to look at the man in silver armor and snorted coldly. Demonic aura surged from his body and his eyes were filled with hostility. Mo Tian also looked at Hayamo, but he soon retracted his gaze and looked to the side. After Mo Tian, a few more figures quickly descended. They were all top prodigies who were participating in the competition. Among them, there was a woman who was very eye-catching. She was dressed in red and a sea of blood surged around her. She looked like an Azura as she descended from the sky. Her powerful killing intent made the faces of the prodigies turn pale. Who is this beauty? Why does she look so terrifying? Some of the newcomers felt their scalps go numb. Lower your voice. She is Shui Jiyu. She is very violent and will kill you if she doesn't agree with you. Don't let her hear you. She is the second in the exquisite peak, Shui Jiyu. Everyone was shocked. It was said that this woman was very terrifying and cultivated the Tao of slaughter. After Shui Jiyu arrived, she looked at Hayamo and Mo Tian with a smile on her face. The sea of blood around her rumbled and occupied a large area by itself. Damn it, this woman. Hayamo's face was gloomy. Although his body was surging with demonic aura, he felt that the blood in his body was being affected by the sea of blood. Mo Tian frowned as well. He was also affected by the blood sea. With a cold snort, the armor on his body shone even brighter. The 3 of them stood there. Even though they had yet to make a move, their auras were already clashing with one another. The surrounding geniuses retreated hastily, their faces pale. Damn it, these top-notch experts are too terrifying. That's right, we're no match for him. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. All of a sudden, the starlight in the sky flickered, blocking the terrifying sea of blood. A man descended from the sky. His aura was extraordinary, as if he was a supreme king descending upon the earth. Such a domineering aura, Jun Wuya. It was Jun Wuya, ranked second in the Misty Peak. This man carried with him an unparalleled domineering aura as he forcefully descended, breaking through the sea of blood. Shui Jiyu's eyes erupted with a blood-red light as she stared at this figure. Interesting, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much. I'll have to experience it later. Shui Jianyu spoke, making everyone feel dizzy, as if they couldn't endure this slaughter. However, Jun Wuya wasn't affected at all. He displayed the domineering aura of heaven and earth and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. The surrounding geniuses on the clouds were all extremely excited. The elders were also excited. These days, the heavenly sects had already started to go against each other. The smell of gunpowder had already filled the air before the battle. When the time comes, the battle would definitely be exciting. Almost everyone was here, except for the top of the 4 peaks. That's right, Lin Xian wasn't here either. Almost everyone else was here. That's right, more than 30 geniuses had already arrived. They gathered together and discussed, or stood alone. Their auras were awe-inspiring. In short, they were all waiting. At this moment, a saber light streaked across the sky, and a majestic man descended below. Huangfu Badian was here. Someone cried out in alarm, and everyone turned to look at the source of the cry. The dancers of the full moon peak screamed. Huangfu Badian was the top of the full moon peak. They wondered how much his strength had increased this time. Was he here? Black Demon snorted. He clenched his fists. Mo Tian and Shui Jiyue also turned their heads. Only Jun Wuya snorted, but he also glanced to the side. The person who had arrived was Huangfu Badian. He was wearing a long robe and carrying a saber on his back. His face was as sharp as a knife, and there was no expression on his face. After he arrived, his gaze swept across the 30 geniuses. Everyone felt their bodies tense as if they had been cut by a saber. In the end, his gaze stopped on one person, and that was Jun Wuya. This guy is arrogant. How dare he ignore me? Shui Jiyue raised her blood-red eyebrows slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on her face. Mo Tian didn't say anything, but he also frowned. Black Demon was indeed trembling with anger. Damn it, he was also ignored. Huangfu Badian, don't be so arrogant. I'll let you know how powerful I am during the battle later. Black Demon was going crazy. I can feel that your 9-layered thunder saber has improved again, but you're still no match for me. Jun Wuya still stood proudly with his hands behind his back. It's useless to argue. Let's fight on the stage later. Huangfu Badian said coldly. Next, the geniuses didn't say anything and continued to wait patiently. They were waiting for the remaining 3 geniuses. Soon, Hanfei also arrived. Hanfei was wearing a purple battle armor. He looked like a god descending from the sky. As soon as he arrived, he attracted the attention of countless people. This time even Jun Wuya couldn't remain calm, and a domineering aura burst out from his eyes. Shui Jiyue, Black Demon, Huangfu Badian, and the others were the same. The surrounding people were excited and screamed. Hanfei was the first in the Divine Tactics Peak and the third in the Extraordinary Scholar Manor. He was very powerful. Hanfei's arrival caused countless people to scream. His gaze swept over everyone in the surroundings and quickly retracted. He didn't even look at Jun Wuya for too long. Buzz, between heaven and earth, colorful clouds danced, and a peerless woman descended from the sky. Yu Linglong. Everyone screamed, and many people's eyes turned red. She's so beautiful. Everyone says that Qinggu is the first beauty, but I think Yu Linglong is more charming. Lower your voice. How dare you have designs on Yu Linglong? She's second only to the North Demon. Indeed, not only was Yu Linglong beautiful, but she was also very powerful. She was the second in the extraordinary scholar manner, second only to the North Demon. Yu Linglong's arrival made Han Fei feel like he was facing a great enemy. Yu Linglong was much calmer. She stood there like a fairy, attracting countless gazes. Boom, but soon, everyone's gaze moved away from her and looked into the distance. This time, it was a tall and slender man with a face as white as a demon's. He was unbelievably handsome. Northern Beast, everyone exclaimed, and the elders looked solemn. Northern Beast was the number one of the extraordinary beast mansion. He had the 1,000-beast body and was extremely powerful, suppressing all the heroes. No one was his match. Northern Beast looked calm as he walked in the air. Beside him was a girl in green. She was unparalleled in this world. She was his younger sister, Qing Wu. The two of them were as light as a feather, descending like smoke. "You're here." Yu Linglong opened her red lips and said in a pleasant voice. Han Fei's eyes were like a purple lamp that burned fiercely. Huangfu Baidian, Jun Wuya, and the others stared at the figure. The person in front of them was like a huge mountain, blocking their path and forcing them to look up at him. Northern Beast looked at the crowd with a smile and nodded slightly. His gaze did not change. His demeanor showed that he didn't care about anyone at all. Qing Gu, who was beside him, looked around with her big black eyes as if she was looking for someone. That arrogant guy really didn't come. I knew it. In the crowd, there was a cute girl. She looked anxious and muttered in a low voice. Why isn't Big Brother Lin Xian here yet? The competition is about to start. That guy isn't here yet. Northern Beast looked around and said indifferently. His words attracted everyone's attention. Who wasn't here yet? The number one of the 4 peaks had already arrived. No, there was still one person who wasn't here. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't here yet. There was a sudden clap of thunder, and everyone was in an uproar. They looked around carefully, but didn't find Lin Xian's figure. Why wasn't that guy here yet? Was he still in seclusion? That guy couldn't be, right? He would miss the competition if he didn't come. Huangfu Baitian's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. Shui Yuetian also sneered. This guy was really arrogant. He actually dared to come later than Northern Beast. Jun Wuya snorted coldly. Han Fei didn't say anything, but Yu Linglong said indifferently. She had heard that young Master Lin had fought with the Heavenly Clouds Mansion a few months ago and had even defeated the Poison King. I wonder how high his strength is. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar and began to discuss spiritedly. Jun Wuya and the others sneered. They did not believe in such a legend. Who was the Poison King? They knew very well that Lin Xian couldn't beat him. What a joke. He Mo's expression was cold. This reckless brat was really courting death. While everyone was discussing and waiting, a red-robed figure appeared in the sky and quickly walked over. Lin Xian was here. Everyone cried out in surprise, and the elders also turned their heads to look. Lin Xian was dressed in red, and his expression was calm. He walked over. There was no light on his body, nor was there any terrifying aura. He was just like an ordinary handsome boy next door. Beside him, the dark red dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Whoosh, Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Using ground shrink, he arrived at the edge of the stage in a few steps. He fell behind and said with a smile, I'm not too late, right? Damn brat, you finally came out. I thought you didn't dare to come. Demonic chi suddenly erupted from He Mo's body as he stared at the figure in front of him. Dugu Jian's eyes were also like sharp blades as he looked over. At this moment, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Shui Jiyue, and the others all looked over. The North Demon also looked over. Countless geniuses' gazes were all gathered on Lin Xian. The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Being watched by so many top geniuses was a lot of pressure. Indeed, just this pressure alone was enough to crush an invincible king. Even a powerful invincible king would have to use all his strength to deal with it. However, what puzzled them was that Lin Xian was still expressionless. There was no aura fluctuation coming from his body. Just like that, he treated it calmly. When all the gazes landed on him, they quickly dissipated without a trace. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Originally, they wanted to show Lin Xian who was stronger than them. After all, they were all top geniuses, but he had arrived later than the North Demon. He was too arrogant. This made them feel unhappy. However, they didn't expect that their gazes and auras would have no effect at all. Deliberately mystifying. Jun Wuya snorted coldly. Yu Linglong frowned. What a mysterious brat. I wonder how strong he is, I can't see through him. Purple light flashed in Han Fei's eyes as he frowned. The North Demon kept looking. Lin Xian said with a smile, what's so special about the moon-gazing wordless steel? I wonder how much young Master Lin has comprehended. Lin Xian said with a smile, you will know when the time comes. He wouldn't reveal his trump card in advance. Don't be so cocky. The moon-gazing wordless steel is so difficult. How can you comprehend it in a few months? Even if I give you 100 years, you will only be a beginner. You won't be able to comprehend it now. Don't worry, you are definitely not my brother's match. Qingwu said angrily as she waved her small fists. Is that so? Do you dare to make a bet with me? Lin Xian said with a smile as he looked at the other party. Hearing this, Qingwu's face fell. She was very unhappy. Last time, the other party used her as a wager. Although he won in the end, Qingwu lost many good things. Among them were several king herbs and mutated divine crystals. Every time Qingwu thought about it, she would go crazy with anger. Brother, he always bullies me. When I see him later, I will beat him up. She grabbed the North Demon's clothes and said coquettishly. Brother Lin Xian. In the distance, Shen Jingqiu also ran over and threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. I missed you so much. Aren't I here now? Ling Xian said with a smile. How is your cultivation? How confident are you this time? Don't worry, brother Lin Xian. Qiu'er is very confident this time. Everyone was discussing. Above the clouds, the elders took a deep breath because they knew that the competition was about to begin. In the most central area, a group of people walked out. Every one of them was incomparably powerful and carried with them endless laws. When these people appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The sounds from all directions disappeared and everyone looked over. Lin Xian also looked over. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. Have the saints come out? These people were the peak masters of the 4 peaks. In addition, there were the top experts, supreme elders, and even the mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor. These people were the true peerless experts. The mansion master of the extraordinary warrior manor was an old man. His face was white and he had a sage-like demeanor. There was a mysterious aura around his body. Even the peak masters of the 4 peaks were standing behind him. One could imagine how terrifying the mansion master's strength was. Behind him were the peak masters of the 4 peaks. Each of them had divine chains of laws on their bodies. They were incomparably powerful. The mansion master's gaze swept across all directions. Everyone felt their hearts tremble as if they had been pierced through. However, that feeling quickly disappeared. An old and loud voice sounded from the front. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Every competition held by the House of Prodigy is to encourage and select geniuses. This time, I hope you will give it your all. If you win, the House of Prodigy will not treat you badly. Now, let's begin. As the mansion master's voice fell, everyone cheered again. The 4 peak masters looked at each other and flew into the sky. They landed in their respective areas and sat cross-legged on the clouds. The mansion master and the elders also sat in the center of the clouds. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out. He had a high status and was one of the deputy mansion masters. This time, he was the host of the competition. As soon as he came up, he announced some rules and rewards. Different rankings led to different rewards. It was roughly divided into 3 levels. Top 3, top 10, and after the top 10. The rewards for the top 3 were the best. Other than various treasures and resources, they could go to the saint's former residence to comprehend. As soon as the news came out, those prodigies were extremely excited. At their level, other than increasing their cultivation, they were basically considering to reach the saint realm. To reach the Saint Realm, one must first comprehend the heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth were not that easy to comprehend. Other than some top prodigies who were qualified to comprehend the divine monument, the others did not have much chance. Moreover, even if they had the chance, it would be difficult for them to comprehend at their current level. But now, if they could go to the saint's former residence to comprehend, it would definitely be beneficial for them to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even Lin Xian was excited after hearing it. The reward for the first place was even more tempting. Other than going to the saint's former residence, one could also go to the Cliff of Enlightenment. The Cliff of Enlightenment was a very magical place. It was said that at least 10 saints had comprehended there. Most importantly, rumors had it that a martial monarch had stayed there for a day before leaving. Even if a great emperor only stayed there for a day, its value was far above the saint's former residence. It could be said that the Cliff of Enlightenment was the real holy land of martial arts. Therefore, when they heard about the reward for the first place, everyone was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Those elders' eyes were also red. God, the House of Prodigy even took out the Cliff of Enlightenment as a reward? That was really generous. From the looks of it, they wanted to increase the speed of entering the ancient starry sky path. The elders discussed spiritedly while the geniuses screamed excitedly. The eyes of the northern beast, Yu Linglong, Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Huangfu Baidian, and the others widened. Shui Jiyu, Mo Tian, Black Demon, and the others were trembling with excitement. Was the Enlightenment Cliff finally going to open? The North Demon's eyes shone with a cold light. He had heard of this place a long time ago, but he never had the chance to go in. He did not expect that this time, the Prodigy Manor actually gave out such a reward. This was great, he could finally enter the Cliff of Enlightenment. The North Demon was very confident. In his opinion, although these people were geniuses, none of them could defeat him. In the end, the first place was still his. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered with a cold light. They were already in the second and third year. If they were to try their luck now, they might really be able to get first place. When the time came, he would go to the Enlightenment Cliff to meditate. If he could really comprehend a thing or two, then he would really soar to the heavens. Shui Jiue, Mo Tian, and the others knew that they had no hope of getting first place. However, they were extremely interested in the top 3. Although they could not go to the Enlightenment Cliff, it would be great if they could go to the sage's old residence. Everyone had confirmed their target. Lin Xian's side was also alarmed. The Enlightenment Cliff, the place where the great emperor once stayed? He was too excited. The sage's old residence had already shocked him. After all, he had gained a lot in the past few months. He naturally knew how precious the sage's remains were. He did not expect that there would be a great emperor's remains. This was 10 times or even 100 times more precious than the sage's remains. He must comprehend it. First place? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. North Demon, let me see what you're capable of. The rules of the competition were simple. They would draw lots and the competition would be divided into several rounds. Not everyone would fight. There would be a certain amount of luck involved. Perhaps some who were not the strongest could still make it to the finals. It seemed a little unfair, but it was the fairest. After all, there were many experts in the world. However, only one person could become the great emperor in the end. Other than talent, luck was also very important. In fact, possession was also an important factor. Back then, there was a person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He was extremely powerful and had reached an unbelievable level. He was most likely to become the great emperor. However, he was born at the wrong time. When he rose, it was when the great emperor had lost 3,000 years. At that time, he could not prove his Tao. In the end, the person who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries did not become the great emperor. Therefore, luck was also a part of one's strength. A very important part. The 40 skyprides participating in the competition quickly drew lots. Those who drew the same number would become opponents and fight in the arena. I'm number 1. Qingwu exclaimed. What, Qingwu is number 1? Could it be that she has to fight? Hearing this, the surrounding elders of the heavenly sect began to discuss. Those young men seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Was Qingwu going to take action? She's my goddess. Goddess Qingwu, you must win. You must make it to the finals. That's for sure. Goddess Qingwu is the great beauty of our House of Wonders. Moreover, her brother is the North Demon. Qingwu is very talented and has the power of bloodline. Her strength is definitely not bad. Moreover, no matter who she meets in the first round, she has to give face to the North Demon. Don't worry, Qingwu will definitely have no problems in this round. Everyone had the same thought. At the same time, they were very curious about who would be the first person to fight Qingwu. Qingwu's small face was filled with excitement. Her beautiful big eyes were shining. She could not wait any longer. She went directly to the arena. Hurry up, my opponent, come on, everyone lowered their heads. Those who were ranked at the bottom were praying in their hearts that they would not fight Qingwu. This was because Qingwu was going to win this match. Fortunately, they did not have number 1 in their hands. Huangfu Baidian, Mo, Jun Wuya, and the others also looked and found that they did not have number 1 either. Just as everyone was checking, a figure walked past them and headed towards the battle platform. This scene directly attracted the attention of the others. Countless eyes looked at the figure. What? It's him. Mo snorted and sneered. Shui Jiyu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. This is going to be fun. Damn you, why is it you? No, this draw doesn't count. We have to do it again. On the stage, Qingwu was originally very happy. However, when she saw her opponent, her little face fell and she was about to cry. Heavens, why is it him? Is my luck that bad? Lin Xian, you bastard. Hurry up and get back to where you came from. Qingwu stomped her feet in anger. That's right, her first opponent was Lin Xian. To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would have to fight with this little girl in the first round. He shook his head and didn't care. Instead, he walked onto the stage. The others were excited. It's Lin Xian. The first round is actually him. This is going to be fun. Do you think Lin Xian will go easy on him in the first round? Give the North Demon some face? When he fights with the North Demon might go easy on him. It's possible. Not only Lin Xian, almost everyone had to give the North Demon some face. After all, he was the number 1 in the House of Prodigy. Who would dare to disobey? However, Qingwu didn't think so. Because she felt that this guy would definitely not give her face. She knew Lin Xian very well. Sure enough, Lin Xian said, I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you take the initiative too? Admit defeat? When those words came out, everyone was in an uproar. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched. Oh heavens, what did I just hear? Lin Xian actually wants Qingwu to admit defeat. He doesn't plan to give the North Demon some face? He's going to cause trouble. Is he provoking the North Demon? Exclamations sounded one after another. The people of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. When Yu Linglong saw this scene, she glanced at the North Demon and laughed softly. Looks like someone doesn't want to give you face. What's this kid doing? He's courting death. Emotian also frowned. The North Demon was incomparably calm. All of this was within his expectations. Lin Xian was no ordinary prodigy. He was a top prodigy who had comprehended the Moongazer steel and was the successor of the Great Dragon. Such peerless geniuses all had their own pride. How could they take the initiative to go easy on him? However, he was not worried. He was still very confident in his sister. It would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against his sister. You brat, you're so arrogant. You want me to admit defeat? No way. In the arena, Qing Wuqi's face was ice cold. This despicable fellow, she really wanted to go up and bite him. You are no match for me. Lin Xian shook his head. It was indeed so. A few months ago, he could easily defeat Qingwu. Not to mention now, his strength had greatly improved. Qingwu shouted, Boy, don't underestimate me. My current strength is much stronger than it was a few months ago. Today, I'll let you experience it. Wang, Qingwu's temperament had also changed. 2 rays of light like thunder shot out from her beautiful eyes, shattering the surrounding sky. The aura on her body became terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this beautiful girl was not simple. She was a true Heaven's Pride expert. Whoosh, Qing Wu's figure changed. Her speed was unbelievably fast. She quickly dashed toward Lin Xian. A short sword appeared in her hand. It was as red as blood. She slashed down in the air. A bloody light burst out, bringing with it a powerful aura. It shattered the void. In an instant, thousands of sword lights were slashed out. They were densely packed and formed a sea of sword chi. However, Qing Wu's face was incomparably cold. She did not relax at all. Because Lin Xian's speed was faster. His figure wandered in the sky full of sword chi as if he was taking a stroll. Not a single sword chi hit him. Damn guy, what's the point of dodging? Attack if you have the ability. Qing Wu snorted, and the aura in her hand became even sharper. Lin Xian sighed. Alright, I won't hold back then. Speaking of this, the aura on his body also changed. The void that was originally fluctuating became even more shattered. He was like a celestial demon. His eyes shone with a piercing light. Runes appeared in his hand one after another. Seal, with a low shout, Lin Xian waved his arm. The runes in the sky intertwined to form a formation and directly shrouded Qing Wu. Qing Wu was fixed in midair. She could not exert any strength. It was as if she was frozen. Damn guy, what did you do to me? Qing Wu screamed. Lin Xian did not speak. With a smile, he walked forward. Then, he gently picked up Qing Wu and walked to a place further away. This scene made everyone exclaim. Many prodigies even screamed. Damn guy, let go of Qing Wu, let go of our goddess, how dare you blaspheme our goddess? I'll fight you to the death, there was no choice. Qing Wu was the goddess in the hearts of these prodigies. She was the lover of their dreams. How could they tolerate this? Even Mo Tian and the others frowned. Jun Wuya even shouted coldly. His eyes shone with a piercing light. You're courting death. He was also pursuing Qing Wu, but he had not succeeded. However, Jun Wuya thought that in the entire extraordinary warrior mansion, except for Northern Yao, he did not care about anyone else. Northern Yao was Qing Wu's brother, so he would not compete with him. In other words, Qing Wu would choose him if she had a choice. But now? Qing Wu was being carried by another man. Jun Wuya could not tolerate this, even Northern Yao frowned slightly with a look of surprise. Then, he shook his head. He already knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. However, he was surprised. Did Qing Wu have no strength to resist? Qing Wu naturally knew this. She screamed, damn guy, put me down. I want to fight you to the death. It's useless. You can't beat me. Seeing that we fought side by side against the Heavenly Clouds mansion a few months ago, I won't hurt you. Lin Xian said as he walked toward the arena. He wanted to throw Qing Wu out of the arena directly. This way, he could win the competition without hurting Qing Wu. Qing Wu was naturally unwilling. She did not get along with Lin Xian. Now that she was being carried by him, she wanted to die. As a proud princess, when had she ever been close to other men? Not to mention being carried in public. Break! Qing Wu shouted coldly. She unleashed her bloodline power and burst out with a powerful force to break the seal. However, she found that she could not use her bloodline power at all. She could only watch helplessly. Not long after, Lin Xian came to the edge of the arena and gently put Qing Wu down. Then, he turned his head to look at the referee elder in the sky and asked in a deep voice. Elder, can you announce the result? The referee elder in the sky was also stunned. To be honest, he had never seen such a competition in all his years of life. Lin Xian won the first round and got off to a good start. Logically speaking, the people of Full Moon Peak should be excited. However, those geniuses of Full Moon Peak had very strange expressions. Many of their faces even darkened. Although Lin Xian is our Full Moon Peak's genius, why do I want to beat him up so much? Me too. How dare he treat my goddess Qing Wu like this? I won't let him off. If Full Moon Peak was like this, the other peaks were even more so. Especially the people of Ethereal Peak, they were about to go crazy. Murderous aura shot into the sky. Countless eyes turned into rainbows, staring at Lin Xian. Damn kid, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, fight me if you have the ability. Countless roars turned into thunder, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Lin Xian didn't care at all because these people weren't his match. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the arena. However, in the next moment, he frowned. He noticed that in the surrounding crowd, there were a few cold gazes. One of them was even more terrifying, as if it turned into the domineering aura of heaven and earth, surging towards him. Lin Xian felt this domineering aura and turned his head. Their gazes collided in the air. Jun Wuya, he frowned slightly. Although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard of him before. Jun Wuya cultivated the domineering aura of heaven and earth, and walked the path of an earth sovereign. This guy should be a prince of the Divine Wind Empire. He also knew a little about Jun Wuya's origin. Of course, Jun Wuya wasn't a prince of this generation. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have known him long ago. He should be a prince from a few hundred years ago. Kid, I won't let you off. You'd better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret everything you've done today. Jun Wuya's voice was cold, as if he was the king of the mortal world, able to judge everything. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. He was ready to learn. After saying this, he walked down the arena. Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the rest looked at Lin Xian with strange gazes. Only Xianxia said with a smile, "Brother Lin Xian is so gentle." Gentle? Everyone around them didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xianxia's words. The first match ended just like that. But soon, the second and third matches began one after another. Everyone stepped onto the stage and displayed their formidable strength. Lin Xian was also watching from the side. It had to be said that these few months of hard work had allowed the strength of these geniuses to improve by leaps and bounds. Many of them had become even stronger than before. The Northern Goblin went up. Amidst a series of exclamations, the Northern Goblin walked forward. His opponent, however, had a gloomy look on his face. He was a genius from the Divine Strategy Peak and was ranked 5th on the Divine Strategy Peak. However, he was no match for the North Demon. Hence, when he stepped onto the arena, he shook his head and said, "I admit defeat." The speed at which this match ended was even faster than Lin Xian and Qing Wu. Did he admit defeat? Everyone looked as if they already knew. After all, apart from Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and a few others who could contend against the North Demon, the others were simply no match for him. Admitting defeat was a very normal thing. Han Fei shook his head. His opponent was too weak. He couldn't tell how strong the North Demon was. Perhaps only the top 5 geniuses could make the North Demon take them seriously. Yu Linglong, who was standing at the side, also sighed. Soon, they all went up one after another. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were also incomparably powerful. They killed their opponents in one move. Jun Wuya and Huangfu Beidian also killed their opponents in one move. This made everyone exclaim in surprise. As expected of the top 5 geniuses, they were simply too powerful. Perhaps the top 3 would emerge from these 5 geniuses. Boom, boom. Boom, on the arena, a demon-like person walked up. His demonic aura was monstrous and enveloped the entire area. It was the Black Demon. His opponent was also extremely extraordinary. He was the 3rd ranked on the Divine Strategy Peak, Cui Shi. When the two of them stepped onto the arena, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Both of them were super experts. It would definitely be a fierce battle for them to meet in advance. Everyone became excited. However, the outcome was out of everyone's expectations. 10 moves, only 10 moves. The Black Demon defeated Cui Shi in just 10 moves. Everyone was shocked. The elders were also surprised. This Black Demon was incredible. His strength had increased so quickly. That's right. Last time, Cui Shi's ranking was about the same as his. Even if the two of them were to fight, it would take a few hundred moves. Who would have thought that the Black Demon would win in just 10 moves? This guy must have encountered an incredible fortuitous encounter when he fell into the abyss. What an interesting guy. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shui Jiu sneered. Mo Tian's expression was solemn. On the other side, a girl named Chu Ling's eyes flickered. She was the third-ranked genius of the Misty Peak. The three of them felt the threat from the black demon. Han Fei, Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong and the rest did not care. Although the black demon was strong, they did not take him seriously. After defeating his opponent, the black demon stopped Lin Xian and Huangfu Baidian who were below the arena. He sneered. "Kid, just you wait. I will let you know how powerful I am. This time I will trample you under my feet, you are no match for me." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He did not care. This scene made the black demon vomit blood. "Don't be so arrogant. I will let you know how powerful I am." He walked down the arena with a cold face. After that, Shui Jiyue, Mo Tian and the rest also displayed their powerful strength. They were not weaker than the black demon. Among them, there were two people who surprised everyone. These two people were like Lin Xian. They were both newcomers and peerless beauties. One of them was Xianxia. Xianxia was now at the Linglong Peak. She had also participated in this competition. Her strength had increased very quickly. The purple aura around her body was very hazy and mysterious. She defeated her opponent, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration. The elders were also surprised. If I remember correctly, this little girl should be a spiritual body, right? Not bad. No wonder her cultivation strength increased so quickly. She has already reached the peak, right? The Grand Elder was also surprised. When everyone sensed Xianxingqiu's cultivation, they were all stunned. 9-star peak, this level of cultivation was simply too shocking. One had to know that the North Demon, Han Fei, and the others were only at the peak of the 9-star peak. They were still a distance away from the peak. However, Xianxingqiu had actually reached the peak of the 9-star peak, moreover, she was so young. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not checked it before. Now that he saw it, he was extremely surprised. He was only at the middle stage of the 9-star peak. Xianxingqiu's cultivation had far surpassed his. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, don't be surprised. The specialty of a spiritual body is that it cultivates quickly." Previously, this little girl's cultivation had always been ahead of the other prodigies. It could be said that she was the first batch to become a 9-star king. It was normal for her to enter the peak of the 9-star peak in advance. The others were amazed and envious. Although cultivation was not the final factor that determined a person's strength, it was the most important factor. Of course, that might not be the case. After all, secret techniques, divine abilities, bloodlines, fortuitous encounters, cultivation techniques, weapons, and so on could all affect one's final combat strength. Otherwise, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to kill a 9-star king when they were only 8-star kings. Therefore, although Xianxingqiu was now at the peak of 9-star, she was still no match for the North Demon. However, that might not be the case in the future. If Xianxingqiu broke through to the half-step saint or saint realm in advance, she could suppress these prodigies with her cultivation level alone. Everyone felt their scalps go numb at the thought. They didn't expect Xianxingqiu to have such terrifying potential. The eyes of the 4 peak masters were also shining. The supreme elders were also discussing in low voices. Even the mansion master was a little interested. It was indeed a golden age. The divine 9-yang body, myriad demon body, and spirit body had all appeared. Would this little girl be able to meet people from the spirit tribe in the future? If she could, her achievements would be limitless. Perhaps she could obtain that item. At this point, the old mansion master's eyes flashed with a flash of disillusionment. Apart from Xianxingqiu, there was another young woman who attracted everyone's attention. Even Lin Xian was paying close attention. The woman in the arena was called Xianxia. She was a newcomer from the Moongaze Peak. Xianxia was dressed in plain clothes. Beside her was a green lotus that swayed gently. The violent power made her opponent vomit blood. This woman was so mysterious. They couldn't see through her. Han Fei frowned. Yu Linglong also nodded. Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. The North Demon's eyes were also solemn as if he wanted to see through everything. The elders were also surprised. Could this green lotus have something to do with that item? They thought of a possibility, but they soon shook their heads. The four peak masters were also shocked. The Moongaze Peak Master was especially happy. He didn't expect there to be such a prodigy apart from Lin Xian. In the past, Xianxia was only ranked 10th. Although she was stunning, Lin Xian was ahead of her. Moreover, she didn't have the chance to comprehend the Moongaze wordless steel. Therefore, although everyone was shocked at that time, they quickly forgot about it. But now, Lingxiu once again displayed formidable strength, directly attracting everyone's attention. Manor Lord, is that green lotus related to that thing? Related to that person? A Grand Elder asked from the side. The Mansion Lord's eyes flickered and he shook his head slightly. That didn't seem to be the case. However, he remembered that it was something else. If that was the case, then the ancient path of the starry sky would be really interesting. At that time it would definitely be very exciting. Hearing the Valley Master's words, the surrounding Grand Elders were all astonished. What could be praised by the Valley Master like this? Could it be even more terrifying than the Dragon Sword soul, the spiritual body, the holy body, and the infinite demon body? One had to know that these physiques were all famous peerless physiques in the ancient times. Once they were mastered, they could sweep through the world and shock the world. If it really was her, then she would definitely pose a threat to Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others. In the future, she would probably be able to suppress Lin Xian, the North Demon, and the others. Not to mention these young fellows, even the peerless experts and geniuses who had passed many stages on the ancient path of the starry sky would have a headache and might even be overtaken by her. The Mansion Lord's words shocked everyone. Many of the Grand Elders couldn't believe that Zhong Lingxiu had such potential. The intense battles made everyone's blood boil. Lin Xian fought a few times and fought his way into the finals. Shen Jingqiu, Zhong Lingxiu, the Black Demon, and the others also fought their way into the finals. The top geniuses of the Four Peaks also entered the finals. After that, everyone became even more excited. Although the first few battles were exciting, the top geniuses like the North Demon and Yu Linglong didn't use their full strength at all. They usually defeated their opponents with a single move. This made them feel unsatisfied. In the finals, these top geniuses would also fight. At that time, it would be a truly exciting battle. The finals were still drawn, and Lin Xian still drew lot number 1. First to fight? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and came to the arena. I wonder who my opponent is, kid. I didn't expect it to be you. The heavens are helping me. How dare you bully Qingwu? I'll teach you a good lesson later. A dignified voice resounded. Then, a domineering figure walked up. Jun Wuya. The first battle was between Lin Xian and Jun Wuya. The surrounding people screamed like crazy. Even many of the Grand Elders stood up, their faces filled with excitement. Although they knew that the finals would be exciting, they didn't expect it to be so intense. Right off the bat, the two top geniuses were exchanging blows with one another. Lin Xian, second place of the moon-gazing peak, comprehending the moon-gazing wordless steel. He was a once-in-10,000 years genius. Jun Wuya was equally terrifying. He was ranked 4th in the House of Prodigy. He was ranked higher than Huangfu Baidian. His domineering aura was incomparably terrifying. Recently, it was said that he had a new breakthrough while comprehending the Misty Steel. They were the top geniuses. Everyone was looking forward to the battle between the two geniuses. Even the peak leaders of the Four Peaks and the Supreme Elders were looking forward to the outcome. Are they going to fight in advance? Let's see what this kid is capable of. The Northern Beast's eyes flickered. He was a little angry about Qingwu's incident. However, compared to anger, he was more shocked. He was very clear about Qingwu's strength. However, Lin Xian was able to easily seal Qingwu. It was unbelievable. In the previous few rounds, Lin Xian had easily defeated his opponents. He didn't show his true strength, so the Northern Beast couldn't see it clearly. However, now that he was fighting with Jun Wuya, he should be able to see his full strength. Let's see how strong you are, the successor of the Great Dragon. The Northern Beast was looking forward to it. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others were also watching with rapt attention. What? You want to stand up for Qingwu? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Xian was not afraid. He knew that his opponent was ranked 4th and was very strong. So what, he didn't take him seriously. Good kid, you're really arrogant. Try and take my fist. Jun Wuya shouted angrily. He waved his fist and a domineering aura surged from his body. Sky Tyrant Fist. It seemed that Jun Wuya was really angry. He immediately used the Sky Tyrant Fist. This was a half-step holy grade martial art. Its strength was incomparably terrifying. Indeed, the Sky Tyrant Fist. When it appeared, thunder fell between the heavens and the earth. Everyone's body trembled. Fortunately, at that moment, they were inside the formation and watching from the clouds. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the energy would be enough to injure them. Between heaven and earth, a sword light flashed, splitting all the thunder lightning. The terrifying fist was destroyed. The domineering aura was strong, but it wasn't powerful enough. Lin Xian commented indifferently. How arrogant. How can you understand my fist technique? Sky Tyrant Fist, second move. Jun Wuya's face darkened, and he attacked again. One had to admit that Jun Wuya was extremely terrifying. His strength had reached the late-stage 9-star king realm, and coupled with a half-saint martial art, it was terrifying to the extreme. There were probably only a few people in the entire extraordinary warrior manor who could defeat him. The monstrous power engulfed Lin Xian. Countless people exclaimed, and the martial artists of the Full Moon Peak were extremely nervous. Jun Wuya was indeed extraordinary. He had reached such a level with the Sky Tyrant Fist. Yes, this domineering aura was enough to make one's soul tremble before the battle. He had suppressed the enemy with his aura even before the battle. Although Lin Xian had destroyed the first move of the Sky Tyrant Fist, the second move and the next few moves would be difficult to deal with. Not necessarily. This kid's strength was not bad, and he must have a trump card. Everyone was discussing. In front of them, among the energy in the sky, a golden light flashed and turned into golden thunder lightning. It slashed the heavens and the earth. Puff. Puff, puff. Sword chi formed a golden lotus that bloomed in the sky, breaking the energy in the sky. I've said it before, it's not powerful enough. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. With a swing of his sword, the sword lotus in the sky quickly expanded, turning into a huge mountain that shrouded the ground. Thousands of sword chi smashed down, piercing through the void, forming a sword rain that completely enveloped Jun Wuya. Get lost. Jun Wuya opened the sky with his hands like a peerless overlord, wanting to tear the sword lotus in the sky apart. Boom. Boom, boom. His palms were like the palms of a god, grabbing the terrifying sword lotus in an instant. With a forceful pull, the sword lotus shook violently, but the sword chi hanging down was even more terrifying. Clang. Clang, clang. The sword chi in the sky crashed down, and Jun Wuya's domineering aura formed a battle armor that covered him. The sword chi clashed with the battle armor, creating a shocking sound. It's useless, you can't break my domineering aura. Jun Wuya was very confident. But soon, he frowned, and his expression turned ugly. The sword lotus had completely bloomed, and the power of the sword chi had increased exponentially. Cracks had appeared on his domineering battle armor, and it had shattered with a loud bang. Whoosh! In the face of such a terrifying sword chi, Jun Wuya took half a step back and tilted his body, wanting to dodge. However, this sword strike had still managed to cut off a strand of his black hair. In fact, there was even a sword scar on his face. Jun Wuya was injured, countless people screamed in disbelief. Jun Wuya's body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with rage. How dare you injure me? You have committed a heinous crime. I will let you know my true strength. With a shout, Jun Wuya's aura became terrifying. Sovereign's descent. Surrender. The divine light in his eyes shone brightly, enveloping the entire world. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a gigantic spirit god. All the geniuses in the area trembled. Even the faces of the elders changed. Then, a terrifying light gushed out from their bodies. As for the other geniuses, they were shrieking. Damn it! Why can't I resist the urge to kneel before him? Even my soul is trembling. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is it so strange? The expressions of the people around the arena changed drastically. Their bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. Many people bit the tip of their tongues and frantically retreated. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei were astonished. The only person that could be considered to be calm was the northern monster. As expected, this kid had made new progress in comprehending the great Tao. The northern devil smiled. He's already using this power at this time? It seems that Jun Wuya wants to end the battle. Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes flickered, and their expressions were solemn. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The path of dominance? That was Jun Wuya's trump card. He had used it so quickly. Would Lin Xian be able to resist it? There were 3,000 great Daos and countless laws. The path of dominance was one of them. Once the path of dominance was used, it was like a supreme king. Everyone would worship him. They wouldn't dare to resist. Although Jun Wuya hadn't truly comprehended the laws of great Tao, he had far surpassed the power of ordinary runes. Therefore, at this moment, under his power, these geniuses all trembled. Lin Xian was the first to be affected. He felt a force pressing down on him, wanting to make him submit to the person in front of him. That force was too strong. It was like a god's hand pressing down on his body. Is this the power that's close to the Tao? Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He also had this kind of power, but he had never felt it before. Now that he felt the other party's domineering power, he was incomparably excited. Submit, another cold shout. Countless people's souls trembled, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian's side was also under greater pressure. The power that was close to the Tao was too mysterious and too powerful. Jiu Yang's body emitted millions of rays of light, but he also trembled slightly. This wasn't a direct attack, but a different kind of submission. It was a supreme will that directly affected the soul. It's over, Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, this was a power that was close to the Tao. In the entire elite scholar manor, there were no more than 5 young people who had this kind of power. Jun Wuya was one of them. Under this kind of power that was close to the Tao, no one could resist, unless Lin Xian also displayed that kind of power. Impossible. Although Jun Wuya was a young genius, he was also a few hundred years old. He had been comprehending the ethereal heavenly steel for a long time, and only then did he comprehend that trace of domineering Tao and obtain this kind of power that was close to the Tao. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the full moon wordless steel, it had only been a few months. It was impossible for him to succeed. Yes, I heard that he defeated the Poison King with a power that was close to the Tao, but I didn't believe it at all. Everyone was discussing intensely, and the elders were also nervous. On the full moon peak side, the great elder's eyes flickered. If you have a power that's close to the Tao, hurry up and use it. He urged in his heart. On the stage, Jun Wuya's divine light shone brightly. He stood with his hands behind his back, like a supreme king overlooking everything. Lin Xian's body emitted golden light, like a sun war god, but he trembled slightly, as if he would be defeated at any time. This scene caused countless people to be shocked. But all of a sudden, Lin Xian's expression changed. It became sharper and more determined. A loud voice came from his mouth. I, Lin Xian, will not bow to the heavens, nor kneel to the earth. I will only respect myself. Accompanied by this voice, the dragon roared in his body. His eyes shone brightly, and his body stopped trembling. Rays of sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a giant dragon that rushed to the 9 heavens. Boom! Boom, boom! Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the wind whistled. Everyone exclaimed, and the elders also stood up in shock. Impossible, how can he block such a power that's close to the Tao? He didn't submit. These people were all stunned, especially the elders of the ethereal peak. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Almost no one is a match for a power that's close to the Tao. How did that kid block it? No matter how powerful his sword technique is, it's impossible. Is that the power of the dragon sword soul? Jun Wuya was also stunned. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That kid didn't kneel down and submit to me is really beyond my expectations. Dragon sword soul? He gritted his teeth and snorted. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, it was still inferior to the power that was close to the Tao. Only the Tao is eternal between heaven and earth. If the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject must die. Jun Wuya shouted again. Boom, countless runes rolled on his body, and his domineering aura covered the entire world. For a moment, everyone trembled again. Many people screamed. Damn it, what's going on? Why do I want to draw my sword and kill myself? Block it. Clang, some people couldn't help but draw their swords. In the next moment, they threw away their weapons in horror and retreated crazily. Seeing this scene, the elders once again set up the array formation and completely enveloped the disciples who didn't participate in the battle. In the world, only Lin Xian and Jun Wuya were not enveloped by the array formation. It's too terrifying. How can this be? Wang Ji's body trembled. He looked at the longsword on the ground with a face full of horror. At that moment, he had drawn his sword and wanted to stab his own heart. The power of the Tao, that's the power of the Tao. There was also a flying dagger at Ye Fei's fingertips that was very close to his neck. Moreover, he was swept by the aftermath of the power. One could imagine how terrifying the impact would be for Lin Xian since he was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. That was the power that was close to the Tao. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was terrified and envious. If the power that was close to the Tao was already so terrifying, how powerful would the laws of the Great Path be? If the saints wanted to kill them, they could turn countless invincible kings into ashes with a single sentence. Everyone below the sage level was nothing but an ant. Jun Wuya wasn't a saint, not even a half-saint. However, he had grasped a power that was close to the Tao, and he was completely superior to those invincible kings. Under this force, Lin Xian's hand trembled slightly. He raised the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, wanting to stab himself. Lin Xian was astonished and his eyes lit up. It can actually affect me? As expected of a power that was close to the Tao. However, it was a pity. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The great dragon sword soul within his body roared crazily, and a surge of power flowed into his hand. Instantly, his hand stopped trembling and became as steady as a rock. His hand was steady. How could this be? Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe it. How could such a terrifying power not affect Lin Xian? Damn it, how did he do it? I don't believe it. Black Demon's eyes widened in shock. Just now, he couldn't help but want to attack himself, which made him feel a lingering fear. He knew that in front of Jun Wuya, he was no match for him. However, Lin Xian blocked it. Moreover, from the looks of it, he did it effortlessly. He couldn't believe it. Huangfu Badian was the same. His face was full of shock. Even Yu Linglong and Han Fei's eyes were wide open. The northern monster's eyes flickered. It seemed that Jun Wuya had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Jun Wuya's attack. This guy was indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. Lin Xian stabilized his hand and slashed out with his sword. A huge crack appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly as it charged forward. Jun Wuya's pupils shrank. His body swayed, and he dodged the sword. Damn it, you're not affected? How could this be? Jun Wuya was the most shocked. Did his domineering Tao lose its effect? This was impossible. Previously, when facing the peak invincible kings, he used his domineering Tao. Those invincible kings had to kneel in front of him and commit suicide. No one could resist. However, his two attacks were ineffective now. Who could tell him what was going on? Lin Xian's expression was cold. A power that was close to the Tao? It was indeed powerful. However, this was the extent of your domineering Tao. Next, I'll show you my power that's close to the Tao. What? What did this kid say? He also had a power that was close to the Tao. This was impossible. The crowd screamed crazily. The elders trembled. Could it be that this kid had really comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? It had only been a few months. Was he going to defy the heavens? These people went crazy. At this moment, even the peak masters and grand elders' expressions changed. Their eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted to see if Lin Xian was putting on an act, or if he really had that kind of power. On the stage, Jun Wuya was also stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. Kid, what did you say? You also have a power that's close to the Tao, what a joke. His face was full of disdain as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He admitted that the other party was able to obtain the recognition of the Moongazer stele. His talent was heaven-defying. But so what, it had only been a few months since the other party obtained the Moongazer stele. What could the other party do in these few months? As for him, he had been in the extraordinary scholar manner for more than 100 years. Since 100 years ago, he had begun to comprehend the ethereal stele. It was only in the recent 10 years that he had successfully comprehended a trace of power. He had obtained a power that was close to the Tao. Just like that, he was already a peerless genius, ranked fourth in the entire extraordinary scholar manner. The other party was just a newcomer. How could he compete with him? He did not believe that the other party had such power. You don't believe it? It's okay. I'll let you see it. Lin Xian raised his finger and pointed to the front. Annihilation. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was nervous. The elders were also watching nervously. Jun Wuya was even more stunned. He was on high alert. Lin Xian had the sword chi of the great dragon sword spirit. It was extremely terrifying. He was afraid that the other party would display some sharp sword technique. Hence, he was prepared. But in the next moment, he was stunned. There was no terrifying sword chi rushing out from the other party. What's going on? Is this a bluff? Kid, you're really funny. Do you think that I, Jun Wuya, am scared? Jun Wuya snorted in disdain. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. He did not believe that the other party could grasp such power. Buzz, suddenly, his entire right arm turned into ashes and no longer existed. Ah! Jun Wuya let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. His right arm quickly disappeared, vanishing into thin air. How is this possible? Jun Wuya was stunned. He half knelt on the ground and covered his wound. Heavens, what happened? Who can explain it? Those geniuses widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Those elders were also trembling. The great elder stood up, the peak master sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the mansion master's eyes were shining brightly, illuminating the entire world. A power that was close to the Tao, damn it, how could this kid have such power? Impossible, he had only comprehended it for a few months. Could it be that he was already so heaven-defying? Is this kid still human? These people went crazy. The black demon's body trembled and his face twisted. He roared crazily. Damn it, how could he have comprehended it? I don't believe it. How could he have comprehended a power that was close to the Tao? Huangfu Badian was also stunned. Yu Linglong, Han Fei, and the others screamed. The North Demon's eyes flickered. It appeared, this power really appeared. He had mastered this power, and it seemed to be a very domineering and destructive power. Lin Xian's move stunned everyone in the mansion master. Countless people were terrified. On the arena, Jun Wuya also came back to his senses. He screamed crazily. I don't believe it. How did you comprehend it? He had gone crazy. It took him 100 years to comprehend it, but the other party comprehended it in a few months. How could the gap be so big? He had never heard of it before. Even Yi Guqing wasn't so terrifying back then. Seeing Jun Wuya roaring crazily and no longer having the domineering aura of a king, Lin Xian sneered. Don't use your ant-like vision to understand me. I'm not an existence that you can understand. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand again and swept it out. Annihilation of the sword, the blade drew an arc, and an incomparably terrifying power was used. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. This was a power that was close to the Tao. It was a power that Lin Xian had comprehended. Jun Wuya's body swayed, and he threw out a few sky tyrant fists, but they all turned into ashes. At the next moment, he came to the other side. The king's order, disappear. Now, Jun Wuya had no choice but to use his domineering Tao to resist. This domineering Tao was extremely terrifying. He was like a supreme king, commanding everyone and everything. For example, making people kneel or making people commit suicide. Now, he wasn't targeting Lin Xian. Instead, he was targeting the destructive power and making it disappear. In the sky, the strange sword chi indeed stopped. Its light dimmed, and its power weakened, as if it was about to disappear. This was the power of the Tao of dominance. However, the domineering Tao wasn't having it easy either. Under the power of annihilation, it was disappearing slowly as well. Two powers that were close to the Tao collided in the sky. In an instant, the surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated, turning into countless large black holes. It was soundless, but it was more terrifying than a myriad of divine abilities. Everyone knew that right now, even if a king at the perfect level stood there, he would be instantly killed, unable to escape at all. You really do possess a power that is close to the Tao. Jun Wuya was too shocked. With this kind of power, one would have the qualifications to stand at the peak of the extraordinary warrior mansion. The other party was a very powerful enemy. But so what? Jun Wuya smiled. I admit that you are very strong, and your talent is heaven-defying. I have never seen anyone who could comprehend this kind of power so quickly. But it's a pity that you still met me. Jun Wuya's body emitted a terrifying aura, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. If it was me a few months ago, I might not have been your match. Unfortunately, in these few months, I have a breakthrough in my comprehension of heaven and earth. My control of the Tao of dominance has improved again. So, you are not my opponent at all. Next, I will let you see my true strength. Sovereign descends. As he spoke, the power of the Tao of dominance in front of him became stronger again. It was as if a heavenly emperor had been resurrected, looking down on the common people. At this moment, everyone felt that they were insignificant and would be crushed at any time. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yes, they didn't expect Jun Wuya to be hiding his strength. This kind of power that is close to the Tao is too terrifying. It has already surpassed Lin Xian. Unless Lin Xian had other trump cards, he couldn't win at all. What other trump cards could he have? Being close to the Tao was already his greatest trump card. Everyone shook their heads. Although Lin Xian was monstrously strong, he was probably going to lose this time. Has his strength increased again? Seeing that the sword chi he sent out was slowly disappearing, and the emperor figure of his opponent was getting stronger and stronger, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. True strength? Well, I will let you see it. With a low roar, the great dragon sword soul erupted. The power of the great dragon sword soul overlapped with the power of annihilation. In front of him, the sword light was originally dim and about to be extinguished at any time, but suddenly, it seemed to be injected with a mysterious power and suddenly rose sharply. It slashed in the air. That heaven emperor-like body was sliced in half at the waist. Whoosh, the emperor figure and the illusion formed by the Tao of dominance disappeared. Jun Wuya spat out blood and fell to the ground. How is this possible? He actually broke my Tao of dominance. Could it be that he was also hiding his strength? Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Jun Wuya's body trembled. The others were also stunned. They were like statues, their minds in a daze. This scene was simply too inconceivable. He won, he actually won. The northern monster's pupils shrank. He knew Jun Wuya's strength. In his opinion, it would not be easy for Lin Xian to win against Jun Wuya. It was even possible that both sides would be injured. But now, Lin Xian actually suppressed Jun Wuya. He was not injured at all. It seems that his strength is beyond my imagination. The northern monster took a deep breath. Yu Linglong and Han Fei were both shocked. They felt a great threat. A rising new genius was coming toward them, so they had to be careful. They were afraid that if they encountered Lin Xian in the future, they would have to use their full strength. Otherwise, they would end up like Jun Wuya. The black demon's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian. He thought that his strength had increased greatly in the past few months, and he could easily trample on Lin Xian. But now, after seeing the battle between Lin Xian and Jun Wuya, he immediately changed his mind. Fight with Lin Xian? Trample on Lin Xian? What a joke! Even Jun Wuya, who had comprehended the Tao of dominance, was not a match for him, let alone him. Now, he only hoped that they would not encounter each other. The Great Elder, the 4 Peak Masters, and the Mansion Masters were also overjoyed. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Finally, another peerless genius appeared in their extraordinary scholar mansion? Perhaps this guy would not be inferior to Yi Guqing when he grew up. End of chapter 3089. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.